Chapter 1. The Woman Who Came to My Door. 1,000? Are you speaking to me? Qin Yu was taken aback. He'll give you 1,000. Take me away, and you can do whatever you wish. Beautiful lady, do you know who you are speaking to? As he gazed at the woman who had suddenly appeared before him, her figure relatively perfect, Qin Yu raised an eyebrow. Is it insufficient? Name your price, and I shall accommodate. I warn you, it would be wise not to provoke me. With a swift motion, Qin Yu pushed the woman aside and slowly opened the door to his room with a key card. How about 5,000? You look quite dapper in that suit. Consider it a bargain for tonight. Just as Qin Yu prepared to close the door, a pair of flawless, fair hands blocked his way. You are playing with fire, Qin Yu said coldly, observing the woman before him from head to toe. Not feign superiority. All men are the same. He'll give you the money, and I am yours. Just say the word. Before her words had fully dissipated, a sheer shawl slipped from her shoulders, revealing her delicate, pale skin. You said it. Qin Yu could no longer suppress the flames of desire within him. With no regard for her modesty, he pulled her into the room. What is your name? Qin Yu inquired, looking at the unfamiliar woman cornered against the wall, a flicker of surprise igniting within him. Since his ex-girlfriend Wang Yuhan had tragically taken her own life, he had not wavered in his resolve towards any woman. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this woman bore a striking resemblance to Wang Yuhan. It matters not to tell you, as we shall part ways after this, she replied. My name is Shen Shiwan. Please do not look at me like that. Shen Shiwan felt a blush creeping on her cheeks, taken aback by Qin Yu's unwavering gaze. This was her first experience of such close proximity with a man. Pressed against the wall by Qin Yu's dominating presence, she felt her face grow warm and her breath quicken. Is it not yet evening, and you already desire a one-night stand? Do you take me for mere escort? Qin Yu chuckled. Not at all. I offer you money simply to avoid your persistent pursuit afterward. Shen Shiwan regarded Qin Yu earnestly, her eyes glimmering with a hint of allure. In her hurriedness earlier, she had not taken a proper look at him. Now, observing him closely, she found that the man she had mustered the courage to approach was, indeed, quite handsome. Shall I pay you afterward, or now? Qin Yu's nose brushed against Shen Shiwan's, a rush of warmth enveloping them. Either is fine, depending on your mood. Shen Shiwan hesitated when faced with the reality of the moment. Her courage began to falter. You said it. Before she could react, Qin Yu's lips descended upon hers, sealing the moment with a kiss. This is what a kiss feels like. Shen Shiwan's eyes widened, staring at Qin Yu, who was a mere breath away, momentarily lost in thought. This man was so perceptive, dismantling her emotional defenses. Just as she began to revel in the tender moment, a strong hand unexpectedly slid beneath her garment, moving upward. What are you doing? Shen Shiwan jolted awake, instinctively grasping Qin Yu's hand that was ascending. What am I doing? You offered me money, did you not, for such endeavors? Qin Yu smirked, leaning in once more to capture her lips. Shen, in a state of bewilderment, released her grip, her eyes wide as she felt Qin Yu's invasion of her sanctum. Let be death. It is far better than succumbing to that despicable man. As she experienced a tingling sensation coursing through her body, she unexpectedly relaxed and began to indulge herself. Noticing her reaction, an inexplicable fury ignited within Qin Yu. He ceased to care whether this woman resembled Wang Yuhan. His sole intention now was to punish this sudden intrusion into his life. Qin Yu's kiss was both domineering and tender, ensnaring Shen Shiwan in a moment of rapture. Her soft form, akin to delicate tofu, was forcefully cast upon the bed by Qin Yu. As she beheld Qin Yu's discarded garments, Shen Shiwan closed her eyes, willingly bracing herself for what was to come. Having made her choice, she resolved to endure whatever may follow. At the very least, she would accept the events of this night. The moment his broad hand enveloped hers completely, Shen Shiwan's defenses crumbled. The overwhelming sense of masculine strength offered her an inexplicable comfort. Seeing Shen Shiwan's coy resistance, Qin Yu could no longer restrain himself. As he exerted his roughness, she bit her lip, silently enduring the sensations. Could you be a little gentler? She stammered. This is my first time. With a glare filled with resentment, Shen Shiwan shot a look at Qin Yu, a wave of anguish sweeping through her being. It's your first time? Qin Yu paused, his movements gradually softening, Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and Shen Shiwan found herself nearly languishing on the bed. Hearing the sound of a cigarette being lit nearby, she slowly lifted her gaze. "Could you spare me one? You smoke too?" Though puzzled, Qin Yu obediently lit a cigarette and placed it between her crimson lips. Cough, cough, the taste of the smoke is quite harsh. After taking a drag, she erupted into a fit of coughs. Qin Yu halted his actions, fixated on her face. The same words had once been uttered by Wang Yuhan. The imagery was strikingly similar, the tone identical, only the person beside him had changed. She truly resembles Wang Yuhan. Qin Yu mused internally. "Hey, why are you staring at me so intently? I warn you, this transaction is a one-time affair." As she noticed his dazed expression, Shen Shiwan instinctively shrank deeper into the covers. "Where are you from?" Qin Yu suddenly inquired. "Ah, what do you mean? Are you checking my background?" Shen Shiwan stared at him in confusion, uncertain of his intentions. "It's nothing. You simply remind me of someone," he said, taking the cigarette from her hand and placing it in his own mouth. For reasons unknown, he found himself unusually chatty this evening. "Just so you know, this is strictly a transaction. Do not expect any entanglements." Upon hearing his trite declaration, Shen Shiwan reiterated her warning. "Understood." Qin Yu responded indifferently. Hey, Shen Shiwan attempted to move. She still felt a lingering ache. Casting a fierce glare at Qin Yu, she chose to close her eyes and seek solace. Qin Yu cast a sidelong glance, quietly observing the visage of Shen Shiwan as he inhaled smoke in. Silence. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until, suddenly, a slight furrow appeared on Shen Shiwan's previously serene brow. She appeared to be ensnared in a nightmarish struggle, writhing restlessly. "What is the matter?" Qin Yu inquired softly, gently patting her as he watched her distress unfold. Abruptly, Shen Shiwan awoke with a start, gasping for breath, her eyes locking onto Qin Yu's gaze. "I apologize, I was simply too fatigued and inadvertently dozed off." "It's all right, I was wide awake." Qin Yu found himself entranced by the depths of Shen Shiwan's eyes, his breath quickening involuntarily. "What do you intend to do?" "We had agreed that 5,000 was just." Before Shen Shiwan could finish her thought, Qin Yu swiftly silenced her with a kiss, pressing his lips against hers. "This time, consider it a gift from me." Upon hearing Qin Yu's decidedly domineering tone, Shen Shiwan found herself irresistibly drawn into his embrace. Chapter 2. The brazen Shen Shiwan. As the first rays of morning sunlight streamed into the room, Qin Yu furrowed his brow and gradually opened his eyes. Shen Shiwan nestled in his embrace, resembling a small child in slumber. Gazing at her profile, which bore an uncanny resemblance to Wang Yuhan, his heart began to race. Since the passing of Wang Yuhan, he had not truly looked at another woman for many years. However, the sudden appearance of Shen Shiwan the previous night had thawed the icy barriers around his heart. His fingers gently traced the contours of her face, the delicate strands of hair adding an endearing charm to her features. As if sensing the discomfort on her face, Shen Shiwan slightly furrowed her brows. "Are you awake?" Qin Yu smiled softly. "What time is it?" "I have to go to work," Shen Shiwan yawned. In the next moment, she jolted upright as if struck by lightning. "Why are you still here?" Confronted by Qin Yu's radiant smile, Shen Shiwan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. The previous night, he had implied that he would grant her something. At the thought, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she instinctively clutched the blanket to protect her modesty. "Please, this is my room. If anyone should leave, it should be you. Besides, you haven't given me the promised reward yet." Qin Yu regarded her with amusement. She had given him everything, yet still felt the need to shield herself. "I warn you, don't take advantage of this." Shen Shiwan tugged at the blanket and swiftly descended from the bed, hastily locating her clothes before retreating into the bathroom. Qin Yu smirked. Glancing at the clock, it was already 8 in the morning. Having just returned to the country the previous afternoon, he was to take over the family business today, which weighed on his mind. Nevertheless, Shen Shiwan's presence had injected a modicum of enjoyment into his otherwise mundane life. Listening to the sounds of her morning routine from the bathroom, Qin Yu stretched lazily and began to dress. "Damn that woman. Must she be so ruthless?" he mused, observing the marks adorning his chest in the mirror, his expression darkening. Thankfully, none marred his neck. "Hey, this is your payment." I've left it here, he announced. Just as he settled on the sofa to peruse company documents, Shen Shiwan emerged, tossing a handful of cash before him. I warn you, what happened last night must remain a secret. Before Qin Yu could react, she dashed out the door, a guilty expression on her face. Does she truly think I am some sort of fool? He thought, his brow furrowing as he picked up the cash from the table. 3,000? No wonder she ran off faster than a rabbit. He sighed in resignation. What a shameless woman. Sir, I've arrived at the hotel entrance. A message chimed in on his phone. Qin Yu glanced at it, discreetly putting away his notebook. After a brief wash, he noticed a delicate necklace by the sink. Not only brazen but also careless, he thought, as the sight of the necklace conjured Shen Shiwan's image in his mind once more. Silently, he tucked the necklace into his pocket, suddenly yearning to see Shen Shiwan again, not merely because she resembled Wang Yuhan. It was the tender moments of last night that lingered in Qin Yu's mind, making them hard to forget. As he approached the door and glanced back at the disheveled double bed, a smile once again graced his lips. Welcome back to the country, young master. He heard Wu Hao's respectful voice as he stepped out of the hotel. Xiao Hao, it's been years, and you've certainly put on some weight. Qin Yu remarked playfully as he strode up to Wu Hao. Please don't tease me, young master. You disappeared abroad without a word. Leaving the old master and madam quite worried, Wu Hao replied, scratching his head sheepishly before opening the rear door of the car. As Qin Yu beheld the black and gold-striped Rolls-Royce before him, a calm smile appeared. The memory of Wang Yuhan's sudden suicide, a heartbreak that had pierced him deeply, flooded back. The entire capital was filled with echoes of their shared past. In a state of profound sorrow, he had chosen to leave the country. And 5 years had passed since then. Now, returning to this city, both familiar and foreign, Qin Yu's mindset had shifted. This return was merely a result of his parents' coercive persuasion to take over the family business. He had intended to stay for just a few days to placate them. However, the unexpected entrance of Shen Shiwan into his life stirred something inexplicable within him. Taking a deep breath, he slipped into the car. Shall we head directly to the company? Young master? Wu Hao inquired after fastening his seatbelt. Yes, let's go straight to the company, Qin Yu replied tersely, his gaze drifting out to admire the city he once knew. 5 years, neither too long nor too short. Yet the transformation of this city was remarkably significant. As they approached a bus stop, Qin Yu suddenly spoke up. Wait. Wu Hao promptly pulled the car over, gazing at Qin Yu with surprise. Young master, is there something wrong? Is it possible to see inside from outside? No, young master. This vehicle is fitted with reflective glass, Wu Hao answered earnestly, albeit somewhat puzzled. Let us pause here for a moment, Qin Yu said, his smile subtly rising as he looked out the window. He spotted a remarkably familiar figure rummaging through her bag. The woman, who took the bus to work, was desperately searching for a necklace, seemingly flustered. Just as she thought the bus had arrived, a luxurious Rolls-Royce came to a halt before her. Upon seeing her reflection in the window, Shen Shiwan oddly began to fix her hair. Inside the car, Qin Yu watched her actions in disbelief. Perhaps she was the only one bold enough to groom herself in front of a $1 million luxury vehicle. Under normal circumstances, one would instinctively step away upon seeing such a car. Yet this woman followed her own path. At that moment, the bus honked impatiently and pulled up beside the Rolls-Royce. Shen Shiwan dashed into the crowd and seamlessly boarded the bus. Let us follow that bus, Qin Yu instructed. As the bus prepared to depart, Qin Yu hastily instructed Wu Hao. Young master, aren't we supposed to go to the company first? No more nonsense, just follow me. Qin Yu replied coldly. Sensing his master's icy tone, Wu Hao wisely fell silent. Although he was unaware of Qin Yu's intentions, he understood the importance of obedience. 4 or 5 years prior, someone had vanished completely for defying Qin Yu's orders. What route will this bus take? I'm not sure, young master. But this road leads to the company, Wu Hao quickly explained in response to Qin Yu's inquiry. Leads to the company? A peculiar thought suddenly struck Qin Yu's mind. She cannot be working in my company, can she? Chapter 3. Approaching her, as in turn the Rolls-Royce trailed the bus without witnessing Shen Shiwan disembark until they neared the Qin group, where a figure finally emerged from the vehicle. Are there other companies nearby? Wu Hao pondered aloud. Aside from our Qin group, the surroundings are filled with malls and cafes. Leisure spots. Wu Hao found the situation odd. Something about the young master's return seemed peculiar. I'll get off here. You take the car back to the company. Before Wu Hao could react, Qin Yu had already opened the door and stepped out. How strange. What is going on with the young master? Wu Hao scratched his head and opted to drive directly to the company, quickening his pace to keep up with Shen Shiwan. Qin Yu maintained a distance of about 2 meters, quietly trailing behind her. He was now deeply curious about Shen Shiwan. What could prompt an ordinary office worker to engage in such actions as the night before? She appeared exceptionally refined, far from the type of woman who would act so casually. Lost in contemplation, Qin Yu suddenly collided with Shen Shiwan, who had abruptly halted. "Are you following me?" she exclaimed, nearly losing her balance as she glared at him. "No, I'm employed here." Qin Yu nonchalantly gestured towards the Qin Group building and shrugged. "You work here? I've never seen you before." Panic washed over Shen Shiwan as she realized that the man with whom she had shared an intimate night was her colleague. "This is quite the coincidence. Today is my first day. It's understandable that we haven't crossed paths." Qin Yu casually fabricated an excuse. "This company does not welcome you. You should leave." Shen Shiwan insisted, attempting to dismiss him. "Why?" Qin Yu was taken aback, staring at her in disbelief. "Let me tell you, this company is rife with darkness. There are power struggles and cliques among the employees. I'm looking out for you. Not every large corporation has a pleasant environment." Shen Shiwan suddenly shifted her tone, earnestly advising him. "Is that so?" Qin Yu responded indifferently. Yet in that moment, a rather pragmatic idea sprang to his mind. Yes, exactly. Let's hurry and go." He remarked that interns of the Qin Group were less favored, bearing burdens heavier than those of janitors. Shen Shiwan, noticing the frown on Qin Yu's face, grew more animated in her warnings. "All right, if you arrive late for work, will they deduct your pay?" Qin Yu suddenly smirked playfully. "Oh no, this is all your fault." Shen Shiwan was abruptly awakened, disregarding whether Qin Yu had absorbed her words, and sprinted towards the company's entrance. Watching her flustered figure vanish, Qin Yu felt an inexplicable stir of emotion within him. "Wu Hao, inform them not to come out to greet me. Also, look into someone named Shen Shiwan and ascertain her department." Qin Yu instructed as he dialed Wu Hao's number. "Understood, young master. Do you wish to dismiss this individual?" Wu Hao responded with unwavering loyalty to Qin Yu's commands. "No, simply find out her department and grant her the title of intern. Allow her to guide my internship." Qin Yu concluded before abruptly hanging up. "Shen Shiwan, since you have taken the initiative to engage with me, let our fates intertwine from this very moment." Taking a deep breath, he stretched and strode towards the entrance of the Qin Group. "Excuse me, whom are you here to see?" Upon reaching the entrance, security immediately halted him. "I am here to report as an intern, but I do not possess any identification yet." Qin Yu scanned the area, noting that any employee presenting a work badge was permitted entry. "I'm sorry, please call your department supervisor and have them come to escort you inside." The security guard stated sternly, showing no leniency. Qin Yu nodded silently, acknowledging the company's commendable security protocols. "Please have them come to the entrance." He swiftly texted Wu Hao, stepping aside. 3 minutes later, Wu Hao arrived, breathless, conversing briefly with the security personnel. "Young Master Qin, this way please." Wu Hao was about to address him as young master, but a glance from Qin Yu silenced him. As they entered the company, observing the bustling employees, Qin Yu turned to Wu Hao and said, "No one in the company should know my identity. Is that clear?" "Understood, young master." Shen Shiwan is the deputy head of the planning department. "Are you certain you wish to be an intern?" Wu Hao whispered, bemused. He found it perplexing that Qin Yu, who was supposed to return to assume the role of president, suddenly intended to become an intern instead. What could possibly be the reasoning behind this? Had he lost his mind during his time abroad? Indeed, this is the best way to gain a deeper understanding of the company. By the way, just tell them I am your distant cousin from your hometown. Qin Yu patted Wu Hao's shoulder with satisfaction, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. He eagerly anticipated Shen Shiwan's reaction upon seeing him. "Very well, young master, let us proceed." Wu Hao summoned the elevator, respectfully allowing Qin Yu to enter first. "Mind your demeanor. I am your distant cousin at present," Qin Yu said, his brow furrowed as he noted the absence of onlookers before stepping into the elevator. Understood, cousin. Wu Hao replied, a hint of exasperation evident in his tone. What mischief was this young master concocting? Minister Feng, this is your department's new intern, Qin Yu. Wu Hao introduced as they entered the office of the planning department head, getting straight to the point. Feng Tao glanced up at Qin Yu, quickly rising to pull Wu Hao aside. Wu Hao, what is the background of this individual? The vice president just personally called me, specifically requesting that Shen Shiwan mentor him. Feng Tao whispered urgently into Wu Hao's ear. Minister Feng, this is my distant cousin, whom I asked the vice president to inform you about. Mr. Wu spoke candidly without any pretense. Oh, so he's my cousin. Greetings, cousin. I am Feng Tao, the head of the planning department. We shall be colleagues from now on. Observing Wu Hao's lack of subtlety, Feng Tao boldly approached Qin Yu. Minister Feng, you may simply call me Xiao Qin. I hope you will be accommodating in the future. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes, discerning that Feng Tao was undoubtedly a person of duplicity. Since he is Wu Hao's cousin, he is also mine. Feel free to reach out to me whenever you need. As Feng Tao spoke, he turned and retrieved a work ID from the drawer of his office. Cousin, here is your work ID. Soon, Deputy Shan will arrive to help you familiarize yourself with the work environment. Feng Tao handed the ID to Qin Yu and then began to engage Wu Hao in various inquiries. Minister Feng, did you summon me? Shortly after, a knock was heard at the office door, followed by Shen Shiwan's voice reaching Qin Yu's ears. Xiao Shen, there is an intern here. You will guide him from now on. Feng Tao waved to Shen Shiwan, smiling as he pointed at Qin Yu, who was examining the work ID. Minister Feng, you want me to mentor an intern? Shen Shiwan's face reflected sheer astonishment. Asking her, a deputy minister, to supervise an intern? Surely, the higher-ups have lost their minds. Hello, Deputy Shen. My name is Qin Yu. I look forward to your guidance. Upon hearing a somewhat familiar voice, Shen Shiwan turned to look. In the next moment, she felt as though struck by lightning as she beheld Qin Yu smiling at her. What unfortunate fate had led her to encounter him? Chapter 4. Provocation of Deputy Minister Shen Shiwan felt as if she were dreaming, pinching her arm hard. Unfortunately, the sharp pain brought her back to reality. What is it, Xiao Shen? Is there an issue? Feng Tao inquired, noticing Shen Shiwan's stunned silence. No problem. Since there are no issues, take him to get acquainted with the work environment. I must remind you, he will be your apprentice from now on. Teach him well. Feng Tao's stern words made Shen Shiwan feel as though the sky were collapsing around her. The memories of the previous night lingered vividly in her mind. After all, it was her first time, and reminiscing was only natural. However, just as she thought she had completely escaped Qin Yu, he stood before her, seemingly harmless, and was explicitly assigned to her by the leadership. Enough of this standing around. Hurry and proceed with the arrangements. Feng Tao appeared to have pressing matters to discuss with Wu Hao, waving his hand dismissively at Shen Shiwan. You come with me. Shen Shiwan shot a glare at Feng Tao, speaking to Qin Yu in an unfriendly tone. Qin Yu smiled slightly, exchanged a knowing glance with Wu Hao, donned his work ID, and followed Shen Shiwan out with purposeful strides. As Shen Shiwan and Qin Yu departed, Feng Tao quickly pressed Wu Hao. I heard that Qin Corporation is about to appoint a new president. Do you know who this esteemed individual might be? Recently, there seems to be a gust of wind swirling within the Qin Corporation. Rumors suggest that an important figure from the Qin family is set to be parachuted in as the new president. The senior executives of the company were in a state of panic, for a new official often brings sweeping changes. Each leader feared that the flames of retribution might engulf them. Minister Feng, it would be wise for you to refrain from probing into this matter. Focusing on your own responsibilities is your best course of action. Wu Hao, particularly averse to the treacherous machinations of the workplace, uttered a dismissive remark before departing. What a pretentious display. Is he not merely a dog of the Qin family? As he watched Wu Hao exit, Feng Tao cursed under his breath. Yet, he soon slumped back into his chair, resting his chin in his hand, muttering to himself. Even a mere chauffeur for the Qin family enjoys a higher status than I. Alas, the comparison between individuals can be utterly disheartening. What exactly do you intend to do? Shen Shiwan pulled Qin Yu into the break room, keeping a wary eye on him. I am here for work. Do you truly believe I would endure this for a mere 3,000 yuan? Qin Yu retorted playfully, subtly locking the door behind him. This was an unexpected turn of events. Upon hearing the mention of 3,000 yuan, Shen Shiwan's cheeks flushed crimson. She wished to sever any ties with Qin Yu, opting for cash payment. Yet, she had the misfortune of only carrying 3,000 yuan in cash. So, even the deputy director of the planning department at the Qin Corporation can be so fickle? Qin Yu responded by asserting dominance, pressing Shen Shiwan against the wall. What are you trying to do? As she beheld Qin Yu's exquisite and handsome features, Shen Shiwan could not help but recall the fervor of the previous night. Initially, she had believed their paths would never cross again. However, fate had other plans, and they found themselves reunited. Therefore, I request your continued guidance, Deputy Shen, Qin Yu said, his nose brushing against hers. Shen Shiwan's breath quickened. After all, this man had taken her innocence. To be honest, it would be a lie to say she was not captivated by such a handsome figure. As she felt Qin Yu's breath upon her, she involuntarily closed her eyes. Observing her reaction, Qin Yu was suddenly overtaken by a desire to conquer and kissed her passionately. Just as Shen Shiwan's breath became erratic and her body grew increasingly heated, Qin Yu abruptly halted, a teasing glint in his eyes as he regarded her flushed face. Deputy Shen, I will need your guidance moving forward, he said, his hand gently gliding near her ear. Leave me be. Shen Shiwan, sensing Qin Yu's mockery, forcefully pushed him aside. I do not care who you are. Once you enter the Qin Corporation and the planning department, you must heed my authority. Should I discover any intentions detrimental to the company, I assure you, I will see you out immediately. Shen Shiwan hastily adjusted her attire, casting a furious glare at Qin Yu. Rest assured, Deputy Shen, I promise to learn diligently from you and remain by your side. Qin Yu instantly transformed into an obedient puppy, his gaze clear and sincere as he looked at Shen Shiwan. You need not shadow me. I have no time for you, Shen Shiwan declared before attempting to exit. When she discovered the door was locked, her face flushed once more. Casting a shy glare at Qin Yu, she deftly unlocked the door and stepped out. Observing Shen Shiwan's retreating figure, a subtle smile graced Qin Yu's lips. Our game officially begins. Shen Shiwan, I am eager to see how long you can endure. Qin Yu murmured to himself, adjusting his attire before striding out of the lounge. Everyone paused in their tasks. Shen Shiwan led Qin Yu to the planning department's workspace, where all employees halted their work and cast curious glances their way. This is Qin Yu, an intern who has been transferred to our department. He will be working alongside all of you, so let us give him a warm welcome. Upon hearing Shen Shiwan's words and seeing Qin Yu standing behind her, the staff erupted into applause. Oh, this intern is quite handsome. Indeed, he looks as if he stepped right out of a television screen, simply stunning. I wonder if he will sit at the empty desk beside me? As the applause subsided, several female colleagues began to whisper excitedly, their gazes toward Qin Yu shimmering with interest. Ahem, let us return to our work. Shen Shiwan, having overheard their chatter, cleared her throat lightly. Strangely, hearing her female colleagues praise Qin Yu stirred a twinge of jealousy within her. Deputy Shen, where is my workstation? After greeting his colleagues, Qin Yu turned to Shen Shiwan with curiosity. Your workstation? Shen Shiwan surveyed the surroundings, but upon noticing the eager expressions of several female colleagues, she quickly retracted her gaze. Glancing at the entrance to her office, an idea suddenly sparked in her mind. Your workstation will be right at my office door. I will have a logistics department bring in a desk, chair, and computer, and you can work here. As she spoke, Shen Shiwan led Qin Yu to the entrance of her office. You wanted to work here? Qin Yu looked at Shen Shiwan in surprise. The area was completely bare and quite distant from his colleagues. Yes, weren't you keen on staying close to me? Consider this your wish fulfilled. Shen Shiwan teased with a smile, pushing open the office door and stepping inside. Qin Yu stood there, dumbfounded, watching as the door was firmly shut, his frustration bubbling within him. This is not a workspace. It's clearly a place for him to guard the entrance. Chapter 5. Never leaving her side. Observing Qin Yu, who stood bewildered at the door, Shen Shiwan felt a rush of competitive spirit. Having been playfully teased by him in the lounge, she found herself quite unsettled. Now, by assigning him to work at her door, she felt she had regained some measure of control. However, Having such a handsome figure stationed at her entrance to behold daily was not without its charms. Shen Shiwan stared intently at Qin Yu, a slight smile gracing her lips. Suddenly, Qin Yu lifted his gaze towards the office, startling Shen Shiwan into quickly looking down and pretending to be engrossed in her work. When she glanced up again, Qin Yu had vanished from sight. What exactly is his background? Recollections of the previous night and the earlier encounter in the lounge flushed her cheeks with warmth. May I ask you a question? Just as Shen Shiwan was lost in thought, Qin Yu pushed the door open and entered. Do you not understand the rules? Are you unaware that one must knock? Shen Shiwan, startled, straightened in her seat. Oh, right, one should knock. Qin Yu scratched his head and promptly shut the door. It had always been others knocking on his door, and he had never knocked on someone else's. Is this fellow truly a normal person? Shen Shiwan took a deep breath and hurriedly pulled out a mirror to check her makeup. After a gentle knock, before Shen Shiwan could react, Qin Yu pushed the door open once again. Goodness, do you even understand the meaning of courtesy? Never mind, what brings you here? At that moment, Shen Shiwan's expression was one of exasperation. This person must have a brain made of water. It's rather inappropriate for you to leave me standing out here alone on my very first day, isn't it? Qin Yu looked at Shen Shiwan with an expression of helplessness. Has the logistics department not sent anything yet? Shen Shiwan glanced towards the door, which remained utterly empty. How infuriating. Why is the logistics department so slow today? Ahem. Since Minister Feng has asked me to accompany you, you may stay in my office for the time being. Once the desks and chairs arrive, you can proceed to your workspace. Shen Shiwan cleared her throat, making a reluctant decision. After all, this was arranged personally by Feng Tao. She couldn't disregard that. No problem. After all, Minister Feng instructed me to stay close to you. Qin Yu smirked slightly, as if his scheme had succeeded, and settled himself on the sofa. Before entering the office, Qin Yu had deliberately sent a message to Wu Hao, instructing him to prevent the logistics department from delivering the desks and chairs. Watching Shen Shiwan diligently engrossed in her work, Qin Yu found himself admiring her without fatigue. At this moment, the memory of Wang Yuhan had been completely supplanted by Shen Shiwan in Qin Yu's mind. Every gesture and smile of Shen Shiwan was gradually imprinting itself upon him. Deputy Shen, a man named Wang Yuan is waiting for you in the reception room. The office door was gently knocked upon, and a female employee entered after receiving permission. He's not to be seen. However, Deputy Shen, he mentioned having an important collaboration to discuss with you in detail. The female employee appeared somewhat troubled, but upon noticing Qin Yu, who was leaning on the sofa and fixated on Shen Shiwan, her eyes brightened instantly. Tell him to find Minister Feng. I'm busy. It was Minister Feng who sent me to notify you. Upon hearing this, Shen Shiwan slowly lifted her head, her brows slightly raised. Fine, I understand. You may go about your duties. Dismissing the female employee, Shen Shiwan muttered in impatience. What an incessant pest. Hey, haven't you had enough of looking? Noticing Qin Yu's unwavering gaze upon her, Shen Shiwan's cheeks flushed slightly as she shot him a glare. Not enough of that. Their essay project, right? Let us go. Qin Yu rose directly and opened the door, waiting for Shen Shiwan to exit. I haven't even said I wanted to go. Why are you so eager? Shen Shiwan rolled her eyes in response. Was this man sent by the heavens to torment her? Minister Feng has already spoken. It wouldn't be suitable for you not to attend. Qin Yu smiled slightly. All right, you are quite something. Shen Shiwan gritted her teeth, wishing she could tear Qin Yu apart. Here, this time you handle the discussion. She threw a folder at Qin Yu and strode out of the office. I'm to handle the discussion? How intriguing. Qin Yu murmured to himself as he hurried to catch up. Hey, did you all see that? The intern named Qin Yu seems to share an unusual rapport with Vice Minister Shen. Indeed, when I entered just now, he was staring intently at Vice Minister Shen. What kind of intern follows the Vice Minister around so closely? I've heard that Wang Yuan has been pursuing Vice Minister Shen for quite some time. After Shen Shiwan and Qin Yu left the planning department, whispers began to circulate among the staff once more. When we reached the reception room, I'll one-T speak. You handle the conversation, understood? As they approached the reception room, Shen Shiwan halted, casting a glance at Qin Yu. I have no idea what the matter is. How can I discuss it? Hone your professional skills. Believe in yourself. Shen Shiwan tossed out a cryptic remark before continuing toward the reception room. I believe you, my foot. Qin Yu rolled his eyes in exasperation, questioning whether this woman was doing it on purpose. With a resigned shake of his head, he followed her. Why was he choosing to be an intern when he could have been a CEO? Shiwan, you finally agreed to meet me. Upon entering the reception room, an urgent voice reached Qin Yu's ears. Initially disinterested, he perked up at this exclamation. Shiwan? The familiarity in that address raised a monumental question, igniting Qin Yu's curiosity. This is at the company, not in your home. Shen Shiwan retorted sharply. Look at what you're saying. We'll inevitably become a family. One Tiwi, if there's no serious matter, I shall take my leave. Hey, don't go. A large hand seized Shen Shiwan's arm. What? A family? And speaking of his home, Qin Yu was bewildered. What was their relationship? You should best remove your hand, or you shall regret it, Qin Yu warned, his expression frosty as he grasped Wang Yiyuan's wrist. What ist? His woman was not someone anyone could simply touch. Feeling pain radiate from his wrist, Wang Yiyuan recoiled. Who are you? I am Shen Shiwan. Before Qin Yu could finish, Shen Shiwan swiftly pulled him aside. This is Qin Yu. He will be responsible for your company's project moving forward. For any matters, you may contact him directly. Shen Shiwan, fearing Qin Yu would say something inappropriate, hastily provided an explanation. Discuss with him? Impossible. Wang Yiyuan rubbed his wrist, casting a menacing glance at Qin Yu. Impossible? Then there shall be no discussion. Shiwan, inform the project department to terminate our collaboration with them. Seeing Wang Yiyuan's demeanor, Qin Yu was not one to tolerate such insolence. What did you call me? Shen Shiwan, momentarily taken aback, looked at Qin Yu in surprise. You are my woman. I shall call you Shiwan. Is there a problem? Qin Yu boldly wrapped his arms around Shen Shiwan, defiantly meeting Wang Yiyuan's gaze. I am your woman? Shen Shiwan stood frozen, offering no resistance whatsoever. Chapter 6. She is my woman. Wang Yiyuan rubbed his eyes vigorously, unable to believe the scene before him. His fiancée, he was being embraced by another man. He hadn't even touched her. Remove your hands, he demanded. Shiwan is my fiancée. Wang Yiyuan shook his head, finally coming to his senses. He is your fiancé? Qin Yu regarded Wang Yiyuan with disdain, lowering her gaze towards Shen Shiwan. No, Shen Shiwan fervently shook her head. For reasons unknown, she felt an inexplicable sense of safety in Qin Yu's embrace. Did you hear that? My woman claims you are not her fiancé. A smirk graced Qin Yu's lips as he provocatively stared at Wang Yiyuan. Wang Yiyuan's expression darkened. He felt as though he had been made a fool of. Shen Shiwan, that day at my home, your parents explicitly agreed to let you marry me, and you simply break your promise? That was my mother's agreement, not mine. Shen Shiwan, blushing, wriggled free from Qin Yu's embrace, unable to meet his gaze. Yet, she harbored no affection for Wang Yiyuan whatsoever. If it weren't for her snobbish mother, she would never have crossed paths with Wang Yiyuan. If it weren't for Wang Yiyuan, how could she have entangled herself with Qin Yu? At this moment, all of Shen Shiwan's resentment was directed towards Wang Yiyuan. Your mother has already accepted my betrothal gifts, yet you go back on your word. Wang Yiyuan attempted to reach for Shen Shiwan's hand, but was thwarted by Qin Yu. My woman has spoken. If she says you are not, then she is not. Since your mother agreed, why don't you marry her instead? Qin Yu grasped the situation. It was evident that Wang Yiyuan was the unwilling suitor in Shen Shiwan's forced engagement. It appeared that Shen Shiwan's family was far from harmonious. Leave. That is my mother. Shen Shiwan pinched Qin Yu irritably. Wang Yiyuan, if there are no official matters, you are not welcome here. Shen Shiwan issued an unequivocal order to Wang Yiyuan. How dare you, Shen Shiwan? Our company, Yongli, is a major client of the Qin family. If you refuse to marry me as your mother wishes, I will ensure you are expelled from the Qin family. Wang Yiyuan seethed with anger, knowing he couldn't act recklessly within the Qin family. Otherwise, given Qin Yu's earlier display, he would surely be left with a shattered mouth. What is Yongli? I have never heard of it. I warn you, if you persist with this nonsense, I will certainly have you kicked out of the Qin family. Qin Yu shielded Shen Shiwan behind him, glaring coldly at Wang Yiyuan. For a moment, Shen Shiwan felt bewildered. Qin Yu's repeated declarations of my woman made her heart flutter. In that fleeting instant, She even yearned to nestle in Qin Yu's embrace, that sense of security allowing her to relax completely. You just wait here. Wang Yiyuan pointed a trembling finger at Qin Yu, infuriated. With that, he stormed out of the meeting room. Qin Yu, you should not have treated him that way. He is the vice president of Yongli Company, and they have numerous significant projects in collaboration with the Qin family. It was only after Wang Yiyuan had departed that Shen Shiwan realized the gravity of the situation. Now, having offended a major client, she would likely face reprimand. Just a business associate. As far as I know, countless companies aspire to collaborate with the Qin family. Qin Yu calmly closed the meeting room door, his gaze fervently fixed on Shen Shiwan. For reasons unknown, whenever he found himself alone with Shen Shiwan, an overwhelming desire to conquer her surged within him. Stay away from me, do you hear? Upon witnessing Qin Yu's intention to reprise a familiar scene, Shen Shiwan immediately heightened her vigilance. You are my woman. Only I have the right to touch you. Rest assured, I shall protect you. Qin Yu's domineering yet tender voice left Shen Shiwan momentarily stunned. By the time she regained her composure, his kiss had already descended upon her. This is the office. Shen Shiwan promptly pushed him away, striving to steady her racing heart. Damn it, every time she was in close proximity to this man, she found herself uncontrollably wanting to close her eyes. So, are you implying that it is permissible as long as we are not in the office? Qin Yu wiped his lips, gazing at Shen Shiwan with a playful glint in his eyes. I warn you, do not touch me without my consent in the future. Otherwise, do not blame me for calling the police. Shen Shiwan's tone was firm, yet her gaze towards Qin Yu held a hint of tenderness. Very well. Then I shall inform the police that you spent 3,000 to have me. Before Qin Yu could finish, Shen Shiwan hastily covered his mouth. I beg you, do not let this matter slip out. Her pitiful plea stirred something within Qin Yu. Just then, the door to the reception room swung open, and Wang Yiyuan strode in, followed closely by the planning department head, Feng Tao. The somewhat ambiguous gesture of Shen Shiwan covering Qin Yu's mouth did not escape their notice. You two are crossing the line, Wang Yiyuan exclaimed. If I recall correctly, isn't office romance prohibited at Qin Corporation, Minister Feng? He separated the two with a jealousy akin to that of a child. Feng Tao remained in a state of stunned disbelief, still processing the scene he had just witnessed. No wonder he had specifically requested Shen Shiwan's involvement. It appeared there was an underlying relationship between them. This distant cousin of Wu Hao seemed to possess an extraordinary status, capable of eliciting a direct order from the vice president for the sake of pursuing a woman. However, upon observing Wang Yiyuan's shifting expressions, he quickly retracted his musings. Deputy Shen, can you provide me with a reasonable explanation? Feng Tao cleared his throat, directing his gaze at Shen Shiwan. Minister Feng, I believe no explanation is necessary. This gentleman comes to the company not to discuss cooperation, but to flirt with Deputy Shen. What you just witnessed was merely my attempt to berate this scoundrel, while Deputy Shen was merely concerned about others overhearing. Qin Yu interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of Shen Shiwan while simultaneously planting the notion of Wang Yiyuan's scoundrel nature in Feng Tao's mind. Vice President Wang, such behavior is rather inappropriate. Don't you think? Public matters are separate from private ones. You should be aware of the rules at Qin Corporation. Upon hearing that Shen Shiwan was being flirted with, Feng Tao's expression darkened. After all, she was his subordinate, and he could not permit anyone to bully her. Minister Feng, do not heed his baseless claims. He wishes to terminate our collaboration with Yongli. What do you propose we do about this? Wang Yiyuan trembled with rage, his attempts at rebuttal proving futile. Who would believe that a mere intern could make such a decision? Vice President Wang, that statement seems rather far-fetched. Not only him, but even I do not possess the authority to terminate our collaboration with Yongli. As anticipated, Feng Tao promptly redirected the issue back to Wang Yiyuan. What a joke. The decision to collaborate with Win requires the president's approval. Even the current vice president cannot hastily draw conclusions. Moreover, Qin Yu is merely an intern who has been here for less than a day. Upon hearing Feng Tao's words, a faint smile graced Qin Yu's lips. How could the woman I, Qin Yu, admire be tainted by someone as despicable as you? Chapter 7. The humiliated Wang Yiyuan fine. I concede this round. Shen Shiwan, don't blame me for not warning you. Just wait. Wang Yiyuan, unable to provide an explanation, threw down a harsh remark and prepared to leave. Apologized to Vice Minister Shen. Qin Yu blocked Wang Yiyuan's path with a frosty demeanor. Why should I apologize? I neither laid a hand on her nor insulted her. Why should I apologize? Wang Yiyuan's expression darkened instantly. You threatened her. You must apologize. Qin Yu dismissed him with indifference. However, since he had threatened his woman, an apology was indeed necessary. Qin Yu, that's enough. Shen Shiwan gently tugged at Qin Yu's sleeve, her touch tender, akin to that of a gentle wife. Indeed, Vice President Wang is a significant client of our group. Don't be unreasonable. Feng Tao hurriedly chimed in, fearing that if they truly offended Wang Yiyuan, they would all face dire consequences from above. Apologize. Qin Yu ignored Shen Shiwan and Feng Tao's earnest counsel, fixing a cold stare on Wang Yiyuan. It's the first time someone has spoken to me in such a manner. What if I refuse to apologize? Wang Yiyuan laughed, regarding the mirror in turn before him with a sense of superiority. Quite simply, the Qin family will terminate its collaboration with your company. Based on a single statement from an intern, Wang Yiyuan regarded Qin Yu as if he were a fool. I'll give you 3 seconds. The countdown begins. Qin Yu, instead of fuming, smiled and quietly pulled out his phone, typing a line of text on the screen. 3. And what of it? Wang Yiyuan disdainfully counted down for Qin Yu, his expression one of mockery. My apologies, but the Qin family will not welcome you from now on. Qin Yu pressed the send button and promptly stowed his phone away. What are you trying to achieve? Do you wish to showcase your masculinity before Shen Shiwan? I assure you, I can. Before Wang Yiyuan could finish, his phone suddenly rang. Manager Chu, yes, I'm still the Qin family. What did you say? The Qin family has terminated our collaboration. After answering the call, within 3 seconds, Wang Yiyuan stood frozen in place. Shen Shiwan and Feng Tao, upon hearing his words, stared at Qin Yu in disbelief. Who on earth is this guy? Just a moment ago, he had warned Wang Yiyuan. And now the Qin family has ceased collaboration with Wen? Such coincidences cannot exist. Manager Chu, this joke cannot be made lightly. We have collaborated with the Qin family for so many years. Are you saying that old Master Qin personally ordered the termination of our collaboration? Wang Yiyuan, with a dazed expression, held his phone aloft, allowing the frantic shouting from the other end to echo around him. He could not fathom why the Qin family had chosen to terminate their collaboration with his company, especially under the direct instruction of the venerable elder of the Qin clan. In the business circles of the capital, it was common knowledge that the elder had stepped back, intending for his son to return and take the reins of the family empire. Even as the call concluded, Wang Yiyuan remained in a state of shock. You are no longer welcomed by the Qin family. You may take your leave, Qin Yu interjected coldly. Wang Yiyuan, who had been in a daze, suddenly snapped to attention. Looking up at Qin Yu, who exactly are you? His voice trembled slightly. It was this very individual who had warned him, leading to the abrupt cessation of their partnership with the Qin family. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that you must depart from the Qin family premises, Qin Yu replied nonchalantly. Feng Zhang, according to the regulations of the Qin family, unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering or exiting the company premises at will. Am I correct? He cast a bemused glance at the astonished Feng Tao. Even if Qin Yu were indeed a distant cousin of Wu Hao, it seemed improbable that he could wield such authority. Had the Qin family long harbored intentions to terminate their collaboration with Yonli Company? Was this merely a coincidence? Wait, Qin Yu shares the surname Qin and is a distant cousin of Wu Hao. Feng Tao instinctively swallowed hard, sensing he had stumbled upon a startling revelation. Indeed, since the collaboration has been terminated, I must ask you to leave, Feng Tao managed, attempting to calm his own astonishment as he personally issued the eviction order to Wang Yiyuan. Kid, this is merely a coincidence. Consider yourself fortunate this time. It's my misfortune. Wang Yiyuan remained skeptical, unable to believe that this intern possessed such capabilities. Enough with the chatter. Let us go. Feng Tao hastily gestured for him to exit, pulling him along. Wang Yiyuan cast a reluctant glance back at Shen Shiwan before following Feng Tao out of the reception room. After all, the rules of the Qin family were not to be trifled with in the capital. Who are you really? As Feng Tao and Wang Yiyuan faded from view, Shen Shiwan instinctively locked the door, regarding Qin Yu with curiosity. I am Qin Yu, your disciple. However, master, why have you locked the door? What are your intentions? Qin Yu feigned terror, clutching his chest dramatically. Get out. You are being utterly ridiculous. Shen Shiwan's cheeks flushed slightly as she glared fiercely at Qin Yu. Hey, would you like to have dinner together tonight? As Shen Shiwan attempted to leave, Qin Yu quickly blocked the door. I'm busy. I need to go home. I possess something you desire, Qin Yu declared, producing a necklace and waving it before Shen Shiwan. Seeing the very necklace she had searched for all morning in Qin Yu's possession left Shen Shiwan momentarily bewildered. Memories of absent-mindedly removing it while washing up that morning flooded her mind, filling her with regret. Please give it back to me. It holds great significance for me, she implored, taking a deep breath as she looked at Qin Yu with a pleading expression. If you agree to join me for dinner tonight, I will return it to its rightful owner. Very well, I accept your terms. May I have it now? Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Shiwan acquiesced to Qin Yu's request. Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating how significant the necklace was to her. I fear you might break your promise, so I shall present it to you during dinner tonight. The corners of Qin Yu's mouth lifted slightly. Given his current understanding of Shen Shiwan, presenting the necklace to her now would undoubtedly lead to her reneging on their agreement. Shameless. Shen Shiwan shot Qin Yu a glare. You had better keep your word. Rest assured, I am not like you. I will not be so fickle, Qin Yu replied playfully, swiftly planting a peck on Shen Shiwan's cheek. You are nothing but a rogue and a scoundrel. Shen Shiwan playfully punched Qin Yu's arm, as if in jest. Deputy Shen, this is work time. We cannot indulge in flirtation. Get as far away from me as you can. Shen Shiwan was practically breathless with indignation, choosing to ignore him as she exited through the door. This little girl is becoming increasingly intriguing. Watching Shen Shiwan's retreating figure, Qin Yu smiled. Being with her brought forth more smiles and conversation from him, though only with her. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu stepped out of the reception room, gently closing the door behind him. Just as he prepared to follow Shen Shiwan, his phone rang at an inopportune moment. Upon seeing the name flashing across the screen, Qin Yu could not help but roll his eyes. Dad, what is it? You rascal. You returned to the country without informing me and your mother? Chapter 8. Chu Yilin's helplessness. I returned as per your request, and yet I seem to have erred? Qin Yu retorted teasingly as he walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. Enough with the banter. Tell me, why did you terminate the collaboration with Yongli Company? Came his father Qin Zio's exasperated voice through the receiver. I find him disagreeable, particularly that one named Wang Yiyuan. Fine, do as you wish. After all, we are not lacking in potential partners. Hearing his father's response, Qin Yu's lips curled into a smile. It appeared that his parents were quite serious about him returning to take over the company. Son, I heard from Wu how that you have not taken over the group, but instead are working as an intern in the planning department. Is this your strategy to understand the company from the ground up? Amidst the background noise, Su Ryue's voice reached Qin Yu's ears. Indeed, Mom. Only this way can I gain better control over the group. Qin Yu could not help but commend his mother's astuteness with a thumbs up. Very well. Proceed as you see fit, and let Wu Hao handle any matters. Shall we have dinner at home tonight? Su Ryue's tone was laced with longing for her son, who had left quietly for 5 years. I will be staying at home, but I have an engagement this evening. Who have you arranged to meet? Shijun. Mom, it's best if you don't concern yourself. I must hang up now. Qin Yu hastily deflected, eager to end the conversation. He knew his mother well. As long as he remained on the line, she would persistently chatter away. However, the mention of Shijun stirred a hint of nostalgia within Qin Yu. After all, this fellow had trailed after him since childhood. It had indeed been 5 years since their last encounter. Never mind, that can wait for another day. I must focus on work for now. Shaking his head, Qin Yu strode purposefully towards the planning department. Vice President Wang, you should really head back now. There is something suspicious about this matter. You should return and discuss it thoroughly with General Manager Chu. Feng Tao earnestly advised as he escorted Wang Yiyuan out of the company. He harbored a persistent feeling that Qin Yu must indeed be the enigmatic president who had allegedly appeared out of nowhere. After all, who else could prompt the reclusive elder Qin to intervene in the affairs of the group once more? No, I must meet with Vice President Chu. As Wang Yiyuan entered the elevator, his anger intensified. Despite being a vice president, he had been mocked by an intern. Moreover, he needed to confront the issue directly. Why did the Qin Corporation choose to terminate their collaboration? Vice President Chu had just messaged me, advising you all to remain calm. She is likely in discussions with Elder Qin at this moment. Feng Tao quickly restrained Wang Yiyuan, fearing he might cause a significant disturbance. Very well. I shall return and confer with General Manager Chu. Wang Yiyuan replied with a resigned smile before turning to leave. As Wang Yiyuan departed, Feng Tao sighed in relief. However, a massive question mark loomed in his mind that he felt compelled to unravel. Qin Yu, what exactly are you up to? Turning off the surveillance feed, Chu Yilin rested her chin on her hand, gazing out at the sky. Initially, she had assumed that Qin Yu's first act upon returning would be to take charge of the corporation and appoint a president. Yet, to her surprise, he had arrived at the company only to work as an intern in the planning department. Who then is this Shen Shiwan? Could it be that Qin Yu has taken a liking to her? Chu Yilin retrieved Shen Shiwan's file, murmuring to herself, "It seems this cousin has finally opened his heart." Finding a woman immediately upon returning, he is truly beyond redemption. Chu Yilin shook her head in exasperation, leaning back in her office chair as she scrutinized Shen Shiwan's photograph. Wang Yuan, no wonder Qin Yu would act this way. Minutes later, Chu Yilin suddenly had a revelation. This woman bears a striking resemblance to Qin Yu's former girlfriend. Vice President Chu, General Manager Chu from Yonli Company is looking for you. Just as Chu Yilin's thoughts were swirling, her secretary knocked on the office door. Inform General Manager Chu that I am currently in communication with Elder Qin and will return his call shortly. Chu Yilin waved her hand dismissively, reaching for her phone. After dialing over a dozen times, it became evident that Xu Yang was indeed anxious. There was no helping it. After all, it was his personnel who had offended Qin Yu. Looking at the missed calls displayed on her phone, Chu Yilin felt a twinge of pity for Chu Yang. She could not fathom how Wang Yiyuan had managed to offend Qin Yu, resulting in the termination of their partnership with Yonli Company. Perhaps it was time to call her uncle for a conversation. With a slight headache, Chu Yilin searched for Qin Xiaohua's number and dialed. After years of collaboration with Yonli Company, it could not simply end without consequence. The penalty for breach of contract was no trifling sum. As Shen Shiwan returned to her office, she closed the door with a bit more force than intended, not noticing Qin Yu's absence. Irritated, she slammed the door shut. When I told you to leave, I didn't expect you to comply so readily. Shen Shiwan sulkily plopped down in her chair, repeatedly tapping her fingers on the desk. Wait a moment, Shen Shiwan. You have known Qin Yu for less than 48 hours. How could you behave this way? Suddenly, Shen Shiwan straightened her posture, striving to calm her tumultuous emotions. However, the visage of Qin Yu incessantly lingered in her mind. How foolish of me to have done such a thing. Shen Shiwan, fraught with agitation, clutched her head as memories of the passionate encounter with Qin Yu from the previous night surged forth. Are you unwell? Just as Shen Shiwan was in the throes of her chaotic thoughts, Qin Yu's voice suddenly resonated beside her. She shot her gaze upward, and upon noticing Qin Yu's unwavering stare, instinctively adjusted her appearance. When did you arrive? I just came in and saw you losing your mind. Get out. Do you not know how to knock? Shen Shiwan shot Qin Yu an irritable glare. Yet, the earlier frustration dissipated the moment she laid eyes on him. Oh no, am I starting to develop feelings for him? Shen Shiwan gasped inwardly. Apologies, I felt it unnecessary to knock when returning to my workstation. Seeing that Shen Shiwan was unharmed, Qin Yu nonchalantly settled back onto the sofa. Your workstation? Shen Shiwan was left speechless, casting a glance at the still vacant doorway, her expression darkening. Damn, the logistics department. It's been hours, and they still haven't delivered. Shen Shiwan muttered under her breath, seizing the desk phone to dial the logistics department. This is Shen Shiwan from the planning department. Why has my office chair and computer not yet been delivered? As soon as the call connected, she launched into her inquiry. I'm sorry, Deputy Shen. It's not that we haven't delivered. It's that we have been instructed by our superiors not to. A hesitant voice responded from the receiver. Superiors? Which superior? Shen Shiwan was taken aback. All she wanted was a desk and chair. Why the refusal? It was a direct order from Deputy Chu's office. We dare not disobey. Upon hearing this, Shen Shiwan was utterly stunned. She merely sought a set of furniture, yet Deputy Chu had personally intervened? What nonsense! Would Deputy Chu truly meddle in such trivial matters? All right, I understand. After hanging up, Shen Shiwan rested her chin on her hand, perplexed by the reasoning behind it all. In the next moment, her peripheral vision caught sight of Qin Yu engrossed in his phone, and suddenly, the enigma seemed to unravel. Chapter 9. Shen Shiwan. Be my woman, Qin Yu. Come here for a moment. Shen Shiwan abruptly altered her demeanor, alluringly beckoning Qin Yu with a finger. I'm busy, he replied, casting a fleeting glance before returning to his game. It was a rare opportunity to relax at home. To not fully unwind would be a sheer waste. I said, come here. Shen Shiwan's commanding tone caused Qin Yu's hand, clutching the phone, to tremble slightly. Must you be so harsh? A young lady could speak with a touch more gentleness, Qin Yu remarked, shaking his head in resignation before rising to approach her. If I wish to be gentle, I could be. Let me ask you, why hasn't the logistics department delivered the desk and chair? Shen Shiwan suddenly flashed a sweet smile, her eyes sparkling as they locked onto Qin Yu. How would I know? I just reported for duty today. Qin Yu shrugged, refusing to engage. Then let me pose another question. If I were to appoint you as my assistant and arrange for a desk and chair in the office for you, do you think the logistics department would promptly deliver what I requested? The softness in Shen Shiwan's voice made Qin Yu's heart flutter involuntarily. Is this woman testing herself? Based on Qin Yu's understanding of women, unusual behavior often conceals ulterior motives. Do you think this company is my family business? Asking me is no better than consulting a wall. Qin Yu deliberately disregarded Shen Shiwan's tender gaze, turning away to sit back on the sofa. Moments ago in the reception room, Shen Shiwan had already begun to doubt her own identity. It seems that in the future, she must exercise utmost caution in her actions. At the very least, she cannot reveal her identity until Shen Shiwan has completely fallen for her. You scoundrel! Shen Shiwan felt as if she might explode with anger. Ever since their encounter at the company today, Qin Yu had incessantly teased her. Now, when she took the initiative, he was playing hard to get. This thought made Shen Shiwan feel unsettled, and she rose to confront Qin Yu directly. Qin Yu, I warn you, you'd better speak the truth. Otherwise, I will ensure you do not see the light of tomorrow. Shen Shiwan leaned in slightly, her gaze fierce as she glared at Qin Yu. Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback, not by Shen Shiwan's threat, but rather by the unexpected allure presented by her posture, momentarily leaving him in a daze. After instinctively swallowing hard, Qin Yu pulled Shen Shiwan into his embrace. Yuro, what are you doing? Shen Shiwan exclaimed in astonishment, quickly glancing towards the office door. Seeing it firmly shut, she finally let out a sigh of relief. The entire office was constructed with one-way glass, rendering the interior invisible from the outside. As long as the door remained closed, she had no fear of anyone witnessing this scene. You were the one who seduced me first. What did I ever seduce you? Since last night, you have been persistently enticing me. The fragrance of Shen Shiwan enveloped Qin Yu, compelling him to lean in for a kiss. Shen Shiwan had no time to evade, finding herself tightly held in his arms, her eyes wide with surprise. Just as she thought Qin Yu would merely indulge in a few greedy moments, his hand wandered unconsciously towards her skirt. Qin Yu, this is in the office. Shen Shiwan hurriedly pushed Qin Yu away, her face flushed and her breath quickened. Damn it, why can't she resist when Qin Yu kisses her? There was even a hint of desire lingering within her. Had it not been in the office, she might have succumbed once more, just as she had last night, when Qin Yu had declared that this time was a gift for her, causing her to fall completely. Shen Shiwan, be my woman. Qin Yu gently licked his lips, gazing earnestly at the woman in his arms. What? Shen Shiwan was taken aback, her instinctive struggle pausing. Be my woman. Allow me to cherish you. Qin Yu inhaled deeply. This decision was not made on a whim. Shen Shiwan stared at Qin Yu, seemingly unable to grasp the situation. Was she being pursued by this man before her? No, this was not mere pursuit. It was a forceful demand, undeniably domineering. Yet, this assertive tone was oddly appealing to Shen Shiwan, especially when uttered by a man of such perfect appearance and physique. So, is this how you pursue women? Shen Shiwan's lips curved upward as she playfully wrapped her arms around Qin Yu's neck. Do you disagree? Insufficient sincerity. We have scarcely known one another for 48 hours. What must you do to acquiesce? Observe my mood. I caution you, should you continue to be so presumptuous, your opportunity will vanish. Shen Shiwan smiled charmingly, extricating herself from Qin Yu's embrace and returning to her seat. Qin Yu was suddenly lost in thought. That enchanting smile from Shen Shiwan had left him somewhat entranced. Nonetheless, she was correct. Their acquaintance was still in its infancy, and they remained strangers to one another. With this realization, Qin Yu hastily retrieved his phone and sent a message to Wu Hao. He needed to acquire all information regarding Shen Shiwan, as she had personally prompted him to do so. Noticing Qin Yu engrossed in his phone, Shen Shiwan felt a tinge of disappointment. Just moments ago, he had been so earnest in his pursuit of her, yet now he seemed utterly indifferent, absorbed in his device. What manner of thought process did this man possess? Could he truly be a stereotypical ironclad straight man? Shaking off such distractions, Shen Shiwan redirected her focus towards her work. After a morning filled with antics, she realized she had accomplished nothing of substance, merely indulging Qin Yu's whims. Yet, the image of Qin Yu's serious demeanor brought an involuntary smile to her lips. What was this? Could it be that he was falling for this woman? Wu Hao, upon reading the message on his phone, could only manage a wry smile. Investigating an individual's background was not a challenge for him. However, his master had instructed that every action of a young master upon his return must be reported faithfully. Should he divulge this matter to his master? Wu Hao found himself at a loss. Whether it be Qin Yu or Qin Zhao, either one would ensure his demise should they pursue the matter. Why are you standing there, Wu Hao? At that moment, Chu Yilin appeared behind him, and upon seeing her, Wu Hao's face lit up as though he had encountered a savior. Vice President Chu, I have a favor to ask of you. He promptly conveyed Qin Yu's request to her in detail. Chu Yilin was Qin Yu's cousin, as far as he knew, when it came to Qin Yu's compliance. Her words held significant weight. Are you saying that Qin Yu desires all information regarding Shen Shiwan? This fellow, having just returned for a day, is already so invested in her. Could it be that he truly sees her as Wang Yuhan? Chu Yilin murmured to herself, lost in contemplation. Vice President Chu, will you assist me in this matter? Wu Hao, witnessing her indecision, felt a surge of anxiety. Could it be that she was unwilling to help him? This is a matter you need not concern yourself with. I will handle it. But Vice President Chu, if the young master becomes displeased, I will have no explanation. I will provide the explanation. You should return to your duties. Chu Yilin waved her hand dismissively, muttering, this little rascal, returning to the country without coming to see me first, and I must be the one to seek him out? Chapter 10. Shen Shiwan in a day's hay. It's past 1. Aren't we going to eat? After completing her tasks, Shen Shiwan noticed the time had already surpassed 1 o'clock. Looking up, she found Qin Yu still lounging on the sofa, engrossed in his phone, rolling his eyes. Please, this is my first time at the company. If you don't take me, how am I supposed to know where to eat? Qin Yu remained engrossed in his mobile game, barely lifting his head. All right, you in turn. You're impressive. Shen Shiwan, taken aback by his retort, casually tossed out a comment before striding towards the door. Hey, are you leaving while still playing? Shen Shiwan grumbled as she opened the door and called to Qin Yu. However, in the next moment, she spotted a striking figure standing at the office entrance. Vice President Chu, what brings you here? Shen Shiwan stammered upon recognizing the visitor. As the vice president of the group, Chu Yilin seldom wandered around the lower levels. No worries, Deputy Shen, I'm here to find someone. As Chu Yilin glanced into the office and saw Qin Yu still engrossed in his game, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. Vice President Chu, do you know him? Given that both were women, Shen Shiwan could sense that Chu Yilin's gaze towards Qin Yu was not typical. It didn't resemble that of a stranger or a superior addressing a subordinate. It felt more akin to that of acquaintances, perhaps with a closer connection. I suppose we know each other. What are you planning to do? Chu Yilin did not hasten to call Qin Yu, but instead looked at Shen Shiwan with curiosity. I just finished something and was about to grab lunch. It's past 1. The cafeteria should be closed by now. Oh, then I'll order takeout. Shen Shiwan nodded vacantly, slowly pulling out her phone. No need. I haven't eaten either. Let us go together. Chu Yilin gently placed her hand over Shen Shiwan's, offering her a faint smile. This Shen Shiwan indeed bore a striking resemblance to Wang Yuhan. Together, Shen Shiwan was taken aback. What was going on with Vice President Chu today? Not only was she smiling at her, but she was also inviting her to lunch. Qin Yu, I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't get up, don't blame me. Before Chu Yilin could finish her threat, Qin Yu swiftly tucked away his phone and approached the door. Vice President Chu, as a mere intern, is there really a need for threats? Qin Yu flashed a bright smile, winking at Chu Yilin. The moment Chu Yilin's voice rang out, Qin Yu knew trouble was brewing. He merely used the game to mask his embarrassment, having mentally berated Chu Yilin countless times. Why couldn't Tishi wait until after hours to discuss matters without so brazenly seeking him out? Yes, you're just a small intern, and I wouldn't dare threaten you. Chu Yilin was well aware of his winks, but she couldn't help but retort at her cousin, whom she hadn't seen in 5 years. Ahem, weren't we going to eat? Let us not linger here. It wouldn't look good to the staff. Noticing Shen Shiwan's bewildered expression, Qin Yu quickly ushered both women towards the elevator. Inside the elevator, Shen Shiwan kept glancing between Qin Yu and Chu Yilin. Why did their relationship exude such an intimate vibe? Could it be that Qin Yu was Chu Yilin's? As this thought crossed her mind, Shen Shiwan instinctively covered her mouth. No wonder Qin Yu was assigned to her. No wonder the logistics department hadn't delivered seats. No wonder the Qin family had proactively terminated their collaboration with the Yonli company. So, they shared this kind of relationship? Wait, did that mean she had become a third party? The realization struck Shen Shiwan like a thunderbolt. I once believed I had escaped the clutches of Wang Yuan, only to find myself ensnared once more in an icy abyss. A wave of profound despondency washed over Shen Shiwan, akin to the sensation of having something dearly cherished snatched away. The bittersweet pang in her heart left her eyes slightly moist. What does Deputy Director Shen enjoy eating? As they exited the elevator, Chu Yilin glanced back at Shen Shiwan. Huh? I'm fine with anything, Shen Shiwan replied, momentarily taken aback as she hurried to compose herself. It was merely a fleeting impulse that had inadvertently drawn her into a tangle with Qin Yu. She was not an interloper. If need be, she could simply maintain her distance in the future. Resolving this in her mind, Shen Shiwan took a deep breath and forced a smile. Very well. Let us indulge in hot pot across the street. Qin Yu, it has been 5 years since you last savored domestic hot pot, hasn't it? Chu Yilin beamed. Though she sensed something amiss with Shen Shiwan, she chose not to dwell on it. Indeed, it has been 5 years, Qin Yu murmured, making his way towards the door. You, of all people, should know to walk behind me, considering I am the vice president. Chu Yilin shot Qin Yu a reproachful glance, hastening to catch up. Nevertheless, given that the entire corporation belonged to him, there was little shame in walking behind him. Domestic? 5 years? Shen Shiwan paused, pondering the implications. Could it be that this fellow had only just returned to the country? Did their conversation imply that their acquaintance spanned beyond 5 years? Hey, Deputy Director Shen, are you not hungry? Qin Yu called out from the entrance, his voice echoing in the previously quiet lobby, now drawing attention. As onlookers caught sight of Chu Yilin, they rose with radiant smiles. The security personnel at the door stood upright, their eyes alight with admiration as they acknowledged Chu Yilin. What are you shouting for? Is your voice the only loud one here? Shen Shiwan felt flustered, hurriedly making her way to the entrance, pulling Qin Yu along as they exited. Chu Yilin shook her head in resignation. These two truly had the essence of a playful couple. If Uncle knew about the situation between Qin Yu and Shen Shiwan, would he erupt in fury once more? With a playful toss of her long hair, Chu Yilin smiled knowingly as she followed them to the hot pot restaurant across the street. Shall we order a inyang pot? Seeing Qin Yu settle beside Shen Shiwan, Chu Yilin sighed in exasperation. Even if Shen Shiwan bore a resemblance to Wang Yuhan, there was no need for such conduct. Whatever you choose, just be mindful. I have nearly forgotten what dishes are delightful here. Qin Yu stretched lazily, subtly resting his hand behind Shen Shiwan. In Chu Yilin's presence, Qin Yu appeared remarkably at ease. She cast a sidelong glance at his actions as she handed the menu to Shen Shiwan. Deputy Director Shen, please circle the dishes you fancy. I shall order the rest. Very well, Vice President Chu, Shen Shiwan replied, accepting the pen with a touch of formality. After a moment of contemplation, she began to circle her selections. Shiwan, I never knew you enjoyed these dishes as well. Qin Yu remarked nonchalantly, placing his hand on Shen Shiwan's shoulder. To his surprise, the hot pot ingredients she had chosen were identical to those of Wang Yuhan. Despite his 5 years abroad, he still vividly remembered all of Wang Yuhan's preferences. I often indulge in hot pot, and I particularly enjoy ordering these dishes. Qin Yu, remove your hand. Shen Shiwan awkwardly smiled at Chu Yilin, forcefully pinching Qin Yu onto the table. Sister, are you just going to watch me get hit? Qin Yu lamented, seeking refuge in Chu Yilin's presence. What? She is your sister? Shen Shiwan paused, momentarily halting her actions as she processed this revelation. Chapter 11. The revelation of sister's identity now. Qin Yu, you are the one who let the cat out of the bag. I said nothing. Seeing Shen Shiwan's astonishment, Chu Yilin hastily clarified. Qin Yu felt a twinge of guilt. He had not intended to expose this relationship, yet his impulsive words betrayed him. Alas, he had been entirely defenseless in front of Chu Yilin. Qin Yu, who exactly are you? Shen Shiwan set his hand aside, gazing at him, and Chu Yilin with deep confusion. She had asked this question countless times throughout the day. To her knowledge, Chu Yilin had some obscure connection with the Qin family. Could it be that Qin Yu truly belonged to the Qin family? But why would he refer to Chu Yilin as his sister? Ahem, this matter is rather complex. In any case, you should know that I am merely an ordinary intern. Qin Yu coughed lightly, swiftly changing the subject. Indeed, he was just an intern who had coincidentally found himself working at the Qin Corporation. Were it not for Wang Yuan, he would have been unaware of Qin Yu's internship there. Chu Yilin shook her head with a wry smile, reluctantly covering for Qin Yu's grand deception. Then, Vice President Chu, are you truly his sister? Shen Shiwan asked, suddenly enlightened, yet still insistent on pursuing the matter. She needed to ascertain Qin Yu's identity, considering they would be working together daily. Yes, I take great pride in having such a brother, Chu Yilin replied, handing the menu to the waiter, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Shen Shiwan. However, why are you so interested in him? I just want to know more about my new colleague. Shen Shiwan stammered, her demeanor shifting as she unconsciously gripped her water glass, her gaze wandering. Indeed, why was she so eager to learn about Qin Yu? Could it be because of last night? Suddenly, memories of their encounters flooded her mind, causing her cheeks to flush a deeper shade of crimson. Vice Minister Shen, could it be that you have developed feelings for my brother? Chu Yilin squinted playfully, awaiting Shen Shiwan's response. Qin Yu, who had just taken a sip of water, nearly choked upon hearing Chu Yilin's words. Oh, dear sister, could you refrain from being so gossipy? Qin Yu shot a warning glance at Chu Yilin, urging her to be discreet. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Shen Shiwan's cheeks growing increasingly rosy. All right, I shall cease the jesting. Vice Minister Shen, I'll leave my brother in your capable hands. Should he falter in any way, do not hesitate to inform me. Chu Yilin stifled a laugh, winking at Qin Yu. With a woman's intuition, she understood that Shen Shiwan had indeed developed an interest in Qin Yu. Thank you, Vice President Chu. Shen Shiwan's voice was barely audible, a whisper only she could perceive. Do you prefer spicy or non-spicy? Qin Yu inquired thoughtfully as the waiter presented the dishes. A hint of spice will suffice. I cannot handle anything too fiery, Shen Shiwan replied without hesitation. Qin Yu nodded silently, meticulously adding her favorite dishes to the spicy hot pot. Shen Shiwan stared at him in astonishment. He had remembered all her preferred dishes. Deputy Shen, my brother may not possess many virtues, but his intellect is exceptionally sharp. Chu Yilin remarked disdainfully at Qin Yu. It seems he has forgotten his sister now that he has a girlfriend. All the ingredients in the pot were Shen Shiwan's favorites, while he had failed to recall any of Chu Yilin's. Sister, I know you dislike spicy food. Here, I've set aside the dishes you love. Qin Yu quickly added her preferred items into the pot, clearly understanding Chu Yilin's tone. Indeed, I'm not a fan of spicy food. Enough about me. Let us eat. Chu Yilin urged, glancing at the clock. Be careful. It's hot. Qin Yu nodded quietly, serving 7/10 cooked kelp onto Shen Shiwan's plate. Baby bok choy, shrimp paste, and fatty beef, whatever Shen Shiwan adored. He placed in her bowl as soon as it was ready. Qin Yu, I can serve myself, Shen Shiwan said, feeling the jealousy emanating from Chu Yilin, discreetly nudging Qin Yu with her hand. No worries, just eat. It will taste less delightful if it cools down, Qin Yu replied, holding her hand silently as he continued to serve her. Qin Yu, I didn't expect you to use your left hand for serving, Chu Yilin remarked, unable to bear the sight any longer. After all, you are a grown man. This is quite unbecoming. I am quite versatile, albeit a bit awkward, Qin Yu chuckled nervously, reluctantly releasing Shen Shiwan's hand. She quickly lowered her head, silently savoring the food he had served her. A warm current flowed through her as the food entered her mouth, instantly warming her entire being. Qin Yu's attentive care made Shen Shiwan feel immensely happy, a sense of inexplicable joy. No one had ever been so considerate towards her throughout her life. All right, you are versatile. Now hurry and eat your meal. Chu Yilin shot Qin Yu a look, feeling sidelined. Such overt displays of affection were rather blatant, almost making her feel like a third wheel. By the way, Deputy Chu, has the Qin family truly terminated their collaboration with Yongli? Shen Shiwan asked curiously after clearing her plate. For now, yes. But unilaterally terminating a contract comes with a hefty penalty, Chu Yilin replied, glancing at Qin Yu as she spoke. What is the penalty? Qin Yu continued to serve Shen Shiwan without revealing any emotion. I'm not entirely sure, but I estimate it to be in the tens of millions, Chu Yilin shrugged, knowing this amount was trivial for the Qin family. So much. Qin Yu and Shen Shiwan simultaneously expressed their astonishment. Indeed, having collaborated with Yongli for an extended period, certain project quotas had increased significantly. Chu Yilin was momentarily taken aback and offered a casual excuse. Shen Shiwan, though thoroughly shocked, was somewhat understanding. After all, a mere deputy minister had likely never encountered the magnitude of 10 million. Yet, how could the esteemed heir of the Qin family lose composure over a trifling penalty of a few million? Such a loss was far too substantial to overlook. Sister, if it's unmanageable, let the representatives from Yongli come to the group and apologize. We can simply move past this, Qin Yu suggested to Chu Yilin with a significant glance. Indeed, Deputy General Manager Chu, regardless of the circumstances, it would be prudent to have Yongli send someone to express their regrets. Just think of how many projects could be funded with several million. Shen Shiwan nodded in agreement, although she was unaware of the precise cause of the turmoil. Nonetheless, she refused to let such a significant sum go to waste. I shall make an attempt. After all, I cannot unilaterally decide on such matters. However, might I inquire why you two are so in sync? Chu Yilin smiled slightly, her gaze flitting between the two individuals. Chapter 12. Shen Shiwan's profile. Upon hearing Chu Yilin's teasing remark, Shen Shiwan silently lowered her head and resumed her meal. Qin Yu shrugged at Chu Yilin and continued to add dishes to the pot. The trio shared a tacit understanding, remaining silent as they ate swiftly. Deputy Shen, I have finished eating. The time is nearly upon us. We must return to our duties. Shen Shiwan devoured her food ravenously and instinctively pulled Qin Yu to leave. Deputy Shen, you may head back first. I still have matters to discuss with Qin Yu, Chu Yilin remarked, casting a glance at Shen Shiwan's actions with a charming smile. Oh, then I shall return to the company ahead of you. Shen Shiwan, realizing her behavior was somewhat inappropriate, quickly released her grip. Sister, let us save any discussions for another day. I still need to understand more about the company from Deputy Shen. Qin Yu, with a swift thought, sought an excuse to tug Shen Shiwan away. Qin Yu, sit down. Chu Yilin's icy voice made him shudder. Qin Yu, you should heed Deputy General Manager Chu's words, Shen Shiwan said shyly as she withdrew her hand from Qin Yu's grasp. She slightly bowed to Chu Yilin and hastily exited. Shen Shiwan was oblivious to their conversation's content. Yet she sensed that Chu Yilin was undoubtedly angered. She had heard that chilling tone before. Moreover, following such a tone, numerous individuals have been dismissed from the company. Observing Shen Shiwan flee as if in escape, Qin Yu sighed helplessly. Sister, what precisely are you attempting to accomplish? I have just returned to the country, and you wish to restrict my freedom? Qin Yu reluctantly resumed his seat, casting a pitiful glance at Chu Yilin. In her presence, he resembled a child lacking understanding. I ask you, why did you vanish for 5 years? Chu Yilin took a deep breath, striving to maintain her composure. The mere mention of this topic rendered Qin Yu speechless. He had merely sought a sanctuary to evade the clamor of life and forget that chapter of his past. Little did he know that Chu Yilin had relentlessly searched for him for 2 years. Upon discovering her address abroad, she deliberately flew over to berate herself. Fine, I shall not dwell on that. I ask you, why did you not return to take over the group directly? Seeing that Qin Yu was in a quandary, Chu Yilin decided to change the subject. She understood why Qin Yu went overseas and did not wish to evoke his sorrowful memories. Starting from the grassroots level allows for a better understanding of the company. Nonsense. Qin Yu, in all seriousness, spouted absurdities, only to be swiftly countered by Chu Yilin's 2 words. Here is the complete dossier on Shen Shiwan. Although Shen Shiwan bears a striking resemblance to her, one must understand the significance of social standing. Chu Yilin, uninterested in further banter, promptly retrieved a folder from her handbag. That scoundrel Wu Hao betrayed me. The moment Qin Yu laid eyes on Shen Shiwan's information, he unleashed a torrent of curses upon Wu Hao's ancestors. It has nothing to do with Wu Hao. I just happened to overhear. Moreover, I discovered that Shen Shiwan visited the Haitian Grand Hotel last night and did not leave until morning. This woman's private life may be rather indiscreet. You ought to take heed. Upon hearing Chu Yilin's words, Qin Yu's hand paused momentarily as he perused the information. Did you uncover who she met at the Haitian Grand Hotel? Who she met is irrelevant to me. Why should I investigate that? Indeed, it's fortunate that you did not. What did you say? Nothing. I merely spoke offhandedly. Qin Yu quickly shifted the topic, continuing to examine Shen Shiwan's dossier. To his surprise, Chu Yilin had even delved into Shen Shiwan's private life. Fortunately, she had not conducted an in-depth investigation. Otherwise, he would likely have been dragged back to the Qin family. By the way, did you just suggest having someone from Yonglei come to apologize? Is that feasible? Suddenly recalling Qin Yu's earlier words, Chu Yilin inquired tentatively. Of course, it's feasible. Just inform my father and have Wang Yiyuan come to apologize to me. That would settle the matter. Qin Yu spoke softly, yet his gaze remained fixed on the dossier in his hands. Encountering you, Wang Yiyuan has certainly drawn the short straw. Chu Yilin stood. President Chu from Yonglei has been inundated with calls regarding this matter. If he knew that a mere apology could resolve it, he would likely come personally with Wang Yiyuan in tow. By the way, sister, does Shen Shiwan have any formidable rivals of the company? Regardless of Chu Yilin's thoughts, Qin Yu is solely concerned about the hefty penalty fee. Remember, you are the eldest son of the Qin family. Some matters just as Chu Yilin began to speak. Her phone rang at an opportune moment. After answering the call, her expression darkened. Qin Yu, there's an issue with the company. I must leave. Take your time reviewing, and remember to settle the bill. With that, Chu Yilin hung up and hurriedly departed, leaving behind a couple of remarks. Well, there goes another meal's worth of money. Qin Yu shook his head helplessly. At that moment, nothing was more captivating than the information in his hands. Shen Shiwan, female, 25 years old, graduated from the management department of Qingbei University. She has garnered numerous domestic and even international awards and was once included in the school's recommendation quota. After 10 minutes, Qin Yu finally finished reviewing the entire dossier on Shen Shiwan. Organizing the folder, Qin Yu took a deep breath. Cradling his head, he cast a sidelong glance at the Qin group across the street. With your exceptional character and intellect, could it truly be that familial circumstances have led you to forego studying abroad? Qin Yu's gaze lingered on the planning department's floor, feeling a twinge of regret for Shen Shiwan. Nonetheless, the fact that she had ascended from a specially appointed intern to the position of deputy director within a mere year or two attests to her remarkable capabilities. Encountering you, Shen Shiwan, I wonder if it is my fortune, yet encountering me is undoubtedly your stroke of luck. A subtle smile graced Qin Yu's lips as he approached the counter. Good day, sir. That will be 680 yuan. Upon hearing the cashier's words, Qin Yu retrieved his phone and made the payment without a second thought. The cost of a meal mattered little to him. What weighed heavily on his mind was the urgency with which Han Yuefen, Shen Shiwan's mother, sought to marry her off. With this lingering question, Qin Yu leisurely exited the hot pot restaurant. Hey, is that you, Qin Yu? Just as he awaited the elevator, a voice filled with astonishment called from behind. Qin Yu frowned and turned to seek the source of the voice. Holy cow, it really is you. Before he could identify the person, a shadow lunged toward him. Instinctively, Qin Yu dodged and retaliated with a kick. Damn it, Qin Yu. Are you trying to end my lineage? Only then did Qin Yu recognize the individual before him. Sure, Jun, when will you ever outgrow your dramatic antics? Qin Yu chuckled, realizing that the one he nearly kicked was indeed Sure Jun. Chapter 13. The unfortunate Sure Jun. Qin Yu. Damn it, when did you return? Sure Jun exclaimed, clutching his groin and delivering a playful punch to Qin Yu's arm. I just got back yesterday. I haven't even been home yet, Qin Yu replied apologetically. After spending 5 years abroad, that instinct for self-preservation had followed him back to his homeland. All right, I'll accept this warm welcome. Sure Jun, donning a mask of feigned pain, embraced Qin Yu tightly. After 5 years of separation, the bond of brotherhood was deeply missed. Okay, I can't breathe. Qin Yu attempted to push Sure Jun away, conscious of the many onlookers around them. He certainly did not wish to give the impression of being an unconventional brother. Come, let me introduce you. This is your sister-in-law. Wenwan. Sure Jun, noticing the curious glances from those around, quickly released Qin Yu and brought forth the lovely woman who was stifling laughter beside him. Hello, I am Qin Yu. It is a pleasure to meet you, Qin Yu said with a polite nod. Dear, who is he? I've never seen him before. Wenwan inquired softly, a smile gracing her lips as she turned to Sure Jun. He just returned. I haven't seen him in 5 years. My childhood friend, the eldest son of the Qin family. Before Sure Jun could finish, Qin Yu hastily covered his mouth. If you don't speak, no one will mistake you for a mute. Qin Yu glanced around, relieved to find no one from the Qin group in sight. All right, I'm in a hurry. We'll catch up another day. Releasing his grip, Qin Yu turned and pressed the elevator button. What time are you leaving? Let's dine together tonight. I have to return to the Qin family for work. I have an appointment this evening. No, I insist on treating you to dinner tonight. Sure Jun firmly grasped Qin Yu's arm, determined not to relent. Fine. We'll discuss it after work. Qin Yu shrugged off Sure Jun's hand and stepped directly into the elevator. It's quite perplexing. The esteemed heir of the Qin family is off to work. Sure Jun watched the elevator doors close, muttering in resignation. Darling, who is he? The heir of the Qin family? Which Qin family? Wen gazed as she yawned in astonishment. Is there another Qin family in the capital? Let us go. I'll take you to buy a handbag. Without a second thought, Sure Jun wrapped his arm around Wenwan and strolled away. The heir of the Qin family? While being embraced by Sure Jun, Wenwan's gaze flickered toward the elevator that Qin Yu had occupied. Excuse me, I'm coming in. Qin Yu gently rapped on the office door, peering inside. The door isn't locked. You may enter as you wish, Shen Shiwan replied casually, not lifting her head. What should I do this afternoon, Deputy Shen? Do as you please. Just be happy. Qin Yu was taken aback by Shen Shiwan's response. Why did her demeanor change after lunch? I just joined the company. Aren't you going to show me around? Qin Yu was unwilling to accept the possibility that she might have lost interest in him. I believe it, Qins. You needn't rely on my guidance to get acquainted, right? You are my mentor. If you don't guide me, who will? Qin Yu was bewildered. Why was she not following the expected script? Please, Mr. Qin, you are the brother of Deputy Chu. Although you have just returned from abroad, your position must surely be of higher standing than mine. Shen Shiwan crossed her arms, looking at him with a hint of jealousy. As they walked back to the office from the hot pot restaurant, Shen Shiwan grew increasingly uneasy. Even if Qin Yu had no ties to the Qin family, he was still Chu Yilin's brother. With such a connection, did it really require a mere junior department head to lead him around? Moreover, a deputy at that. So, you're upset with me? Qin Yu realized that this girl felt deceived by him. However, one must navigate through numerous well-intentioned lies each day in life. If he were to disclose his status as the heir of the Qin family, she would likely distance herself from him immediately. Huh, why would I be upset with you? We hardly know each other, Shen Shiwan scoffed, turning her head away. Indeed, why was she acting this way? Was she truly angry with him? At that moment, Shen Shiwan herself was uncertain of her feelings. Because you are mine. Qin Yu approached Shen Shiwan, tenderly caressing her cheek. I never agreed to be your woman. Do not take liberties, she retorted, though her body betrayed her words. This time, she did not resist Qin Yu's advances. One must ask, which woman could remain unaffected by the man who took her first? All right, I will queue for a moment. However, as long as I am here, no one shall approach you. Qin Yu leaned slightly closer, softly inhaling Shen Shiwan's delicate fragrance. Shen Shiwan's body trembled slightly as she felt Qin Yu's affectionate gesture, prompting her to rise hastily. I don't care. If you wish to accompany me, swiftly instruct the logistics department to deliver the tables and chairs. Upon discovering that Qin Yu was the younger brother of Chu Yilin, Shen Shiwan realized he was deliberately obstructing the logistics department from fulfilling her request. Shouldn't you be the one to communicate with the logistics department? I am merely a newly arrived intern. Why would they heed my words? Qin Yu feigned innocence and boldly seated himself in Shen Shiwan's chair. Qin Yu, if you continue this way, I shall ignore you. Get up. This is not your rightful place. Shen Shiwan was genuinely irked. To her, it seemed Qin Yu was merely toying with her, having done so since last night. All right, do not be upset. I shall speak with my sister at once. Noticing Shen Shiwan's genuine anger, Qin Yu promptly stood, pulling out his phone and heading towards the sofa. Humph, can I manage you? Observing Qin Yu's discomposed expression, Shen Shiwan stifled a laugh behind her hand. Just then, her phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, her brow furrowed. Mom, I'm at work, what is it? Shen Shiwan answered the call, her tone tinged with exasperation. You little brat. Did you tell Wang Yiyuan that you would not marry him? Do you realize that your mother has already accepted a bride price of 500,000? I tell you, you will marry him whether you like it or not. The voice of Han Yuefan erupted from the other end, frantic and unyielding. Mom, I am an adult. I shall decide my own marriage. Besides, what qualities does Wang Yiyuan possess? Why should I wed him? Shen Shiwan retorted fiercely. Marrying that scoundrel Wang Yiyuan is worse than marrying a scrap collector. Your brother needs money to buy a house. Do you have any? You have always revolved around him. When have you ever considered my feelings? Shen Shiwan's voice quivered, tears cascading down her cheeks. As an elder sister, shouldn't you care for your brother? I do not care. I cannot return that 500,000. Han Yuefan persisted, her tone suggesting that she viewed Shen Shiwan merely as a means to an end. Mom, I already have a boyfriend. Moreover, we are living together. Chapter 14. The fragile Shen Shiwan. Shen Shiwan nearly shouted into the phone in fury, her tears finally spilling over. What? You are with another man? Han Yuefan's voice brimmed with disbelief. I have stated that I will never marry Wang Yiyuan, not even in death. Shen Shiwan screamed in desperation, hurling her phone to the ground in frustration. Observing Shen Shiwan, who had collapsed to the floor in tears, Qin Yu instinctively swallowed hard. It turned out that even a seemingly strong woman could harbor a fragile side. This is the office. Do not let others see you like this. Qin Yu cautiously extended a tissue to Shen Shiwan, for he had always feared the tears of women. What do you care? Shen Shiwan snapped, snatching a tissue angrily and silently wiping her tears. Come here. As Qin Yu was preparing to discreetly escape, Shen Shiwan suddenly stood up. Deputy Shen, is there something you wish to instruct? Qin Yu responded with an awkward smile, his gaze warily fixed on Shen Shiwan. He had an unsettling premonition that this moment rendered Shen Shiwan particularly perilous. I summoned you to come, so stop with the needless chatter. Shen Shiwan stepped forward, grasping Qin Yu's collar and pulling him directly toward her. What do you intend to do? I need to borrow your shoulder. Without allowing Qin Yu a moment to react, Shen Shiwan leaned against his shoulder, continuing to weep uncontrollably. Perhaps, in this instant, only Qin Yu's shoulder could soothe the turmoil within her heart. Qin Yu stood frozen, letting out a silent sigh, resembling a statue, as Shen Shiwan wiped her tears and snot on him, remaining utterly motionless. Hey, are you made of wood? You're getting my clothes dirty. After an indeterminate amount of time, Shen Shiwan finally managed to regain control over her emotions. Upon noticing the dampness of Qin Yu's clothing from her tears, she felt a tinge of embarrassment. Are you feeling better? Surprisingly, Qin Yu did not engage in their usual banter. Well, weren't you supposed to treat me to dinner tonight? How about we go for drinks instead? Qin Yu's gesture warmed Shen Shiwan's heart. She had anticipated that he would push her away or even lash out at her, yet he stood firm like a giant, silently absorbing the outpouring of her emotions. I'll follow your lead. Wherever you wish to go, I shall accompany you. Qin Yu retrieved a tissue, tenderly wiping away the remnants of tears from Shen Shiwan's face. He admitted to himself that when she cried quietly on his shoulder, his defenses crumbled entirely. At that moment, Shen Shiwan wholly occupied his heart. Simultaneously, he resolved to protect this woman who had so unexpectedly entered his world. Why are you so kind to me? Shen Shiwan asked, taking the tissue from him with a flustered expression. In this moment, Qin Yu's words enveloped her like the warmth of a spring source. I promise to make you my woman. Therefore, I shall treat you with a kindness 100-fold, even 1,000-fold. Qin Yu gazed earnestly at Shen Shiwan, his hands gently resting on her shoulders. Are you serious? Shen Shiwan was taken aback. She had always assumed Qin Yu was jesting. Yet now, witnessing the sincerity in his expression, her heart began to flutter. You don't think I'm joking, do you? Qin Yu continued. Shen Shiwan, though you may not understand how you stumbled into my world, since you have entered my heart, there is no turning back. His tone was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable conviction. Are you confessing your feelings for me? Shen Shiwan's heartbeat quickened. This was her first experience with a man-esque confession. So, can you be my woman? Could you refrain from addressing me so bluntly? It sounds rather harsh. Shen Shiwan playfully tapped Qin Yu's forehead, realizing that he was indeed quite dense. However, in the next moment, thoughts of her impending marriage to Wang Yiyuan clouded her mind, plunging her back into despair. How could she possibly pursue a romance with Qin Yu when she was already engaged? Qin Yu is the younger brother of Chu Yilin, undoubtedly hailing from a well-to-do family. In contrast, Shen Shiwan comes from a modest background, burdened with numerous troubles, leaving her to ponder how she could possibly be worthy of Qin Yu. As this realization struck her, she instinctively took a step back, breaking free from Qin Yu's grasp. What's wrong? Qin Yu was taken aback. Shen Shiwan's actions had clearly indicated her acceptance of his confession, yet now it felt as though she was distancing herself. I'm sorry, Qin Yu. I'm not worthy of you. Shen Shiwan inhaled deeply, casting a lingering, affectionate glance at Qin Yu before returning to her seat. Is it because of Wang Yiyuan? It was not solely due to him. Shen Shiwan sighed, helplessly resting her head on the desk. Qin Yu chose silence, retreating to the sofa to tap away on his phone. The office fell into an unusual stillness. Deputy Shen, the office supplies you requested have arrived. Where should we place them? At that moment, a knock echoed through the office, with a member of the logistics department calling out loudly. Qin Yu, wherever you wish to work, let them place it there. Shen Shiwan felt an overwhelming sense of gloom, unable to immerse herself in her tasks. If you prefer I don't work here, I can go to the entrance. Qin Yu regarded Shen Shiwan with an unexpectedly serious tone. Shen Shiwan abruptly looked up, her gaze meeting Qin Yu's, revealing a hint of panic. Was he upset due to her rejection? A colossal question mark loomed in her mind. Do as you please, as long as you are happy. Although Shen Shiwan wished for Qin Yu to remain within, she stubbornly responded nonchalantly. Bring everything inside, just place it here. Qin Yu cast a glance at the slightly uneasy Shen Shiwan, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Opening the door, he softly instructed the logistics staff outside. All right. The logistics team, taken aback by the unfamiliar face, quickly nodded and proceeded to arrange desks, chairs, and computers as per Qin Yu's direction. I knew you wouldn't leave. Seeing Qin Yu's actions, a subtle smile crept onto Shen Shiwan's lips. In truth, she relished the feeling of having Qin Yu by her side. However, what about Wang Yiyuan? The thought of this dilemma sent another wave of frustration through Shen Shiwan, prompting her to cover her head with her arms on the desk once more. Thank you. After bidding farewell to the logistics team, Qin Yu, upon closing the door, caught sight of the planning department staff whispering and pointing at him. He smiled faintly, gently shutting the door. He was indifferent to the opinions of the staff. His priority was to be beside Shen Shiwan. Yet, his intentions had evolved beyond mere curiosity about her. He now sought to protect her. Weren't you supposed to work outside? Why have them set up inside? As Qin Yu approached her, Shen Shiwan spoke with a hint of defiance. I was merely teasing you. I didn't realize you would be so reluctant. Qin Yu chuckled as he stood before Shen Shiwan, lightly brushing his finger against the bridge of her nose. Rest assured, I will handle things with Wang Yiyuan. Chapter 15. Blocked at the company entrance, are you serious? Shen Shiwan gazed at Qin Yu in bewilderment, as if from the depths of despair. She had glimpsed a flicker of light. Shen Shiwan, remember my words. I shall cherish my woman. Leave. Upon hearing Qin Yu utter such word again, Shen Shiwan shot him a disdainful glance. Very well. I shall take my leave to gather my belongings. Qin Yu smiled faintly at Shen Shiwan before turning to his workstation to tidy up. Witnessing Qin Yu's carefree demeanor, Shen Shiwan's earlier frustration dissipated in an instant. As she rested her chin on her hand, she found herself delighting in the sight of Qin Yu's industrious figure. For reasons unknown, despite having known Qin Yu for less than 48 hours, it felt as though they had been acquainted for an eternity. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Shen Shiwan tapped Qin Yu, who was engrossed in a game at his desk, and said with a hint of exasperation, "It's time to go, young Master Qin. You've been playing all afternoon." Upon hearing the title of young Master Qin, Qin Yu's hand paused momentarily. "Is it time to leave? You still have half an hour left, but I'm already off duty." Shen Shiwan teased, observing Qin Yu's reaction. "What do you mean? Why should employees leave later than their superiors?" Qin Yu, without lifting his gaze, continued with his mobile game. "Those of us in management sometimes have evening engagements. Thus, it is customary for us to leave half an hour earlier than the staff. It is company policy." Shen Shiwan pondered for a moment before relaying this little-known rule to Qin Yu. "What nonsense! We're all earning wages. Why should there be a hierarchy? Who is the fool that made such a rule?" Qin Yu protested, indignantly defending the ordinary employees while still engaged in his game. "I believe I heard Manager Feng mention it. It seems it was mandated by old Master Qin." Shen Shiwan shrugged, sharing her own disdain for such regulations. Upon hearing her words, Qin Yu abruptly halted his actions. If Qin Xiaohe were to discover that he was being criticized behind his back, he would likely be infuriated. All right, I'll stop playing. Let us go. Where shall we dine?" Qin Yu stretched lazily to ease his embarrassment. "Anywhere is fine. I simply wish to have a drink." Shen Shiwan pushed the door open and exited the office first. "Hey, look, this newcomer is actually working in Deputy Shen's office." Indeed, since this morning, he has been shadowing Deputy Shen. Could he be a relative of some high-ranking official? I heard from colleagues in other departments that he was seen leaving with Deputy Chu at noon. No way. Such powerful connections? Otherwise, how could an intern command such privilege? Do you think this newcomer is trying to pursue Deputy Shen? Qin Yu followed closely behind Shen Shiwan, traversing the short distance from the office to the elevator in just 2 minutes, yet overheard the gossip circulating among the employees in the planning department. Unbelievably, in just one day, he had become the talk of the company. As the elevator doors closed, Shen Shiwan playfully regarded Qin Yu. "You should thank yourself. It appears your charm within the company is simply too great. Thus, my mere presence beside you has sparked such discussion." Qin Yu shrugged indifferently, entirely unconcerned with what others might be saying behind his back. "So it's my fault then?" "I did not say it was your fault. I merely remarked on the magnitude of your allure." As Qin Yu spoke, his gaze involuntarily roamed over Shen Shiwan. "You rogue, I knew you harbored ill intentions." Shen Shiwan shot him a disdainful glance, yet her initial resistance seemed to have waned. Just as they exchanged banter, the elevator came to a gentle halt. The doors slid open, revealing Feng Tao, who strode in with purpose. "Oh, Deputy Shen, off work already? Qin Yu, are you leaving with her?" Feng Tao greeted them politely, having heard that they had dined with Deputy Chu earlier that day, given the abrupt termination of the Qin Corporation's collaboration with Yongli Company. He had pieced together much of the story. "Where are you headed, Director Feng?" Qin Yu teased, observing him keenly. "Oh, just checking on some matters at the project department." "And where are you two off to?" Feng Tao inquired, his curiosity piqued. "In gratitude for Deputy Shen's diligent guidance, I intend to treat her to dinner." "Director Feng, if you have no prior engagements, you should join us," Qin Yu proposed, catching Feng Tao off guard. Were they truly just acquaintances? It was uncharacteristic of Shen Shiwan to dine alone with a new colleague, but then again, he had specifically requested her presence. With this realization, Feng Tao began to grasp the situation. "No, you two go ahead. I have an engagement this evening." Feng Tao declined outright, unwilling to be a third wheel. Shen Shiwan, who had remained silent, found their conversation somewhat exasperating. If they wished to chat, they could do so. If not, there was no need for such forced small talk. With a chime, the elevator doors opened to the ground floor. The three stepped out, engaging in casual conversation as they made their way to the exit. Deputy Shun, is that person outside your mother? Feng Tao pointed towards a woman at the entrance, arguing with the security personnel. Shen Shiwan's expression turned to one of shock as she turned to look. Upon recognizing the familiar figure, her face fell. "Mom, what are you doing here?" Shen Shiwan exclaimed, rushing forward to pull Han Yuefan aside. "You've grown quite capable, haven't you? As a deputy, you can't even let your mother in? Tell me, is everything you said on the phone true?" Han Yuefan accused, her finger pointing at Shen Shiwan in frustration. "Mom, the company has rules. It's not that employees can't enter. Can you please stop causing a scene?" Shen Shiwan scanned the surroundings, her face flushing crimson. She had never expected her mother would confront her at work. With quitting time approaching, the thought of her colleagues witnessing this was mortifying. "All right then, tell me, are you truly not planning to marry Wang Yiyuan?" Han Yuefan lowered her voice, aware of the onlookers. "Mom, can we discuss this at home?" Shen Shiwan urged, pulling Han Yuefan away from the entrance. "No, I have accepted 500,000. I must inquire further. Moreover, why didn't you return home last night? Were you truly frolicking with some roadman?" Han Yuefan was unconcerned about any loss of face. Her only concern was that 500,000 in betrothal gifts. Last night, Shen Shiwan's absence had filled her with anxiety over potential troubles. Consequently, today she received a call from Wang Yiyuan, announcing that Shen Shiwan wished to retract her engagement. "Money, money, money. Do you see nothing but wealth in your brother? When have you ever considered my feelings?" Shen Shiwan seemed to reach her breaking point, confronting Han Yuefan with fury. Chapter 16. Public declaration of a relationship. Han Yuefan was taken aback. She had never anticipated that her obedient and understanding daughter would speak to her in such a manner. In her memories, her daughter had always heeded their words, even foregoing opportunities to study abroad, merely to secure more scholarships for her brother, Shen Xinghan. It could be said that in the eyes of Shen Shiwan's parents, there was a persistent bias favoring sons over daughters. The fact that Shen Shiwan was able to attend university was already considered a significant achievement. There was no need to spend money on studying abroad. Observing her mother frozen in shock, Shen Shiwan felt a twinge of guilt about her tone. "Mother, let us discuss this at home. We are in the company," she softly reminded her, gesturing to the onlookers whose footsteps had slowed in curiosity. "Discussing it at home or here makes no difference. I don't care. You are coming with me to see Wang Yiyuan right now." Han Yuefan, regaining her composure, seized Shen Shiwan and attempted to leave. "Excuse me, is there a misunderstanding here?" Qin Yu stepped forward, subtly positioning himself to shield Shen Shiwan. "Who are you? This is none of your business. It's our family matter." Han Yuefan shot a glance at Qin Yu, continuing to pull Shen Shiwan along. "Enough. I've stated that I have a boyfriend and will never marry Wang Yiyuan." With Qin Yu defending her, Shen Shiwan finally broke down. Throughout her life, she had always protected her family. Suddenly being shielded by a tall figure allowed her pent-up frustrations to pour forth. "You have a boyfriend? Where is he?" Shen Shiwan, "I never expected you to learn to lie." Han Yuefan remained unconvinced, tugging insistently at Shen Shiwan. Onlookers at the Qin group, including employees leaving work, paused to witness the spectacle. Shen Shiwan, being a high-ranking executive, was known for her beauty, and many within the company recognized her as Deputy Shun. A few curious onlookers discreetly took out their phones, activating the recording function. "He is my boyfriend." Shen Shiwan forcefully broke free from Han Yuefan's grasp and embraced Qin Yu. In that moment of connection, her previously chaotic heart found solace. "You're her boyfriend?" Han Yuefan stumbled, nearly losing her balance, as she turned to Qin Yu in utter disbelief. "Indeed, Shen Shiwan is my woman," Qin Yu replied, his expression impassive as he coldly regarded Han Yuefan. Initially, out of respect for being Shen Shiwan's mother, he had treated her with courtesy, but her unreasonable and obstinate demeanor quickly eroded any goodwill he had. He could scarcely fathom that Shen Shiwan had such a fierce and unruly mother. Clinging tightly to Qin Yu, Shen Shiwan trembled upon hearing those words. Throughout the day, she had listened to Qin Yu utter the same phrase countless times. Yet this time, she chose to acquiesce. The sheer assertiveness in his tone brought her an inexplicable sense of comfort. Your woman? What transpired between you two? Did she spend the night with you, this pretty boy? Han Yuefan accused, pointing a finger at Qin Yu, her anger palpable. Indeed, we were together last night. In fact, we've been together for 5 years. Qin Yu declared with earnest absurdity, turning to embrace Shen Shiwan and kissing her crimson lips right in front of the crowd. Shen Shiwan's eyes widened in astonishment, yet her body offered no resistance. Perhaps she was merely indulging in spite, or perhaps she had truly accepted Qin Yu's affection. Onlookers erupted into cheers, while employees of the Qin group covered their mouths in disbelief, hastily pulling out their phones to capture the moment. This sensational news demanded to be disseminated first by them. Feng Tao stood, dumbfounded, rubbing his eyes in disbelief as he witnessed the passionate kiss, letting out a resigned sigh. The youth of today certainly know how to have fun. Han Yuefan trembled, pointing at the entwined couple, astonished that her daughter had a boyfriend. Enough, there are so many people watching. Shen Shiwan shyly pushed Qin Yu away, casting a glance at her dazed mother. Mom, you can inform Wang Yiyuan that I will never marry him. I have a boyfriend who loves me dearly, and I love him in return. As for the 50,000 yuan betrothal gift, you can find a way to return it yourself. Taking a deep breath, Shen Shiwan issued her ultimatum to Han Yuefan. Qin Yu, let us depart. Noticing her mother's silence, Shen Shiwan grasped Qin Yu's hand and walked towards the bus stop. Observing Shen Shiwan's retreating figure alongside Qin Yu, Feng Tao shook his head helplessly. It seemed the remaining mess would once again fall to him to resolve. After all, who else could take charge but the leader? You brat, come back here. Auntie, please calm down. I am Shen Shiwan's superior. If there are any issues, address them with me. Feng Tao interjected swiftly, blocking Han Yuefan. Enough of this. Everyone disperse. Disperse now. Security, what are you doing? Frustrated at the lingering crowd, Feng Tao reprimanded the security personnel who were also caught up in the spectacle. With Feng Tao's command, the security guards hastily moved to disperse the onlookers, knowing that as the head of the planning department, his words carried weight. You are her superior. Is that so? Is this how your company educates its employees? You allow office romances to flourish without oversight? Han Yuefan seized this opportunity to relentlessly interrogate Feng Tao. He stood momentarily stunned, filled with regret, wishing he could slap himself for not simply having her removed instead of trying to play the good guy. Now everything is fine, yet for no reason. I am subjected to a barrage of unprovoked insults. Hey, where do you intend to take me? Qin Yu inquired helplessly as Shen Shiwan tugged at him insistently. We're taking the bus to go drink. Shen Shiwan felt a swell of grievance as she dragged Qin Yu toward the bus station without a care. Honestly, only you could think of taking the bus to drink. Qin Yu abruptly pulled Shen Shiwan back into his embrace. Don't take advantage of the situation. Feeling Qin Yu's warmth, Shen Shiwan blushed. The memory of their passionate kiss in front of everyone made her feel shy beyond measure. You said I'm your boyfriend. I only said that in a moment of anger. Regardless of whether you spoke in haste, I took it to heart. Qin Yu gazed intently at Shen Shiwan, her bashful demeanor stirring something deep within him. Shen Shiwan buried her head in Qin Yu's chest, momentarily at a loss for words. Han Yuefan's actions had completely extinguished her hope for that family. She no longer wished to return to that place devoid of warmth. Yet in this moment, Qin Yu's embrace rekindled that sense of warmth within her. There's a taxi over there. Shall we get in? As Qin Yu leaned in for another kiss, Shen Shiwan quickly wriggled free from his embrace. Chapter 17. The driver who pierced the veil of silence, watching Shen Shiwan hurriedly run toward the taxi. Qin Yu wore a subtle smile. If at first he merely harbored fond feelings for her, now it had blossomed into something akin to love. Qin Yu himself could not fathom why his affection felt so inexpensive. Having known Shen Shiwan for merely a day and a night, he found himself utterly captivated. Could this be what the world calls love at first sight? No, perhaps without the little incident from last night, they would have simply remained as employer and employee. With that thought, Qin Yu scratched the back of his head and strode confidently toward the taxi. Where to? Anywhere, as long as I'm with you. Qin Yu's response was unequivocal, his entire focus fixated on Shen Shiwan's visage. Driver, please take us to number 18 Tianshui Road to Suishin Restaurant. Shen Shiwan's cheeks flushed as she glanced at the patiently waiting driver. All right, Suishin Restaurant. Please make yourselves comfortable. The driver took a quick glance at the pair, chuckling as he started the engine. Throughout the journey, Qin Yu remained silent, quietly observing Shen Shiwan. He wished to etch her beauty, every frown and smile, every gesture, into his memory. Shen Shiwan felt uneasy gazing out the window, her hands tightly clasped together. The unabashed attention from Qin Yu made her feel a mixture of nervousness and delight. Yet, she dared not meet his gaze, fearing she might fall for this man. After all, her family was fraught with troubles, rendering her unfit for romance. Perhaps it was simply not the right time for love. I've been driving taxis for over a decade, and it's my first time seeing a couple like you too. The atmosphere grew awkward, prompting the driver to break the silence. What do you mean? Qin Yu diverted his gaze to the driver. You both clearly care for each other, yet here you are, riding in silence. How do you know we care for each other? Qin Yu was taken aback and curiously inquired. You see, the moment this lady got into the car, she asked me to wait because someone else was coming. Doesn't that signify anything? The driver replied, Indeed, it is a simple statement. Yet she kept her gaze fixed on you until you boarded. Noticing that Qin Yu had fallen silent, the driver continued, and you, upon entering the vehicle, could not take your eyes off her. Is this not a mutual affection? The driver smiled faintly, shaking his head in bemusement. I truly cannot fathom the ways of youth. Thank you, driver, Qin Yu responded with a genuine smile, the driver's words affirming his belief that Shen Shiwan cared for him. Driver, we should turn right ahead. Shen Shiwan awkwardly reminded, glancing sideways to gauge Qin Yu's expression. As her peripheral vision met his gaze, an unspoken connection lingered between them. Oh, young people. The driver sighed as he sensed their renewed silence, promptly turning right onto Tianshui Street. We've arrived. It's 18. 6 yuan, the driver announced, bringing the vehicle to a halt and gesturing towards the meter in the rearview mirror. Thank you, driver. Shen Shiwan began to scan the payment code, only to be halted by Qin Yu. Don't forget, I have 3,000 yuan on me, he replied with a slight grin, taking the initiative to pay. Shen Shiwan's ears flushed crimson as she exited the vehicle hurriedly. Young man, that girl is quite wonderful. Cherish her. The driver beamed at Qin Yu as he prepared to step out. Thank you. I will. Qin Yu nodded silently, offering the driver a courteous smile. Why did you choose this place? Qin Yu inquired, scrutinizing the modest eatery before him with a furrowed brow. When I have some free time, I enjoy dining here alone. Shen Shiwan exhaled deeply, smiling subtly at Qin Yu before stepping inside. Sheen Small Restaurant. Qin Yu noted the sign above, committing it to memory. Boss, I'd like a serving of oil-splashed tofu skin, shredded pork with Beijing sauce, mackerel cakes, and 20 pieces of pork belly. Shen Shiwan conversed with familiarity, strolling to the bar and effortlessly retrieving a crate of beer. Miss Shen, are you planning to indulge today? The boss, peeking from the kitchen, jovially regarded her. It appears there aren't many patrons today, Shen Shiwan chuckled. Yes, please take a seat. It will be ready shortly. The boss replied with a courteous smile before vanishing into the kitchen. It seems you are quite the regular here, Qin Yu remarked, pulling out a chair to sit opposite Shen Shiwan. The boss is a good person, very genuine, Shen Shiwan said, as she expertly opened 2 bottles of beer with a corkscrew. How much do you intend to drink tonight? As much as it takes, until I feel joyous, she declared, filling Qin Yu's glass. Qin Yu, can you truly assist me with Wang Yuan's matter? Shen Shiwan grasped her glass, her eyes glimmering with anticipation as she gazed at him. Only if you agree to be my woman. It's a trivial matter, he teased. Go away. Shen Shiwan shot him a disapproving look, raising her glass and downing its contents in one swift motion. You invite me to drink, yet you finish it all yourself? Qin Yu retorted, casting her a playful glare at her boldness. Let us drink together. Do you wish to merely clink glasses? That would be rather dull. Shen Shiwan let out a burp and refilled her glass. All right, I'm ready to take you on today, she declared. Qin Yu smirked. raising his glass and downing its contents in one gulp. He took the bottle from Shen Shiwan's hand and poured himself another generous serving. 5 years had passed since he last savored domestic beer. He lifted his glass towards Shen Shiwan. Let us drink a bit more tonight. I'll see you home. Who has to say who will take whom home? Shen Shiwan retorted, clinking her glass against his and taking another swig. Just then, Qin Yu's phone rang. Upon seeing the name flashing on the screen, he opted to hang up. Why aren't you answering the call? Shen Shiwan inquired, her curiosity piqued. It's my childhood friend. He originally invited me to dinner tonight, but I've decided against it. Why not invite him over for a drink? As the screen lit up again, Shen Shiwan snatched the phone from him. Qin, why are you still ignoring the call? Without waiting for Qin Yu to protest, she answered the phone. Shi Jun's mischievous voice came through the receiver. Number 18, Tianshui Road, the casual restaurant. Are you coming or not? Who are you? Upon hearing Shen Shiwan's voice, Shi Jun was momentarily taken aback. Who I am is of little importance. What matters is that Qin Yu is here drinking with me. Damn it, you ungrateful fellow. Repeat the location. I'll be there right away. Number 18, Tianshui Road, the casual restaurant, Shen Shiwan patiently reiterated before hanging up. It's quite impolite to answer someone else's phone call without permission. Is it? Qin Yu replied, raising an eyebrow at her. You really believe the nickname we've given each other? He snatched the phone back, inwardly cursing Shi Jun's entire lineage. Whether it's a nickname or not, he'll find out when he arrives. Don't even think about alerting him. I'll hold on to your phone tonight. Shen Shiwan abruptly stood up and reclaimed Qin Yu's phone once more. So tell me, Qin Yu, who exactly are you? Chapter 18. The loquacious Shi Jun seeing Shen Shiwan's earnest demeanor. Qin Yu felt a twinge of guilt. He had forgotten how many times she had posed that very question. Her tone had evolved from confusion to curiosity and now to an unwavering inquiry. With each iteration, her determination grew stronger, causing Qin Yu to feel a sense of unease. He could not let Shen Shiwan discover his true identity, at least not at this moment. I am merely the man you hired for 3,000 yuan, Qin Yu quipped, a playful smirk dancing on his lips as he locked eyes with her. Qin Yu, have you no shame? Hearing this, Shen Shiwan instinctively turned her head to scan the nearby tables. Upon realizing that the patrons were oblivious and the owner was busy in the kitchen, she breathed a sigh of relief. You prompted me to speak. Is this not the truth? Qin Yu feigned innocence with a shrug. The only topic that could possibly divert Shen Shiwan's attention seemed to be this one. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and to mask her embarrassment, she gulped down another drink. I warn you, Qin Yu, this matter is a secret between the two of us. Shen Shiwan grasped Qin Yu's hand, her voice dropping to a whisper. You know, only certain types of people are capable of keeping secrets, don't you? Qin Yu cast a glance at Shen Shiwan, who was holding his hand, and discreetly reciprocated her grip. Who is it? Shen Shiwan was taken aback, completely unaware that her hand had been clasped in return. One could be a corpse, the other a lover. It was evident that I could only assume the role of your beloved. Qin Yu's voice was imbued with tenderness, his gaze deep and infused with a hint of electricity. Shen Shiwan stared blankly into those clear eyes, momentarily at a loss for words. So, Shen Shiwan, be my woman and allow me to protect you. Qin Yu's voice resonated once more, jolting Shen Shiwan back to reality. Then you might as well die. She withdrew her hand, her breathing becoming somewhat rapid. Whether it was due to the alcohol or the impact of Qin Yu's words, her heart involuntarily began to race. She could sense the sincerity behind Qin Yu's confession. Yet, at that moment, she remained uncertain about how to embrace his feelings. If I were to die, would it pain you? Not at all. You would do well to die right now. That is what you said. Indeed, it is what I said. What of it? Shen Shiwan straightened her chest and lifted her chin to meet Qin Yu's gaze, concealing her embarrassment. Qin Yu, fixated on her eyes, remained silent. He then downed his drink in one swift motion and stood up, striding toward the door. Hey, where are you going? Seeing Qin Yu marched boldly toward the street. Shen Shiwan panicked. Just as he reached the roadside, she rushed from behind and embraced him. I'm sorry, I was joking. I don't want you to die. If I don't die, then I can only be your lover. As long as you don't do anything foolish, I promise you anything. Shen Shiwan nodded fervently, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. Qin Yu quietly held her hands, savoring the beauty of the moment. He had merely wanted to step out early upon hearing the sound of the sports car, never anticipating that Shen Shiwan would misinterpret his actions. Yet, perhaps it was for the best. He now fully understood his place in Shen Shiwan's heart. Shen Shiwan, however, was oblivious to this realization. All she knew was that she could not afford to lose Qin Yu. This man had appeared in her life during its darkest hour. The roar of an engine grew increasingly closer, and a white Porsche came to a steady halt before them. "Oh my goodness, who is this?" Shi Jun exclaimed as he got out of the car. Simultaneously, the passenger door swung open, revealing elegantly long, fair legs that drew the attention of those present. Hearing the commotion, Shen Shiwan instinctively wanted to retreat, but Qin Yu firmly held her hands. "Could you possibly choose a different car to drive?" Qin Yu rolled his eyes at the sight of the sports car. This fellow had never learned the meaning of discretion. Casting a fleeting glance at Wan, who stood behind Shi Jun, Qin Yu quickly averted his gaze. He had to admit that Wan was indeed exceptional in both figure and appearance. However, she was not to his taste. Setting aside the matter of the car, he pondered, who was this woman? "Brother, you just returned to the country a day ago and have already fallen in love? I can't believe it. You didn't come back for her, did you?" The teasing voice of Shi Jun echoed incessantly in Qin Yu's ears. However, at that moment, Shen Shiwan buried her head directly into Qin Yu's back, making it impossible to discern her features. Judging by her figure, she must be a beauty. If you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute. "Are we drinking here or not?" Qin Yu playfully punched Shi Jun and pointed at the sign of the Sui Xin Xiaoguan. "Are we really drinking in a place like this?" Before Shi Jun could respond, Wan wrinkled her brow in distaste. "If you keep talking nonsense, just go back." Shi Jun shot a glare at Wan, then cheerfully turned to Qin Yu, saying, "Wherever young Master Qin wishes to dine and drink, I shall gladly accompany him." Upon hearing Shi Jun's address to Qin Yu, Shen Shiwan forcefully broke free from Qin Yu's grasp and curiously scrutinized the pair before her. In her eyes, Shi Jun and Wan were a match made in heaven. A handsome man and a beautiful woman. However, their attire clearly indicated their affluent taste, especially the conspicuous white Porsche parked by the roadside. Yet, compared to Qin Yu, Shi Jun seemed to pale in comparison. Wang Yuhan. No, wait, wasn't she? Shi Jun's mouth fell agape in astonishment upon seeing Shen Shiwan's beauty. Before he could finish, Qin Yu quickly covered his mouth. Wang Yuhan. Shen Shiwan was taken aback. Yet, in the next moment, a thought suddenly struck her. Was Qin Yu relentlessly pursuing her because she resembled someone? Her curiosity surged, and she pulled Qin Yu aside, demanding to know, "Who is Wang Yuhan?" Shi Jun was momentarily stunned, unsure how to respond. "She was my ex-girlfriend, who tragically died 5 years ago from poisoning." Qin Yu sighed and voluntarily shared the information. "So, I resemble her quite a lot?" "Not exactly, perhaps 70 to 80%. Shi Jun chimed in, unable to resist adding his 2 cents. "Say one more useless word, and I'll make you regret it." Qin Yu shot a fierce glare at Shi Jun before offering an awkward smile to Shen Shiwan. "So, am I merely a substitute?" Shen Shiwan looked at Qin Yu with self-deprecation before turning to walk into the Sui Xin Xiaoguan. "Hey, brother, what's going on? Why does she look so much like Wang Yuan?" Shi Jun draped his arm over Qin Yu's shoulder, his face filled with curiosity. "You really know how to touch a nerve. Once we go in, keep your mouth shut about anything sensitive, especially regarding my identity." Qin Yu whispered urgently to Shi Jun, shaking off his arm and hurrying inside. He had a nagging feeling that Shen Shiwan was upset. Chapter 19. The gaze of affection never lies, boss. Bring us another 10 bottles of beer. Shen Shiwan returned to her seat, beckoning the boss. "All right, Miss Shen, it looks like you plan to drink until you drop tonight." The boss placed the last dish on the table, smiling at Shen Shiwan. "Indeed, tonight I shall drink until I can no longer stand." As she watched Qin Yu walk in, Shen Shiwan's expression darkened. Initially, she had believed that Qin Yu truly had feelings for her. Just as she was about to bare her soul to him, Shen Shiwan unexpectedly learned that she bore a striking resemblance to his ex-girlfriend. This revelation plunged her spirits once again into despair. "Is the food ready?" Qin Yu inquired cheerfully as he settled beside Shen Shiwan, gazing at her with a smile. Return to your original seat. You are not welcome here, Shen Shiwan retorted, casting a disdainful glance at him. If I go back, where will they sit? Qin Yu awkwardly chuckled, realizing that the girl was indeed upset. If you wish to stay here, you must not cross this line. Shen Shiwan gestured on the long bench, warning Qin Yu with a stern look. Are you angry with me? Qin Yu leaned closer to Shen Shiwan as Shi Jun and the others entered, whispering softly. What are you to me? Why would I be angry with you? Without even glancing at Qin Yu, Shen Shiwan filled her glass to the brim and downed its contents in one gulp. Qin Yu, feeling embarrassed, mirrored her actions with his own glass. I must say, you two haven't touched much of the food, but you've certainly consumed a fair amount of alcohol, Shi Jun remarked as he wrapped an arm around Wan, striding toward them. However, upon observing the surroundings, he furrowed his brow. Having frequented high-end venues, this humble eatery felt rather disconcerting. If you don't speak, no one will assume you're mute. Qin Yu and Shen Shiwan chimed in unison. After a shared glance, they quickly diverted their eyes elsewhere. Well, who would have thought you two had such synergy? Shi Jun chuckled awkwardly, pulling a reluctant Wan to sit opposite them. Brother, honestly, what brings you back so suddenly? Shi Jun accepted a cup from the boss and poured it slowly. No particular reason, just tired of being abroad, Qin Yu replied, serving Shen Shiwan some dishes without a hint of hesitation. Shen Shiwan shot a glance at his actions, contemplating interference, yet ultimately acquiesced. She resolved to remain silent, curious about the conversation between the two brothers. Come off it, you've been gone for 5 years. 5 years. You didn't even make a single call. If your sister Hen T told me you were still alive, I would have been visiting your grave every Qingming festival. Shi Jun shot a disapproving look at Qin Yu before downing another glass. Your sister, is that Chu Yilin? Shen Shiwan suddenly interschickte, directing her Gaze as Shiunya. Yes. Yes. Have you met her? Oh, I've met her. She's the vice president of our company. You work at the Qin Corporation? Upon hearing this, Shi Jun was momentarily taken aback. Qin Yu, you wouldn't have forgotten your own employees, would you? Without letting Shi Jun finish, Qin Yu swiftly covered his mouth with his hand. What do you mean, own employees? Shen Shiwan looked at Shi Jun in astonishment, puzzled by the implications of his statement. Moreover, Qin Yu's overly intense reaction was exceedingly peculiar. It's nothing. I merely meant that the Qin Corporation treats its employees exceptionally well. Noticing the warning glare from Qin Yu, Shi Jun quickly amended his statement. He cast an apologetic look at Qin Yu, mentally scolding himself for forgetting his friend's prior admonition. You're not even part of the Qin Corporation. How would you know? Shen Shiwan regarded Shi Jun with skepticism, her doubt evident in her expression. I am acquainted with Qin Yu's sister, hence I am well aware of the Qin family. Shi Jun chuckled awkwardly, serving a portion of food to Wan. I don't wish to consume these dishes, Wan murmured with a smile, leaning close to Shi Jun's ear. If you don't eat, you shall go hungry. My brother holds the highest authority tonight, Shi Jun replied with a smile, though it was evident that he too found the fare unappealing. Qin Yu, does Wang Yuhan hold great significance for you? Shen Shiwan paused for a moment, gazing at Qin Yu. She pieced together the remarks exchanged earlier. 5 years ago, Wang Yuhan met with a tragic demise due to poisoning, and Qin Yu had been abroad for 5 years. Even his closest friends were unaware of his whereabouts. There must be a singular reason for his abrupt departure, likely stemming from the untimely death of Wang Yuhan. Would you prefer the truth or a fabrication? Qin Yu quipped, his eyes twinkling as he regarded her, his hand subtly crossing the line of propriety. No need for pretense. I desire the truth. Shen Shiwan retorted, pouting as she popped a morsel in her mouth, only to suddenly feel a large hand slowly sliding towards her thigh. What are you doing? She exclaimed, hastily seizing Qin Yu's hand while maintaining a smile towards Shi Jun and the others. Allow me to introduce you. This is Shen Shiwan, Deputy Director of the Planning Department at the Qin Group, my mentor. Qin Yu remained unfazed, showing no intention of retracting his hand. Noticing Shi Jun's unwavering gaze upon Shen Shiwan, he confidently continued with the introductions. Shi Jun, my childhood friend, we grew up together in the most innocent of ways. As for this lovely lady, he shifted his gaze to Wan. This is my girlfriend, Wan, a moderately popular internet celebrity. Jun quickly grasped the implication and promptly introduced Wan. A pleasure to meet you both. Shen Shiwan grasped Qin Yu's mischievous hand with her left while raising her glass to clink with Jun and the others. Qin, why aren't you drinking? Jun inquired after downing his drink, noticing that Qin Yu had yet to partake. I'll catch up shortly. It's just not convenient at the moment. Also, please refrain from calling me by that nickname in the future. It may lead to misunderstandings. Qin Yu winked at Jun, his hand continuing its mischievous exploration on Shen Shiwan's thigh. Shen Shiwan felt her cheeks flush, torn between reprimanding Qin Yu and concealing their antics from others. Internally, she had already scolded him profusely. He was clearly teasing her. Jun, why do you refer to him as Qin the young master? Feeling the advance of Qin Yu's hand, Shen Shiwan stepped on his foot. Seeing Qin Yu obediently retract his hand, she turned her attention back to Jun. Well, during our childhood, he always fancied himself a wealthy heir, so we've grown accustomed to calling him that. Jun cast a sidelong glance at Qin Yu and concocted a casual story. Indeed, I was particularly fond of pretending to be affluent, driven by a strong sense of vanity. Qin Yu seamlessly played along, grinning as he looked at Shen Shiwan. Qin Yu, as a woman, I sense you have a fondness for Shen. The eyes of someone in love cannot deceive. Wan, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke, though her tone was laced with teasing. Am I that poor at hiding my feelings? Qin Yu did not refute. Instead, he murmured to himself in self-reflection. A wave of emotion washed over Shen Shiwan, prompting her to steal a glance at Qin Yu. However, in the next moment, she averted her gaze. After all, she was merely a substitute. What was there to cherish in such affection? No, he still had not answered my question. Chapter 20. Toasting with Cup and Wine. Do you dare? Qin Yu, I shall inquire once more. Does that person named Wang Yuhan hold significant importance for you? Fueled by the spirits, Shen Shiwan broached the subject again. She paid no heed to Qin Yu's avoidance of the question. She simply needed to know the answer. For she had already developed feelings for Qin Yu, and if she were truly nothing more than a mere substitute, she would contemplate extinguishing this affection before it could flourish. Are you so eager to discover this that you might be falling for young Master Qin? Wan remarked with a beaming smile regarding Shen Shiwan. In her eyes, a vice minister of a company was merely a lowly employee. Moreover, she often dined in such establishments. It was needless to guess. Her family circumstances were unlikely to be affluent. Jun quickly tugged at Wan, signaling her to refrain from speaking carelessly. He was acutely aware of Wang Yuhan's significance to Qin Yu and understood Qin Yu's temperament. Sure enough, the smile that had adorned Qin Yu's face began to darken gradually. He filled a glass with liquor, swirled it momentarily in his hand, and then drained it in one gulp. If you wish to know, then I shall disclose it to you, Qin Yu said, lifting his gaze to Shen Shiwan. He spoke slowly. Wang Yuhan was my first love. It was her untimely death that compelled me to leave this sorrowful place and seek solace abroad. Shen Shiwan silently locked eyes with Qin Yu, her heart tightening as if gripped by an unseen force. Indeed, she had unwittingly stumbled into Qin Yu's world, merely a stand-in. Then why have you returned? Is it because I resemble her that you sought my company? In that moment, the alcohol had thoroughly clouded Shen Shiwan's mind, compelling her to voice her innermost thoughts. Because I have found peace, I have returned. I admit, last night I was drawn to you because of your resemblance to her. But that is no longer the case, Qin Yu replied, his words a blend of truth and deception, concealing the essence of his identity. However, when it came to his feelings for Shen Shiwan, he harbored no falsehood. He had indeed regarded her as Wang Yuhan upon her sudden intrusion the previous night. Yet after a day of acquaintance, he found himself genuinely enamored. Wait, you two were together last night? Qin Yu, did you not just return yesterday? Shi Yun exclaimed, astonished by their exchange. What was happening? Could it be that Qin Yu had truly returned for Shen Shiwan? Silence. Both Qin Yu and Shen Shiwan interjected simultaneously. Jun offered an awkward smile and slowly sipped from his glass. At that moment, he suddenly felt superfluous in their presence. Clearly, Qin Yu and Shen Shiwan were solidifying their bond under the influence of alcohol. Their presence undoubtedly illuminated the romantic atmosphere shared between the two. Should I trust your words? Shen Shiwan gazed at Qin Yu, her eyes glazed from yet another drink. I must confess that my initial fondness for you stemmed from your resemblance to her. However, my feelings for you now are profoundly genuine. I swear, if my affections for you were insincere, may the heavens strike me down. Before Qin Yu could finish his sentence, Shen Shiwan swiftly covered his mouth, shaking her head vigorously, tears shimmering in her eyes. Shen Shiwan could sense that Qin Yu's words at this moment were undeniably heartfelt. I implore you both to consider our feelings. If you wish to exchange sweet nothings, kindly do so under the covers tonight. Shi Jun, utterly exasperated, lamented the situation. Not only had he consumed little food, but he had also drunk copiously, only to be inundated with their affectionate banter. No, he was not merely a solitary figure in this scenario. Mind your own business. Qin Yu and Shen Shiwan echoed in unison. Shen Shiwan gazed at Qin Yu's profile, his face flushed from the alcohol, now even more radiant. Qin Yu, I wish to toast with you. Do you dare? She filled her glass to the brim and held it out to him. Dade, what is there to fear? Qin Yu seized his glass, and they clinked them together in a toast. Boss, the bill, please. Shi Yun's face darkened. It seemed prudent to settle the bill before they became too intoxicated. How will you settle their bill? Vin talked as Shi Yun, perplexed. Although she knew it wouldn't amount to much, it felt unjust to pay when they had barely eaten. What do you understand? The bond of brotherhood between us cannot be measured in monetary terms, Shi Jun replied nonchalantly, glancing at the bill before scanning his payment. Observing Qin Yu and Shen Shiwan, they appeared utterly inseparable, as if they were on the verge of embracing. Dear friends, perhaps it's time to temper your indulgence. If you drink to excess, tonight's tender moments will be lost to oblivion, Shi Jun remarked, glancing at the clock. It was barely 8:30, and he felt utterly bemused. Was Qin Yu already incapacitated this early in the evening? Shi Jun, you underestimate my capacity for alcohol. This amount is but a trifling matter to me, Qin Yu proclaimed, lighting a cigarette and offering it to Shen Shiwan. She hesitated momentarily, but then accepted it, placing it between her lips. Cough. The taste of smoke is quite harsh. Hearing her words, Qin Yu's heart tightened. Those words etched themselves deeply within him. Qin Yu, even if you're unaffected, you must consider Miss Shen's tolerance for alcohol. Look, she is already tipsy. Shi Jun winked at Qin Yu, gesturing toward the dazed Shen Shiwan. Very well, let us take a taxi home. You two can arrange a designated driver, Shi Jun suggested with a mischievous grin. When one could drive. But where will you stay? Mind your own affairs. I certainly won't be returning home, Qin Yu retorted, giving him a pointed look before dialing Wu Hao's number. Reserve the suite from last night for me. Yes, come to Tianshui Road, 18 to pick me up. After hanging up, Qin Yu supported Shen Shiwan and headed toward the exit. Are you certain you don't need me to accompany you? No, Wu Hao will arrive shortly. Qin Yu helped Shen Shiwan sit down by the roadside and waved goodbye to Shi Jun. Very well. Let us reconvene another day. Shi Jun waved his hand and took his seat in the passenger side. As the white Porsche drove away, Qin Yu let out a sigh of relief. Glancing down at Shen Shiwan, who was nestled in his embrace, murmuring softly, a smile graced Qin Yu's face. The presence of this woman seemed to add a myriad of colors to his world. However, your tolerance for alcohol is indeed quite poor. After just 5 bottles of beer, you're completely out of it. Qin Yu shook his head in resignation. Has she always been like this, or is it just today? Shaking off the thoughts swirling in his mind, Qin Yu patiently awaited Wu Hao. 10 minutes later, Wu Hao's Rolls-Royce came to a halt by the roadside. Young master. He opened the car door. Before Wu Hao could utter a word, Qin Yu stood up, supporting the already unconscious Shen Shiwan. Seeing this, Wu Hao did not dare to delay and quickly opened the door to the back seat. Qin Yu effortlessly lifted Shen Shiwan, but her legs buckled slightly, almost causing him to stumble. She appears quite slender, yet why does she feel so heavy? Chapter 21. Amnesia after drinking. Young master. The same room as last night has been prepared for you, Wu Hao announced as he parked the car at the hotel entrance, glancing into the rear-view mirror. All right, you can head back. I'll manage on my own. Young master, would you like me to help you assist Miss Shen upstairs? Wu Hao offered, casting a concerned glance at the sleeping Shen Shiwan. No need. She is my woman. I will take care of her myself. Qin Yu tossed out this statement and proceeded towards the hotel entrance with Shen Shiwan in his arms. My woman? Wu Hao repeated in astonishment, rubbing his ears in disbelief. Has a young master found true love on his very first day back in the country? Watching Qin Yu struggle to enter the elevator, Wu Hao shook his head helplessly and drove away. Shen Shiwan, starting tomorrow, you need to lose some weight. Qin Yu exerted himself to open the room door and gently laid Shen Shiwan on the bed. Observing her in a deep slumber, he carefully removed her outerwear. Considering your inebriated state, you shall occupy the large bed tonight. After tucking her in, Qin Yu collapsed onto the sofa. The alcohol surged through his mind, enveloping him in a haze. Just then his phone rang. Upon seeing the number on the screen, Qin Yu reluctantly answered. You little rascal. Didn't you say you were coming home? What time is it? Why aren't you back yet? The moment the call connected, he was met with his mother Su Ryue's barrage of scolding. Mom, could you please lower your voice? I want to be coming home tonight. I had a bit too much to drink. I promise I'll see you tomorrow. You brat, your parents haven't seen you in 5 years. Can't you at least come home to visit? All right. I promise I'll definitely return tomorrow. That's it. With that, Qin Yu hung up the phone and tossed it aside, ultimately succumbing to sleep. The following morning, Qin Yu awoke to the piercing sunlight and slowly opened his eyes. Awake? Hearing Shen Shiwan's voice, he was instantly alert. Looking at her, impeccably dressed and sitting before him, Qin Yu rubbed his eyes. What time is it? 7:30. There is still an hour and a half before work, Shen Shiwan replied, shaking her phone, silently gazing at Qin Yu. Is there something on my face? Qin Yu queried, feeling the penetrating gaze of Shen Shiwan upon him. Did you sleep here last night? Shen Shiwan gently indicated towards the sofa. This room was all too familiar to her. It was here that she had intruded into Qin Yu's world and, in this very space, bestowed upon him her most treasured first time. To her astonishment, Qin Yu had refrained from taking advantage of the situation. Otherwise, would you have preferred to share a bed with me? Qin Yu jested. Shen Shiwan, you ought to consider shedding some weight. My back ached from holding you last night. He slowly rose, stretching his arms. What transpired last night? What do you mean? I seem to have blacked out. I can't recall when we left the Suishin Xiaowan. Shen Shiwan tapped her head, realizing she had indeed overindulged in drink. You blacked out? Qin Yu was taken aback. Could it be that Shi Jun had been right, and she had forgotten the events of the previous night? Indeed, I usually limit myself to 2 bottles. Last night, I believe I exceeded that. Shen Shiwan furrowed her brow, striving to recollect the occurrences of the night before. You don't mean you've forgotten the moment we toasted with cups, do you? Qin Yu inquired cautiously, as it was a matter of significance. Toasting? With you? Qin Yu, do not jest. I would never do such a thing. Shen Shiwan instinctively stood, shaking her head vigorously. All right, you've forgotten, I see. But do you recall confessing your feelings to me? Qin Yu stood tall, fixing his gaze on Shen Shiwan. Impossible. I could never do such a thing. She vehemently shook her head, her gaze unwavering. Shen Shiwan, I deeply regret not taking advantage of the situation last night. Qin Yu gritted his teeth, wishing he could reprimand her on the spot. You, what about you? Wash your face, brush your teeth, and get to work. Qin Yu rolled his eyes dramatically before striding into the bathroom. Should we take the bus or a taxi? Shen Shiwan turned to Qin Yu as they exited the hotel. Either is fine. I don't know the way. I'll follow you. He shrugged nonchalantly. Just then, a Rolls-Royce came to a halt before them. Shen Shiwan was taken aback. Wasn't this the same car that had been parked at the bus stop yesterday morning? She had foolishly been applying makeup while gazing at the window. Shen Deputy, cousin, may I give you a ride? Wu Hao called out, lowering the window. Cousin? Who was he referring to? Shen Shiwan was momentarily stunned, instinctively glancing back. Wu Hao was a senior executive at the company and, rumor had it, was also connected to the Qin family. Whoever you are with is your cousin. Qin Yu playfully thumped her on the head and opened the car door without hesitation. Hey, taking the bus would make us late, he shouted, waving at Shen Shiwan. She covered her forehead, glaring at Qin Yu in annoyance before stepping into the Rolls-Royce. You are the brother of Vice President Chu and also Wu Ji's cousin. Qin Yu, your identity is truly a mystery, Shen Shiwan murmured, watching as the car door closed behind him. Let us go, cousin, otherwise we'll be late. Qin Yu offered a faint smile to Shen Shiwan, courteously glancing at Wu Hao. It's nothing. I will inform the HR department about my late arrival. Wu Hao couldn't help but shiver at Qin Yu's unexpectedly polite words. Not daring to ponder further, he hastily uttered a remark and sped toward the Qin group. 10 minutes later, the Rolls-Royce halted at a bus stop not far from the Qin group. Cousin, Deputy Shen, I shall escort you to this point, Wu Hao turned, smiling at Shen Shiwan and Qin Yu. Thank you, Wu Gu. Shen Shiwan promptly opened the car door and hurriedly stepped out, seemingly anxious about being seen. Remember, do not appear before me without my permission. Qin Yu warned Wu Hao just before exiting the vehicle. Understood, young master, Wu Hao replied with an awkward smile, swiftly departing after Qin Yu alighted. I tell you, do not presume you can act with impunity just because of your connections. Shen Shiwan suddenly halted at the entrance of the Qin group, turning to caution Qin Yu. All right, I comprehend, Deputy Shen, Qin Yu replied, his expression darkening. Just last night she clung to him, and now she was so aloof. Indeed, the heart of a woman is as inscrutable as the depths of the ocean. As the two entered the company and stood before the elevator, they were suddenly met with discordant voices. Did you see the messages in the work group this morning? Not just messages, there are photos and videos as well. Indeed, who would have thought that the icy beauty, Deputy Shen, would be so open? Yes, right at the company entrance, announcing her relationship with an intern and sharing a passionate kiss. Upon hearing these comments, Shen Shiwan's cheeks flushed crimson. Meanwhile, Qin Yu, like a curious bystander, leaned in to glimpse the employees' phone screens. Chapter 22. Scandal erupts when he beheld the scrolling images and clips on the phone. He felt utterly dismayed. The farce that unfolded at the company entrance the previous afternoon had been captured in its entirety. However, the footage solely documented their public declaration of love and the ensuing kiss. It's fine. They did not record your quarrel with your mother. Qin Yu quietly retreated to Shen Shiwan's side and whispered in her ear, Are you foolish? You are the male lead, yet you're acting like a spectator. Shen Shiwan raised her hand to cover her face, too embarrassed to glance around. In her moment of anger yesterday, she had completely overlooked this detail. What does it matter? We are not engaging in anything scandalous. It is merely a normal relationship. Let them talk, Qin Yu shrugged nonchalantly. As the elevator arrived on the ground floor and the employees continued their chatter, Qin Yu grew impatient. Hey, are you all going to work or not? If you're not taking the elevator, don't block others. His sudden outburst plunged the surroundings into silence. When everyone realized that the speaker was the very protagonist of their discussion, they instinctively glanced at their phones. Shen Shiwan's face turned a deeper shade of red. She chose to cover her face with both hands and bowed her head in silence. Was Qin Yu a fool? His brazen demeanor seemed intent on stirring chaos. What are you looking at? Never seen a handsome man before? With an unflinching demeanor, Qin Yu grasped Shen Shiwan's hand and strode towards the elevator. The employees, momentarily stunned, hastily parted to grant them passage, their eyes following as they entered the elevator. As the doors slowly closed, a cacophony of whispers erupted outside, particularly resonating with a remark. Goodness, they're holding hands right inside the company. This revelation sparked a fervent reaction among the onlookers, for it was well known that the Qin Corporation had a strict prohibition against any form of office romance. Are you foolish? Why are you speaking so loudly? Shen Shiwan, blushing, repeatedly jabbed at Qin Yu with her petite fists as the elevator ascended. For heaven's sake, we're going to be late for work. With so many employees blocking the elevator, when will we ever get a turn? Qin Yu, feigning innocence, retreated into a corner, allowing Shen Shiwan to vent her frustration. Just wait and see. Today we shall become the talk of the entire company. Shen Shiwan lamented, feeling utterly exasperated. Well, what's done is done. We must leave it to fate. Taking a deep breath, she exited the elevator with determined strides. Hey, did you see the company chat? Deputy Shen and Qin Yu are openly holding hands. One employee remarked. And that passionate kiss at the company entrance yesterday afternoon was quite thrilling. Another added, What kind of person is Qin Yu anyway? I hear he has influential connections. Came the response. Upon entering the planning department, Shen Shiwan was met with a chorus of gossip. Spotting the murderous glare from Shen Shiwan, Qin Yu offered an awkward smile, trailing behind her in silence. Ahem, Aren't we supposed to be working? Shen Shiwan's icy demeanor swept over the room, prompting employees to hastily return to their desks, feigning diligence. Qin Yu, your task today is to eliminate all this negative chatter, Shen Shiwan declared furiously as she took her seat in the office. For heaven's sake, this is the planning department, not the public relations department. Qin Yu closed the door, gazing helplessly at Shen Shiwan. No need for idle chatter. You are far more capable than the public relations team. I warn you, if you do not suppress these negative reports, I shall ignore you, Shen Shiwan retorted, pouting as she turned her head away. Qin Yu raised an eyebrow, realizing that she had not completely forgotten the events of the previous night. She was merely reluctant to acknowledge them. First, tell me, have you truly forgotten what transpired last night? Qin Yu approached Shen Shiwan, a smile gracing his lips. And if I remember, then what? Hurry up and take care of it. Shen Shiwan blushed under Qin Yu's gaze, bashfully pushing him away. She indeed had a fleeting memory of how she exited the cozy little restaurant and arrived at the hotel. Yet every detail of what transpired within the restaurant lingered vividly in her mind, especially Qin Yu's vow and her own initiative to partake in the toast. If only you had said so earlier, Qin Yu exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Suddenly, he cupped Shen Shiwan's face and kissed her fervently. This is inappropriate. We're in the office. Shen Shiwan protested, breaking free from Qin Yu's embrace and shooting him a shy glare. Will you be my woman? He inquired playfully. Only after you deal with Wang Yiyuan, she retorted. Confronted with Qin Yu's inquiry, Shen Shiwan unhesitatingly used Wang Yiyuan as a shield. This is what you said. Qin Yu paused momentarily, uttered a brief remark, and swiftly exited the office. Shen Shiwan attempted to intervene, but Qin Yu had already shut the door behind him. Was this fellow truly so exhilarating? Resting her chin on her hand, Shen Shiwan reflected on the events of the previous night, a smile involuntarily gracing her lips. Recalling her tipsy confessions to Qin Yu, she shyly leaned over her desk. Sister, I have something to discuss with you. Qin Yu hurriedly made his way to the vice president's office, barging in without knocking. However, upon seeing who was seated inside, he instinctively considered retreating. Qin Yu, halt right there. The furious roar of Qin Xiaohe compelled Qin Yu to stop in his tracks. Dad, Mom, what brings you here? Qin Yu scratched his head, wearing a cheerful smile. Why did you run upon seeing us? Are you hiding something? Suruyue approached Yu, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Mom, Qin Yu found himself momentarily at a loss for words, acknowledging that his abrupt departure 5 years ago had indeed been his fault. Regardless, upon returning to the country, one should first visit home. With your cousin in the company, you need not worry too much, Suruyue affectionately urged, guiding him down onto the sofa. Qin Xiaohe, gazing at his precious son, felt torn between anger and tenderness. Dad, Mom, I mentioned last night that I would come to see you today. Qin Yu sighed, casting a pleading glance towards Chu Yilin. Your uncle and aunt are not here to see you. Mr. Chu from Yonli Company will be arriving shortly, which is why they came to the office so early. Chu Yilin explained, stifling a laugh. She truly wished to avoid Chu Yong, who was as persistent as a stubborn adhesive. Oh, you startle me. I thought you came specifically to find me. Qin Yu exhaled in relief, relieved that their visit was not intended for him. What brings you here at this hour? Chu Yilin inquired curiously, well aware that this was typically the busiest time for employees. Oh, there's a minor matter that requires your direct order. Qin Yu hurried to Chu Yilin's side, casting another awkward glance at his parents, and quietly explained. What? Qin Yu, you've gone too far. Sister, lower your voice. Noticing the curious gazes from Qin Xiaohe and Suruyue, Qin Yu quickly covered Chu Yilin's mouth. Chapter 23. Chu Yang's apology. Qin Yu, do you even comprehend your own status? If the employees learn that you're the president of the Qin group, what will they think? Chu Yilin pushed Qin Yu away, glaring at him in exasperation. Chu Yilin, I must inform you that you're my sister, otherwise sister, I was wrong. Just as Qin Yu had boldly retorted, he found himself with his ear pinched by Chu Yilin. Qin Xiaohe and Suruyue looked on in bewilderment. What is it with these siblings that they are at it again? Nonetheless, witnessing this scene brought smiles to their faces. 5 years ago, when Qin Yu was still at home, the two siblings often engaged in playful banter. Dad, Mom, Aren't you going to intervene? Despite all his pleas for mercy, Chu Yilin stubbornly refused to relent. In desperation, Qin Yu turned to his parents for assistance. All right, you're not children anymore. Do you think you're still like you were in your youth? Su Rua, feeling a pang of sympathy for her son, quickly interjected. Qin Yu, if you dare to let such matters circulate in the company again, I assure you, I will not spare you. Chu Yilin, who was most obedient to Su Rua, reluctantly released her grip in a huff. Public Relations Department, this is Chu Yilin. I demand you suppress the rumors regarding the relationship between Assistant Director Shen of the Planning Department and intern Qin Yu. Anyone who dares to mention this matter in the future will be dismissed immediately. After seizing the phone, Chu Yilin unleashed a torrent of words. Qin Yu discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved that the situation had been quelled. What do you mean by that? If I heard correctly, you're involved in a scandal with an assistant director at the company? Qin Xiao gazed incredulously at his beloved son, astonished that he could stir up such trouble upon returning home. Son, have you truly moved on from that past relationship? Su Riyue, however, was filled with unexpected joy. The fact that Qin Yu could create a scandal suggested that he had finally emerged from the shadows of his previous affair 5 years ago. Although they had been unable to see Qin Yu during these years, video calls were scarce. The couple had not ceased arranging blind dates for him, all of which ended in rejection. Just indulge him. This is the company. If others find out that the young master of the Qin family is involved with an assistant director, it would be a laughingstock. Qin Xiao glared at Su Riyue in anger, yet it was evident that he felt powerless in the situation. What is wrong with an assistant director? Are they not human? Old Qin, I despise your classist views. Qin Yu, initially reluctant to argue, felt a surge of anger upon hearing their disdain for Shen Shiwan. They believed that only a match of equal social standing was acceptable, while Qin Yu resolutely chose to follow his own heart. You. Qin Xiao glared at Qin Yu, but ultimately sighed in resignation. I'll interrupt. General Manager Chu from Yongli Company is about to arrive. Sensing that the father and son were poised for another confrontation, Chu Yilin quickly stepped in to mediate. Although on the surface, Qin Xiao appeared to be the primary authority figure in the Qin family, everyone knew that Su Riyue's voice held the most weight. After all, it was widely recognized how much Qin Xiao cherished his wife. Yes, let us prioritize the important matters first. Su Riyue promptly stood up, ushering Qin Yu to sit beside her as she began to inquire about his well-being. Yilin, regarding Yongli Company, you know I prefer not to face Chu Yang alone. Upon hearing Chu Yilin's plaintive words, Qin Xiao had no choice but to retract his intended response. Just then, the secretary gently knocked on the office door. Vice President Chu, General Manager Chu and General Manager Wang from Yongli Company have arrived. Let them in, Chu Yilin replied, quickly adjusting her attire and standing properly beside Qin Xiao. Mr. Chu, this matter truly feels like a great flood has swept through the Dragon King Temple. Before Chu Yang even set foot in the office, his disgruntled voice had already made its way inside. Hearing Chu Yang's tone, Chu Yilin couldn't help but roll her eyes. Throughout her life, she had always detested such pretentious men. Old Master Qin, you are also here. We have collaborated for so many years. We cannot simply cease our partnership. As Chu Yang entered, he made a beeline for Chu Yilin. However, upon noticing Qin Xiao present, he immediately altered his demeanor. Trailing cautiously behind him was Wang Yiyuan. Yet, when he caught sight of Qin Yu sitting beside Su Riyue, he was utterly astonished. Although the matriarch of the Qin family, Madame Su, did not involve herself in business affairs, it was widely known that most of old Master Qin's decisions were made in consultation with her. The sight of Qin Yu sitting so intimately next to her led Wang Yiyuan to a sudden realization. Perhaps the Qin in Qin Yu's name indeed referred to the Qin family. Overwhelmed by this revelation, Wang Yiyuan lowered his head in dismay, avoiding the gaze of others. It turned out that the reason the Qin family sought to terminate their contract with the company was indeed due to Qin Yu. Guyong, it has been years since we last met, yet you seem to have become quite the silver-tongued charmer, Qin Xiao remarked playfully upon seeing Chu Yang. Old Master Qin, you yist. Chu Yang responded with an awkward smile, casting a furtive glance at Chu Yilin. We have come specifically to offer our apologies. Chu Yang lowered his stance, proactively extending an apology. regardless of the reasons behind the Qin family's desire to terminate the contract, even if there were penalties for breach. It would deal a devastating blow to their company. After all, over the years, Yonglei Company had relied entirely on its partnership with the Qin Group to survive. If the Qin family were to unilaterally terminate the agreement, the penalty of several million would hardly suffice to cover the company's losses. Now, do enlighten us on what transgressions your company has committed. Qin Xiaohe spoke with an air of indifference, seemingly unconcerned about the termination of the contract. Although he was unaware of why Qin Yu had taken the initiative to propose the termination, it presented a fine opportunity to gauge Yonglei Company's stance. Chu Yang appeared somewhat flustered, stepping back and pulling Wang Yiyuan along with him. "You must speak up quickly. What is going on?" Chu Yang whispered urgently to Wang Yiyuan, his voice tinged with desperation. "Boss, I told you yesterday, I have no idea." Wang Yiyuan protested, feeling as wronged as Do Yi, utterly perplexed. However, upon noticing Qin Yu's gaze fixed upon him, he seemed to glean a hint of an answer. "Ahem, allow me to explain," Qin Yu said, lightly clearing her throat as she rose and walked slowly towards Chu Yang and Wang Yiyuan. "This Vice President Wang has, under the guise of our partnership, openly harassed female employees of the company. In instances where the female employees did not comply, he even resorted to threats. Allowing someone like this to continue collaborating with the company would surely tarnish the reputation of the Qin family." Qin Yu adjusted her attire, speaking with a grave seriousness that belied the absurdity of her claims. Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, Wang Yiyuan's face turned ashen. It seemed, indeed, that he was the target of this confrontation. "Old Master Qin, who is this?" Although Qin Yu's remarks had provided Chu Yang with a semblance of understanding regarding the situation, he was still left bewildered. However, he was profoundly perplexed by Qin Yu's identity. From the very beginning, Su Ryue's gaze had remained fixed upon him. Chapter 24. The Flustered Shen Shiwan. "Oh, allow me to introduce him. This is Qin Yu, my." "Hello, I am Qin Yu, a distant nephew of old Master Qin. I am currently interning in the planning department of the Qin Group." Before Qin Xiaohe could finish his sentence, Qin Yu swiftly interjected. Upon hearing Qin Yu's self-introduction, Chu Yang let out a sigh of relief. A mere distant relative, hardly someone of significant stature. However, what Chu Yang failed to notice was that both Qin Xiaohe and Su Ryue's expressions darkened upon hearing this introduction. A distant nephew? Was this ungrateful wretch intending to sever all ties? Wang Yuan looked at Qin Yu with a hint of confusion. Had he misjudged the situation? "Old Master Qin, how does our nephew know so much?" Chu Yang politely nodded at Qin Yu and turned his gaze back to Qin Xiaohe. "Chu Yang, your verbosity today is quite excessive. I have already conveyed the reasons behind this matter. What more do you question? Can my Qin family's employees be subjected to your arbitrary insults and threats?" Chu Yilin could no longer tolerate it and retorted directly at Chu Yang. She understood Qin Yu's need to stand up for Shen Shiwan. Even if she did not comprehend it, she was obliged to comply with the decisions made by the president. However, since Chu Yang had come to apologize, he ought to demonstrate a proper attitude of contrition. Moreover, she had no desire to remain in Chu Yang's presence for too long. "Mr. Chu, please summon that female employee. Let our Vice President Wang personally apologize to her." Noticing Chu Yilin's growing impatience, Chu Yang quickly expressed his agreement. "Mr. Chu, the situation is not as he describes." "Silence. Or will you be the one to financially compensate the company for the shortfall?" Before Wang Yiyuan could finish, Chu Yang shot him a glare. Regardless of whether the situation was as Qin Yu had portrayed, an apology was imperative. "Qin Yu, go summon Deputy Director Shen." "I shall not." Upon hearing Chu Yilin's words, Qin Yu outright refused. What a jest. Why should he, and in turn, be tasked with calling Shen Shiwan to the vice president's office? If the other employees learned of this, he would surely become the subject of their gossip. "Yilin, it is inappropriate for Qin Yu to go. Please just call her directly." Seeing that Chu Yilin was about to confront Qin Yu again, Qin Xiaohe hastily intervened. Since Qin Yu claimed to be his distant nephew, he should accompany him to see this through. Noticing Qin Xiaohe's subtle signal, Chu Yilin reluctantly acquiesced. She turned and walked to her desk, picking up the office phone to dial the planning department's number. Meanwhile, Chu Yang's gaze audaciously lingered upon her. Indeed, The old adage rings true, as the general, so the soldiers. Mr. Chu, would you like me to have my sister stand before you for your leisurely observation? Qin Yu approached Chu Yang and cheerfully obstructed his view. This is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Chu Yang awkwardly averted his gaze, forcing a smile, while inwardly cursing Qin Yu from start to finish. Monsieur, please be mindful of your words and actions. Between you and me, our relationship will solely be one of collaboration. If you harbor other intentions, you are free to leave at once. Chu Yilin ended the call and walked over to Qin Yu, casting a frigid glance at Chu Yang. This fellow had relentlessly pursued her, yet he was entirely unworthy of her interest. I am aware, I do not dare to aspire to such heights. Chu Yang, sensing the piercing gaze of Qin Xiaohe, hastily began to elucidate. He genuinely held affections for Chu Yilin and had been pursuing her for quite some time. However, given that Chu Yilin was the niece of the esteemed Qin elder, he felt it prudent to tread lightly. Nonetheless, her figure and beauty were undeniably captivating. Perhaps any man who laid eyes upon Chu Yilin would be smitten. Qin Yu cast a disdainful glance at Chu Yang before shifting his focus to Wang Yiyuan. Since he was to apologize to Shen Shiwan shortly, why not take this opportunity to annul that absurd engagement? With this thought, a mischievous smile crept upon Qin Yu's lips. Vice President Chu, Deputy Head Shen from the Planning Department has arrived. Please allow her to enter. Upon hearing the Secretary's voice through the landline, Chu Yilin pressed the speakerphone button. All eyes turned towards the door as the Secretary delivered her report. Vice President Chu, Elder Qin, Madam Qin. The Secretary announced as she opened the door, revealing Shen Shiwan to the gathered assembly. Upon seeing the individuals in the office, Shen Shiwan was taken aback. What on earth was happening? Not only was Qin Yu present, but also Wang Yiyuan and even the retired Qin couple. The moment Su Riyue laid eyes on Shen Shiwan, her expression grew serious. The resemblance was striking. Qin Xiaohe and Su Riyue exchanged glances, murmuring to themselves. He seemed to grasp why Qin Yu had returned home without taking over the family business, opting instead to serve as an intern in the planning department. It also clarified why he would go so far as to sever ties with Yonli Company for the sake of a deputy head. This Shen Shiwan was nothing short of a replica of Wang Yuhan. Deputy Head Shen, allow me to introduce myself. I am Chu Yang, the president of Yonli Company. I would like to ascertain whether our Vice President Wang exhibited any disrespectful behavior towards you yesterday. Chu Yang's eyes narrowed as he fixed his gaze on Shen Shiwan. Shen Shiwan was momentarily taken aback, looking uncertainly at Qin Yu, who stood beside Chu Yilin. Perhaps within this office, only Qin Yu could provide her with a sense of security. Mr. Chu, are you interrogating me or merely inquiring? Sensing Shen Shiwan's discomfort, Qin Yu approached her side and gently grasped her arm. No, Mr. Qin, I simply wish to clarify the matter. Chu Yang forced a smile, feeling awkward with Qin Yu's presence being decidedly disruptive. Very well, Deputy Head Shen, please speak candidly. Qin Yu responded with a calm smile, winking at Shen Shiwan. Yesterday, Vice President Wang verbally and behaviorally insulted me under the guise of work. Despite my vehement resistance, he proceeded to threaten me. Shen Shiwan gritted her teeth, revealing the entire sequence of events, omitting only the fact that Wang Yiyuan had acted in the capacity of her fiancé. Upon hearing Shen Shiwan's words, Chu Yilin raised an eyebrow, casting a cold glance at Wang Yiyuan. Qin Xiaohe and Su Riyue displayed unmistakable dissatisfaction. After all, Shen Shiwan was an employee of the Qin group. Such an incident occurring within their own company brought disgrace to the Qin name. No, it cannot be so. Wang Yiyuan, noticing the questioning gaze from Chu Yang, quickly protested his innocence. Is that not the case? Then please enlighten us as to what actually transpired. Qin Xiaohe's expression darkened, as he appeared to be awaiting a satisfactory explanation. I admit, I did use work as an excuse to approach Shen Shiwan. Wang Yiyuan inhaled deeply, casting a glance at Shen Shiwan. An ominous premonition suddenly welled up from within her. Instinctively, she grasped Qin Yu's hand, reaching a peak of anxiety. However, I have never harassed or insulted her, Wang Yiyuan asserted loudly, pointing at Shen Shiwan, because she is my fiancée. Chapter 25. Apologizing to Shen Shiwan, Wang Yiyuan's proclamation plunged the entire office into silence once more. Chu Yilin gazed at Shen Shiwan in disbelief, even rubbing her ears in fear of mishearing. Qin Xiaohe and his wife exchanged glances, both revealing a trace of solemnity. If Shen Shiwan was indeed Wang Yiyuan's fiancée, what was her son up to? Surely it could not be that he wished to claim her simply because she resembled Wang Yuhan? Chu Yang was initially taken aback, but soon wore a smile. Elder Qin, General Chu, I believe this is merely a misunderstanding. Vice President Wang is simply missing his fiancée, and sought to visit under the guise of work. It is certainly not harassment. Chu Yang beamed, attempting to regain control of the situation. No, I'm not his fiancée. Realizing she could not evade the truth, Shen Shiwan decided to confront it head-on. Yes, I acknowledge that I have an engagement, but it was arranged by my mother without my consent. I have never uttered a word about wanting to be his girlfriend. Our relationship has solely been professional, with no other ties whatsoever. Shen Shiwan released Qin Yu's hand, glaring furiously at Wang Yiyuan. If he sought to destroy her, she would not hesitate to fight back. So what? Your mother agreed to it and accepted my betrothal gifts. This marriage is thus valid. Wang Yiyuan looked at Shen Shiwan with an air of triumph, as if regarding an object of his possession. You are talking nonsense. As long as I do not consent, this engagement is merely an empty promise. Shen Shiwan clenched her fists, taken aback by Wang Yiyuan's shamelessness in this very place. Accepting my betrothal gifts does not entitle you to claim me as your fiancé. To put it bluntly, your mother has sold you to me. Wang Yiyuan, momentarily lost in his arrogance, seemed to forget his surroundings. Upon hearing Wang Yiyuan's words, Qin Xiaohe's expression darkened completely. Slap! Before Wang Yiyuan could bask in his self-satisfaction, a crisp slap echoed as it struck his face. You dare to hit me? Wang Yiyuan instinctively covered his cheek, glaring at Shen Shiwan in fury. What of it? Remember, this is the Qin group. Qin Yu spoke coldly, delivering another slap to Wang Yiyuan's face. Wang Yiyuan stood there, stunned, gazing blankly at Qin Yu. This fellow dares to strike him? Wang Yiyuan, be mindful of your demeanor. This is in front of old Master Qin. Chu Yang felt an overwhelming urge to burrow into the ground. Wang Yiyuan, at such a critical juncture, has truly faltered. He spoke recklessly, showing blatant disregard for the Qin family. Shen Shiwan, I wish to ascertain the truth of your words. Su Riyue rose and approached Shen Shiwan, scrutinizing her from head to toe. From a distance, there was an 8-part resemblance. Up close, the likeness was uncanny. Since she was to be protected by his son, it was imperative to clarify the matter. Madam Qin, every word I utter is the absolute truth. Shen Shiwan was puzzled as to why Su Riyue cared about this issue. Yet she understood there was no need for her to fabricate lies. I trust the employees of the Qin family. Su Riyue cast a glance at Qin Yu, then firmly directed her gaze at Qin Xiaohe. Mr. Chu, if your Yongli company harbors any sincerity in collaborating with us, please elucidate this matter. I have no desire to engage with those who speak falsehoods. Qin Xiaohe cleared his throat and looked towards Chu Yang and Wang Yiyuan. A smirk danced on Qin Yu's lips. It seemed he would achieve his goal without needing to instigate any conflict. Wang Yiyuan found himself at a loss for words. After all, Shen Shiwan was indeed speaking the truth, and he could not refute her. Vice President Wang, I implore you to speak candidly in front of old Master Qin. Chu Yang observed Wang Yiyuan's hesitation, mistakenly believing he feared Qin Xiaohe's reproach. He kept winking at him, urging him to speak freely. Indeed, she speaks correctly. Wang Yiyuan gritted his teeth, acquiescing to Shen Shiwan's assertions. Ultimately, he chose the interests of the company over the woman. Wang Yiyuan, what do you mean? Gu Yong, initially brimming with confidence, was rendered speechless by Wang Yiyuan's admission. I was captivated by Shen Shiwan's beauty and, knowing her family was in financial straits, I contacted her mother. Having reached this point, Wang Yiyuan no longer wished to conceal the truth. If it meant restoring cooperation with the Qin family, sacrificing himself was a small price to pay. Look, Vice President Wang truly possesses boundless altruism. For the sake of the company's interests, he is willing to forsake everything. Qin Yu teased, producing a handkerchief to gently wipe the tears from Shen Shiwan's eyes. Surprisingly, she did not resist, her gaze fixed intently on Qin Yu. This man once again stood protectively in front of her. Mr. Chu, I hope your company will demonstrate sincerity. As a vice president, if you resort to such despicable tactics, we at the Qin family must seriously reconsider. Chu Yilin regarded Chu Yang with a cold stare, proving that a leader often reflects the character of their subordinates. No, Ms. Chu, this is entirely my personal affair and has no bearing on the company. As long as the Qin family can continue to collaborate with our Yonli company, I am willing to do anything. Upon hearing Chu Yilin's words, Wang Yiyuan quickly clarified his stance. If he were to lose the Qin group due to his selfish desires, he would truly be left with no recourse. Simply apologize to Vice Minister Shen. Furthermore, retract the betrothal and return the bride price. Qin Yu's voice was icy and authoritative. Shen Shiwan abruptly lifted her head, gazing at Qin Yu in disbelief. She never anticipated that Qin Yu would resolve her troubles in such a manner. However, did his words truly hold any weight? Shen Shiwan couldn't help but feel a twinge of self-mockery. Had she become overly reliant on Qin Yu? What do you think about this matter, old Master Qin? Chu Yang's lips twitched slightly. Qin Yu certainly loved to showcase himself. As Qin Yu suggested, if your esteemed company fails to comply, then the Qin family shall regrettably pay the penalty for breach of contract. Qin Xiao shrugged. The first task upon his son's return must be met with unconditional cooperation. If Shen Shiwan could indeed help him emerge from the shadows of 5 years past, then what harm was there in compensating a breach of contract? Old Master Qin, you see, Chu Yang began, but was swiftly interrupted by Chu Yilin's impatience. If you lack sincerity, you might as well leave instead of dawdling here. Kuyang sigit in resignation. Never expecting this matter would lead to such a loss of face due to a woman. What are you still doing? Hurry and apologize to Deputy Shen. Chu Yang shot a fierce glare at Wang Yiyuan. At that moment, Wang Yiyuan appeared vacant, having not anticipated that Qin Yu's words would carry such authority. Wasn't he merely a distant nephew? Shaking his somewhat dazed head, Wang Yiyuan turned to Shen Shiwan. Miss Shen, I apologize for my previous misconduct, and I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me. As for our engagement, I will call to cancel it immediately upon my return. Wang Yiyuan grit his teeth and bowed apologetically to Shen Shiwan, his tone steeped in resentment. Why wait until after you return? There's no need for such formality. Do it now. Qin Yu's cold gaze remained fixed on Wang Yiyuan, showing no intention of offering him an avenue for escape. Chapter 26. Wang Yiyuan withdraws from engagement upon hearing Qin Yu's words. Wang Yiyuan slowly raised his head, a flicker of animosity flashing in his eyes. Even if he was a distant nephew of old Master Qin, was there truly any need for such aggression? Yes, I believe it's necessary to clarify this in person. Chu Yilin declared, clearly siding with Qin Yu. Lack of sincerity? At this critical juncture, Qin Xiaohe interjected. Wang Yiyuan was taken aback. Was this not a concerted effort to make him look foolish? Vice President Wang, to demonstrate our company's sincerity, it's merely a matter of a phone call. Chu Yang swiftly signaled to Wang Yiyuan. He had begun to realize that Qin Yu seemed to hold the reins among them. How could a distant nephew wield such influence? This question inevitably stirred doubt within Chu Yang. Very well, I shall make the call now. Wang Yiyuan was indeed in a predicament and reluctantly pulled out his phone. Hello, Aunt Han? Yes, this is Wang Yiyuan. Please put me on speaker. Once the call connected, as Wang Yiyuan began to speak, Qin Yu demanded he switch to speaker mode. At that moment, Wang Yiyuan wished he could tear Qin Yu apart. Yet, out of respect for Qin Xiaohe and Su Ruyue, as well as Chu Yilin, he had no choice but to comply. Little Wang, what made you think to call Annie? Have you set the wedding date? I must tell you, our Shiwan has been waiting for this day. From the receiver, Han Yuefin's cordial laughter resonated. Upon hearing these words, Qin Xiaohe and Su Ruyue exchanged glances, both furrowing their brows in concern. Chu Yilin grimaced in distaste, her dislike for such insincere flattery evident. Shen Shiwan trembled slightly, seemingly equally displeased with the situation. Auntie, there is something I must share with you. My engagement with Shiwan is hereby dissolved. I request the return of the 50,000 yuan dowry within 3 days. Wang Yiyuan cast a surreptitious glance at Shen Shiwan, letting out a sigh of resignation. It was a pity that such an opportunity was slipping away. What? Xiao Wang, how can you go back on your word? Upon hearing Wang Yiyuan's declaration, Han Yuefan cried out in shock. Aunt Han, I do not wish to impose upon you. But Xiao Wang, that 50,000 was meant for my son's down payment. I have no means to return it. Han Yuefan retorted sharply, interrupting him. Well, it doesn't matter. After all, my daughter is destined to marry, regardless of whom she chooses. Before Wang Yiyuan could finish a sentence, Han Yuefan's piercing voice cut him off. Shen Shiwan's expression darkened. Her hands clenched tightly as her body trembled uncontrollably. It turned out that, as Wang Yiyuan had claimed, she was merely a commodity in this transaction. This no longer concerns me. I must see the money within 3 days. Wang Yiyuan's expression soured as he abruptly ended the call. Old Master Qin, does this arrangement suffice? Chu Yang understood that Wang Yiyuan was seething with anger, but the foremost priority was to prevent the Qin family from terminating their contract. Remember, we must adhere to our cooperative agreement and avoid such incidents in the future. Qin Xiaohe waved his hand dismissively, as if urging Chu Yang and the others to leave promptly. Yet, his gaze, along with Su Riyue's, remained fixed on Shen Shiwan. Initially, they had believed that Shen Shiwan's family, despite lacking wealth, would not be overly deficient. However, the recent conversation had left them disheartened. For the sake of 50,000 yuan, intended as a down payment for Shen Shiwan's brother's house, her mother was willing to treat her daughter as a mere bargaining chip. They found it difficult to imagine what the dynamics would be like if they were to become in-laws with such a family. Thank you, old Master Qin. President Chu, shall we proceed with our collaboration? Please ensure the subordinates are informed. Observing Qin Xiaohe's displeased expression, Chu Yang exchanged a few polite remarks before ushering Wang Yiyuan out of the office. As the door closed, Qin Yu grasped Shen Shiwan's hand tightly. He too was taken aback by Han Yuefan's blatant favoritism toward her son. To buy a house for her son, she had no qualms about sacrificing her own daughter. Shen Shiwan, is it? The silence in the office was finally pierced by Su Riyue. Yes, Madam Qin, Shen Shiwan replied, her gaze fixed downward, unable to meet anyone's eyes. At that moment, tears streamed down her face. The thought that her mother would prioritize buying a house for her brother was unbearable. Remembering Han Yuefan's tone from earlier made her tremble uncontrollably. They have all departed. Tell me, was what you said earlier the truth? Su Riyue still found it hard to believe that such a mother existed. Madam Qin, every word I spoke is the absolute truth. Shen Shiwan suddenly lifted her head, meeting Su Riyue's gaze with unwavering intensity. Observing her resolute expression, Su Riyue found herself at a loss for words. Well, it's time for work. Since the issue has been resolved, we should proceed with our duties. Qin Yu, sensing the awkward atmosphere and fearing the exposure of his identity, hastily uttered a couple of phrases and intended to take Shen Shiwan away. I have a question. I wonder if Lord Qin and Lady Qin can answer me truthfully. Shen Shiwan stood firm, defiantly gazing at the couple, Qin Zio and his wife. A sudden sense of foreboding surged within Qin Yu. This girl wouldn't dare. Go ahead, ask. Qin Zio replied with a calm smile, observing Shen Shiwan's determined face. I want to know, what exactly is the relationship between Qin Yu and you? Shen Shiwan bit her lip and voiced her lingering doubts. She was not foolish. She could sense that everything revolved around Qin Yu. This implied that both Qin Zio and his wife, as well as Chu Yilin, were favoring Qin Yu. Qin Zio was momentarily taken aback, stammering as he sought help from Su Riyue. Faced with such a question, he truly was at a loss for a response. Surely, he couldn't say that Qin Yu was his beloved son? It was evident that Qin Yu had no desire to disclose such information. Oh, you mean Qin Yu? Su Riyue began, but the words fell short as she hesitated. Deputy Shen, allow me to clarify, she continued, but before she could finish, Qin Yu abruptly interrupted. Shiwan, since you are so curious, I shall tell you the truth. Qin Yu turned to grasp Shen Shiwan's shoulders, gazing deeply into her eyes. Taken aback by Qin Yu's earnestness, Shen Shiwan gently nodded. I did not intend to keep this from you, but I feared that once you knew, you might no longer want to associate with me. In truth, I am their distant nephew. Just as Qin Zio and the others thought Qin Yu was about to become sentimental, this last revelation nearly caused them to falter. This fellow, after a lengthy emotional build-up, had begun to act again. Shen Shiwan stood in stunned silence for a couple of seconds, gazing at Qin Yu with skepticism, before slowly asking, "Is what you say true?" Chapter 27. Deep affection in the elevator. Of course it is true. I swear upon the light, Qin Yu declared solemnly, raising 2 fingers to his forehead. Chu Yilin rolled her eyes at this display. This boy was still as smooth-tongued as ever. When one swears, they typically raise 3 or 4 fingers. What did it mean to raise just 2? Shen Shiwan looked at Qin Yu in confusion, unsure if he was speaking the truth. However, if what Qin Yu claimed was accurate, perhaps everything that had transpired previously could indeed be explained. Ahem, Deputy Shun, how long have you been with the corporation? Qin Zio coughed lightly, directing his gaze towards Shen Shiwan. In response to Lord Qin, it has been 2 years. 2 years. Qin Zio regarded her with a knowing look, his eyes glinting. In just 2 years, one could rise from an ordinary employee to the position of deputy minister. It seemed that Shen Shiwan possessed considerable capability. I wonder if there is anything else to discuss? There is nothing to discuss. We shall return to work. The company invests in us not for idle chatter. Qin Yu, apprehensive of his parents' inquiries, once again suggested leaving. What is your hurry? Let your uncle finish speaking. Chu Yilin strode up to Qin Yu, delivering a playful thump on his head. Rubbing his scalp, Qin Yu shot her a glare, standing obediently in place. Shen Shiwan, who reside in your household. As anticipated, Su Ryue finally initiated her inquiry into family matters. During his relationship with Wang Yuhan, the entire Qin family was aware of it. Had it not been for Wang Yuhan's untimely demise, they might have been wed and raising children by now. My father, my mother, and a younger brother. Although Shen Shiwan was unsure of Su Ryue's motive, she answered truthfully. You and Wang Yuan's ill-fated marriage has been dissolved. May I ask if your family can repay the 50,000 in betrothal gifts? Su Ryue sighed. If necessary, she would cover the sum herself. After all, her beloved son had developed feelings for this girl. Shen Shiwan gazed at Su Ryue, bewildered, unsure how to respond. Her monthly salary barely exceeded 10,000, with little savings as she contributed to household expenses. If what her mother claimed was true, that the money had gone towards buying a house for her brother, then this 50,000 would indeed be a significant burden for her family. Mom, what are you doing? Qin Yu exclaimed, realizing it was clearly putting Shen Shiwan in a difficult position. Mom? Upon hearing Qin Yu's address towards Su Ryue, Shen Shiwan appeared even more confused. I'm an aunt. I misspoke in my haste, Qin Yu quickly clarified, chiding himself for his impatience. However, his mother's question was evidently superfluous. It was obvious that Shen Shiwan's family could not possibly produce such a sum. Ahem, enough of that. You two should return to work. By the way, I have instructed the public relations department to handle your rumors. Do be more cautious and refrain from causing trouble. Observing Shen Shiwan's growing suspicion, Chu Yilin swiftly changed the subject. Upon hearing about the rumors, Shen Shiwan's cheeks flushed. She stole a glance at Qin Xiaohe and his wife, lowering her head shyly, akin to a new bride before her in-laws. All right, you both should go to work. By the way, would you like to join us for dinner at home tonight? Qin Xiaohe, now understanding that his son had not returned home last night, likely because he was with Shen Shiwan, thought it better to invite her directly. I'll have to see. Work is quite busy. Qin Yu tossed the remark over his shoulder, taking Shen Shiwan's hand and departing the office. Yilin, do you think Qin Yu is serious this time? Watching the couple's retreating figures, Su Ryue inquired with concern. I'm not certain, but it seems that Qin Yu genuinely cares for her. After all, Shen Shiwan bears an uncanny resemblance to that person. Chu Yilin refrained from uttering Wang Yuhan's name, as it was a taboo in the Qin household. Indeed, she is quite similar. It is no wonder Qin Yu neglected to return home. Qin Xiaohe sighed, shaking his head in resignation. That evening, Chu Yilin cautiously observed the interaction between Qin Xiaohe and the others. Let us assess the situation. First, I shall send Wu Hao to investigate the background of Shen Shiwan's family. The prospect of potentially becoming in-laws with such individuals genuinely gives me a headache. Qin Xiaohe rubbed his temples, his brow slightly furrowed. Although uncertain whether Qin Yu and Shen Shiwan would indeed end up together, the tone of Han Yuefen during their recent phone call was enough to give him pause. If you truly sense that Qin Yu has developed feelings for Shen Shiwan, then find a reason to promote her, ensuring that Qin Yu does not suffer any indignity. With that, Qin Xiao left, rising to his feet and striding towards the exit. Su Riyue exchanged a glance with Chu Yilin and hurried to catch up with Qin Xiao. Watching them ascend in the elevator, Chu Yilin let out a resigned sigh. They were neither old nor young, yet this family was truly a source of exasperation. Are you not going to let go? Shen Shiwan softly chided, glancing at her hand firmly held by Qin Yu. The elevator was approaching the planning department's floor, and if they were seen, it would surely invite gossip. You promised that I would handle Wang Yiyuan for you. Just agree to be my woman. Qin Yu gazed longingly at Shen Shiwan, pressing her against the elevator wall. However, he had yet to return the 50,000 in betrothal gifts. Furthermore, what if he were to change his mind? Faced with Qin Yu's passionate gaze, Shen Shiwan's eyes became somewhat dazed. It seemed she had entirely lost her resistance to the man before her. If he dares to change his mind, I will ensure that Yangon Company disappears entirely from the capital. Qin Yu's domineering tone prompted Shen Shiwan to slowly close her eyes. As she felt his kiss descending, she surprisingly leaned in to meet him. Qin Yu was taken aback, instinctively tightening his embrace around her. Was this woman finally willing to accept him? As the elevator reached their floor, the two reluctantly separated. Qin Yu, office policy prohibits romantic relationships. I dislike being the subject of gossip. I hope you can understand. Upon exiting the elevator and noting their solitude, Shen Shiwan sweetly admonished Qin Yu. Observing her tender demeanor stirred within Qin Yu an inexplicable sense of protectiveness and possessiveness. Were it not for their current setting, he would have dearly liked to hold Shen Shiwan tightly in his arms. First, answer me. Have you agreed to be my woman? How annoying. Can you not be so domineering in your speech? Shen Shiwan shyly shot him a glare. After scanning the surroundings, she pecked him on the cheek and swiftly turned to flee. Qin Yu instinctively touched his cheek, standing foolishly in place. Had she just agreed to him? Feeling the lingering warmth she left behind, a smile crept onto Qin Yu's lips. Wu Hao, investigate where Shen Shiwan's brother purchased a house. Chapter 28. The sudden phone call. Hey, did you all see? They returned together. Keep your voice down. Didn't you see the red-headed document just issued? It clearly states that anyone who spreads rumors about Deputy Director Shen and Qin Yu will be dismissed immediately. Indeed. Who is this Qin Yu, possessing such extraordinary capabilities? Uncertain of the esteemed origin of this individual, it is clear they are a formidable presence, one we dare not provoke. As they arrived, a hush fell over the room. Upon seeing Shen Shiwan enter the planning department, the previously animated employees instantly assumed their work postures. Shen Shiwan, however, paid no heed to their fervent gazes and strode confidently into her office. May I inquire what tasks you typically engage in? We design proposals, of course. An employee, taken aback by Qin Yu's unexpected question, stammered in response. Oh, not in the entertainment sector, I presume? Not at all. It has been quite some time since we VE tackle projects in that realm. Well then, focus on your work and stifle the gossip. Qin Yu remarked with a cheerful glance around the room before entering his office. The planning department staff remained frozen in place. If I'm not mistaken, Qin Yu was issuing a warning to them all to keep their mouths in check. Hey, I say. The moment Qin Yu stepped into the office, Shen Shiwan raised her hand to silence him. It was Wang Yiyuan who initiated the request to annul our engagement. What concern is that of mine? Why should I be the one to plead with him for reconciliation? From the very beginning, I opposed this decision. It was you all who insisted on it. I have no money left. I have given all my savings to you. Shen Shiwan's frantic voice echoed throughout the office. Qin Yu, discerning the situation, wisely chose to remain silent. This was clearly a call from Han Yuefen. Indeed, this matter does not pertain to me. I shall not intervene. Shen Shiwan nearly roared as she hung up the phone, forcefully slamming her device onto the desk before angrily taking a seat. What's the matter? Was it your mother on the line? Qin Yu poured himself a glass of water and cautiously approached Shen Shiwan's side. Qin Yu, why must I bear the brunt of others' mistakes? Shen Shiwan took a sip of water, her tear-filled eyes locking onto his, her voice now tinged with hoarseness. Do not dwell too much on it. You are exceptional and need not exist within the perceptions of others, Qin Yu reassured her, patting her shoulder in a feeble attempt at comfort. Yet he suddenly realized that he was not particularly adept at offering solace. What does it matter to be exceptional if, in the end, one is treated as a mere commodity? Shen Shiwan's voice began to quiver, and she abruptly pulled Qin Yu close, burying her head in his embrace. Qin Yu was taken aback. When did he become her emotional outlet? Qin Yu, if the entire world were to abandon me, would you also depart from my life? Shen Shiwan lifted her head, looking at him with a sense of injustice. Foolish girl, as long as you agree to be my woman, you shall be my entire world. I do not wish to be your woman. Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, Shen Shiwan was visibly moved. The phrase, you are my entire world, took root in her heart. I knew it. Women are fickle creatures. What I mean is, I wish to be your girlfriend. Hearing the tone of Qin Yu's lament, Shen Shiwan broke into a radiant smile. This declaration struck Qin Yu like a bolt from the blue, sending a tremor through his very being. The same words had once been uttered by Wang Yuyuan. What? Are you unwilling? Noticing Qin Yu's dazed expression, Shen Shiwan pouted. Indeed, I am willing, of course. Qin Yu gazed into Shen Shiwan's sparkling eyes and gently pressed his lips to hers. Ahem, my apologies, I forgot to knock. Just as the two were lost in their passionate kiss, Feng Tao stood awkwardly at the door. Feng, even if this is a subordinate's office, one ought to knock. Don't you think? Qin Yu lifted his gaze to the entrance, raising an eyebrow as if to chastise Feng Tao for interrupting their moment of bliss. Ahem, Qin Yu. Mind your tone. I am your superior. Feng Tao straightened his attire and shot Qin Yu an exasperated glance, though it was merely a fleeting scorn. At that moment, Feng Tao dared not underestimate Qin Yu, especially in light of the recent scandals circulating within the company, which had prompted Vice President Chu to issue a complete ban. Such decisive action was not typical of an ordinary individual. It was unprecedented within the Qin group. Feng, what brings you here? Shen Shiwan quickly pushed Qin Yu aside and rose to face Feng Tao. There are several projects that require a meeting for further discussion. Prepare yourself. We shall convene in 10 minutes. Feng Tao stated his purpose and hurriedly closed the door behind him as he left. Qin Yu, you really do disregard the rules. Shen Shiwan playfully covered her mouth, feigning anger as she stamped her foot a couple of times. Come on, you hinted that it was permissible. Qin Yu shrugged nonchalantly, regarding her with indifference. Should this happen again, I shall have you relocated to a different office. I refuse to believe it. Unless you wish for me to be devoured by the female colleagues outside. You call me overweight, and yet you seem rather out of breath. It is only by the grace of my conscience that I have kept you on. Shen Shiwan shot him a bashful glare before beginning to gather her materials for the upcoming meeting. With a smile gracing his lips, Qin Yu settled back on the sofa, quietly admiring Shen Shiwan's industrious figure. It appeared that cherishing Shen Shiwan brought him immense joy. I am off to the meeting. You shall remain here, patiently awaiting my return, Shen Shiwan declared, tossing a remark over her shoulder as she exited towards the conference room. Qin Yu silently closed the door, lit a cigarette, and reclined comfortably on the sofa. He had not anticipated that pursuing Shen Shiwan would be so effortless. Perhaps it was his actions that had thoroughly moved her. At that moment, a melodious tune emanated from the direction of the desk. Did you forget your phone? Qin Yu glanced at the desk, allowing the phone to ring as he continued to smoke. He had no habit of secretly checking others' phones. The first call ended, followed by another, and then a third. Qin Yu angrily stubbed out the cigarette and picked up Shen Shiwan's phone. If you weren't going to answer, then why call so many times? Ignoring the name flashing on the screen, he answered the call directly. Upon hearing Qin Yu's voice, the caller hesitated momentarily. Hello, are you going to speak or not? If not, I shall hang up. Qin Yu shouted for a while, yet there was still no response. Just as he prepared to disconnect, a sharp voice belonging to a middle-aged woman pierced through the line. Young man, are you the one who kissed my daughter yesterday afternoon? Upon recognizing Han Yuefen's voice, Qin Yu instinctively prepared to hang up. If you are fond of Shiwan, then show me your sincerity. Just as Qin Yu was about to touch the screen, Han Yuefen's voice echoed once more. Sincerity? What sincerity? What exactly do you wish to convey? A sudden curiosity enveloped Qin Yu regarding Han Yuefen's forthcoming words. Could it be that she desires a private meeting with him? Chapter 29. A private meeting with Han Yuefen. I am unaware of when you became acquainted. But Shiwan is already betrothed. Do you not realize this? Han Yuefen's voice resonated again through the receiver. So what? Qin Yu was taken aback. Does she truly need to speak to him in such a manner? Surely, it must be that their clandestine affair had been discovered by Shiwan's fiancé. Now, the latter demands a dissolution of the engagement and the return of the betrothal gifts. If not for you, how could such a predicament arise? Han Yuefen's tone was icy and relentless. Qin Yu silently activated the speakerphone, tossing the phone onto the table and seating himself in Shiwan's chair. Thus, according to Han Yuefen's assertions, he was the third party disrupting another's marriage. This woman was indeed sharp-tongued and spiteful. He even began to question whether Shiwan was truly her biological daughter. How could someone as well-behaved and considerate as Shiwan have such an unreasonable mother? Hello, are you even listening to me? With no response forthcoming, Han Yuefen grew increasingly irritable. First, I have a name. It is Qin Yu, not He. Second, please mind your language. Shiwan's marriage is being conducted against her will. Legally speaking, what you're doing is unlawful. Qin Yu was too weary to argue with her. After all, she was still Shiwan's mother. It was likely that they would need to meet often in the future, so he could not afford to make the relationship too strained. What is lawful or unlawful? I warn you not to cast unfounded accusations. It is a tradition that a man marries and a woman weds, dictated by parental authority and the matchmaker's words. Han Yuefen's volume suddenly escalated, as if declaring her dominion. We live in a society governed by law. It is not merely the loudest voice that prevails. Auntie, if there is nothing further, I suggest we conclude this conversation. Qin Yu felt a pang of disappointment that Han Yuefen had not broached the matter at hand. Wait, in 5 minutes. Let us meet at the CAF across from your company. Why should I meet with you? Without allowing Qin Yu to finish, Han Yuefen abruptly hung up the phone. Staring at the phone screen, Qin Yu's mind momentarily experienced a freeze. What does this mean? Why must they meet? His thoughts were engulfed by an overwhelming cloud of questions. Very well, if we must meet, I shall discover her intentions. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yu arranged Shiwan's phone neatly and rose to exit the office. Upon stepping out of the company, Qin Yu glanced at his watch. It was still too early for lunch. Meeting her and bringing a meal back for Shiwan could prove to be a delightful choice. With this thought, a smile crept upon Qin Yu's lips as he strode purposefully toward the CAF across the street. Young master, I was just looking for you. Not long after, Wu Hao appeared swiftly before Qin Yu. What is it? Have you found the information I requested? Yes, Deputy Shun's brother purchased a property at Junji Tiandi. As Wu Hao reported, he pulled out his phone to retrieve the information he had researched. However, his younger brother had just turned 18. Given their family's circumstances, how could they possibly afford such a spacious apartment? Wu Hao cast a puzzled glance at Qin Yu, who was silently examining the information on his phone. His brow furrowed in thought. Junji Tiandi was a newly constructed community primarily featuring large, flat units. Even the smallest residence within the complex measured at least 150 square meters. Even if they utilized Wang Yiyuan's 500,000 as a down payment, the monthly repayment would still exceed 8,000 yuan. Based on Qin Yu's understanding of his family's financial situation, they were utterly incapable of managing such a hefty mortgage. Suddenly, a chilling thought crossed Qin Yu's mind. Could it be that they intended to wait until Shen Shiwan married Wang Yiyuan, only to have her shoulder the financial burden? The mere notion filled Qin Yu with pity for Shen Shiwan, a promising student who might be reduced to the indignity of selling herself to support her family. Yet, fortunate enough to encounter him, perhaps her tragic fate might be altered. Young master, are you all right? Wu Hao waved his hand in front of Qin Yu, who had been lost in thought and smiling absent-mindedly. I'm fine. Carry on with your work. I'll grab a cup of coffee. Qin Yu returned the phone to Wu Hao, but paused as he was about to leave. By the way, which company developed Junji Tiandi? It was developed by Yongli Company, whose primary business is real estate development. Wu Hao's response only further solidified Qin Yu's suspicions. All right, I understand now. With that, Qin Yu strode confidently toward the CAF. Strange. Has he really become foolish from staying abroad? Wu Hao scratched his head and turned to enter the Qin group. Good day. Sir, how many in your party? I'm alone. Just bring me an iced Americano. Qin Yu found a seat by the window, smiling at the waitress. Certainly. Please hold on. The waitress gave Qin Yu a quick glance before hastily making her way to the bar. After glancing at the time, Qin Yu noted that 10 minutes had passed. However, he did not show signs of impatience, merely awaiting her return in silence. Well, he actually came. Soon. Han Yuefen stood before Qin Yu. Please have a seat. What would you like to drink? Qin Yu glanced up at Han Yuefen, gesturing toward the seat across from him. No drinks. Let us get straight to the point. Han Yuefen sat down opposite him and pulled out a folder. Under Qin Yu's astonished gaze, she revealed a stack of documents. This is our family's regular expenditure. This outlines Shen Shiwan's annual tuition and living expenses. Here is the mortgage agreement and the monthly repayment obligations. As Han Yuefen laid the papers before him, Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback. What is your intention with this? Qin Yu, as you can see, this represents our family's annual expenses. Do you believe you can shoulder these responsibilities? Han Yuefen regarded him with an air of superiority, scarcely acknowledging his presence. Auntie, I'm afraid I do not fully grasp your meaning. Though Qin Yu had an inkling of Han Yuefen's intentions, he still wished for her to articulate them directly. If you wish to marry our Shiwan, you must take on all of this. Moreover, our Shiwan is both beautiful and capable, and the bride price demands 1 million. Han Yuefen crossed her arms, gazing coldly at Qin Yu. She awaited his stunned reaction, anticipating that he would rise and leave without a word. Even if I were to marry Shiwan, I hold no obligation to bear such burdens. Furthermore, given your family's financial situation, such living expenses seem unattainable, do they not? Qin Yu quietly sipped his coffee, utterly unfazed. It is indeed laughable that a household reliant on Shen Shiwan's support would present an annual living expense nearing 500,000. What do you mean? Do you look down upon us? Han Yuefen's voice rose several notches. In her view, Qin Yu would surely falter at the mention of such exorbitant living costs. Yet, to her astonishment, he dared to speak to her this way. It is not that I look down upon your family, but rather, I disdain the manner in which you, as a mother, conduct yourself. Chapter 30. Confronting the future mother-in-law, what did you say? Han Yuefen was instantly incensed, rising abruptly from her seat. Auntie, this is an upscale CF. Please be mindful of your demeanor. After all, you are someone whose annual living expenses amount to 500,000. Do not allow outsiders to mock you. Qin Yu surveyed the room, disregarding the curious glances around him. He was well aware that Han Yuefen was not a person of stable emotions, and he saw no need to stoop to her level. Upon hearing Qin Yu's calm remarks, Han Yuefen finally noted the unusual stares from those nearby. Her face flushed with embarrassment, and she hastily returned to her seat. Auntie, whatever transpires between Shiwan and me is our affair. As for the marriage you unilaterally promised, it is your concern to resolve, not mine. Qin Yu set down his coffee and rose to depart. Engaging with someone like her was an utter waste of breath. Qin Yu, do not forget, I am still Shen Shiwan's mother. Even if this marriage falls through, if you wish to be with her, my consent is essential. Han Yuefen gritted hartit. Had they not been in a CAF, she would have unleashed her fury without restraint. You still acknowledge Shen Shiwan as your daughter? Junji Tiandi is an affluent community with an average price of 21,000 per square meter. You have used your so-called bride price to purchase a spacious 150 square meter home. Yet have you considered Shiwan's feelings? Excluding Shiwan's salary, what means do you possess to manage the exorbitant monthly payments? Qin Yu spared no mercy, delivering a vehement retort. The individuals he despised most were those steeped in hypocrisy. Han Yuefen stood frozen, staring at Qin Yu in disbelief. If her memory served, she had never mentioned where the house was purchased. How'd he know? He was even aware of the size of the house and the monthly payments in detail. You needn't speculate. I have conducted my research on you. Moreover, Junji Tiandi is a property under the Ingli Company. Are you attempting to exploit Wang Yiyuan's interests? To barter your daughter's entire life for your fleeting wealth and splendor, you are truly capable of such thinking. Someone like you is unworthy of being Shen Shiwan's mother. Do not forget, you are a woman too. Witnessing Han Yuefen's expression of shock, Qin Yu laid bare the truth. He felt a profound sense of injustice for Shen Shiwan, burdened with a mother so blinded by self-interest. Han Yuefen was utterly stunned. She never anticipated that Qin Yu would dare to speak to her in such a manner. Even more shocking was the realization that, in Qin Yu's eyes, she seemed utterly worthless. As she watched his retreating figure, her raised hand trembled incessantly. "Good day, madam. One iced Americano. May I ask who will settle the bill?" Just as Han Yuefen was seething with frustration, the waiter respectfully appeared before her. "I did not order any iced Americano, but the gentleman seated with you did." The waiter pointed to the coffee cup on the table, wearing a professional smile. "Didn't he pay?" "Indeed, madam, he did not." Upon hearing the waiter's response, Han Yuefen nearly lost her composure. "You wait, Qin Yu." With a heart full of indignation, she begrudgingly paid for the coffee and departed with gritted teeth. "Qin Yu, where have you gone?" Just as Qin Yu hesitated over what to buy for Shen Shiwan's lunch, his phone rang. "I'm across from the company, planning to buy you lunch. What would you like? It's not even lunchtime yet. Why have you gone out?" "That's of no consequence. What do you wish to eat?" Upon hearing Shen Shiwan's probing question, Qin Yu swiftly redirected the topic. "Could you bring me a serving of braised meat and bread? Aren't you afraid of gaining weight with all that braised meat?" "Shut up. I can eat it every day and not gain a pound." Shen Shiwan complained before abruptly hanging up the phone. Qin Yu glanced at the phone screen, shaking his head in resignation. "I wonder which drunken fool last night was as heavy as a pig." As he raised his head to survey his surroundings, Qin Yu strode purposefully toward a nearby location. When he returned to the office with the braised meat and bread, it coincided with the end of the lunch break. Walking against the tide of departing employees, he felt countless gazes fixated upon him. Yet, no one dared to utter a word. With his chest out and head held high, Qin Yu resembled a warrior marching against the current, disregarding the peculiar stares. "Phew, it seems my sister was right. The impact of this scandal is indeed substantial." Only after the elevator doors closed did Qin Yu finally exhale. Inside the planning department, only a handful of people remained, huddled together and engaged in hushed conversation. Upon noticing Qin Yu's entrance, they quickly dispersed and returned to their seats. There's no need for such formality. After all, we are colleagues. If there's any gossip, feel free to share. I'm quite curious. Qin Yu initiated conversation to break the awkward silence. "Qin Yu, we're just curious why there hasn't been any scrutiny regarding your office romance with Deputy Shen. We mean no offense. You both seem quite well matched." A timid female employee dressed simply glanced at Qin Yu. The others nodded in agreement, evidently intrigued by the matter. "Because, if I were to claim that the Qin group were mine, would you believe it?" Qin Yu quipped, casting a teasing glance at them. "Please, if you're not going to share, then don't boast." "Exactly. Being handsome doesn't equate to running a train." His words elicited a series of eye rolls from them. "Do not forget my surname is Qin," Qin Yu said with a playful smile, before turning and walking toward his office. A few employees remained at their desks, their surroundings in disarray as they took a break to eat. Gently closing the office door, Qin Yu approached Shen Shiwan, unveiling a box of braised meat buns. "Do you enjoy this delicacy as well?" he inquired, observing the two identical servings. Shen Shiwan looked at him with curiosity. "I haven't indulged in domestic snacks for quite some time. I wish to savor the taste. Additionally, I shall discern your preferences, so I need not inquire about your culinary likes in the future." Qin Yu smiled faintly, sliding one portion towards her. Shen Shiwan stared at him, seemingly lost in thought. Since the arrival of her younger brother, she had not experienced such heartfelt consideration. This warmth had been her longing since childhood. "What are you gazing at? Eat up. I have something to discuss after the meal." Qin Yu playfully tapped her forehead with his chopsticks before diving into his own meal. "What could possibly be so urgent that it cannot wait until after we eat?" She pouted, rubbing her head while obediently enjoying the braised meat buns. Noticing her engrossed in her food, Qin Yu discreetly took several photographs with his phone. Observing her mannerisms, he couldn't help but smile. He pondered whether it was her resemblance to someone from his past or merely his own sentiments. Regardless of what Shen Shiwan did, he was reminded of Wang Yuhan from years ago. "All right, what is it you wish to discuss?" Shen Shiwan pushed the empty box aside, wiping her mouth as she turned her gaze towards him. Did you know you possess a greater appetite than I? Enough with the banter. Speak of serious matters. I met your mother this morning at the CAF across the street. What? How can my mother possibly find you? Shen Shiwan's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Qin Yu. Your phone was left in the office. It rang incessantly, so I answered it. Qin Yu shrugged nonchalantly, tossing the disposable container into the trash. What did she say? A sudden wave of unease washed over Shen Shiwan. Nevertheless, Qin Yu's thoughtful gestures warmed her heart. Shen Shiwan, I was astonished to learn that your family's annual expenses reach up to 500,000. Qin Yu chuckled, glancing at her with amusement. Stop being ridiculous. Speak earnestly. I am speaking the truth. Your mother presented me with a detailed account of living expenses that totaled nearly 500,000. How can this be? Our family does not possess such financial resources. Shen Shiwan was bewildered. Her annual earnings barely amounted to 500,000. So where could they acquire such funds? Consider this, a 150 square meter apartment for your brother at Junji Tiandi, with a monthly mortgage approaching 10,000. The tuition and living expenses for your brother, and Qin Yu intended to elaborate further, but halted as he noticed Shen Shiwan's face darkening. Are you upset with me? After a silence of several seconds, Qin Yu cautiously inquired. Why would I be angry with you? I am frustrated with them, pretending to be affluent when they clearly are not. My entire month's salary does not suffice for their extravagance. Shen Shiwan vented her frustrations, eventually succumbing to a resigned sigh. Even so, what can she do? The house has already been purchased, her younger brother needs to attend school, and her parents still require support. Are you troubled by the 50,000 in betrothal gifts? Qin Yu fell silent for a couple of seconds, seemingly making a resolute decision as he gazed at Shen Shiwan. How could he not be troubled? The house has been bought, and there's no turning back. This 50,000 must be returned to Wang Yiyuan. I do not wish to be entangled with him in any way. Upon mentioning this matter, Shen Shiwan's anger swiftly transformed into melancholy. If I were to provide you with this 50,000, what then? Qin Yu decided to present this test of character. Shen Shiwan suddenly looked up, astonished at Qin Yu. Yet, in the next moment, she lowered her head and rested it on the desk. Although you are a returnee, you probably do not possess that much money. Moreover, I cannot accept your money. That would be inappropriate. Hearing Shen Shiwan's words, Qin Yu's anxious heart relaxed unexpectedly. It seems that Shen Shiwan is indeed not the kind of woman who values only wealth. Compared to her mother, she is as different as heaven is from earth. Do you have a way to procure this 50,000? Or perhaps your family has a means. Qin Yu observed Shen Shiwan's melancholic expression, his hand unconsciously brushing through her disheveled hair. There is no way. They are even less capable. Never mind. Let's not dwell on this. We shall cross that bridge when we come to it. Surprisingly, Shen Shiwan did not push Qin Yu's hand away. Instead, she seemed to enjoy the contact, leaning closer to his hand. You should dress beautifully for tonight at the Qin residence. Qin Yu silently gazed at Shen Shiwan, his eyes filled with tenderness. If I were to say that I have no clothes other than work attire, would you believe me? Shen Shiwan paused, recalling what Su Ryue had mentioned. She was filled with curiosity about the Qin family. After all, they're the wealthiest household in the capital. Are you truly this dedicated? It's not dedication. It's simply that I have no extra money to buy new clothes. Yet you still managed to give me 3,000? Qin Yu quietly took out the 3,000 from his pocket and placed it before Shen Shiwan. I initially said 1,000, didn't I? Who knew that I would be bewitched into giving you all my savings? Shen Shiwan glanced at the cash on the table and handed it back to Qin Yu. I don't want this. It's your money. Please, this is rightfully yours. I shall not take it back. Shen Shiwan stubbornly covered Qin Yu's hand. Though she had little money, spending is spending. Even if it were not for Qin Yu, it would benefit another man. However, she was fortunate to have met Qin Yu. I did not expect you to be so magnanimous. Then, using my labor to buy you a new outfit, you wouldn't oppose, would you? Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, Shen Shiwan's cheeks flushed, and she playfully punched him in mock anger. All right, I shall not argue with you any longer. I didn't sleep well last night. I will take a short nap. If anything arises, call me. Qin Yu yawned and stretched, then collapsed onto the sofa, drifting into slumber immediately. Watching him fall asleep, Shen Shiwan propped her chin on her hand, quietly admiring him. What is it about this man that captivates her heart so entirely? Could it be that it was merely the passion of that one night? Shen Shiwan lightly tapped her head and rose to drape a garment over Qin Yu, returning to her work with renewed focus. At this moment, she wished to set aside thoughts of the 500,000 and the affairs of home. She craved the tranquility of her work, occasionally glancing at the peacefully sleeping Qin Yu. Before she knew it, the time to leave had arrived. Shen Shiwan glanced at her phone, stretching her weary limbs. Looking back at Qin Yu, she observed that he was still soundly asleep. "Hey, sleepyhead, it's time to wake up. You can't still be sleeping." Shen Shiwan's playful spirit surged as she gently pinched Qin Yu's nose. In the midst of his dream, Qin Yu suddenly found it hard to breathe and jolted awake, instinctively clutching Shen Shiwan's collar and swinging a fist. "Go ahead, try hitting me," Shen Shiwan exclaimed playfully, quickly releasing his nose. Upon hearing her voice, Qin Yu halted his fist mid-air, offering an awkward smile. "That instinctive reaction is certainly something I need to amend. Why were you pinching my nose? Are you attempting to murder your husband?" Seeing Shen Shiwan's expression soften, Qin Yu teased her. "You were the one attempting to murder me. If I hadn't shouted in time, my face would have been ruined." Shen Shiwan playfully tugged at Qin Yu's ear, pulling him upright. "Wake up. We need to go shopping for clothes, so let us hurry." "All right, give me a kiss, and I'll be awake," he quipped, unabashed. Shen Shiwan shot him a mock glare and swiftly pecked him on the lips. "Not enough. I can't get up like this." Qin Yu caressed his lips and pulled Shen Shiwan into his embrace, passionately sealing her mouth with his. "All right, enough of the antics. Let us go." Shen Shiwan struggled free from his hold, her cheeks flushed as she dragged him out of the office. At this moment, Shen Shiwan had become immune to the peculiar glances cast by her colleagues. In fact, there was a flicker of pride within her. Meanwhile, Qin Yu, while being pulled along, continuously offered sheepish smiles to their colleagues. "Where do you usually buy clothes?" Once outside the company, Qin Yu released Shen Shiwan's hand and looked at her with curiosity. "Let us go to Dong Demon. I usually shop there," Shen Shiwan replied instinctively. "Dong Demon? Isn't there a women's clothing store on the 5th floor across the street?" "That place is too expensive. I can bargain. Besides, it's not like you'll be spending any money. It's not about who pays. It's genuinely too pricey." Shen Shiwan attempted to break free from Qin Yu's grasp, but his grip was firm. The consumption level at the plaza across from the Qin group was beyond her salary's reach. "Dong Demon has beautiful and affordable clothes. I already said I can bargain. Stop nagging." Qin Yu was unfamiliar with Dong Demon, only knowing that the clothes at the plaza were of a higher quality. "Are you kidding? Can you even bargain at your family's mall?" Shen Shiwan waved her fists in frustration, wishing to knock some sense into Qin Yu's head. Perhaps only someone like him, who had returned from abroad, would possess such peculiar notions. The playful banter between the two as they crossed the street caught the attention of his senior executives, leaving work one after another. Who exactly is this intern? Why is it that he, of all people, is involved in an office romance with Deputy Minister Shen, especially when discussions about it are strictly prohibited? Minister Li Jia, her delicate brows furrowed, gazed at the two individuals slowly approaching Beijing Plaza. "Minister Li, it is said that Qin Yu has formidable connections. Rumor has it that the directive came directly from Deputy General Manager Chu to the Public Relations Department." Wan Qianqian looked on with a mixture of envy and admiration at the entrance of Beijing Plaza, resembling a starstruck admirer. "Are you daydreaming again?" Li Jia rolled her eyes. Her little sidekick was undeniably a born romantic, utterly captivated by handsome men. Yet it must be said, Qin Yu was indeed quite striking. Shaking her head, Li Jia's gaze flickered back to the entrance of Beidao Plaza, her thoughts seemingly adrift. "Minister Li, do you perhaps harbor feelings for Qin Yu? If so, I could express your affections on your behalf." Wan Qianqian flashed a bright smile at Li Jia. "Go away," Li Jia retorted, giving her a playful thump on the head. "I want to entertain any romantic notions until I ascend to the position of general manager. Minister, if you were to become involved with Qin Yu, the general manager position would be within your grasp." As Li Jia began to walk away, Wan Qianqian hastily interjected. Upon hearing those words, Li Jia halted in her tracks. Wan Qianqian was right. Being with Qin, you could very well expedite her ambition for the general manager role. After all, He was the first person in the history of the Qin Group to have Deputy General Manager Chu directly suppress rumors of scandal surrounding him. With that thought, Li Jia turned on her heel and headed towards Baida Plaza. "Hey, Minister, your car is parked in the underground lot. I'm going to Baida to buy something. Is that all right?" Upon hearing Li Jia's response, Wan Qianqian's eyes darted, and she quickly followed. "Let us give this a try." Inside a luxurious brand store, Qin Yu selected a fashionable outfit and handed it to Shen Shiwan. "I don't want this. Let us look at another store." Shen Shiwan shook her head vigorously, pulling Qin Yu towards the exit. "This one looks splendid. I think it suits you perfectly." Qin Yu effortlessly pulled Shen Shiwan back, placing the garment firmly into her arms. "It's too expensive. Even a single piece costs more than my monthly salary." Shen Shiwan whispered in Qin Yu's ear. "Try-on doesn't cost anything, so stop hesitating." Qin Yu playfully nudged Shen Shiwan, ushering her into the fitting room. 5 minutes later, the fitting room door swung open. At the sight of Shen Shiwan, Qin Yu instinctively rubbed his eyes. She was simply breathtaking. This outfit seemed tailor-made for her. No, to be precise, Shen Shiwan was inherently beautiful. Her professional attire had merely obscured her true allure. "Sir, your wife is stunning. She makes our clothes look exquisite," the attendant said with a smile, praising Shen Shiwan. Qin Yu offered the attendant a faint smile, continuing to admire Shen Shiwan. It must be said, the attendant was quite adept at selling, knowing how to downplay her own products while extolling the virtues of the customer. "How does it look? Is it pretty?" As Qin Yu approached with unwavering focus, Shen Shiwan inquired shyly. "It is truly beautiful. This outfit has been tailored specifically for you." Qin Yu appraised Shen Shiwan from head to toe, offering her heartfelt compliments. "Then I shall change back," she replied. "I just checked the label, and this ensemble costs over 20,000. Shen Shiwan whispered in Qin Yu's ear before turning to head toward the fitting room. "Why change it?" Qin Yu exclaimed, pulling her back. "I declare that this outfit now belongs to you." Their eyes met, a moment of connection. "It's too expensive. I don't have that much money. I shall purchase it. I am quite adept at bargaining." Under Shen Shiwan's puzzled gaze, Qin Yu turned to the attendant. "Excuse me, how much for this outfit?" "Sir, this is a new arrival in our store, priced at 26,888 yuan, the attendant replied with a broad smile, as if she had encountered a living deity of wealth. Although their brand could not compare to international luxury labels, the outfit Qin Yu selected was indeed the priciest in the store. "What discount can you offer?" "I'm sorry, sir, but this item is a new release and is not eligible for any discounts." "Oh, no discounts?" Qin Yu feigned a troubled expression, then produced a card and handed it to the attendant. "Charge it, remove the tags, and pack the clothes." "Wait, Qin Yu, this is nearly 30,000. Are you out of your mind?" Shen Shiwan gasped, instinctively snatching the bank card back. Was this truly his idea of bargaining? Yet, when she caught sight of the card in her hands, she froze in place. A black card, such a prestigious type of bank card, is not something just anyone can possess. "Anything that befits you is worth every penny." Qin Yu gently embraced the stunned Shen Shiwan, reclaiming the card and presenting it once more to the attendant. The attendant's smile broadened as she respectfully accepted the card. As she proceeded to remove the tags, create the invoice, process the payment, and package the items, Shen Shiwan felt as though she were in a dream. She had never purchased clothing costing over 10,000, nor had she dared to even contemplate such extravagance. Her most expensive garment had scarcely cost a few hundred. "Sir, do you require anything else?" "No, thank you." Without waiting for Qin Yu to speak, Shen Shiwan seized a shopping bag and pulled him along. Qin Yu was led by her, his gaze unwavering from her figure. However, when his eyes fell upon her feet, his brow furrowed slightly. "Wait, let's take a look at the front." Qin Yu pulled Shen Shiwan back, decisively steering her toward the shoe section. "Qin Yu, where are you up to now?" Seeing the dazzling array of high heels before them, Shen Shiwan quickly grasped Qin Yu's arm. "Don't you think the shoes you're wearing don't quite match this outfit?" Qin Yu affectionately ruffled her hair and stepped into the store. Shen Shiwan quietly approached a nearby mirror, inspecting herself from top to bottom. Indeed, the heels were ill-suited to the outfit. "What a coincidence, Deputy Shen. Are you here to buy shoes too?" Just as Shen Shiwan prepared to enter the store, a familiar voice called from behind. Director Li, is it so early to be off work? Has your project department been so leisurely lately? Upon the appearance of Li Jia, Shen Shiwan raised an eyebrow. How could this woman, who had always been at odds with her, possibly be here? Chapter 33. The Envy of Li Jia. Deputy Shen, your words seem rather contradictory. Li Jia remarked with a charming smile, her gaze flitting towards the interior of the store. Indeed, Qin Yu is inside. Oh, then do go ahead and buy. I shall not intrude. Shen Shiwan preferred to avoid interactions with Li Jia outside of work, as their backgrounds were starkly different. Just the sight of Li Jia's luxurious Mercedes was enough to remind her of the disparity. That outfit of yours is quite exquisite. It must be rather expensive. Wouldn't you agree? Deputy Shen, given your salary, I doubt you could afford such high-end clothing. Li Jia raised her hand to stop Shen Shiwan, scrutinizing her attire intently. What does that concern you? Oh, I was merely curious. Deputy Shen is typically so frugal. How could she possibly purchase such an extravagant garment? Have you not heard the saying, curiosity killed the cat? Shen Shiwan shot her a disdainful glance and stepped into the store. Director Li, are Qin Yu and the others here? Just as Shen Shiwan was about to enter, she heard the sweet voice of Wan Qianqian. It turned out they were there for Qin Yu. A slight smile graced Shen Shiwan's lips as she made her way toward Qin Yu. The order from Deputy Chu to the Public Relations Department to quash any rumors regarding her relationship with Qin Yu had likely reached the ears of these scheming women. Try on these shoes. What size do you wear? Qin Yu asked, pointing to a pair of exquisitely crafted high heels as Shen Shiwan approached. Size 37. They are indeed beautiful. Shen Shiwan smiled radiantly, but upon seeing the price, she instinctively swallowed hard. 3,680. As expected, nothing that Qin Yu favored came at a bargain. Excuse me, could you bring this pair in size 37? Sir, this pair is a new arrival and is not subject to discounts, the attendant kindly reminded, as the price was undeniably steep. As long as it befits my girlfriend. Discounts are of no concern, Qin Yu retorted, somewhat irked by the attendant's well-meaning caution, and promptly handed over his bank card. The moment the attendant glimpsed the card, her demeanor brightened. Sir, you misunderstand. I shall fetch it right away. With a deep bow, she turned to leave. Qin Yu, this is too expensive. That pair is nice too and costs less than 1,000. Shen Shiwan tugged at Qin Yu's arm, leaning close to whisper in his ear. Let us just try it on. Trying costs nothing, Qin Yu replied with a calm smile, affectionately ruffling Shen Shiwan's hair. Qin Yu, is this card yours? Shen Shiwan summoned her courage to voice her lingering question. This card? It belongs to my sister. Deputy Chu S? Shen Shiwan was momentarily taken aback by Qin Yu's response. However, it seemed reasonable. Given Chu Yilin's status, possessing a black card was not surprising. Yet, even if it were Chu Yilin's, such extravagance seemed excessive. But still, Deputy Shen, have you chosen your shoes? This is Qin Yu. It's a pleasure to meet you. Just as Shen Shiwan was about to inquire further, Li Jia made her reappearance. What does it have to do with you? Seeing Li Jia extend her hand towards Qin Yu, Shen Shiwan promptly positioned herself in front of him. It's nothing. I merely passed by and wanted to ask. Li Jia cast a glance at Qin Yu, her smile enchanting. Qin Yu, our director Li is interested in pursuing you. I wonder if you would grant her the opportunity. Wan Qianqian, who was besotted, interjected without hesitation. He is my boyfriend. You're overthinking it. Before Qin Yu could speak, Shen Shiwan shot back assertively. A subtle smile graced Qin Yu's lips. It seemed that Li Jia's appearance had inadvertently served as his ally. Otherwise, he would have remained oblivious to his significance in Shen Shiwan's eyes. Before even tying the knot. You already have an opportunity, don't you, Director Li? Wan Qianqian, unwilling to concede, puffed out her chest in defense of Li Jia. What nonsense are you spouting? Li Jia's face flushed a deep crimson as she hastily covered Wan Qianqian's mouth. My apologies, sir. The shoes you requested have arrived. At that moment, a courteous waiter interrupted the gathering. Here you go. Qin Yu accepted the high-heeled shoes and winked at Shen Shiwan. What are you doing? Shen Shiwan was taken aback, confused by his gesture. Sit down. Let me help you try them on. Qin Yu assertively guided Shen Shiwan onto the sofa. Under the watchful eyes of Li Jia and Wan Qianqian, Qin Yu knelt down, preparing to assist Shen Shiwan in changing her shoes. Qin Yu, don't. Shen Shiwan attempted to protest, but paused, realizing Li Jia was still present. You are my girlfriend. It is only fitting that I take care of such matters. Qin Yu's tone was warm, his gaze tender as he looked at Shen Shiwan, with Li Jia biting her lip in observation. He slipped the high-heeled shoes onto Shen Shiwan's feet. Indeed, they complement you beautifully. Qin Yu lifted Shen Shiwan, appraising her from head to toe, and couldn't help but offer his praise. Humph. A crow cannot transform into a phoenix, no matter what it wears. Li Jia murmured, tinged with jealousy. Such a handsome man, willingly assisting a woman of Shen Shiwan's stature. What a waste. To me, the person I cherish is perfect regardless of her appearance. In my eyes, she's a phoenix, while the rest of you remain mere crows. Qin Yu cast a cold glance at Li Jia as he handed his bank card to the waiter. Watching the waiter accept the card from him, Li Jia's eyes suddenly gleamed. It's a black card. This Qin Yu is indeed of extraordinary status. Sir, would you like to have the other pair wrapped up? The waiter respectfully offered the bank card and receipt back to Qin Yu, awaiting his response. Yes. Please wrap up the previous pair. Thank you. Qin Yu smiled nonchalantly, naturally wrapping his arm around Shen Shiwan's waist. Feeling his embrace, Shen Shiwan initially stiffened but soon relaxed, her face lighting up with a smile as she gazed at Qin Yu. Let us go. It's time to head home. Qin Yu tousled her hair affectionately. As they departed, basking in their affectionate bond, Li Jia and Wan Qianqian watched with a mix of envy and resentment. Director Li, have they reached the stage of meeting the parents? Impossible. Qin Yu just joined the company yesterday. Li Jia stepped out of the shoe store, pouting in discontent as she observed the couple's retreating figures. However, the garments that Qin Yu purchased for her were worth over 10,000. Wan Qianqian raised her phone, presenting the link to the photo she had just surreptitiously taken of Shen Shiwan's attire to Li Jia, a piece of clothing worth over 10,000. Li Jia could not help but clench her fist. What methods had this Shen Shiwan employed to ensnare Qin Yu? Hey, will you loosen your grip already? As they rounded a corner, Shen Shiwan hurriedly extricated herself from Qin Yu's embrace. You just claimed that I am your boyfriend. What happened? Have you changed your mind so soon? Qin Yu looked at Shen Shiwan helplessly. Are women truly this fickle? I was just trying to provoke Li Jia. Didn't you notice? Shen Shiwan, her face flushed, averted her gaze from Qin Yu. Shen Shiwan, do you regard me as merely a tool? Chapter 34. Confirming the relationship. No, I never thought of you that way. Seeing Qin Yu's irritation, Shen Shiwan instantly panicked. In her heart, she had long considered Qin Yu her boyfriend, yet the memories of that night made her instinctively evade the issue. She felt sullied, unworthy of Qin Yu. Li Jia and the others are approaching. Do you wish to continue? Where? Upon hearing this, Shen Shiwan instinctively leaned closer to Qin Yu. The next moment, Qin Yu enveloped her in his arms, kissing her with an assertiveness that startled onlookers strolling by. Director Li, they're utterly outrageous. Wan Qianqian stomped her foot in frustration, watching the couple gradually being encircled by a crowd. What does it have to do with you? Mind your own affairs and find yourself a boyfriend first, Li Jia retorted, a flicker of jealousy in her eyes as she turned to descend the stairs. Are you insane? There are so many people watching. Shen Shiwan, having finally escaped the overpowering kiss, nestled against Qin Yu, unable to lift her head. Tell me, am I your girlfriend? I haven't completely severed ties with Wang Yiyuan yet. As for the financial matters, I will handle them. I only need your affirmation, Qin Yu declared, disregarding the onlookers, gazing deeply into Shen Shiwan's eyes. He needed to hear a definitive answer from her lips. Shen Shiwan slightly raised her head, meeting Qin Yu's passionate gaze, only to shyly lower it again. To phrase it delicately, be my girlfriend, and allow me to cherish you. Can I decline? No. Under Qin Yu's domineering demeanor, Shen Shiwan succumbed entirely. She remained silent, yet her gaze resolutely met his. Her hands climbed up to Qin Yu's neck, and her lips sealed his in a fervent kiss. Amidst the cheers of the surrounding crowd, Qin Yu reluctantly cradled Shen Shiwan's face. Remember, from this moment forth, you are Qin Yu's woman. Wherever and whenever, I shall protect you. Qin Yu gently kissed her forehead and, hand in hand, strode out of the throng. As Shen Shiwan gazed at their entwined fingers, tears unexpectedly welled in her eyes. This man was so domineering, dominantly ensnaring her heart. His words, wherever and whenever, "I shall protect you," completely opened Shen Shiwan's heart. "Qin Yu, you shall henceforth be my boyfriend. I wish to make you the happiest man in the world." Suddenly, Shen Shiwan broke free from Qin Yu's grasp and shouted loudly in front of the still-gathering crowd. Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback, quietly turning to face Shen Shiwan, whose eyes glistened with tears. This woman had, in front of so many onlookers, openly declared her feelings for him. A warmth enveloped Qin Yu's heart as he stepped forward and embraced Shen Shiwan tightly. "Let us go," he said. "By the way, Qin Yu, what do you call the old master?" Shen Shiwan inquired curiously as she took Qin Yu's hand and entered the elevator. "What do you mean?" Qin Yu was momentarily perplexed, unable to respond immediately. "I remember you referring to Madame Qin as Annie, but aren't you the distant nephew of the old master?" Shen Shiwan gazed at him innocently, eager to know the answer. "I can never quite grasp these familial relationships," Qin Yu replied dismissively. "It doesn't seem matter what I call them. Just know they are relatives." A shiver ran down his spine, almost revealing the truth. "Qin Yu, I absolutely detest being deceived. You wouldn't lie to me, would you?" Shen Shiwan's big eyes sparkled as she awaited his response. "Of course not," Qin Yu assured her, playfully pinching her nose while secretly thinking, "except for benevolent lies." As the couple exited the Baida Plaza hand in hand, night had already draped its dark curtain over the sky. "Let's hail a cab," Qin Yu suggested, raising his hand to signal for a taxi, when a Rolls-Royce suddenly came to a halt before them. "Cousin, hop in." Wu Hao jumped out of the car with great enthusiasm and gentlemanly opened the door. "Why you keep appearing out of nowhere?" Qin Yu rolled his eyes, suspecting that this guy was following him. "The old master asked me to bring you both home for dinner," Wu Hao replied with a goofy grin, casting a glance at their interlocked hands. "Old master? Qin Yu, is he truly your cousin?" Shen Shiwan questioned Wu Hao in bewilderment, having long doubted his claim. That's not important. Just get in," Qin Yu replied dismissively, pulling Shen Shiwan into the car. "Wait." Just as Wu Hao was about to start the engine, Shen Shiwan suddenly shouted, "What is it? We haven't bought anything. We can't go empty-handed," she exclaimed, attempting to open the car door to get out. "Sister-in-law, I've already bought everything. It's in the trunk," Wu Hao reassured her. "You just prepare to be the young mistress of the Qin family." Before he could finish, Qin Yu delivered a punch to Wu Hao. Let's get going." Wu Hao scratched his head, daring not to say another word as he drove off. "Qin Yu, what did you just say about me being the what of the Qin family?" Shen Shiwan asked, puzzled. "Just a relative of the Qin family. You're my girlfriend now." Qin Yu replied with an awkward smile, pulling her closer. Observing Qin Yu's forced smile and Wu Hao's silent demeanor, Shen Shiwan felt a slight furrow form on her brow. Why did their behavior seem so peculiar to her? As the Rolls-Royce entered a grand estate, Shen Shiwan was left utterly speechless. This was her first encounter with a genuine estate, having only seen such grandeur on television before. The magnificent fountain and the surrounding flora created a refreshing atmosphere, especially under the illumination of the lights, resembling a fairy tale realm. "We have arrived. Let us go," Qin Yu announced. After the car came to a halt, Qin Yu gently tapped the dazed Shen Shiwan. "Oh, all right." Shen Shiwan hurriedly redirected her gaze and anxiously stepped out of the vehicle. Upon witnessing the four-story villa before her, her eyes sparkled with astonishment. Indeed, the Qin family was the most affluent household in the capital. This villa exuded grandeur. Qin Yu gazed at this familiar yet foreign home, letting out a silent sigh. It had been 5 years since he departed from here. Fortunately, everything remained unchanged. "Come with me, cousin and sister-in-law." Wu Hao, retrieving gifts from the trunk, respectfully walked ahead to lead the way. Qin Yu clasped Shen Shiwan's hand tightly, offering her a gentle smile as he followed Wu Hao. Shen Shiwan, bewildered and anxious, was pulled along by Qin Yu, glancing around in awe. The opulent decor and exquisite furniture within were such that even a single item could require her to toil for a year or two. "I'm back," Qin Yu announced loudly as he entered the living room. "It's fine that you're back, but why bring anything?" Su Ryue observed Qin Yu's entrance, her gaze flickering. This home was finally complete. However, When her eyes caught sight of Qin Yu and Shen Shiwan's interlocked fingers, she was momentarily taken aback. Had this young man already secured Shen Shiwan in merely a few days since his return? Grandfather Qin, Madam Qin, Shen Shiwan casually bought a little something. Please do not mind. Before Shen Shiwan could utter a word, Qin Yu embraced her, proclaiming their relationship. That's not how it is. Allow me to explain. Shen Shiwan pushed Qin Yu away, eager to clarify the matter regarding the gifts. Yet, as her peripheral vision caught sight of the framed photo in front of the television, she stood frozen in place. What are you dawdling for? Qin Yu, bring Vice Minister Shen over to sit. Chu Yilin entered the living room with a fruit platter, only to find Shen Shiwan staring blankly at the television. Chu Xiaohua and Su Ruyue exchanged puzzled glances at her. She had seemed fine upon entering. Why was she suddenly lost in thought? Following Shen Shiwan's gaze, Qin Yu turned towards the TV cabinet and was struck with horror. He swiftly adjusted Shen Shiwan's direction and hurried to the cabinet, shoving the frame into Chu Yilin's hands. Upon witnessing Qin Yu's actions, Qin Xiaohua and Su Ruyue finally comprehended the situation, awkwardly chuckling at Shen Shiwan. I saw everything. Qin Yu, aren't you just a distant nephew? Shen Shiwan spun around, disregarding the gazes of Qin Xiaohua and his wife, confronting Qin Yu with an accusatory gaze. I told you, a secret cannot be contained forever. Why did you have to do it this way? Chu Yilin sighed in resignation, returning the frame to its original position. Inside the frame was a family portrait of Qin Xiaohua, Su Ruyue, and Qin Yu. The intimate poses and their striking resemblances made it evident, even to Shen Shiwan, that they were indeed family. Shiwan, please let me explain. Qin Yu grasped Shen Shiwan's arms, his eyes filled with anxiety. In his eagerness to return home, he had forgotten that the house was replete with traces of his life. Although 5 years had passed, Su Ruyue's nature ensured that the walls were adorned with his photographs. Very well, I shall listen to your explanation, young Master Qin. Tears glistened in Shen Shiwan's eyes. Just outside the Baidao Plaza, Qin Yu had assured her he would not deceive her. Yet, in the blink of an eye, she uncovered such a monumental deceit. Shen Shiwan suddenly recalled that the esteemed young Master Qin mentioned by Shi Jun was not merely a nickname. Qin Yu is indeed the son of Qin Zhao and Su Ruyue. Indeed, this is my family. I am not some distant nephew. Qin Zhao is my father, and Su Ruyue is my mother. I admit I conceal this fact from you, but my feelings for you are genuine. Qin Yu was at a loss for words, casting a pleading glance at Chu Yilin for help. The glimmer of tears in Shen Shiwan's eyes stirred an inexplicable pang of sorrow within him. It dawned on him that even benevolent lies and love could wound the heart profoundly. Look, dear Shen, you suffered such distress during your first visit to our home. Little Shen, allow me to speak. Chu Yilin began to explain on behalf of Qin Yu, but Su Ruyue interjected. Auntie, I am not angry. I merely. Shen Shiwan instinctively wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes as Su Ruyue approached. Annie understands that Qin Yu has hidden his identity, and this indeed may cause you distress. Yet, he harbors feelings for you. If he had revealed from the outset that he is the young master of the Qin family, would you still wish to be with him? Su Ruyue sincerely grasped Shen Shiwan's hand and seated her on the sofa. Given Qin Yu's status, countless affluent young women would vie for his affection. However, upon first meeting Shen Shiwan, Su Ruyue recognized that she was not one to seek superficial vanity. No, the threshold of the Qin family is too high. I am not worthy. Shen Shiwan felt somewhat constrained. Upon learning of Qin Yu's true identity, she felt increasingly insignificant. Realizing she had unwittingly shared a night with the young master of the Qin family for a mere 3,000. Little Shen, Qin Yu does not wish for you to feel any pressure. It is also our fault for not having put those photographs away. Qin Zhao explained with regret, only to be met with the disapproving glares of Qin Yu and the others. With a resigned shrug, Qin Zhao continued to browse his phone. As Qin Yu was his cherished son, he would not obstruct his affection for Shen Shiwan. The Qin family, with its vast fortune, had no need for conventional marital alliances. Deputy Minister Shen, the Qin family does not harbor prejudices. Since Qin Yu has chosen you, the entire family will embrace you. Chu Yilin offered a cup of water to Shen Shiwan, gently patting her shoulder. Deputy General Chu, that is not my intention. I simply feel unworthy of Qin Yu. Shen Shiwan cast a furtive glance at Qin Yu, her eyes shimmering with uncertainty. She was unsure of her next course of action, whether to forgive Qin Yu or to distance herself from the Qin family. I need to have a private conversation with Shiwan. Mom, Dad, Sister, please enjoy your meal. Qin Yu perceived Shen Shiwan's hesitation and took her hand, leading her upstairs. Shen Shiwan followed him like a lamb being led to the slaughter, offering no resistance whatsoever. Auntie, shall we not eat first? Chu Yilin spoke helplessly, observing their retreating figures. Let be, we shall wait. After all, it is little Shen's first visit to our home, and we must not neglect her. Qin Zio continued to peruse his phone, seemingly unfazed. Your uncle is correct. We must not be discourteous. Su Ryue smiled slightly, inviting Chu Yilin to sit beside her. Whose room is this? As Qin Yu pushed open the door to a bedroom, Shen Shiwan could not help but speak. This is my room. After 5 years, it remains unchanged. Are you not going to come in and take a look? Qin Yu smiled indifferently, gesturing for Shen Shiwan to enter. Curiosity piqued, she stepped into the bedroom, her intrigue towards Qin Yu intensifying. Feel free to look around. There is nothing hidden here. Qin Yu spread his arms wide, inhaling the familiar scent of the room. It was the same fragrance, the same decor as 5 years ago. As she gazed upon the photographs of Qin Yu adorning the walls, Shen Shiwan instinctively raised her hand to touch them, tracing his journey from youth to adulthood. It was like a cinematic narrative unfolding in her mind. Qin Yu, although our acquaintance has been brief, these past few days have revealed to me that there are still people in this world to whom I can entrust my heart. Yet, why do you conceal your identity from me? Shen Shiwan's eyes swept across the room before turning to face Qin Yu. She realized she had fallen for him, not due to his affluent lineage, but because he bestowed upon her an indescribable sense of security. I returned to the country at my parents' behest to take over the Qin group. To be honest, I had closed my heart for 5 years, never intending to fall in love again, until your presence shattered the barriers within me. Qin Yu slowly approached Shen Shiwan, gently caressing her cheek. He wished to shield her from sorrow and feared losing her. However, there was no need for you to hide from me. Furthermore, because of that marriage, I have casually sought the company of men. Do you not think it makes me seem like a frivolous woman? Shen Shiwan gazed at Qin Yu with tear-filled eyes. Voicing such sentiments left her conflicted and anxious, uncertain if he would accept her as she was. I do not perceive you as a frivolous woman, for you're my first. I wish to understand you, which is why I concealed my identity. Qin Yu wiped away her tears, holding her tenderly in his embrace. Since you have entered my world, you must accept all of me. Shen Shiwan, are you prepared to become the young mistress of the Qin family? Chapter 36. The crisis of concealment resolved. Shen Shiwan looked up at Qin Yu, her gaze flickering with confusion. Such domineering words stirred ripples in her heart. Was this his true nature, or merely an acknowledgement of her? The prospect of becoming the young mistress of the Qin family was something Shen Shiwan had never dared to dream. What is it? You just said I was worthy of trust, and now you seem to retract that? Qin Yu caressed her cheek, his gaze filled with affection. No, I simply find it hard to believe this is real. Amidst the endless turmoil of her thoughts, Shen Shiwan chose to accept his words. Qin Yu was right. Had he revealed himself as the president of the Qin group from the start, perhaps they would not be where they were now. Remember what I have told you. No matter the time or place, I will protect you. Qin Yu cradled her face and gently pressed his lips against hers. Feeling the warmth of his love, Shen Shiwan finally relinquished all her reservations. She loved this man, whether it is the esteemed eldest son of the Qin family or the intern Qin Yu. Shen Shiwan has resolutely decided to remain steadfastly by Qin Yu's side for the rest of her life. Of course, should the day come when she is required to depart, she would not hesitate for a moment. Such a narrative has been witnessed countless times on screen, yet she never imagined it would unfold in her own life. Enough already. We're waiting for you to eat. Observing the passionate kiss shared by the two in the bedroom, Chu Yilin raised her hand to cover her eyes. The intensity of the scene was almost unbearable for her as a single individual. Hey, when did you come up? Why didn't you knock? Upon hearing Chu Yilin's voice, Qin Yu swiftly turned, his expression awkward as he glanced towards the door. Shen Shiwan, feeling a wave of shyness, buried her face in a Qin Yu's embrace. Kindly remember to close the door next time before you indulge in such intimacy. Now that it's out in the open, hurry down for dinner. Chu Yilin shot a middle finger at Qin Yu, rolling her eyes as she exited. Are the youth of today so liberated? She mused. Uncle and aunt, I sincerely apologize. It was wrong of me to act so childishly. Upon reaching the dining room, Shen Shiwan lowered her head, feeling embarrassed as she offered her apology. It was her first visit to the Qin household, her initial formal encounter with Qin Yu's parents, and she had acted petulantly. How unbecoming. No worries. Your uncle and I are quite easygoing. As long as you and Qin Yu share a good relationship, we have no objections. Su Ryu, I gestured for Shen Shiwan to sit beside her. Shen Shiwan scratched her head awkwardly, glancing at Qin Yu in a state of uncertainty. Go ahead. It's wise to heed my mother's advice. Qin Yu smiled gently, guiding Shen Shiwan to sit next to Su Ryu. All right, let us eat. I'm absolutely famished. Chu Yilin patted her stomach, casting a resentful look at Qin Yu. Had it not been for his secrecy, she would likely be well fed by now. After 5 long years, the family could finally share a meal together. Qin Yu, you mustn't just leave it a whim in the future. Qin Shaoshan raised his glass, gazing meaningfully at his beloved son. I understand, Dad. You can rest assured. I won't be going anywhere, Qin Yu replied, stealing a glance at Shen Shiwan as he lifted his glass to clink with his family. Yes. Now that little Shen is aware of your identity. When will you take over the company? Su Ryu inquired, serving Shen Shiwan some food while regarding Qin Yu with curiosity. I find being an intern quite enjoyable. It keeps me grounded and allows me to connect with the employees. This way, I can identify the issues within the company. Qin Yu spoke without hesitation, revealing his disinterest in taking over the company. He relished his newfound freedom. As Shen Shiwan listened to Qin Yu's words, her cheeks flushed. Did he intend to follow her around every day? Hey, Qin Yu, you can't place all the burdens of the company on my shoulders. Chu Yilin set down her chopsticks, hands on her hips, as she glared at Qin Yu. After eagerly anticipating his return to the country, she thought she might finally enjoy some respite. Who would have guessed this fellow had become addicted to being an intern? Sister, you cannot say that. If I discreetly inform you of any issues I discover, isn't that also a form of assistance to you? If it weren't for my internship, would you have known that Wang Yiyuan and his associates were such individuals? Qin Yu spoke with a serious air, yet his peripheral vision caught sight of Shen Shiwan incessantly replying to messages. Yilin, I believe Qin Yu's actions are justified. One operates in the open, while the other remains in the shadows. Rectifying internal company matters is indeed a positive endeavor. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Xiaohe surprisingly concurred with Qin Yu's perspective. Had it been in the past, he would have forcibly compelled Qin Yu to assume control of the conglomerate. Perhaps the 5 years of Qin Yu's absence had led him to adopt a more relaxed outlook on certain matters. See, Father's decision is indeed sagacious, Qin Yu declared, tossing out a statement, and noticing Shen Shiwan still fixated on her phone, he boldly took it from her. Qin Yu, don't, Shen Shiwan gasped, her hand instinctively clutching Qin Yu's. She was reluctant for him to glimpse those messages, fearing it would bring her embarrassment. I am your boyfriend. What is there that you cannot show me? Qin Yu grasped Shen Shiwan's hand in return, directing his gaze at the phone screen under the puzzled looks of their family. Shen Shiwan, you reckless woman, are you not planning to return home tonight? You've been out for days, cavorting with some wild man. It matters not that you don't return home. Tomorrow I must meet Wang Yiyuan, and you are to marry him. The 50,000 in bride price has already gone towards your brother's new house. It cannot be refunded, so you shall sort it out. As he read the venomous messages from Han Yuefen, Qin Yu fell silent. He had not anticipated that after disparaging Han Yuefen, she would respond with such hostility. Observing the fluctuating expressions on Qin Yu's face, Shen Shiwan felt a pang of guilt and dared not speak. What is wrong? What has transpired? Chu Yilin, well acquainted with Qin Yu, could discern his burgeoning anger from his countenance. It's nothing. I can handle it. Qin Yu inhaled deeply and swiftly typed a message on Shen Shiwan's phone. Upon receiving her phone back, Shen Shiwan sighed helplessly after reading the text. I cannot possibly be with Wang Yiyuan. I will find a way to manage the money myself. This statement allowed Qin Yu to save face for her and also left Han Yuefen with a semblance of dignity. Soon after, Han Yuefen sent a message. If you can produce 50,000, I will take your surname. This declaration was painfully piercing. It hardly resembled words one would expect from a mother. The bias against daughters was starkly evident in Han Yuefen's words. No need for me to take your surname. From now on, I shall no longer contribute a single penny to the family. Shen Shiwan swiftly typed a response and promptly shut off her phone. All right, do not be upset. Shen Shiwan leaned toward Qin Yu, softly pleading. Qin Yu caressed her cheek, offering a faint smile without uttering a word. He was fully aware of the message Shen Shiwan had sent and understood the difficulty of her decision. Thus, he knew he must bring this matter to a resolution. Chapter 37. Appoint Shen Shiwan as general manager. What are you two conspiring about? Chu Yilin gazed at them in confusion, her mind brimming with questions. It's nothing. Merely a trivial matter, Qin Yu replied, grasping Shen Shiwan's hand and offering a slight smile to Chu Yilin. By the way, sister, we shall take leave tomorrow. As the wine flowed and the evening progressed, Qin Yu suddenly lifted his gaze towards Chu Yilin. Are you not quite right in the head? You're the president of the Qin group. Why are you asking me for leave? Chu Yilin retorted, tossing a piece of bone aside. Regarding Qin Yu, as if he were a fool. Surely, Shiwan must request leave as well. Shiwan is your girlfriend. You can simply approve her request. Sister, are you genuinely foolish or merely pretending? Who in the entire corporation does not know who I am? Faced with Qin Yu's probing inquiry, Chu Yilin appeared momentarily taken aback. It seemed he had a valid point. Vice President Chu, I indeed need to request leave tomorrow. However, I should first seek approval from Department Head Feng, as company policy prohibits bypassing hierarchy. Observing their playful banter, Shen Shiwan could not help but stifle a laugh. This pair of siblings was truly a delightful spectacle. Indeed, the company had rules against circumventing the chain of command. Qin Xiaohe, pondering deeply, cast a contemplative glance at Shen Shiwan before slowly articulating. Qin Yu, I must ask, are you serious about Xiaoshen? Of course I am, father. What sort of question is that? Qin Yu replied, somewhat perplexed by Qin Xiaohe's inquiry. Since you're serious, then I understand. Yilin, has the position of general manager in the company remained unfilled? Qin Xiaohe inquired with a subtle smile, directing his attention towards Chu Yilin. Yes, there has yet to be a suitable candidate, which is why it remains vacant. Chu Yilin hesitated before explaining. What could have prompted this elder to pose such a question? Very well, tomorrow you shall draft a document appointing Xiaoshen as general manager. Qin Xiaohe nodded thoughtfully, as if discussing a trivial matter. Upon hearing this, both Chu Yilin and Shen Shiwan's mouths fell open in astonishment. Chu Yilin regarded Qin Xiaohe with disbelief, internally questioning the hastiness of such a decision. It must be noted that the general manager of the Qin group faced numerous challenges. Not only must they manage personnel within the company, but they also had to contend with unforeseen risks. Although Shen Shiwan was indeed talented, having ascended to the position of deputy minister at a young age, she was still quite distant from the role of general manager. Uncle, I lack the capability to assume the role of general manager. Please retract that statement. I truly do not possess such abilities. Shen Shiwan endeavored to maintain her composure, gripping Qin Yu's hand tightly. While she aspired to ascend the corporate ladder, she believed in taking one step at a time. Attaining the position of deputy minister at her current age was already a significant achievement. She had never contemplated sitting in the seat of general manager. Qin Yu has just returned to the country and needs a position to gain experience and familiarize himself with the company's operations. I recognize that appointing you as general manager may seem abrupt, but it also serves to assist Qin Yu. On the surface, you will be the general manager, and Qin Yu will be your assistant. However, in reality, your roles could be reversed. Qin Xiaohe patiently articulated his thoughts, his intention being to expedite Qin Yu's understanding of the company while reducing constraints between them. Shen Shiwan grasped the underlying reasoning. Qin Xiaohe's public elevation of her to general manager was, in fact, a means to facilitate Qin Yu's integration. Otherwise, Qin Yu would always be regarded as merely an intern. In a large corporation like the Qin Group, such a status would undoubtedly be looked down upon. Well, I have agreed on behalf of Shiwan. Consequently, no one would oversee our actions. Qin Yu could not help but give Qin Xiao a thumbs up, thinking that his father's decision was remarkably wise. All right, I shall draft the document tomorrow. Chu Yilin shrugged helplessly. After all, the company belonged to the Qin family, and they could do as they pleased. Although Shen Shiwan wished to refute, a mere glance from Qin Yu silenced her. The only thing she could do now was to cooperate with Qin Yu. Observing the harmonious atmosphere among the family, Su Ryue's lips curled into a slight smile. This is the ambience a family should possess. Such a home is truly complete. Xiao Shen, why not stay here tonight instead of going back? After the group had dined heartily, Su Ryue turned directly to Shen Shiwan. Aunt, I should return home. It feels inappropriate to stay here on my first visit. Shen Shiwan never anticipated that Su Ryue would be so open, extending an invitation to stay on her very first visit. There's nothing inappropriate about it. We will all be family sooner or later, and having more people around is lively. Su Ryue smiled gently, pulling the somewhat bashful Shen Shiwan toward the living room. Qin Yu, will you be sharing a room tonight, or will you sleep separately? Chu Yilin approached Qin Yu, inquiring with curiosity. In her view, the relationship between Qin Yu and Shen Shiwan was surely more profound than it appeared. What does that have to do with you? Qin Yu retorted. Sister, it's high time you found a boyfriend instead of constantly thinking of others. Qin Yu made a playful face at Chu Yilin and dashed away. Qin Yu, you rascal. Wait for me. Chu Yilin raised her fist in anger, but ultimately let it drop in resignation. Mom, it's getting late. We should rest. Qin Yu pulled the bewildered Shen Shiwan toward the upstairs. Are they together? Su Ryue gazed at the two ascending the stairs, her face reflecting astonishment as she turned to Qin Xiao. She had intended for Shen Shiwan to spend the night in the guest room, but now, the younger generation tends to be more open-minded. Let us not be overly judgmental. Qin Xiao cleared his throat awkwardly, shifting his gaze to the approaching Chu Yilin. Hey, uncle, please don't look at me like that. It's just that I am too exceptional, and no man dares to approach me. Chu Yilin's overly conspicuous explanation earned her a shared eye roll from Qin Xiao and his wife. Qin Yu, isn't this inappropriate? As Qin Yu closed the door, Shen Shiwan stood there, somewhat at a loss. Would sleeping in the same room lead Qin Yu's parents to perceive her as a woman of loose morals? There's nothing inappropriate about it. My room has excellent soundproofing. Qin Yu stepped closer to Shen Shiwan, gently caressing her cheek. How annoying. What does soundproofing have to do with me? Shen Shiwan felt her cheeks flush, her gaze flitting about, unable to meet Qin Yu's eyes directly. Certainly, it is indeed pertinent to you, as Qin Yu, without finishing his words, pressed his lips against Shen Shiwan's crimson ones. Qin Yu, can we wait until tomorrow? I need to completely sever ties with Wang Yiyuan. Shen Shiwan implored softly, breaking free from Qin Yu's fervent kiss. Rest assured, I will ensure you are entirely free from Wang Yiyuan by tomorrow, Qin Yu declared, leaning in to kiss her once more. Chapter 38. Audi's subtlety compared to Mercedes. As Qin Yu awoke with bleary eyes, he gazed at Shen Shiwan nestled in his embrace, a slight smile gracing his lips. The intimacy they shared last night had lost its initial awkwardness, revealing that Shen Shiwan had truly opened her heart to him. He recalled that he must return home before 9:30, as Wang Yiyuan would be arriving. Just as Qin Yu contemplated rising, Shen Shiwan's phone illuminated, drawing his attention. Noting the message displayed, his brow furrowed. He distinctly remembered that Shen Shiwan had turned her phone off during their dinner the previous night. When did she turn it back on? Yet this trivial detail paled in significance compared to the hour remaining until 9:30. What are you doing? Shen Shiwan's eyes fluttered open, her voice a playful whine as she clung to Qin Yu. Your mother has messaged, insisting that you return home before 9:30, he replied, tenderly caressing her hair. Oh, what time is it? She inquired nonchalantly, still seemingly drowsy. Fortunately, it is only 8:30, he reassured her. What? Startled, Shen Shiwan bolted upright. But when she caught Qin Yu's steady gaze upon her, she instinctively lowered her head. Ah, you rogue, she exclaimed, her cheeks aflame as she realized her bare form was exposed before him. In haste, she snatched the blanket to cover herself, yet the awkwardness lingered. For Qin Yu's muscular physique remained on display. You are my girlfriend. There is no need to be so bashful, Qin Yu remarked, pulling her into his embrace. What do you intend to do? Shen Shiwan blinked her large eyes, locking gazes with him. Naturally, I wish to pursue what I desire, he replied with a mischievous grin, inching closer to her luscious lips. It's already 8:30. We are out of time. I must go freshen up. Shen Shiwan exclaimed in a flurry, extricating herself from Qin Yu's grasp as she hastily searched for her clothes. She certainly did not wish to engage in further intimacy with him at this moment, fearing she would not rise until noon. Observing Shen Shiwan as flustered and hurried attempts to dress, Qin Yu silently admired her. Perhaps this was the happiness he had always yearned for, void of scheming and deceit. Father, I require a vehicle, he proclaimed as he descended the stairs. What do you need a car for? Isn't it sufficient that Wu Hao drives you? Qin Xiaohe inquired, perplexed as he set down his newspaper. Please, I cannot constantly have a third wheel, Qin Yu retorted, rolling his eyes at his father's apparent lack of emotional intelligence. Son is correct. They require their private space. His father acknowledged. Xiao Shun, did you sleep well last night? Su Ryue scrutinized Shen Shiwan with a smile. Quite well, Andy. I hope we did not disturb your rest. As soon as the words slipped from her lips, Shen Shiwan instinctively covered her mouth. Goodness, what had she just said? How could it possibly disturb us? The room is well soundproofed. Besides, our rooms are quite distant from each other. Come, let us hurry and have a meal to replenish our energy. Su Ryue chuckled, unable to contain her amusement. Last night, she had eavesdropped on Qin Yu in his room, and she fully understood Shen Shiwan's implications. Her mind was now consumed with thoughts of when she might cradle a plump grandchild. Mom and Dad, Shiwan will be living at home from now on. All right, as long as you are happy. Qin Yu's words prompted a simultaneous response from Qin Xiaohua and his wife. Shen Shiwan had intended to protest, but considering her recent fallout with her family, she realized returning home might no longer be an option. Where's my sister? Has she not yet risen? Qin Yu wiped his mouth and curiously ventured into the living room. Your sister left early, with such a large company. Do you think she can be as carefree as you? Qin Xiaohua glanced at Qin Yu and pointed towards the cabinet by the door. The car keys are on the shelf. Choose whichever car you fancy. Then we shall take our leave. Uncle Aunt. Before Shen Shiwan could bid farewell, Qin Yu seized a handful of car keys and briskly pulled her away. Watching the pair depart, Qin Xiaohua and Su Ryue exchanged knowing glances, their faces alight with smiles. Regardless of the circumstances, their son had returned and emerged from his previous emotional turmoil. Now, they merely awaited the day Qin Yu would take over the family business. At that time, marrying Shen Shiwan would surely be a double blessing. Standing at the entrance of the Qin family's garage, surrounded by luxury cars worth millions, Shen Shiwan felt as if she were in a dream. Stop dawdling. Get in the car, Qin Yu urged, casually opening the door to an Audi A8. This vehicle, it seemed, was the most economical in the entire garage. Is there something a bit more understated? Given that they were heading to her home, Shen Shiwan preferred to keep a low profile. That's all there is except for that Maybach, but I'm not particularly fond of those rather staid vehicles. Qin Yu shrugged, fully aware of Shen Shiwan's sentiments. Yet, he relished the thought of witnessing Han Yuefen's astonished expression. All right then, let be this one. Shen Shiwan quickly settled into the passenger's seat, feeling that the Audi was, on the whole, less ostentatious than a Mercedes in her eyes. Xiao Wang, I truly apologize for making you come all the way to our home, and with so many gifts as well. Han Yuefen beamed as she poured a cup of tea for Wang Yiyuan. Are uncle and Xingha not home? Wang Yiyuan inquired, surveying his surroundings with curiosity. They went out to buy groceries. Let's have a simple meal at home for lunch. I want to eat, as I came this time for the 50,000 yuan betrothal gift. Wang Yiyuan sipped his tea, gazing calmly at Han Yuefen. Xiao Wang, Annie invited you here specifically for this matter. The betrothal gift has already been used to purchase a house for Xinghan, located in the Junji Tiandi that your company developed. Given our family circumstances, we truly cannot come up with that much money, Han Yuefen explained, her smile strained as she tried to elucidate the situation to Wang Yiyuan. She certainly would not return the betrothal gifts. Shinshir Wang must marry Wang Yiyuan. That has nothing to do with me. You can figure out the financial matters on your own. With that, Wang Yiyuan rose to leave. Xiao Wang, Auntie will ensure Shi Wang marries you. It is the will of the parents, unless she disowns me as her mother. Upon seeing Wang Yiyuan about to depart, Han Yuefan became anxious. The golden son-in-law they had painstakingly found could not be let go so easily. Auntie, some matters are not as simple as you think. I believe we should reconsider this marriage. Although Wang Yiyuan felt reluctant, what could he do when old Master Qin had spoken? He certainly could not jeopardize his career for a woman. Shi Wang possesses both beauty and grace. If you have any reservations, she could always be your concubine. Han Yuefan was in a complete panic, even unsure of what she was saying. Auntie, are you speaking the truth? Wang Yiyuan felt a glimmer of hope. 50,000 could ensure Shen Shiwan would occasionally attend to him. That would make the expenditure worthwhile. Indeed, Auntie has never deceived you. No sooner had Han Yuefan finished speaking than the door swung open. Shen Shiwan entered. Her face darkened as she glared fiercely at her mother. Her delicate hands clenched into fists. Chapter 39. The stunned Shen family Qin Yu and Shen Shiwan had just arrived at the doorstep when they overheard the conversation inside. Initially, upon hearing Wang Yiyuan's insistence on calling off the engagement, Shen Shiwan felt a sense of relief. However, upon hearing her mother suggest that she become a mistress for a mere 50,000, her fury ignited. How could her mother consider using her daughter as a plaything for money? Clearly, she was truly extraneous in this family. Shen Shiwan furiously flung open the door, only to confront the ugly visage of Han Yuefan. Just in time, Shi Wang has returned. Hurry, go with Xiao Wang. 50,000 is something your mother cannot provide. Han Yuefan disregarded Shen Shiwan's feelings entirely, pulling her towards Wang Yiyuan. I'm sorry, she is my girlfriend. Qin Yu stepped forward, positioning himself protectively behind Shen Shiwan. Shen Shiwan is my daughter. Whoever I wish her to accompany, she must comply. Han Yuefan glared at Qin Yu, seething with anger. It was this young man who had berated her in the CAF and made her foot the bill. From now on, I no longer acknowledge you as my mother. Shen Shiwan cried out almost in tears, her voice filled with desperation. Qin Yu embraced her tightly, casting a cold gaze at Han Yuefan. Such a woman truly did not deserve to be a mother. As for the marriage, I certainly intend to call it off. By tomorrow, I must see the 50,000 betrothal gifts. I will take my leave now. Wang Yiyuan stood awkwardly to the side. Upon first seeing Shen Shiwan, he had been filled with anticipation. However, upon seeing Qin Yu, he felt increasingly out of sorts. Don't leave just yet. I have something to discuss with you shortly. Qin Yu ignored Wang Yiyuan entirely, guiding Shen Shiwan inside to sit. Auntie, respect is something to be earned. If you continue to act so unreasonable, I will no longer be polite. Qin Yu gently wiped Shen Shiwan's tears while glancing at the fluctuating expression of Han Yuefan. Han Yuefan could hardly fathom that her usually obedient daughter would utter such words. This is my family matter. It has nothing to do with you. Shen Shiwan, I bore you for 10 months and raised you. And this is how you repay my devotion? Han Yuefan exclaimed, her hands firmly placed on her hips, pointing an accusatory finger at Shen Shiwan. A sense of panic surged within her. If Shen Shiwan refused to heed her words, what would become of the 50,000 in betrothal gifts? All these years, you and your father have not worked. I have single-handedly supported this family. What more do you want from me? For your sake, I have lived frugally, enduring disdain from my colleagues. When have you ever considered my feelings? Shen Shiwan stared at Han Yuefan, tears streaming down her face, as the weight of years of grievances surged forth. I gave you life, raised you. Should you not express gratitude as you mature? Besides, you will eventually marry. Marrying anyone is still marrying. Han Yuefan's fury reached a boiling point. This was the first time Shen Shiwan had spoken to her in such a manner. Upon hearing Han Yuefan's words, despair washed over Shen Shiwan completely. Before returning home, she had even prepared to confess the background of Qin Yu to Han Yuefan. But now, it seemed irrelevant whether she spoke or remained silent. In this household, no one cared for her feelings. Mom, guess what I saw? A limited edition Audi 8. That must cost several million. Just then, the door swung open again, and Shen Xinghan burst in excitedly. Brother-in-law, is that 8 yours? Upon seeing Wang Yiyuan, Shen Shiwan became even more animated. It's not mine. I'm not your brother-in-law. Wang Yiyuan's expression darkened. In front of Qin Yu, he dared not express his annoyance. If it's not yours, whose could it be? If you're not my brother-in-law, then who is? Shen Shiwan scratched his head, glancing around, confused as he looked at Han Yuefan. Mom, who is this person? Faced with Shen Shiwan, Shen Shiwan even forgot to address her properly. Where's Dad? Why hasn't he returned yet? Han Yuefan did not directly respond to her son's question. Dad is downstairs chatting with someone. Your voice is so loud that the entire building can hear you. Before Shen Shiwan could finish, Shen Hui entered, carrying bags of various items. Xiao Wang, why are you standing by the door? Come inside, I bought plenty of things. I'll make you something delicious for lunch. Shen Hui beamed at Wang Yiyuan. However, upon seeing Shen Shiwan seated in the room, his expression instantly soured. Xiao Wang hasn't sat down, yet you have. Then, turning to Qin Yu, he pointed in annoyance. And you? Who are you? Shiwan, shall we leave? Qin Yu ignored everyone else and turned to Shen Shiwan. He finally understood why Shen Shiwan was so reluctant to return home. With a family and parents like these, it was better not to have them at all. Shen Shiwan's gaze swept over Han Yuefan, Shen Hui, and Shen Shiwan, her lips pressed tightly together. She had sacrificed so much for this family, only to be met with indifference. From today onward, I sever all ties with you. Do not contact me again. Shen Shiwan fiercely wiped away her tears, uttering 2 sentences before seizing Qin Yu's hand and departing. Everyone stood in a daze, watching Shen Shiwan lead Qin Yu downstairs, momentarily at a loss for words. Old Shen, Shiwan, quickly stop her. We cannot let her leave. If she goes, we will be unable to provide the 500,000 to Xiao Wang. Han Yuefan was the first to speak, slapping her thigh and shouting frantically. It was only then that Shen Hui and Shen Shiwan reacted and immediately chased after them. Andy, perhaps it's best to let it go. Remember to give me the 500,000 tomorrow. Wang Yiyuan, realizing he would gain nothing, cast a glance at the exasperated Han Yuefan, uttered a parting remark, and followed them downstairs. Shen Shiwan, you ungrateful wretch. I will ensure you are given to Wang Yiyuan. Do not expect to reclaim the betrothal gifts. Han Yuefan stomped her foot in fury and hurried after them. Yet, upon reaching the ground floor, she found Shen Hui and Shen Shiwan frozen in place. What are you waiting for? Where is that girl, Shen Shiwan? If I catch her, I will. Before Han Yuefan could finish her sentence, she spotted Qin Yu closing the passenger door of an Audi sports car. You are unfit to be parents. I will take care of Shiwan. If you dare to meddle with her again, do not blame me for being rude. Qin Yu approached the driver's seat, casting a cool glance at the group before delivering 2 icy statements. As they watched Qin Yu calmly settle into the driver's seat, Han Yuefan's family was left utterly dumbfounded. Mom, is that car his? When did my sister become acquainted with someone like him? That's a limited edition Audi 8 worth millions. Shen Shiwan gulped, realizing this was the quintessential golden son-in-law. It is well known that such limited edition sports cars are nearly impossible for the average person to acquire. Han Yuefan was left speechless to her. Qin Yu was merely an ordinary employee of the Qin Group. How could he possibly possess such means? Chapter 40. Only happiness is allowed Shiwan. Shall we go? Qin Yu closed the car door and took Shen Shiwan's hand firmly. Let us leave. There is nothing worth holding on to here. Shen Shiwan leaned against Qin Yu, her voice weak and tinged with despair. She noticed the expressions of her so-called family as they beheld Qin Yu in the driver's seat, their greedy gazes making her feel nauseated. Rest assured, you have me from now on. Qin Yu gently kissed her forehead and slowly started the car. The roar of the engine jolted Han Yuefan and the others back to reality. Quickly, we cannot let him escape. Han Yuefan was filled with regret, wishing she had known earlier about Qin Yu's wealth. If she had, what did 500,000 mean? With a golden son-in-law like him, that sum was trivial. Shen Shiwan rushed forward, but was still a moment too late. The Audi 8 roared away under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Remember, the 500,000. Not a penny less tomorrow. Wang Yiyuan took a deep breath, casting a cold glance at the Shen family before turning towards his own BMW, worth less than $1 million. Through today's events, he had come to a clear understanding. Han Yuefan, This woman, consumed by vanity, would never be satisfied. She was merely his best choice until now. As they watched the BMW drive away, Han Yuefan and the others were left utterly dumbfounded. "Mother, you have single-handedly buried a millionaire." "No, with my sister gone, who will provide my living expenses?" Suddenly, Shen Shiwan realized a grave matter. With Shen Shiwan's departure, their family had completely lost its financial support and was now burdened with a staggering debt of 500,000. "I told you to heed Shiwan's advice. Look at the result now, all efforts in vain." Shen Hui lamented, smacking his thigh in frustration. "Yet, what good would it do to say anything now?" "Well, it was you who insisted on buying a house. Now you blame me." Han Yuefan glared at Shen Hui, rolling her eyes. "Enough, stop bickering. We should focus on how to deal with that 500,000 and my tuition and living expenses." Shen Shiwan sighed deeply, feeling utterly dejected as he trudged upstairs, leaving Shen Hui and Han Yuefan in disarray. "Qin Yu, I wish." Glancing at the towering buildings passing by, Shen Shiwan hesitated as she looked at Qin Yu. "You wish to help them repay that 500,000? Qin Yu, one hand on the steering wheel, ruffled her hair affectionately. "Yes, after all, they're my family, who raised me. However, I would like to borrow it from you. I will repay it." Shen Shiwan grasped Qin Yu's hand, gazing at him with pleading eyes. "Tell me, if you repay Wang Yiyuan 500,000, would you still return home?" "No, I do not wish to go back." Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, Shen Shiwan's tone became resolute. "I respect your thoughts. I will give the money to Wang Yiyuan." "Shiwan, remember, being with me means you're only allowed to be happy." Qin Yu lifted his hand to gently caress Shen Shiwan's cheek, revealing a faint smile. Shen Shiwan gazed at Qin Yu, momentarily at a loss for words. If she had to repay that 500,000, she would likely need to starve for 10 years to do so. Yet now, Qin Yu was willingly offering that sum for her sake. "All right, I will take you to a place where you can completely unwind." Noticing the pitiful expression on Shen Shiwan's face, Qin Yu grasped her hand and pressed the accelerator. He was unconcerned about 500,000. Even a million was trivial to him. His only concern was Shen Shiwan's feelings. As long as she was happy, nothing else mattered. "Where are we?" Observing the bustling scene outside the car, Shen Shiwan could not help but be taken aback. When Qin Yu had driven up the mountain earlier, she had wanted to ask where they were headed, but remembering his promise to help her relax, she refrained from speaking. "This is a legal and compliant racetrack. Let me show you what speed and passion truly mean. Come, let us go take a look." Qin Yu smiled gently, unbuckling Shen Shiwan's seatbelt with care. When Shen Shiwan exited the car, she naturally linked her arm with Qin Yu's. He glanced at her gesture, a smile gracing his lips. It seemed she had fully accepted him. "Young Master Qin, you finally arrived." Shi Jun, with Wan in tow, swaggered into view before Qin Yu and Shen Shiwan. "Oh, it seems the bond between you two has strengthened in just 2 days. Why did you arrive in this car?" Shi Jun teased, noticing Shen Shiwan entwined with Qin Yu. Yet, upon seeing that Qin Yu had driven this humble vehicle, he fell silent. Last night, he had advised Qin Yu to bring his limited edition Ferrari for today's race. Yet here, he was with this piece of junk. "As long as you're with the right person, it doesn't matter what you drive," Qin Yu gently asserted, squeezing Shen Shiwan's hand. She blushed and leaned against him, overwhelmed by shyness. "Could you two refrain from being so mushy?" Shi Jun rolled his eyes at Qin Yu before gesturing toward the racing field. "Choose your opponent. Which car do you want to race against?" "Anything works. It's just for fun." Qin Yu shrugged nonchalantly, scanning the racetrack. "Young Master Qin, I hear your driving skills are quite impressive. Will you allow me a glimpse today?" Wan remarked, glancing at Shen Shiwan and teasing Qin Yu. It was undeniable that Shen Shiwan's attire today outshone her previous professional suit by leaps and bounds. Clearly, Qin Yu had invested significantly in her appearance. "Do you also race?" Ignoring Wan's gaze, Shen Shiwan looked up at Qin Yu. "Fortunately, in my free time, I enjoy taking a few laps." With a subtle smile, he indicated to Shi Jun and led Shen Shiwan towards the track. As they observed the speeding race cars, Shen Shiwan felt an unexpected surge of excitement to experience that thrill. Having lived a life of decorum, her limited finances had restrained her from indulging in entertainment beyond work. The adrenaline of racing ignited a spark within her. Do you want to try the thrill of racing? Qin Yu inquired, leaning closer to her ear as he noticed her excitement. Shen Shiwan nodded eagerly, her eyes following the racing cars on the track. Let us fulfill your wish, Qin Yu said, wrapping an arm around her as they headed to the car. Wasn't this the legendary racing god, Qin Yu, who had vanished 5 years ago? Had he truly been ensnared by matters of the heart? Just then, an unwelcome voice interrupted their moment. A rather handsome man in a racing suit blocked their path, his gaze brazenly roving over Shen Shiwan. Gu Bei, you'd best watch your words, Qin Yu warned, his expression darkening. Chapter 41. Gu Bei's provocation. Qin Yu had anticipated encountering this man here. 5 years prior, he had overtaken Gu Bei on a bend, claiming the title of racing god for that year. Now, 5 years later, he found himself face to face with Gu Bei again. It was ironic that someone had forsaken the title for a woman. So, you brought your new girlfriend here for some excitement? Gu Bei scoffed, disregarding Qin Yu's warning with disdain. What do you want, Gu Bei? If you wish to perish, I can certainly oblige. Qin Yu sheltered Shen Shiwan behind him, fixating his gaze intensely on Gu Feng. Were it not for the Gu family's considerable standing in the capital, Qin Yu would have dismissed him without a second thought. I have heard of your methods, young Master Qin. The Qin family is formidable, but why not settle this through a competition? Gu Bei's cold stare met Qin Yu's, though his gaze often flickered toward Shen Shiwan. This woman, why does she exude such innocence? Qin Yu obstructed Gu Bei's line of sight, understanding that against such an adversary, only strength would prevail. Let us race, just as we did 5 years ago. If you lose, your girlfriend will be mine. Gu Bei, brimming with confidence, locked eyes with Qin Yu, unaware that he was provoking a sensitive nerve within him. And if you lose, should I falter, this car shall be yours. Gu Bei gestured toward a gleaming Lamborghini parked nearby. Qin Yu's expression shifted slightly. If memory served him right, the price of that Lamborghini soared up to 8 million. This young man was indeed audacious. Qin Yu, accept the challenge. Just as Qin Yu was about to decline, Shen Shiwan spoke softly. Though she was oblivious to Gu Bei's identity, the sight of the luxury vehicle made it evident that he was yet another affluent heir. However, she had grown weary of such disdainful treatment. Aren't you afraid of my defeat? Not at all. I have faith in you. Meeting her unwavering gaze, a smile tugged at the corners of Qin Yu's lips. If that is the case, then let the battle commence. For Shen Shiwan, to earn the admiration of all. Hey, young Master Qin, have you made your decision? You haven't gone soft after 5 years, have you? Gu Bei's voice grew louder, attracting the attention of the surrounding crowd. Gu Bei, what are you up to? Shi Jun rushed over, positioning himself alongside Qin Yu. In the racing circles of the capital, who did not know Gu Bei's title as the Racing King? Not to mention his reckless driving style, which deterred many from challenging him. Shiyun, your good brother has returned, yet you failed to inform everyone. Shouldn't we celebrate the return of the racing god? Gu Bei's tone dripped with mockery, his expression one of derision. Shi Jun clenched his fists, ready to charge at Gu Bei, but was halted by Qin Yu. Fine, I shall race you. Let us see if you don't return home in tears. Qin Yu coldly regarded Gu Bei, taking Shen Shiwan's hand as they approached the Audi A8. Ha ha ha, indeed. You are worthy of the title racing god. If you dare to race me in that car, your defeat is assured. Gu Bei laughed heartily at the sight of the Audi A8, his gaze becoming increasingly brazen as it roamed over Shen Shiwan. It seemed she had already become his prize. Qin Yu, the Lamborghini he drives today has been modified. Shi Jun exclaimed, hastily grabbing Qin Yu's arm. No matter how good the car, if the driver lacks skill, it is futile. Gu Bei will surely pay the price for his arrogance. Qin Yu smiled nonchalantly, winking at Shi Jun. As Qin Yu settled into the car, Shi Jun found himself momentarily dazed. Once upon a time, he had radiated that same confidence, successfully claiming the title of racing god. After a 5-year hiatus, the once untamed scion of the Qin family seems to have returned. He is none other than the legendary driver, Qin Yu, who vanished from the scene 5 years ago. Is he back to reclaim his title as the master of the racetrack? It seems unlikely, as he is the esteemed heir of the Qin family. Would he truly care about such accolades? However, His Audi 8 appears somewhat outclassed. It is likely he will face defeat this time. As Qin Yu gracefully steers towards the race venue, murmurs ripple through the crowd. Many among them had witnessed the thrilling competition for the title of racing champion years ago. The breathtaking scenes remain etched in their memories, particularly Qin Yu's masterful overtaking maneuver on that final curve. It was nothing short of miraculous. Yet, while they once raced comparable vehicles, the current disparity is evident. Many spectators feel a pang of sympathy for Qin Yu as they compare his Audi to Gu Bei's Lamborghini, which is undeniably superior. Trust me, even if I lose, I won't concede my position to you, Qin Yu assures as he secures Shen Shiwan's safety belt, planting a gentle kiss on her forehead. I believe in you, but I must admit I'm a bit nervous. It's my first time racing in a car. Shen Shiwan glances at the stunning bikini-clad women around, a wave of anxiety washing over her. The roar of the racing cars earlier had left her feeling apprehensive. Now, seated within the vehicle, her nerves are at an all-time high. There's no need to be anxious. Trust me, soon you'll come to relish this sensation. Qin Yu grips Shen Shiwan's hand tightly, his gaze growing resolute. In that moment, it feels as if they have been transported back 5 years in time. 3, 2, 1. With the drop of the flag held by the Bikini Beauty, both cars surge forward almost simultaneously. Shen Shiwan instinctively holds her breath, gripping the safety belt tightly. As she glances at the parallel Lamborghini beside them, a smile creeps onto Qin Yu's face. He is not just a racing champion of the capital. He is a formidable contender on the international stage. Yet, this remains a secret known only to him. The thunderous roar of the Audi 8's engine fills the air as it closely tailgates the Lamborghini. Damn it, why can't I shake him off? Gu Bei mutters, glancing into his rearview mirror at the relentless Audi 8, his expression growing darker. Who would have thought that after 5 years? Qin, you would still be such a formidable opponent? As the car drifts and overtakes effortlessly, the initial tension dissipates for Shen Shiwan, replaced by exhilaration, fervor, and passion. Qin Yu, this is exhilarating, she exclaims, her face alight with excitement. Just as Qin Yu had predicted, she has truly come to cherish this rush. With a smirk, Qin Yu accelerates once more. It was on this very curve that he claimed his title 5 years ago. Now, he aims to prove himself once again in the same manner. You think you can surpass me? Gu Bei sneers as he observes the Audi 8 gaining speed. 5 years ago, it was due to his oversight that Qin Yu succeeded in overtaking him. Could he possibly be humiliated again after all this time? With that thought, Gu Bei discreetly presses a button, his expression turning sinister. You think you can play this game with me? The title of champion is not merely a hollow accolade. Noticing Gu Bei's movements, Qin Yu's face broke into a teasing smile. Chapter 42, The True Master of Racing. Look, they are down to the final turn. The stands were filled with a throng of spectators, all eagerly discussing the spectacle. Although many of the later arrivals were unaware of the identity of Gu Bei's competitor, few were unfamiliar with the moniker of the Racing King. In the capital's racing circuit, for nearly 5 years, no one had been able to rival Gu Bei, especially at this last turn, which was crucial for determining the victor. If memory serves, it was 5 years ago that Qin Yu overtook his opponent at this very bend, claiming the title of Racing God. Shi Jun watched the race with bated breath, his hands clenched tightly. He had faith in Qin Yu's skills, yet he doubted Gu Bei's character. His modified Lamborghini had already activated its boost twice. I may not understand racing, but I recognize that the pricier the car, the better its performance. Qin Yu's vehicle could only trail behind the Lamborghini, never managing to surpass it. Wen observed the race course with great interest. This was her first foray into the world of racing. She was taken aback to find that the arena was filled with scions of wealthy families. Rest assured, Qin Yu will undoubtedly set the crowd ablaze with excitement. Shi Jun shot a glance at Wen, then returned his focus to the race. Look, that Audi A8 is gearing up to overtake, someone shouted, and instantly all eyes were fixated on the action. Shiwan, if you wish to cheer, do so loudly. Buckle up, I'll give you an exhilarating ride. As the final bend came into view, Qin Yu affectionately ruffled Shen Shiwan's hair. He pressed the accelerator, swiftly shifting gears, and executed a seamless clutch transition. Fortunately, when he had customized this Audi 8, He had opted for a manual transmission. The title of racing god belongs to me, Qin Yu thought. Gu Bei glanced in his rearview mirror and executed a drift, almost seizing the center of the turn. If Qin Yu wanted to overtake him, he would have to seize the moment and navigate through the narrow gaps on either side. However, this was virtually impossible. The gaps beside the Lamborghini were far too narrow for any vehicle to pass through. Playing this game with me? Qin Yu quickly recognized Gu Bei's strategy. With a series of deft maneuvers, the Audi A8 executed a beautiful drift, hurtling towards the gap. Gasps erupted from the crowd, and many timid onlookers had covered their eyes. This was the moment. Just as the two cars were about to exit the turn, Qin Yu slammed the clutch. The handbrake was released in an instant, and the Audi A8 surged forward like a wild stallion, roaring through the gap and racing towards the finish line. Meanwhile, Gu Bei's Lamborghini swayed dangerously, nearly veering off the track. Damn it, how could this be possible? Gu Bei quickly recalibrated, reactivating his boost for a final chase. He had employed this tactic countless times, and no one had ever managed to slip through the gaps he meticulously planned. Yet just moments ago, Qin Yu's Audi A8 had flashed past like a wraith. Everyone held their breath. Only 300 meters remained to the finish line. In the realm of racing, 300 meters could very well be the decisive factor. Shen Shiwan gazed at the finish line, exhilarated and brimming with excitement, suddenly extending her arms wide. Qin Yu, with you by my side, I feel an overwhelming sense of security. I wish to be beside you for a lifetime, allowing you to protect me. Qin Yu, I like you, know I love you. As Shen Shiwan's fervent voice rang out, the Audi 8 surged across the finish line first, a mere 2 seconds ahead of Gu Bei's Lamborghini. The sound of a sudden brake echoed through the air as the Audi 8 came to a steady halt. Qin Yu slowly exited the vehicle, opening the passenger door to embrace the ecstatic Shen Shiwan as she leaped out. Car God! Car God! Car God! It was unclear who initiated the chant, but it stirred a wave of enthusiasm among the crowd. All voices erupted in cheers, their gazes toward Qin Yu filled with admiration and envy. Rest assured, I shall always be by your side to protect you. Qin Yu whispered a promise while holding Shen Shiwan close, sealing it with a deep kiss on her crimson lips. Shen Shiwan responded passionately, seemingly oblivious to the throng surrounding them. Gu Bei, with a darkened expression, angrily flung open the car door. Witnessing the two passionately kiss amidst the cheers, he kicked the front tire of the Lamborghini in frustration. From this moment forward, this car belongs to Qin Yu. You better watch your actions, or you'll pay for it. Shi Jun approached Gu Bei with an air of arrogance, as if he were the victor. This has nothing to do with you, so stop meddling. Gu Bei shot a glare at Shi Jun, his teeth gritting in irritation. This vehicle had just undergone an expensive modification, and now he had to relinquish it so soon. Gu Bei never anticipated that Qin Yu would best him once more with a seemingly inferior Audi 8, merely 2 seconds apart. The regret within Gu Bei was beyond measure. As the cheers gradually subsided, Qin Yu and Shen Shiwan reluctantly separated. Qin Yu took Shen Shiwan's hand and strode confidently toward Gu Bei. Brother Gu, I feel quite guilty for imposing such expenses upon your return. Qin Yu jestingly addressed Gu Bei, extending his hand. Though he harbored no fondness for Lamborghinis, one could hardly refuse a gift. Gu Bei gritted his teeth, but faced with countless eyes and numerous cameras, he had no choice but to endure. A gentleman's word is his bond. I, Gu Bei, shall not go back on my word, Gu Bei proclaimed dramatically, heartbroken as he tossed the car keys to Qin Yu. My heavens, their wager is substantial. The crowd gasped at this spectacle. They could hardly believe that the stakes between Qin Yu and Gu Bei involve a sports car worth nearly 10 million. Thank you for your generosity, Brother Gu. I never expected you to remain so magnanimous after 5 years. Qin Yu, this was merely an accident. Let us wager again if you're capable. Gu Bei was unwilling to concede. He must restore his lost honor. I'm afraid I have no time for games, Qin Yu replied dismissively, pulling Shen Shiwan toward the Lamborghini's door. Come, let me show you the visual splendor of a $10 million sports car. As he spoke, Qin Yu opened the car door, gesturing for Shen Shiwan to enter. Are you afraid, Qin Yu? Gu Bei suddenly bellowed, his voice startlingly loud. Everyone fell silent, quietly observing the confrontation between Gu Bei and Qin Yu. This is not a matter of courage, but rather one of willingness. If you wish to compete with me, you must wait until I am inclined to do so. Until then, you must first acquire a vehicle with superior performance. In response to Gu Bei's provoking rhetoric, Qin Yu chose to disregard him entirely. Merely a defeated opponent, he posed no significant threat. Shi Jun, return my car to the Qin residence. After entering the vehicle, Qin Yu tossed the key of the Audi A8 to Shi Jun, watching his beloved Lamborghini speed away under Qin Yu's acceleration. Gu Bei felt a pang of heartache. Qin Yu, just you wait. One day, you will pay for this. Chapter 43. Shi Jun, who speaks without restraint. The Lamborghini roared down the street, gradually coming to a halt at the roadside under Shen Shiwan's urging. Qin Yu, please don't drive so fast. There are many cars on the road. Shen Shiwan gazed at Qin Yu with a hint of reproach. With so many vehicles and pedestrians around, did he still think he was in a race? Truth be told, this car accelerates to 60 in an instant. Can you believe it? I don't know. All I know is that driving like this on the road is extremely dangerous. All right then, let us switch cars. Qin Yu retrieved his phone and dialed Shi Jun. The call remained unanswered, and Qin Yu grew increasingly impatient. Qin Yu, what is wrong? After a second attempt, Shi Jun's voice finally came through the receiver, though Qin Yu sensed something was off. Where are you? I'm not accustomed to driving this car. Let us exchange it. I don't even know where I am. Let us not switch. We can discuss it tomorrow. Upon hearing Qin Yu's request to change vehicles, Shi Jun suddenly became evasive. You had better be honest with me. All our cars are equipped with tracking devices. Despite not having seen him for 5 years, Qin Yu understood Shi Jun's character well. He only became hesitant when he was lying. Your car was accidentally damaged. I am currently addressing the situation. Shi Yun sighed helplessly. Ultimately, he did not dare to provoke the heir of the Qin family. Send me your location. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's tone turned icy. Though the Audi A8 was not particularly expensive, it was his favorite, as Wang Yuhan had once expressed her fondness for it. Likewise, Shen Shiwan had mentioned that the car was relatively low-key. Qin Yu, is something wrong? Shen Shiwan looked at him in surprise. This was perhaps the first time she had witnessed such a demeanor from him. Shi Jun crashed the car. Let us go take a look. No sooner had he spoken than the engine of the Lamborghini roared to life once more on the street. Looking at the disconnected call, Shi Jun resignedly sent Qin Yu his location. What should we do? Is Qin Yu angry? Wan stood nearby, feeling lost as she glanced at Shi Jun. If it weren't for her insistence on trying that car, it wouldn't have crashed right after coming down the mountain. To be precise, she had confused the brake with the accelerator. I told you that you couldn't drive, but you wouldn't listen. What else can we do but prepare a cold dish? Shi Jun cast a sidelong glance at Wan. This woman possessed both exceptional beauty and figure, yet her intellect was remarkably lacking. Miss, how do you wish to handle this? Shi Jun approached the car, observing the bewildered Li Jia. Had it not been for her sudden appearance, Wan would not have made such an error in judgment. Shall we wait for the police to arrive? Li Jia, feeling awkward, looked at Shi Jun. The Audi 8 before them was worth several of her own Mercedes, and she had no idea how to proceed. Merely waiting for the police to assign responsibility. Let us wait for the owner of this vehicle to arrive and discuss it then. Shi Jun sighed helplessly as he gazed at the scratched metal of the Audi 8. His concern was not for the financial cost of repairs, but rather for the potential reprimand from Qin Yu. Li Jia was taken aback. So, they were not the owners of this car? Could it be that this pair had rented it? With this realization, her haughty demeanor returned. Just then, the thunderous roar of an engine approached, growing louder as it neared. Once the car came to a stop, Shen Shiwan flung open the door and stumbled out, appearing as if she might be sick. Qin Yu, I warn you. If you drive like this in the city again, I will never. Before she could finish, Shen Shiwan noticed the dazed Li Jia. When the Lamborghini came to a steady halt before her, Li Jia thought she must have been mistaken. Only when Shen Shiwan exited did she realize her eyes had not deceived her. Director Li, what brings you here? Shen Shiwan asked, puzzled. Could it be? Li Jia remained silent, her gaze fixed on Qin Yu as he stepped out of the Lamborghini. Could this Audi 8 possibly belong to him? Li Jia was utterly astounded, her worldview shattered. He was certainly not just an insignificant intern. A Lamborghini, a custom Audi 8. Either one was beyond what her family could afford. Is this your girlfriend's car? Qin Yu inquired as he approached the vehicle and inspected the damaged area. Thankfully, it was not severe. How do you know that? He retorted. Only a woman could manage such a mishap while driving. He shot Jun a pointed look, relieved that the damage was minimal. Jun awkwardly scratched his head, while Wan shyly lowered her gaze. Now, how shall we settle the compensation? Qin Yu raised his eyes to Li Jia, his tone frigid. This woman, if memory served correctly, had been seen yesterday at Baida Plaza, a department head from the Qin Group, who had treated Shen Shiwan with disdain. Shall we proceed through insurance? Li Jia suggested. Let me take your contact information for convenience. No need, the insurance company will reach out to me directly. Li Jia attempted to seize the opportunity to obtain his contact information, only to be rebuffed by Qin Yu. Shiwan, what are we to do if we still need to drive this vehicle today? Seeing Shen Shiwan step forward, Qin Yu looked at her helplessly. It's fine. Any car will do. Shen Shiwan linked her arm with Qin Yu's, flaunting their connection before Li Jia. This woman had spread rumors about her throughout the company. Now, it was her turn to face the consequences. Deputy Director, is this your boyfriend? Li Jia inquired tentatively, completely forgetting the fact that she had damaged the car. What business is that of yours? Shen Shiwan rolled her eyes in response. Qin Yu, if you have matters to attend to, please go ahead. I shall wait here for the insurance company. Jun hurriedly stepped forward, genuinely concerned that Qin Yu might be upset. Very well. You can stay here. Are you hungry? Shall I take you for a bite to eat? Qin Yu waved his hand at Jun and took Shen Shiwan towards the Lamborghini. Do you know each other? As he watched the Lamborghini vanish into the distance, Jun finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, when he turned to glance at Li Jia, his expression shifted. I suppose we are acquainted. We work in the same company. Li Jia offered an awkward smile, glancing around, awaiting the arrival of the insurance company or the police. You are also from the Qin Group? Indeed. Is there a problem? Upon realizing the car did not belong to Jun, Li Jia's demeanor underwent a complete transformation. Oh, may I ask you a question? Is that Shen Shiwan, the head of your planning department? Jun, intrigued, sidled up to Li Jia, while Wan beside him stomped her foot in frustration. You don't know her? Li Jia was taken aback. I know Qin Yu. I am not familiar with that girl. I've only seen her twice. In that case, let us make an exchange. Answer your question, and you enlighten me about who Qin Yu is. How's that sound? Li Jia's eyes gleamed with mischief as she smiled at Jun. No problem. Since I have nothing but time, Jun readily agreed. Shen Shiwan is the deputy head of our planning department, and she comes from a modest background. Li Jia shrugged nonchalantly, turning her gaze back to Jun. Now it's my turn. Qin Yu is my childhood friend, and he is the eldest son of the Qin family. The previously composed Li Jia was instantly taken aback by Jun's revelation. Chapter 44. The arrival of Sun Jingyin. Li Jia had speculated countless times about Qin Yu's identity, yet she never imagined he was the scion of the Qin family. This meant that Qin Yu was essentially her boss. The thought sent waves of excitement coursing through her. However, considering the rumors surrounding Shen Shiwan and Qin Yu, her mood quickly soured. Did this imply that she had no chance? Hey, beautiful, what are you thinking about? Seeing Li Jia suddenly lost in thought, Jun waved his hand in front of her eyes. Oh, it's nothing, nothing at all. Li Jia quickly dismissed, striving to regain her composure. Wan, come here. Wan firmly grasped Jun's ear and pulled him aside. Do you even see me? I'm right here, and yet you're flirting with that woman? Besides, if she is an employee of the Qin Group, how could she not know Qin Yu? Wan exclaimed, her gaze toward Li Jia filled with jealousy. Right? Is this woman playing me? Jun was taken aback, realizing he had been outmaneuvered. Wan rolled her eyes dramatically. If it weren't for the fact that Jun's family has some money, how could he even be with her? Meanwhile, Li Jia seemed to disregard the antics of the two, resting her chin on her hand, lost in contemplation. This place will do. Qin Yu parked the car by the roadside, taking Shen Shiwan's hand as they approached a spicy hot pot restaurant. You drive a car worth millions, just to enjoy a bowl of spicy hot pot? Shen Shiwan stared at Qin Yu in astonishment. Do you not like it? If not, we can go somewhere else. I do like it. It's just rather amusing, she replied, quickly grasping Qin Yu's arm and playfully blinking her eyes. She did not care where they dined. Rather, she found it somewhat beneath Qin Yu's stature to indulge in such fare. Dining anywhere was inconsequential. The company was what truly mattered. Qin Yu gently patted Shen Shiwan's head and led her into the restaurant. Shiwan, are you prepared? After selecting their meals, Qin Yu regarded Shen Shiwan, who sat across from him. Prepared for what? Shen Shiwan blinked, a hint of confusion in her expression. To become the young mistress of the Qin family and the general manager of the Qin group, Qin Yu whispered, ensuring only they could hear. Upon hearing the term young mistress, Shen Shiwan's cheeks flushed crimson. I know nothing of being young mistress. All I know is that you are my everything. Qin Yu, regardless of your identity, I am indifferent. As for the general manager, with you by my side, I fear nothing. Shen Shiwan gazed at Qin Yu, her eyes shimmering. She had lost her family and could not afford to lose Qin Yu as well. Rest assured, I will handle everything. Qin Yu replied with a faint smile, turning to look out the window. In the next moment, a flicker of puzzlement crossed his brow as he observed a figure outside, their expression vacant. Shen Shiwan sensed something amiss with Qin Yu and followed his gaze outside. When she beheld the woman standing there, her expression instantly froze. A middle-aged woman bearing a striking resemblance to her stood outside, her eyes shimmering as they fixed upon Qin Yu. Who is she? Shen Shiwan swallowed hard and shook Qin Yu. She. Qin Yu averted his gaze, striving to rein in his emotions. Faced with Shen Shiwan's inquiry, he found himself at a loss for words. The woman outside was none other than Sun Jingyin, Wang Yuhan's mother. She appeared significantly aged compared to 5 years ago. Just as Qin Yu hesitated on how to explain to Shen Shiwan, Sun Jingyin had already approached them. Qin Yu, you vanished for 5 years, and now you finally return? My daughter took poison for you, and you disappeared without a trace. And now, you are with this woman? Sun Jingyin's voice, though quiet, was laden with accusation and resentment. As her finger pointed towards Shen Shiwan, her words faltered. She stared incredulously at Shen Shiwan, rubbing her eyes in disbelief, trembling as she reached out. Yuhan, is that you? Annie, my name is Shen Shiwan, she stammered, instinctively grasping Qin Yu's hand. Though the woman bore a resemblance to her, she was ultimately a stranger. Aunt Sun, she is not Wang Yuhan. Qin Yu interjected, rising to place himself protectively in front of Shen Shiwan. Wang Yuhan. Shen Shiwan's expression shifted in surprise. Could she truly be Wang Yuhan's mother? She recalled Qin Yu mentioning that Wang Yuhan had taken poison 5 years ago for reasons unknown, prompting his retreat from the capital. She's not Yuhan? Sun Jingyin, bewildered, scrutinized Shen Shiwan closely. Indeed, there are merely a few similarities. Auntie, have you eaten? Would you care to join me for a meal? Shen Shiwan averted her gaze from Sun Jingyin, speaking casually. As for whether Sun Jingyin would partake in the spicy hot pot, it was of no concern to her. Qin Yu, I must ask you, where were you when Yuhan encountered her misfortune? Sun Jingyin seated herself directly across from them, unceremoniously interrogating Qin Yu. Auntie, a life once lost cannot be restored. Moreover, this incident transpired 5 years ago. Shen Shiwan, noticing Qin Yu's hesitance, sought to interject. It is of no concern to you. I demand to hear his explanation. Sun Jingyin's tone towards Shen Shiwan remained relatively gentle, as the resemblance to her deceased daughter softened her demeanor. The sight of Shen Shiwan evoked memories of her daughter, who had passed away 5 years prior. Annie, during those days, I happened to be away from the capital. I only learned of Yuhan's incident later. Qin Yu sighed helplessly. The long-buried past had resurfaced. He had believed that 5 years of racing and studying would allow him to forget entirely. Yet, as emotional beings, we often find ourselves stirred by the faintest reminders of bygone events. Yuhan loved you so dearly, and I was by her side. How could she have taken her own life without reason? Sun Jingyin's voice trembled, tears falling unbidden. Had she not insisted on intervening back then, perhaps Yuhan would still be here. Excuse me, do you require 3 sets of utensils? The server brought 2 bowls of spicy hot pot, observing the trio with curiosity. No, thank you. Shen Shiwan hastily gestured, noting the server's lack of perceptiveness. I too wish to understand the reason, but the police issued a suicide report. and I have not uncovered any other clues. Qin Yu's tone bore a melancholic weight, reminiscent of the most painful chapters of his past. How long have you been back? Sun Jingyin's gaze flickered towards him. It was evident that Qin Yu was not lying. Just a few days. What are your intentions upon returning? I am currently interning at Qin Group. That's commendable. Gaining a position at Qin Group speaks to your abilities. Sun Jingyin managed to rein in her emotions, silently observing Qin Yu. Shen Shiwan, listening to their exchange, found herself bewildered. Did Sun Jingyin remain unaware of Qin Yu's true identity? Thus, was Qin Yu pursuing her under the guise of seeking Wang Yuhan? Chapter 45. Qin Yu's past. Excuse me, Annie, do you have other matters to attend to? Qin Yu sensed Shen Shiwan's discomfort, his expression growing somewhat flustered. Wang Yuhan, much like Shen Shiwan, had initially been oblivious to her true identity. He had chosen to conceal the truth from Wang Yuhan, as she had fallen into anxiety upon discovering her lineage. Qin Yu wished to avoid rekindling old wounds. I apologize for my earlier outburst. It was not my intention to intrude upon your conversation. Perhaps I bear some responsibility for the events of that time. Suddenly shifting her tone, Sun Jingyin sighed and rose to depart. Observing the desolate figure of Sun Jingyin, Qin Yu gently grasped Shen Shiwan's hand. Remove your hand. Return to your seat. Shen Shiwan abruptly flung Qin Yu's hand away, pushing him aside in a fit of anger. Qin Yu silently returned to his previous position, aware that the inevitable had finally arrived. Go on. I am ready to hear your excuses, he said. Shen Shiwan shot him a disdainful glance and began to eat her spicy hot pot. What excuses? Qin Yu feigned ignorance, tenderly brushing a strand of her hair aside. Stop pretending. You know what I'm going to ask. You had better tell me everything before I finish this bowl of hot pot. Otherwise, I shall vanish as well. Shen Shiwan glared at Qin Yu, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She did not wish to be a mere substitute, nor did she desire to tread upon someone else's path. Qin Yu's smile gradually faded, his gaze growing dim. Shiwan, I understand the reason for your anger, but you are not a replacement for her. I did not wish to bring up these matters, but if you desire to know, I am willing to share everything. Noticing the shift in Qin Yu's tone, Shen Shiwan looked up in astonishment. Panic surged within her as she observed the somber expression on his face. Sorry. Qin Yu, I was merely joking. I didn't mean to truly upset you. Shen Shiwan set her chopsticks down and nervously moved to sit beside him. Gently, she grasped his hand, swaying it affectionately. Let us eat first, and we can talk about everything afterward. Qin Yu mustered a faint smile, urging her to return to her meal. Obediently, Shen Shiwan nodded and pulled her bowl of hot pot closer. The two of them continued to eat in silence, exchanging no words, though Shen Shiwan occasionally stole glances at Qin Yu. Would you like to hear about my past? Qin Yu initiated once they were in the car. I am indeed curious about what transpired that caused your departure for 5 years. However, if you prefer not to share, I absolutely will not press you. Shen Shiwan fastened her seatbelt, extending 4 fingers. Observing her twinkling eyes, Qin Yu's lips curled into a slight smile. In truth, divulging this to you is not a significant matter, considering it has been 5 years since it all transpired. Qin Yu gently caressed Shen Shiwan's cheek and continued. My relationship with Wang Yuhan blossomed from acquaintance to romance in less than a month. Her temperament is quite similar to yours, as is her disposition. She was a dance teacher at a secondary school, while I was a carefree race car driver at the time. She often urged me to abandon racing due to its dangers, but my passion for it led me to conjure excuses to placate her. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu's mind drifted back to the myriad memories shared with Wang Yuhan. He opened the car window, silently lighting a cigarette and gazing at the bustling traffic outside. He added, I kept my true identity hidden from her, fearing she would not accept it. The disparity in our backgrounds is something that most girls would find hard to bear. Until 5 years ago, when I earned the title of God of Racing, she was present in the crowd. She inquired about my identity from others, and they revealed the truth to her. From that day forward, she ceased to pay any attention to me, sometimes even isolating herself in her room. As Qin Yu recounted his past, Shen Shiwan listened intently, captivated by his memories. Every individual possesses their own past, a narrative beyond their control. Having chosen this man, one must embrace all aspects of his history. Her mother, the aforementioned lady, has consistently opposed our union, declaring me an aimless fellow, asserting that associating with me would lead to no prosperous days. On the day she acknowledged my identity, she expressed a desire to alter her mother's perception of me. Yet, one fateful day, as I attended a banquet with my parents, the moment the festivities concluded, we received the devastating news of her demise. Qin Yu sighed deeply, inhaling the smoke with a pensive gaze. Shen Shiwan grasped his hand, yearning to offer solace, yet words eluded her. As his current girlfriend, comforting Qin Yu over his past romantic sorrows felt rather peculiar. During my 5 years abroad, aside from racing, I dedicated myself to the rigorous study of business management, aware that I would eventually return to take the helm of the family enterprise. Qin Yu discarded his cigarette, stretched lazily, and bestowed a radiant smile upon Shen Shiwan. He could have easily withheld these revelations from her. Should she become jealous, he would be the one to suffer. However, having chosen her, he resolved to be forthright. Do you think her death could be linked to her mother? Shen Shiwan appeared lost in contemplation, her chin resting in her palm as she gazed out the window. I don't know. So many years have passed. Qin Yu was interrupted as he noticed Shen Shiwan's eyes widen in alarm, her curiosity guiding her gaze. Outside, a group of young delinquents was assaulting a boy of 18 or 19. Stop! What are you doing? Shen Shiwan abruptly flung open the car door and rushed towards the scene, her voice ringing out. Qin Yu was taken aback, but hastily followed her. Stop! Don't hit him! I'll call the police. Shen Shiwan shouted as she ran, her tone tinged with panic. The young thugs glanced back, only to intensify their aggression. Stop! Get away! Shen Shiwan pressed forward, disregarding the onlookers, shoving and striking the assailants. Mind your own business. Get lost! Someone shouted, and Shen Shiwan was swiftly thrown aside. Qin Yu instinctively wrapped his arms around her from behind, his gaze turning steely. He could choose not to provoke anyone, but no one was permitted to harm his woman. Qin Yu, hurry, it's Xinghan, save him. Shen Shiwan clung to Qin Yu's arm, her voice desperate. Xinghan? Qin Yu paused, glancing back at the boy on the ground, recognizing him as Shen Shiwan's younger brother, Shen Xinghan. Hearing Shen Shiwan's cries, Shen Xinghan lifted his gaze. Sister, sister, help me. His heart-wrenching pleas brought tears streaming down Shen Shiwan's face. Stay here. I'll handle this. Qin Yu sighed inwardly, guiding Shen Shiwan to the side. Indeed, the bonds of blood cannot be severed. Kid, I advise you to mind your own business. As a young man from society noticed Qin Yu approaching them, he raised his hand in warning. Qin Yu, however, remained silent, disregarding the warning and strode forward confidently. Are you seeking death? The young man's words had barely left his lips when Qin Yu seized his raised hand and twisted it with ease. Observing this, the other young men abandoned Shen Xinghan and collectively swung their fists at Qin Yu. Qin Yu, be careful. Shen Shiwan gasped in shock, covering her mouth in fear. Regret washed over her. In her haste to save Shen Xinghan, she had forgotten that her actions could place Qin Yu in jeopardy. Sister, call the police. Hurry. Shen Xinghan limped towards Shen Shiwan, his voice urgent. His concern was not for Qin Yu's safety, but for the threat posed by the group of young men. Alone, Qin Yu was surely no match for them, and soon he would find himself in trouble. Shen Shiwan frantically fumbled for her phone, anxiously dialing the emergency number. I want to report an assault. My boyfriend is being attacked. Just as the call connected and she began to relay her location, she witnessed an unbelievable scene. Qin Yu fought like a martial arts master from a television show, throwing punches with remarkable prowess. The once arrogant young men could only defend themselves like punching bags. Hello. Miss, are you still there? Can you specify your location? The operator's voice came through the receiver. I apologize. I must have misjudged the situation. Shen Shiwan hastily dismissed the operator before ending the call. It was evident that Qin Yu had the upper hand. If she reported the incident, it was likely that Qin Yu would be the one apprehended. Sister, your boyfriend is quite impressive. Shen Xinghan observed Qin Yu's ability to take on multiple opponents and couldn't help but give Shen Shiwan a thumbs up. Get lost. If anything happens to him, I won't let you off easily. Do you truly believe you'll be harmed? Shen Shiwan teased as he pointed at the two young men sprawled on the ground. In his eyes, Qin Yu had transformed into an idol. Handsome, wealthy, and, most infuriatingly, exceptionally skilled in combat. Where do you come from, kid? The young men, clutching their stomachs, retreated menacingly. They had not anticipated that Qin Yu, who appeared rather unassuming, could be such a formidable fighter. Get lost, and if you speak again, do not blame me for being rude. Qin Yu exclaimed, feigning aggression as he stepped forward. Kid, I'll remember you. Just wait. The group of young men left with that parting threat, fleeing in disarray. As he watched their retreating figures, Qin Yu finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Today, fortune favored him, as he had encountered a few inept fighters. Had he faced more skilled opponents, he would have surely found himself on the receiving end of a beating. Qin Yu, are you all right? I'm so sorry. I acted impulsively, Shen Shiwan said anxiously as she rushed to him, examining him closely. I'm fine, after all. They were the ones who pushed you first. Qin Yu gently ruffled Shen Shiwan's hair, casting a glance at Shen Shiwan, whose disheveled appearance resembled that of a beggar. Sister, there are quite a few people here. I shall take my leave. Shen Shiwan, noticing the crowd of onlookers, forced a smile and prepared to depart. Stay right there. Shen Shiwan exclaimed, gripping Shen Shiwan tightly, her eyes ablaze with anger. Why did they assault you? In response to Shen Shiwan's inquiry, Shen Shiwan rubbed his head and muttered softly, It's merely a matter of owing them a little money. Why must they treat me this way? Owing money? How old are you? Borrowing from loan sharks? I was going to repay them, but since you're not marrying Wang Yiyuan, how can I? Shen Shiwan, suddenly filled with ire, turned his accusatory gaze upon her. Shen Shiwan was taken aback, standing momentarily at a loss. Was this truly the younger brother who once trailed closely behind her? Observing the expression Shen Shiwan wore and recalling how he had disregarded her earlier that morning, she couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating laugh. Clearly, no one cared about her feelings, yet she felt compelled to concern herself with their lives. Fine. I should have never allowed Qin Yu to save you. Shen Shiwan shouted in frustration, pulling Qin Yu towards the Lamborghini. As Qin Yu opened the car door, Shen Shiwan's mouth dropped in astonishment. He had driven an Audi earlier, and now he was in a Lamborghini. Just how wealthy was this fellow? Hey, sister, brother-in-law, could you take me home? Shen Shiwan called, shaking off his thoughts as he limped towards the Lamborghini. Listen, Shen, I warn you, stay away. Shen Shiwan shouted from the passenger seat, her rage palpable. Are you certain you wish to leave? Qin Yu asked tentatively, observing the furious Shen Shiwan, who had just moments ago been crying and pleading to save Shen Shiwan. Yes, I don't want to see him again. Shen Shiwan's tears flowed freely as she resolutely looked at Qin Yu. She had never intended to involve herself in Shen Shiwan's troubles. With a resigned sigh, Qin Yu nodded silently. The Lamborghini drifted out of the parking space with a thunderous roar of the engine, speeding away into the distance. That driving skill is incredible. Shen Shiwan finally came to his senses as the Lamborghini vanished from sight, realizing that it had nearly brushed against him while drifting away. I must inform Mom quickly. Forget Wang Yiyuan. Qin Yu's conditions are far superior. Muttering to himself, he limped in another direction. Chun igreku, I'm sorry. It was only after leaving the street that Shen Shiwan looked at Qin Yu with a heart full of regret. If Qin Yu had truly been in danger, she would have been the greatest sinner. She had never anticipated her own brother would treat her in such a manner. You needn't apologize to me. As long as you are happy, I shall do anything, Qin Yu said, one hand on the steering wheel while the other gently clasped Shen Shiwan's hand. Thank you. Qin Yu, having you around is truly wonderful, Shen Shiwan responded, her grip tightening around his hand, her eyes brimming with joy. Where shall we go next? Qin Yu inquired with a slight smile, his gaze fixed ahead. I'm tired. May we return home to rest? Shen Shiwan stifled a yawn, her face reflecting her exhaustion. Very well, let us head home. Qin Yu adjusted his direction, steering towards the Qin family residence. Qin Yu, may I discuss something with you? As they approached the Qin home, Shen Shiwan suddenly gazed seriously at Qin Yu. Sure, go ahead, Qin Yu replied, casting a fleeting glance at her, his tone indifferent. I've had a falling out with my family and certainly cannot return home. If I stayed at your place, I would feel uncomfortable Shen Shiwan hesitated, unsure whether to continue. If you won't stay at my home, where do you plan to reside? Should we consider moving out together? Upon hearing Shen Shiwan's words, Qin Yu abruptly slammed the brakes. Halting by the roadside, if I understand correctly, are you suggesting that I move out and live with you? Chapter 47. Qin Xiaohe initiates a conversation. Shen Shiwan suddenly lowered her head shyly, unable to meet Qin Yu's gaze. She wanted to chastise herself for uttering such an embarrassing suggestion. Tell me, do you want to live together? Qin Yu parked the car, turning to face Shen Shiwan. What I mean is, I don't want to stay at your house. It feels too constricting. If you wish, you could accompany me. Shen Shiwan's voice was barely audible. Yet each word resonated with Qin Yu. His eyes brightened slightly, and a smile spread across his lips. Of course, no problem. Where would you like to move? Qin Yu joyfully grasped Shen Shiwan's hand. He too disliked living at home, weary of his parents' incessant nagging. During the past 5 years abroad, he had grown fond of a life of freedom and autonomy. I'm fine with anything, as long as it's not your home. Shen Shiwan lifted her gaze slightly, only to lower it again when she caught Qin Yu's affectionate stare. Leave this matter to me. Let's head home to rest, and we can search for a place tomorrow. Qin Yu gently kissed Shen Shiwan on the forehead before driving into the estate. Father, mother, we're back. Upon entering, Qin Yu called out loudly. Young master, Miss Shen, you have returned. The housekeeper, aunt's son, approached with a warm smile. The master and madam are out and won't be back for a while. All right, we'll head upstairs to rest. Qin Yu nodded slightly, taking Shen Shiwan's hand as they ascended the stairs. Miss Shen's demeanor truly compliments the young master, aunt's son murmured, watching their retreating figures. What are you doing? Qin Yu, lying beside her, was fixedly staring at Shen Shiwan. Her heart began to race. Nothing, just watching you rest. Sleep now. You must be exhausted from today. Qin Yu replied with a gentle smile, adjusting the blanket over her. With you staring at me like that, I can't sleep, she protested. Fine, I won't look anymore. You should sleep. Qin Yu quickly turned away, pretending to browse his phone. Seeing Qin Yu's gaze shift, Shen Shiwan allowed a faint smile of happiness to grace her lips. As fatigue washed over her, the embrace of sleep enveloped her completely. Watching Shen Shiwan gradually drift off, Qin Yu quietly captured a few photos. He gently rose, kissed her forehead, and exited the bedroom. Wu Hao, prepare 500,000 to send to Wang Yiyuan. Additionally, please ascertain the debts owed by Shen Xinghan to which loan company. As Qin Yu descended the stairs into the living room, he dialed Wu Hao's number. Young master, who is Shen Xinghan? Wu Hao's voice on the line was clearly taken aback. Are you a fool? He is the brother of Shen Shiwan. Qin Yu retorted impatiently before abruptly ending the call. Gazing out the window, Qin Yu's eyes flickered. It had only been a few days since his return from abroad, yet he felt as if he had transformed entirely. The appearance of Shen Shiwan had undoubtedly altered all his plans. However, recalling everything that had transpired with her caused a slight, involuntary smile to appear at the corners of his mouth. Son, why are you home so early today? Just as Qin Yu was lost in thought, the front door swung open, and the voice of Suru gently disrupted his reverie. Shiwan was tired, so I brought her home to rest. Seeing his parents return together, Qin Yu approached them with a cheerful demeanor. All right, let's have a chat, just the two of us. Qin Xiaohe promptly settled onto the sofa, gesturing for Qin Yu to sit down. You two talk. I'll go take a shower. I feel achy all over. Su Riyue shot Qin Yu a knowing glance before heading upstairs. What is up, Dad? Are you preparing to lecture me again? Qin Yu anticipated that he could not evade this discussion. Regarding taking over the family business, what are your thoughts? Qin Xiaohe picked up a nearby magazine, casting a meaningful look toward Qin Yu. I have no opinions. You know I genuinely do not wish to manage the company. You are the sole heir of the Qin family. If you do not take charge, who will? Qin Xiaohe shot him a stern glance and continued. Surely you cannot expect Yilin to manage everything indefinitely? My sister is a strong woman. We can trust her to run the company. Qin Yu replied with a sheepish smile. Chu Yilin had been fostered in their family since childhood. However, Qin Yu held great affection for her, considering her as a true sister. In his view, with her at the helm, his involvement was rendered unnecessary. Yilin is ambitious, but ultimately, she too will marry. Starting tomorrow, You will accompany Xiao Shun to familiarize yourself with the company. Dad, may I ask you a question? Do you truly care for her? Qin Xiao has set down the magazine, looking curiously at his beloved son. Frankly, he was already well aware of Shen Shiwan's family circumstances. However, her relatives were undeniably somewhat lacking in stature. Honestly, Dad, I am certain. Qin Yu understood his father's implications and responded decisively. Given Shen Shiwan's background, Qin Xiao naturally held no regard for it. While he did not seek a perfect match in terms of social standing, he had always hoped Qin Yu would find someone from a similarly respectable family. At the very least, a family with good character and temperament. Yet, it seemed that Shen Shiwan did not fit this mold. You need not be anxious. Your mother and I have discussed this. As long as you truly care for her, we will not hinder you. Qin Xiao sighed quietly. When they learned of Wang Yuhan's existence years ago, they had opposed it vehemently. Ultimately, however, it led to Qin Yu being distanced from them for 5 years. Therefore, they wished to avoid repeating that mistake. Moreover, Qin Yu had reached the age where marriage and family were imminent. It was time for them to anticipate a grandchild. That is reassuring. Rest assured, as I become more acquainted with the group, I will naturally take over. Qin Yu immediately breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he could accept Shen Shiwan, he would comply with any request. Very well, your assurance is sufficient. By the way, has the matter regarding Xiao Shen been resolved? Qin Xiaohe was eagerly awaiting Qin Yu's response. It has been somewhat resolved. Shiwan has already stirred up a commotion at home and will likely not return. I took the 50,000 on behalf of Shiwan, not wanting to see her in distress. Qin Yu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately revealed the truth. Although 50,000 is merely a drop in the bucket for the Qin family, certain matters must be clearly articulated. The amount is inconsequential as long as it is resolved. Then let Xiao Shun stay at our home. More people make for a livelier atmosphere. Qin Xiaohe waved his hand, clearly not regarding the 50,000 as significant. Dad, Shiwan and I are considering moving out. Qin Yu felt somewhat awkward broaching the subject, for it had been 5 years since he had lived with them, having just returned to the country and barely settled in. To contemplate moving out again seemed rather excessive. Is this your decision or Xiao Shen's? Qin Xiaohe gazed at Qin Yu quietly, awaiting his reply. Neither. Just as Qin Yu was caught in indecision, Su Ruyu stormed down the stairs in a huff. Mom, please let me explain. What is there to say? You've barely returned for a few days, and now you wish to leave again? Do you no longer care for your parents? Chapter 48. Su Ruyu's compromise. Mom, what is this fuss about? Hearing his mother's tone, Qin Yu felt a wave of frustration. At his age, could he not move out? What do you mean by fuss? Son, you have returned for only a few days. Do you not keep track of your own time? I have painstakingly raised you, and without a word, you've vanished for 5 years. Now that you are back, you wish to leave again. Have you considered my feelings? Su Ruyu looked at Qin Yu with a mix of love and reluctance in her eyes. After returning for just one night, he was already planning to move out. Wouldn't this home become lonely again? Mom, please listen. Shiwan and I are both adults. Some matters are indeed inconvenient here. Moreover, the relationship between a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law has always been complex. I wouldn't want to be caught in the middle. Qin Yu patiently explained, Dosuadun, thoughtfully pouring her a glass of water. He understood his mother's protective instincts, yet one cannot remain sheltered forever. Furthermore, they were both vibrant young individuals, and some situations would undoubtedly be awkward. Shiwan and I will certainly coexist harmoniously. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship will flourish. Su Ruyu was unwilling to relent, striving to make her case. Qin Yu sighed in exasperation, casting a pleading glance at Qin Xiaohe. Although his father often conferred with his mother on household matters, his father's opinion still held substantial weight. All right, the child has grown and requires his own space. Moreover, he has returned, so they can visit for meals whenever they wish. Qin Xiaohe quickly intervened, as a fellow man understanding Qin Yu's predicament. Exactly, Mom. I'm not going anywhere. I'll remain right here in the capital. You miss me, and you can come to see me anytime, can't you? Qin Yu cast a grateful glance at Qin Xiaohe, gently comforting his mother. Su Riyue pondered for a moment before hesitantly nodding her head. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Shen Shiwan, rubbing her eyes and still drowsy, descended the stairs. Observing Qin Yu sitting alone in the living room, she sleepily approached him and nestled into his embrace. It's already 7 o'clock, and you didn't even wake me up. After sleeping so long, how can I sleep tonight? Shen Shiwan yawned, complaining as she burrowed deeper into his arms. I wanted you to rest a bit longer. Staying up a little later tonight is perfectly fine, Qin Yu replied, his voice slightly awkward, yet soothing as he stroked her silky hair. How annoying. Do you think I'm a pig that only knows how to sleep and eat? Shen Shiwan lifted her head, pouting as she murmured. Ahem, how about we eat? Qin Yu gently cleared his throat, giving her a playful wink. Shen Shiwan looked at him in confusion, sensing something peculiar about him. Noticing his persistent gestures, she rubbed her eyes and curiously turned her head. Uncle, Aunt, good evening, she greeted almost instantaneously, her consciousness sharpening. Embarrassed, she raised her hand to greet Qin Xiaohe and his wife across the room, her cheeks flushing crimson as she buried her face back into Qin Yu's embrace. Too shy to look up, Qin Xiaohe and Su Riyue exchanged glances, stifling their laughter. Look at the young ones. Perhaps they require some personal space? I momentarily lost my senses. Indeed, we should grant them privacy. Otherwise, how shall we enjoy our grandchildren? Qin Xiaohe and Su Riyue harmonized, further deepening Shen Shiwan's embarrassment. All right, let us eat quickly. It's getting late, Qin Xiaohe remarked, putting down his phone and rising with Su Riyue to head towards the dining room. Qin Yu attempted to assist Shen Shiwan to her feet, but she clung to him like a sloth. Come on, it's time to eat. Aren't you hungry? Why didn't your parents inform me? Are you trying to get me in trouble? Shen Shiwan glanced up at him, feeling wronged as she playfully punched him. Her cheeks felt as if they were on fire. She had never been this bashful her entire life. To have taken the initiative to dive into his arms in front of his parents was utterly mortifying. All right, it's my fault. Shall we proceed to dinner? Qin Yu chuckled helplessly. This wasn't entirely his fault. After all, it was Shen Shiwan who had sat down on him without a second thought. Yet, truth be told, the sensation of such an unanticipated embrace was rather delightful. As punishment, carry me to the dining room. Aren't you afraid of my parents laughing at you? Not at all. Who told you not to remind me earlier? Shen Shiwan retorted, preparing to dismount from Qin Yu's lap. Before her feet could touch the ground, Qin Yu swiftly scooped her up in a princess carry and strode toward the dining room. Qin Yu, are you out of your mind? Put me down this instant. I was only joking. Shen Shiwan instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, whispering urgently. Unfazed, Qin Yu continued until they reached the dining room, where he gently set Shen Shiwan down in her chair under the astonished gazes of Qin Xiaohe and Su Riyue. Shen Shiwan's face flushed crimson as she lowered her head and turned away, too shy to meet his gaze. Qin Yu, must you young people flaunt your affection so openly in our presence? Mother, this is simply the way of the current generation. You must adapt. Qin Yu unabashedly picked up his chopsticks and served her a piece of braised pork. I won't eat meat in the evening. I'll gain weight. Shen Shiwan sneaked a glance, then pinched Qin Yu's thigh. Then you may as well get up and eat by yourself, or I shall continue to serve you meat. Qin Yu flashed a mischievous smile and placed another piece of braised pork in her bowl. Shen Shiwan shot him an exasperated glare, then shyly raised her head and offered an awkward smile to Qin Xiaohe and his wife. Subsequently, she grasped her chopsticks and, under the watchful eyes of the Qin family, bowed her head and began to devour her meal. Uncle, Auntie, I am full. 3 minutes later, Shen Shiwan let out a satisfied burp and dashed up the stairs. This child, Su Riyue, shook her head with a wry smile. This is hardly eating. She is clearly avoiding us. Little Shen has not known Qin Yu for very long, and living in our home must be quite an adjustment for her. Perhaps we should allow them to live independently and return occasionally. Qin Xiaohe took a sip of wine and looked at Su Riyue. They too had once been young, pursuing freedom, and naturally understood Shen Shiwan's current sentiments. Very well, as long as you're nearby. Tomorrow we shall look at some apartments. Whichever one you favor, inform your mother, and consider it a gift from me. Su Riyue smiled slightly, fully agreeing with the notion of them moving out. Then I shall not be polite. Qin Yu smiled faintly and resumed his meal with gusto. Observing their son eat, Su Riyue and Qin Xiaohe exchanged glances, both revealing expressions of happiness. For nearly 5 years, it had been just the two of them at the dining table. Now that Qin Yu had returned, it filled the void in their hearts. Mom, Dad, I have finished eating. Please take your time. Qin Yu wiped his mouth and turned toward the second floor. Qin Xiaohe shook his head helplessly, muttering, "They say a daughter grows up and can't be kept. It seems our son has grown as well." Chapter 49. Office Gossip. Shiwan, are you full? Qin Yu pushed open the bedroom door to find Shen Shiwan standing on the balcony. He stealthily approached from behind and gently embraced her. "Yes, I'm full. You mustn't behave like that in front of Uncle and Auntie. It's utterly embarrassing." Shen Shiwan grasped Qin Yu's hands, naturally leaning into his embrace. The earlier shyness had taken her quite a while to overcome. "I mentioned to my mother tonight that we should move out. She was initially opposed. It just so happened that you sat on me, and I seized the opportunity to put on a little performance." Inhaling the fragrance of her hair, Qin Yu relished the moment. After 5 years of restraint, this sensation seemed to awaken within him a yearning for marriage. "You must also communicate with me. Acting that way in front of Uncle and Annie is quite shameful." Shen Shiwan turned to envelop Qin Yu in her arms, still voicing her discontent. "I won't do it again. We will move out tomorrow." "Speaking of tomorrow, am I to assume the role of general manager directly?" Shen Shiwan looked up at Qin Yu, her expression tinged with worry. Being promoted to the position of general manager without due process is undoubtedly bound to incite considerable discontent among many. Particularly, that Li Jia will surely take every opportunity to undermine me. "What's the matter? Are you apprehensive or anxious?" Qin Yu cradled Shen Shiwan's face, affectionately tapping her nose. "Both. You know, I'm merely a deputy minister. Taking a day off and then stepping directly into the role of general manager will certainly lead to whispers behind my back." Shen Shiwan knitted her brows, seemingly troubled about how to face tomorrow. "What others say is their concern, not yours. Rest assured, with me around, no one will dare to bully you." Qin Yu tried to comfort her as best as he could, though he too felt a pang of doubt within. After all, he was merely an intern and would likely attract a share of disdainful glances. "Well, I'll go wash up first." Shen Shiwan gently pecked Qin Yu on the cheek before slipping away towards the bathroom. Watching her retreating figure, a faint smile graced Qin Yu's lips. Leaning against the window sill, he gazed at the star-studded night sky, letting out a sigh of resignation. It seems that starting tomorrow, he would have to contend with a variety of difficult characters. Qin Yu chuckled at his own predicament and turned to enter the bedroom. The following morning, Wu Hao resumed his routine of driving, dropping Qin Yu and Shen Shiwan off at the bus stop. "Young master, please wait a moment." As soon as Qin Yu stepped out of the car, he was called back by Wu Hao. "Shiwan, wait for me." Qin Yu shot a glance at Shen Shiwan and approached Wu Hao. "Young master, as per your instructions, I have transferred 500,000 to Wang Yiyuan. Additionally, Shen Xinghan has taken a loan of 50,000 from Hezhong Credit. From what I understand, the interest has compounded to 150,000. Wu Hao smiled slightly at Shen Shiwan, leaning in to whisper the report to Qin Yu. "Do you know the owner of Hezhong Credit?" "Fortunately, I have interacted with him a few times. Arrange a meeting with him tonight to discuss this matter." Qin Yu instructed Wu Hao briefly, giving his arm a light pat before returning to Shen Shiwan. "What were you two discussing so mysteriously?" Upon Qin Yu's return, Shen Shiwan looked at him with curiosity. "It's nothing, just a minor issue that I will resolve." Qin Yu replied with a calm smile, taking Shen Shiwan's hand as they walked towards the Qin group. As they approached the entrance of the Qin group, Shen Shiwan gently withdrew her hand. "After all, there are company regulations. We should maintain a little distance." She looked at Qin Yu apologetically, her eyes hinting at a playful charm. "I understand, but don't worry. I'm here." Qin Yu smiled gently, following closely behind Shen Shiwan as they entered the Qin group. "Hey, have you heard? The selection for general manager has been finalized. I wonder which minister it is. This position has been vacant for quite some time. Indeed, it seems this time some will rejoice while others will lament." As Qin Yu and Shen Shiwan stepped through the entrance of the group, the lively discussions in the hall reached their ears. Standing before the elevator, the chatter was particularly pronounced. There were all sorts of speculations, but merely conjectures at that. "Qin Yu, hasn't your sister announced it yet?" "It should be. Matters like these require a meeting to notify all departments, even if my father issues the order personally." Qin Yu leaned close to Shen Shiwan's ear, softly explaining. As the crowd surged into the elevator, Qin Yu and Shen Shiwan found themselves pressed against the back. To shield her from the jostling, Qin Yu instinctively used his own body as a barrier. You need not worry. I have navigated crowded elevators like this before, Shen Shiwan reassured him. Yet, Qin Yu's protective instinct warmed her heart. That was then. Now you have me. His words, though softly spoken, carried an air of authority. Observing the intern badge hanging from his neck and his resolute visage, a wave of warmth surged within Shen Shiwan's heart. Upon reaching the planning department's floor, both Qin Yu and Shen Shiwan finally exhaled in relief. Hey, Shen, the vice department head, is on leave, and Qin Yu too. Do you think they went out together? One employee speculated. Come on, everyone knows about the relationship between the vice department head and Qin Yu, another chimed in. Right? They make quite the pair, a third added. Indeed, considering Shen's icy demeanor, her dating is akin to a rare flower blooming. They whispered among themselves, only to fall silent as Shen Shiwan entered. Her high heels clicking on the floor. She scanned the room, her lips parting slightly as if to speak, but she ultimately chose silence. After a brief cough, she proceeded into her office. How about I treat you all to coffee today? Qin Yu proposed, grinning at the employees feigning seriousness in their work. Sure. Did you win a lottery yesterday? They responded in disbelief at his sudden generosity. Not at all, but I'm in a good mood today, he replied, humming a tune as he walked into Shen Shiwan's office. What's up with him? One wondered aloud. Who knows? He's never been normal, another remarked, as they rolled their eyes at him and returned to their tasks. I can't believe this. I told you we shouldn't take leave at the same time. And look at what they're saying. Shen Shiwan's voice echoed just as Qin Yu closed the office door. I told you, don't worry about their chatter. Our priority is to live our lives well. Qin Yu responded with a calm smile as he settled back into his seat. Qin Yu, if I become the general manager, would you still share an office with me? Shen Shiwan mused aloud, resting her chin on her hand. Of course. By then, I won't be an intern anymore. I shall be your personal assistant, at your service round the clock. Qin Yu retorted with a playful smirk. Stop it. I'm discussing serious matters here. Shen Shiwan shot him a shy glare before turning her attention to her work. Just then, the office phone rang. Vice Department Head Shen, please bring Qin Yu to the conference room for a meeting. In the Qin Group's conference room, all department heads and their deputies were present. Though murmurs circulated, an unspoken understanding prevailed among the departments to refrain from engaging in conversation. Minister Li, what do you think is the purpose of Vice President Chu's sudden high-level meeting? Asked Sun Wei, the deputy head of the project department, casting a glance at Li Jia. The vice president convened a senior meeting, which was hardly surprising. Li Jia wore an expression of indifference, yet her gaze roamed the room. The seat beside Feng Tao remained conspicuously vacant. Surely, Shen Shiwan would not resign. The thought of yesterday's intimate exchange between Shen Shiwan and Qin Yu stirred a sense of unease within Li Jia. Why should a woman of such humble origins capture the affections of the esteemed young master of the Qin family? Perhaps Qin Yu was merely indulging in a fleeting whim? This notion caused a subtle smile to grace Li Jia's lips. Sun Wei, witnessing the smile, was momentarily taken aback. It turned out that Minister Li possessed such an enchanting smile. Li Jia from the project department and Shen Shiwan from the planning department were widely acknowledged as the icy beauties of their respective divisions. Those acquainted with them knew that these two stunning women rarely showed any emotion, let alone a smile. Li Jia's beaming expression captivated Sun Wei completely. As impatience began to ripple through the gathering, the door to the conference room swung open. Shen Shiwan strode in, her high heels clicking assertively on the floor, exuding an air of pride. Despite her modest background, her professional capabilities distinguished her among her peers. Were it not for her age, her promotion to minister would have gone unchallenged. Qin Yu followed closely behind, though he lacked Shen Shiwan's solemn demeanor. After surveying the room, he positioned himself directly behind her. What was happening? The young master of the Qin family, standing behind her? This scene set Li Jia's mind racing. Feng Tao glanced at Shen Shiwan, poised to speak but hesitating, well aware that the implications of Qin Yu's status warranted caution. However, he had heard that General Manager Chu of Yongli Company personally visited to apologize and mend relations with the Qin family, indicating Shen Shiwan's significant influence in the matter. Amidst the various speculations, Chu Yilin entered with her long legs, striding confidently. "Are we all present? Then let us commence." With the door to the conference room closed, Chu Yilin wasted no time and spoke directly. Everyone was aware that the position of general manager had long been vacant. The purpose of this gathering was to address that very issue. As her words hung in the air, the ministers began to murmur amongst themselves. The general manager's position had been unoccupied for quite some time, and they all eyed it with keen interest. Chu Yilin's implication was clear. A candidate had already been selected to fill the role. The ministers eagerly prepared themselves, as if the chosen one might be among them. Li Jia straightened in her seat, buoyed by a sense of confidence. In her view, as a woman, Chu Yilin would likely select another woman for the position of general manager. Among the ministers, she was the sole female contender. This selection was made personally by the elder Mr. Qin, undoubtedly after a thorough assessment of capabilities, character, and courage. Chu Yilin cleared her throat, casting an unnoticed glance at Qin Yu. The others remained oblivious to her subtle gesture, their ears perked up in anticipation of what was to come. The revelation that the elder Mr. Qin had made the selection sent a surge of excitement through the ministers. Gaining the esteemed recognition of Elder Qin is a sure path to future success. Without further ado, here lies the official appointment letter, personally stamped by Elder Qin. Chu Yilin opened the folder in front of everyone. "The position of general manager of our company shall be assumed by Shen Shiwan, the deputy director of the planning department." With a decisive toss, Chu Yilin announced the outcome. As her words echoed through the room, a wave of astonishment swept over the crowd. Those department heads who had been so confident just moments before suddenly wore expressions of disbelief. The other deputy directors exchanged glances, their eyes fixated on Shen Shiwan. Taking a deep breath, Shen Shiwan endeavored to feign incredulity. She had already anticipated this result. Any attempt to be genuinely shocked felt futile. The most taken aback was Feng Tao. He never imagined that Shen Shiwan, having taken a day off, would soar to such heights. Li Jia's gaze was icy as she scrutinized Shen Shiwan. What merit did she possess to ascend to the role of general manager? Deputy general manager. Shen Shiwan is merely a deputy director. In terms of qualifications and experience, this position seems far beyond her reach. He Huan, the Minister of Finance, questioned Chu Yilin almost accusatorily. "This is an appointment letter personally signed by Elder Qin. If you have any objections, you may directly address Elder Qin. However, let me pose a question. Who among you believes they are qualified for the position of general manager? Or do you think you possess the capability to occupy such a role?" Chu Yilin's tone was sharp, her gaze piercing as it swept over the assembly. Upon hearing her words, the ministers exchanged glances, ultimately succumbing to a collective sigh. Chu Yilin was correct. If they had the ability to fulfill the role, the position of general manager would not have remained vacant for so long. Yet, what irked them was the thought that if they were deemed unqualified, then what merit did Shen Shiwan possess? To my knowledge, Deputy Director Shen graduated and joined the company, demonstrating exceptional performance, and within 2 years was promoted to Deputy Director. I believe this is an achievement that none of you can surpass, correct? Suddenly, Qin Yu, who had remained silent, spoke up. Clearly, aside from Feng Tao, everyone else was targeting Shen Shiwan. How could they allow his woman to be bullied by this rabble? "Who are you? On what grounds do you question us with such tone?" He Huan had been seething with frustration. Seeing Qin Yu, a newcomer, speak with such audacity provided him a means to vent. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Qin Yu, and I will be Shen's administrative assistant moving forward." Unfazed by He Huan's disrespect, Qin Yu introduced himself with a smile. "An administrative assistant? Wasn't he an intern?" Feng Tao murmured to himself, secretly relieved he hadn't spoken out earlier. To transition from interning with Shen Shiwan to becoming her administrative assistant, if Qin Yu lacked connections, Feng Tao would gladly eat his own words. "Wait, aren't you the intern who had a scandal with Shen Shiwan?" A keen-eyed deputy director suddenly interjected loudly. All eyes turned to Qin Yu, many revealing mocking smiles. "Human Resources Department." I recall stating that Chu Yilin suddenly spoke up, casting a cold glance at everyone. "I have made it clear that anyone who mentions this matter within the company regardless of their position, will be dismissed immediately. Therefore, you are terminated. Chu Yilin's words completely silenced the ministers who had been anticipating a spectacle. The vice minister, who had previously reveled in the misfortune of others, was momentarily rendered speechless by Chu Yilin's proclamation. There had indeed been an internal notice prohibiting any discussion of this affair. In a moment of excitement, he had forgotten this directive. Deputy General Manager Chu, that was not my intention, he stammered. There's no need for explanations. After the meeting, proceed to the Human Resources Department to formalize your departure, Chu Yilin interjected, raising her hand to halt any further dialogue. She slowly stood up, her gaze sweeping across the room before finally resting on Yi Huan, who seemed hesitant to speak. Both Qin Yu and Shen Shiwan had their position changes personally sanctioned by Old Master Qin. This meeting was not a discussion. It was merely a notification. Should anyone have further inquiries, they were to approach Old Master Qin directly. With a few curt remarks, Chu Yilin turned and walked toward the exit of the meeting room. The attendees exchanged glances, shaking their heads. None dared to oppose the appointment letters signed by Old Master Qin, especially after witnessing Chu Yilin dismiss an old employee with a single statement. Qin Yu, Shen Shiwan, you are to accompany me. At the moment her hand touched the doorknob, Chu Yilin Suden Li Hatet. She turned to Qin Yu and signaled him with a glance. Let us go. Deputy General Manager Chu has summoned us. Qin Yu leaned in to whisper to Shen Shiwan, who appeared visibly anxious and uncomfortable. All right, let us proceed. After a brief survey of the room, Shen Shiwan silently nodded. Under the probing gazes of their colleagues, they exited the meeting room, one after the other. What is this nonsense? Appointing a newcomer who has been with the company for merely 2 years as the general manager is utterly ludicrous. Yi Huan exclaimed, striking the table in frustration. He believed he was the most qualified among them for the position, only to find it snatched away by a junior. Minister He, this arrangement comes directly from Old Master Qin. Regardless of our grievances, we must acquiesce, Huang Tengfei, the minister of the marketing department, remarked, observing Yi Huan's ire with a resigned sigh. Let us go. Continuing this discussion may jeopardize our own positions. Several ministers muttered as they rose one after another to leave the meeting room. Yi Huan and Huang Tengfei exchanged a knowing look, both sharing a wry smile before departing. Minister Feng, please hold on a moment. Just as Feng Tao was about to leave, he was called back by Li Jia. What is it, Minister Li? Feng Tao inquired, puzzled, as he regarded Li Jia, who typically only approached others when there was something of significance. Minister Feng, your silence suggests you might know something, Li Jia said, gently closing the door once everyone else had departed. She was not surprised by Chu Yilin's decision to dismiss a vice minister due to Qin Yu. Qin Yu is indeed the eldest son of the Qin family, and naturally, Chu Yilin would defend him. However, the fact that Shen Shiwan was appointed as the general manager, with Feng Tao expressing no objections, struck her as peculiar. Logically speaking, one would expect discomfort when a subordinate suddenly ascends to a superior position. What good would my opposition do against an appointment personally signed by Old Master Qin? Feng Tao feigned helplessness as he walked slowly to the window, fully aware that Li Jia was once again trying to extract information from him. It was true, this appointment had come directly from Old Master Qin. Director Feng, how did Qin Yu come to the company? Li Jia observed Feng Tao's silhouette, her gaze flickering. Although she had learned of Qin Yu's identity from Shi Jun, he was still a stranger to her. She needed to ascertain the truth in her own way. Wu Hao, you know, right? Qin Yu is his distant cousin. Feng Tao explained briefly, then turned to regard Li Jia with a meaningful look. What has prompted Director Li's sudden interest in Qin Yu? Huh? No, I'm just curious. Li Jia replied, realizing she could not elicit further information, and awkwardly smiled as she exited the conference room. Watching her leave, Feng Tao shook his head in silence, concluding that Qin Yu indeed shared a profound connection with Old Master Qin. Sit down, I'm exhausted. As Qin Yu closed the office door, Chu Yilin collapsed into a chair. Sister, it's just a meeting. How can it wear you out like this? Qin Yu teased while gently pushing the still-dazed Shen Shiwan onto the sofa. You can stand there talking all day without feeling a thing. Did you not see the expressions on those people's faces? Were it not for Uncle's pressure, they would likely have revolted. Chu Yilin shot Qin Yu an exasperated glance, feeling that he lacked appreciation for her efforts. For his sake, she had even dismissed a deputy director on the spot as a warning. Yet, she felt no remorse. The deputy had long been reported for poor conduct, and his dismissal was a service to the community. Director Chu, I have something to say, but I'm not sure if I should. Shen Shiwan timidly pulled at Qin Yu's sleeve and looked at Chu Yilin hesitantly. Shiwan, you are Qin Yu's girlfriend. Since you are, let us not be so formal. In private, you can call me sister just like Qin Yu does. Chu Yilin straightened her posture. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at Shen Shiwan. All right, sister, what I want to say is that I'm not prepared. Under Chu Yilin's gaze, Shen Shiwan nearly lost her confidence. She had witnessed the attitudes of those individuals during the meeting and anticipated that upon her appointment, she would face intense opposition. Foolish girl, what is there to fear with me by your side? Qin Yu gently ruffled her hair, offering her a reassuring smile. He understood Shen Shiwan's concerns, but these were trials she needed to endure. Only by experiencing such challenges could she grow swiftly. Indeed, with Qin Yu here, you need not worry. He has studied trade and management abroad, so you can rest assured. Moreover, you have me as your steadfast support. Chu Yilin gradually rose and sat beside Shen Shiwan, softly comforting her. Shen Shiwan's current demeanor mirrors that of the time she was reluctantly appointed as vice president. I fear the possibility of inadequacy. Yet there is no task too daunting, only the question of whether one truly desires to excel. Chu Yilin grasped Shen Shiwan's hand, offering her relentless encouragement. Sister, why did you initially accept the vice presidency? Qin Yu inquired, fiddling with his pen, his curiosity piqued. Do you think it was by choice? Had it not been for certain someone's abrupt departure, I would likely be married by now. Chu Yilin shot a disdainful glance at Qin Yu, her irritation palpable. Indeed, it's all that person's fault. They left my sister still single. Qin Yu retorted shamelessly, sprawling on the sofa. Shen Shiwan observed the playful banter between the siblings, a slight smile gracing her lips. Yet, the thought of facing the scrutinizing gazes of her colleagues soon dampened her spirits. Sister, what should I do next? Shen Shiwan looked at Chu Yilin with an expression of desperation, as if pleading for guidance. I've already considered that for you. As long as you successfully secure this project, no one will dare to speak ill of you. Chapter 52. The entertainment project in Beijing. What project? Shen Shiwan's interest was immediately piqued. For her, establishing authority in her new role was paramount, and completing a challenging project would solidify her position. The company had previously undertaken a project, albeit a rather troublesome one. Chu Yilin approached the desk, handing Shen Shiwan a document laid out on the surface. Before Shen Shiwan could reach for it, Qin Yu snatched the document away. Tengshi Entertainment? Qin Yu furrowed his brow upon reading the title. If memory served him correctly, the owner of this media company was named Wan Gong. Yes, the Qin family previously signed a collaboration project with Tengshi Entertainment. However, there were some issues along the way that caused delays. Chu Yilin's expression soured as she glanced awkwardly at Qin Yu. It seemed that Wan Gong had some prior conflicts with Qin Yu. Since when did the Qin family involve themselves in the entertainment industry? After a cursory glance through the document, Qin Yu exhaled deeply. He was perplexed as to why the project concerning grassroots celebrity selection had stagnated. In this day and age, many aspired to become stars. As long as funding was secured, all else would fall into place. The Qin Group's operations permeated every industry, including entertainment. What kind of issues are we talking about? Qin Yu asked, his gaze fixed on Chu Yilin, his eyes glimmering with suspicion. He was acutely aware of who Wan Gong was. Tengshi Entertainment was merely a vessel for his personal indulgences. One must exercise utmost caution when conducting business with such individuals. Shen Shiwan, sensing the tension between the siblings, reclaimed the contract from Qin Yu. We need to go to Beijing for the selection, and both responsible parties must attend? The timeline is still 1 month? She looked at Chu Yilin in astonishment after perusing the document. Indeed, the person in charge at Tengshi is Wan Gong, and I am the representative from the Qin family. Chu Yilin said, biting her lip, her words hanging heavy in the air. The very reason this seemingly straightforward project had hit a snag was precisely because of this. Sister, you know what kind of person Wan Gong is, which is likely why you're hesitant to go, isn't it? Upon observing Chu Yilin's discomfort, Qin Yu discerned that it was due to Wan Gang's influence. It was likely that this proposal was motivated by Wan Gang's selfish interests, aimed at securing time with Chu Yilin. Indeed, this was the underlying reason. As you are aware, I harbor no fondness for collaborating with such individuals. Chu Yilin aquadilis mai. Realizing that Qin Yu had seen through her thoughts. Then, let Shiwan handle it. Qin Yu shot a disapproving glance at Chu Yilin, questioning whether this was akin to a lamb entering a tiger's den. Although Shen Shiwan had previously served as deputy minister at the Qin Corporation, she was still quite inexperienced. Wan Gong was notorious for his philandering ways. If Shen Shiwan were to spend a month in Beijing, the consequences could be dire. Qin Yu, do you think I'm that kind of person? Chu Yilin Vito. The Qin Corporation was only beginning to explore the entertainment sector, and a successful collaboration would yield significant benefits. Furthermore, with Shiwan just stepping into her role, she required such a project to solidify her position. Chu Yilin playfully flicked Qin Yu's forehead, tirelessly explaining her perspective. Her aversion to Wan Gong was evident. Had Shen Shiwan not assumed the role of general manager at this juncture, she would have braved the situation regardless. Indeed, the absence of an entertainment division at Qin Corporation meant that a successful partnership could represent a breakthrough. Sister, I will take on this project. After a prolonged silence, Shen Shiwan finally spoke, having contemplated the matter extensively. She needed this opportunity to demonstrate her capabilities. I disagree. Qin Yu massaged his temples, resolutely rejecting the idea. Why do you oppose it? Shen Shiwan and Chu Yilin questioned in unison, perplexed by Qin Yu's stance. I'm all too familiar with the kind of person Wan Gong is. I will never allow Shiwan to venture to Beijing alone. Qin Yu's indignation met the gazes of both women, as if he were defending a cherished possession. Chu Yilin and Shen Shiwan exchanged glances, simultaneously raising their middle fingers at him. Your current role is my personal assistant. Naturally, wherever I go, you must follow. Shen Shiwan couldn't help but playfully flick his forehead. Moreover, as the president of the Qin Corporation, who could possibly dictate your whereabouts? Chu Yilin chimed in eagerly, recognizing that Qin Yu's presence would undoubtedly enhance their efforts. Well, if that is the case, it does seem plausible. Qin Yu pondered seriously, resting his chin on his hand. I've heard that some places in Beijing boast beautiful scenery. We could consider it a honeymoon of sorts. Shen Shiwan lightly punched him, her cheeks flushing slightly. They had just defined their relationship. Discussing a honeymoon seemed premature. Regardless of whether it's a honeymoon or work, the priority is to execute this project well, which will also help Shiwan establish her authority. Chu Yilin strategically presented her argument, fully aware that Shen Shiwan was currently Qin Yu's Achilles heel. All right then, what is the budget? Qin Yu's eyes flickered as he turned to Chu Yilin. While he was uncertain about various aspects, he was certain the company would allocate funds for this business trip. It would be unreasonable to expect him to cover expenses for an entire month in Beijing. Qin Yu, the Qin Corporation belongs to you. Are you really considering this for yourself? As of now, it is not entirely mine. Qin Yu winked at Chu Yilin, extending his hand once more. Very well, my dear Qin. Feel free to spend the funds as you wish. Surely that will suffice? Chu Yilin rolled her eyes dramatically, finding Qin Yu utterly incorrigible. Shen Shiwan stifled a giggle, amused by the playful banter between the siblings, who seemed to be a pair of jovial adversaries. All right then, unless there's anything else, we shall take our leave, she said. Make sure to tidy up your belongings in the original department before heading to the general manager's office. Understood. Must you be so verbose? Qin Yu waved his hand dismissively, instinctively draping his arm over Shen Shiwan's shoulder as they made their exit. Hey, be mindful at work. Shiwan has just assumed her position, Chu Yilin admonished, her gaze fixed on Qin Yu with a mixture of exasperation and annoyance. Qin Yu offered an awkward smile, reluctantly withdrawing his arm from Shen Shiwan's shoulder. Her cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson as she playfully kicked him before striding out of the vice president's office. Good day, Vice President Shen, or should I say, General Manager Shen, greeted her colleagues with respect as she passed, though she could detect a hint of disdain in their glances. It appeared that her appointment as general manager was already common knowledge throughout the company. Qin Yu, reclining casually, Observe Shen Shiwan's furrowed brow, a smile playing at his lips. You can still find humor in this? It's entirely your fault. If you had simply performed your duties as president, would I have to endure such disdain? Shen Shiwan playfully punched Qin Yu in frustration, only to be pulled into his embrace. Everything you are enduring now will eventually bear fruit, he assured her earnestly. Even if I take over the company, if you remain unremarkable, you will invariably be looked down upon. He affectionately brushed his fingers against the bridge of her nose, gazing deeply into her eyes. I understand. It was merely a moment of venting. Could you perhaps let me go? Shen Shiwan's cheeks flared with color, acutely aware of his physical response. Chapter 53. The expansive new office as he beheld the rosy hue of Shen Shiwan's cheeks, Qin Yu found himself momentarily entranced. He often pondered what it was about her that captivated him so completely. Was it merely the serendipitous events of that fateful night? A smirk tugged at the corner of his lips as he reminisced about the occurrences of that evening. Qin Yu, let go of me. We are in the office. She insisted. I must gather my belongings. I still need to find a place to stay. His gaze, coupled with his rather intense reaction, rendered Shen Shiwan hesitant to meet his eyes. After a gentle struggle, she finally extricated herself from his embrace, feeling the peculiar sensation within himself. Qin Yu's face flushed crimson as he adjusted to a position that might alleviate his embarrassment. Aren't we supposed to head to Beijing? Must you still search for accommodation? He questioned, perplexed. Is it not wise to secure a place to stay before finalizing our travel plans? Shen Shiwan replied as she organized her belongings. Qin Yu shrugged nonchalantly. After all, he would need a place to reside upon his return, so the timing seemed inconsequential. Very well, these are all my belongings. Hey, aren't you going to pack anything? Shen Shiwan finished organizing her belongings, only to find Qin Yu lounging on the sofa, eyes closed in repose, which instantly flustered her. I have nothing to tidy up. I came here empty-handed. Have you finished organizing? If so, let's depart. Qin Yu stretched languidly and yawned as he accepted the cardboard box from Shen Shiwan's hands. Initially poised to be angry, Shen Shiwan was taken aback by Qin Yu's response. It seemed he had a point. President Shen, Assistant Qin, allow me to assist. As the two stepped out of the office in succession, Feng Tao approached with eager enthusiasm, taking the box from Qin Yu's hands and leading the way with a beaming smile. Minister Feng, there's no need for such formality. It's hardly a large load. Shen Shiwan remarked, feeling slightly embarrassed as she regarded Feng Tao, who had once been her superior. Yet now, he was dutifully helping her carry her belongings. Hello, President Shen. All the employees in the planning department rose respectfully to greet her. Please, continue with your work. The position of deputy minister is still waiting for you. Noticing Shen Shiwan's hesitation to speak, Qin Yu jovially teased them. Assistant Qin, where is our coffee? A female employee, who had flirted with Qin Yu that morning, gazed at him with a cheerful smile. Their suspicions had indeed been confirmed. Qin Yu had struck gold. No problem with the coffee. I'll arrange it immediately. Qin Yu pulled out his phone and sent a message to Wu Hao. Order 20 cups of coffee for the planning department. All right, it will be delivered shortly. Qin Yu waved his phone and offered them a slight smile, quickening his pace to match Shen Shiwan's. Minister Feng, we can manage from here. Upon reaching the elevator, Qin Yu swiftly seized the box from Feng Tao's hands. President Shen, the planning department is your old stomping ground. Do not forget it. As he watched Qin Yu and Shen Shiwan enter the elevator, Feng Tao bid them farewell, visibly emotional. What a performance. The moment the elevator doors shut, both Qin Yu and Shen Shiwan spoke in unison. Hey, are you mimicking me? Clearly, you are the one imitating me. Qin Yu, are you scolding me? Observing Shen Shiwan with her hands on her hips, fuming, Qin Yu could only sigh, recognizing the complexity of a woman's heart. President Shen, everything has been arranged according to Vice President Chu's specifications. The secretary pushed open the door to the general manager's office, bowing respectfully. Thank you. You may return to your duties. Shen Shiwan replied with an awkward smile as she stepped into her new office. Gazing at the layout, which closely resembled that of the vice president's office, she took a deep breath. It appeared she truly benefited from Qin Yu's fortune. After all, how could a mere general manager possess such an office? Qin Yu, where's your workspace? Shen Shiwan closed the door and scanned the room, failing to locate Qin Yu's station. My workspace is over there. Please organize your own belongings. He gestured toward the sofa, arranging Shen Shiwan's items neatly on her desk. All right, do as you wish. However, from this moment forward, do not disturb me. I need to work. Shen Shiwan busied herself with her belongings, taking in a significantly larger office compared to before. The pressure within her heart surged unexpectedly. What she needed to do now was to familiarize herself with the responsibilities of the general manager. Qin Yu shrugged indifferently and approached the expansive floor-to-ceiling window. Gazing out at the city he had been away from for 5 years. The acquaintances he once had were long severed, and apart from Shijun, it seemed he had no other friends left. The wildness of those years appeared to linger before him at this moment. Qin Yu, if you have no pressing matters, perhaps you could consider where we should reside? Shen Shiwan suggested as she organized her documents, glancing up at him. All right, I will take care of that, Qin Yu replied, pulling himself back from his reverie and settling onto the sofa. Mother, purchase a modest apartment near the group. Remember, it must be close by and not too large. After retrieving his mother's WeChat, he sent a couple of messages and began aimlessly scrolling through videos. Hey, Shiwan, come here for a moment. As he continued browsing, Qin Yu suddenly widened his eyes. I told you I was going to work. Though reluctant, Shen Shiwan obediently approached him. What is the fuss about? Take a look for yourself. We become celebrities. Without allowing her to finish, Qin Yu thrust his phone screen toward her face. Upon seeing the video, particularly the two figures at its center, Shen Shiwan's expression transformed, reflecting shock, curiosity, and shyness all at once. The video displayed their passionate kiss at Bada Plaza, and its likes had astonishingly surpassed 1 million. People are utterly absurd, posting without anyone's consent, Shen Shiwan exclaimed, blushing as she tossed the phone back to Qin Yu and returned to her desk. Observing her, Qin Yu gazed at the flustered Shen Shiwan, who was now alternating between red and pale, captivated by her charm. Time passed, and eventually, Shen Shiwan lifted her head and stretched widely. She had finally organized everything necessary for the role of general manager. As she twisted her neck and her gaze fell upon the sofa, she couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Qin Yu, one hand cradling his phone and the other behind his head, had inadvertently drifted into slumber. With a mischievous glint in her eye, Shen Shiwan tiptoed closer to him and quietly took the phone to peruse its contents. As she scrolled, a particular memo caught her attention. Shen Shiwan, you still owe me 2,000 yuan. Consider this your lifetime debt. Chapter 54. The unsolicited affection of Han Yuefan. Upon reading that line, Shen Shiwan's cheeks flushed crimson. What was Qin Yu thinking? Was he truly so petty? 2,000 yuan, noted in a memo. She quickly placed the phone back down, covering her warm face, and sat down across from Qin Yu, watching him sleep peacefully. She found herself somewhat enchanted. What a fortunate fate it was to have encountered him. For a fleeting moment, Qin Yu felt like a character who had stepped straight out of a comic book. Thus, Shen Shiwan quietly gazed at Qin Yu, reluctant to disturb him even slightly. Do I have lice on my face? At some point, Qin Yu slowly opened his eyes, gazing at Shen Shiwan with a sleepy expression. Yes, you have lice on your face, and they are quite large. Shen Shiwan rolled her eyes and hurriedly moved aside, flustered. Damn, she had been so captivated that she hadn't realized he was awake. Really? Qin Yu stretched lazily and picked up his phone to check his face. Shiwan, did you tamper with my phone? In the next moment, he shook his phone and flashed a mischievous smile at her. Shen Shiwan paused her action of pouring water, nervously defending herself. No. Then how did it end up on the Notes app by itself? Qin Yu's lips curled into a smirk as he walked slowly behind her and gently embraced her. Remember, the next time you browse someone else's phone, make sure to return to the main page. Hearing Qin Yu's words, Shen Shiwan instinctively glanced at the phone screen. Indeed, it was still lingering on that particular note. How about I give you those 2,000? Shen Shiwan chuckled awkwardly, yet her body unconsciously leaned closer to Qin Yu. All right, but you still owe me 500,000. If 2,000 needs to be repaid for a lifetime, how long will it take to repay 500,000? Qin Yu put away his phone and held the beautiful woman in his arms tightly. He relished the scent of Shen Shiwan's hair, which brought him a sense of tranquility. Do you know that is called extortion? I didn't know at first, but now I do. Qin Yu turned to face Shen Shiwan, his gaze both affectionate and resolute. Observing her slightly anxious expression, he gradually lowered his head. It's almost 3 o'clock. I'm starving. Shen Shiwan playfully pecked his lips and wriggled free from his embrace. Qin Yu raised a hand to touch his lips, smiling faintly. Let us go. Let us grab a bite to eat. I have someone to meet tonight. You need to come with me. Qin Yu stretched lazily, quietly watching Shen Shiwan organize her documents. Who are you meeting? Do I know them? You don't know them, but you'll by the time we get there. Qin Yu had no intention of revealing to Shen Shiwan that tonight was about Shen Xinghan. Although he held a strong dislike for Han Yuefan and her family, he did not wish for Shen Shiwan to be burdened. Whatever, if you don't want to say, then don't. Shen Shiwan tidied the table and strode toward the door. Qin Yu shrugged and followed her like a shadow. Shiwan. Just as the two stepped out of the Qin group's entrance, they heard a voice calling out. Following the sound, they saw Han Yuefan rushing over with a beaming smile. What do you want from me? I'm very busy. Shen Shiwan's expression darkened instantly. Shiwan, it was all my fault before. Please don't be angry with me. Let us get along well as a family in the future. Han Yuefan approached with a playful smile, her eyes sparkling upon seeing Qin Yu. Oh, little Qin is also here. Last time it was Andy's mistake. I apologize to you. Don't be so insincere. If you have something to say, just say it. Shen Shiwan positioned herself protectively in front of Qin Yu, eyeing Han Yuefan warily. She knows her mother all too well. There's no occasion that goes unnoticed. Shiwan, are you still upset with Mom? Xiao Qin, I sincerely appreciate your help in repaying that 500,000 for our family. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. Upon hearing Han Yuefan's words, Shen Shiwan turned in surprise to look at Qin Yu. When did he give the money to Wang Yiyuan? She was completely unaware. Don't misunderstand. Andy, I repaid it for Shiwan, not for your family. Qin Yu politely addressed Han Yuefan as Andy. After all, she was still Shen Shiwan's biological mother, and severing ties would be a grave matter. Regardless, you have resolved a considerable dilemma for us. Shiwan, Mom approves of your relationship with Xiao Qin, Han Yuefan said cheerfully, as if she had made a monumental decision. My affairs do not require your approval. I have no further business. I must be on my way. Shen Shiwan's tone remained icy, keeping Han Yuefan at bay. Shiwan, where are you off to, Miss Shen? Before Han Yuefan could respond, Li Jia's voice rang out from behind. Indeed, you are now the general manager, so you can go wherever you please during work hours. Li Jia approached them with a slightly envious tone, her gaze occasionally darting towards Qin Yu. General manager? Upon hearing this title, Han Yuefan's mouth fell agape. Her daughter was merely a deputy director. When had she become a general manager? Director Li, do you not think you are overstepping your bounds? Qin Yu frowned at Li Jia, questioning her aggressive demeanor. My apologies, Assistant Qin. I may not have fully adjusted yet. Ms. Shen, I hope you will continue to nurture your subordinates. Li Jia remarked sarcastically, shooting a flirtatious glance at Qin Yu before striding away. Did she just flirt with you? Shen Shiwan pointed at Li Jia's retreating figure, seething with anger as she looked at Qin Yu. Ever since Li Jia became deputy director, she had been actively antagonizing her. Now, she had the audacity to flirt with her boyfriend. Her eyes and mouth are her own. It's her prerogative, Qin Yu said, gently brushing Shen Shiwan's nose with a smile. Nevertheless, Li Jia's gaze towards me does indeed carry a hint of ill intent. I wonder if Shijun has said something to her. Recalling the accident from yesterday, Qin Yu couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. Who knows what words might escape Shijun's lips in the face of temptation. Shiwan, I must ask you, was what that person just said true? Han Yuefan interrupted their silent exchange, her voice laced with anxiety. What does it matter to you? Shen Shiwan shot her a weary glance. Despite being her mother, the memories of past grievances fueled her irritation. Good afternoon, Ms. Shen. At that moment, several employees emerged from the company, respectfully greeting Shen Shiwan. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Shen Shiwan nodded, tugging Qin Yu along as they moved forward. She longed to escape this den of gossip, especially with Han Yuefan present. My daughter has become the general manager? Upon hearing the employees address Shen Shiwan, Han Yuefan brushed aside her earlier doubts. The daughter has ascended to the position of general manager at the Qin Group, accompanied by a handsome and affluent son-in-law. I must share this news with the entire family. Observing Qin Yu and Shen Shiwan's retreating figures, Han Yuefan could hardly contain her excitement. Chapter 55. Qin Yu's resistance to snail noodle Shiwan. Are you certain you wish to confront her in this manner moving forward? Standing by the roadside, Qin Yu gazed at the somewhat uneasy Shen Shiwan. Although Han Yuefan's actions were indeed excessive, she remained his biological parent. Let's take a step back for now. I wish to distance myself from them for a while. After all these years, I'm truly weary. Shen Shiwan turned to face Qin Yu, gently enveloping him in her embrace. Perhaps at this moment, only his arms could provide a sense of warmth. Very well. We can use this project as an opportunity to take your mind off things, Qin Yu said, affectionately stroking her back with a slight smile. If only this world contained just the two of them. Qin Yu, in the future, could you please inform me about matters concerning our family beforehand? Shen Shiwan lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Qin Yu. 500,000 is no trifling sum. While you have promised to assist in repaying this amount, I still feel guilty for accepting your help. After all, he could easily choose not to assist her. Do not dwell on that 500,000. Consider the past as merely a fleeting dream. However, I can tell you now that tonight's dinner gathering is indeed about your family. Qin Yu playfully tousled Shen Shiwan's hair, casting a sidelong glance. Since she had mentioned it, he felt compelled to share, as she would inevitably learn the truth. A dinner concerning our family? Shen Shiwan looked at Qin Yu in bewilderment, her brows furrowed. Aside from Wang Yiyuan's 500,000, what other matters could possibly concern her family? Young master, young madam, please get in the car. At that moment, Wu Hao pulled up in a Rolls-Royce before them. Shen Shiwan was aware of Qin Yu's status and the nature of their relationship, as Qin Xiao had already informed Wu Hao. Consequently, Wu Hao's manner of address had changed accordingly. Come on, let us get in, Qin Yu sighed, observing the ever-present Wu Hao. This fellow truly afforded him no semblance of personal space. Young master, the hotel has been booked. What time shall we head there? It's still early. First, take us somewhere to eat. Understood. Young master, please hold on tight. Wu Hao appeared particularly jovial today, accelerating with enthusiasm. So, you have brought us here to enjoy this? 10 minutes later, Qin Yu stood at the entrance of a snail noodle shop, exchanging glances with Shen Shiwan. Their eyes simultaneously turned to the smiling Wu Hao standing behind them. Young master, young madam, you are scheduled to be at the hotel by 6. It is nearly 4 now. A light snack will suffice. Wu Hao chuckled, scratching his head, his gaze fixed on the interior of the shop. Following his line of sight, Qin Yu curiously peered inside. A young girl, modestly dressed and wearing an apron, was bustling about energetically. Wu Hao, I sense your intentions extend beyond mere dining. Shen Shiwan remarked, having noticed the same, teasing him with a smile. The snail noodle dish at her place is quite delectable. I have dined there once. Wu Hao hastily shifted the conversation, jogging to open the door. Qin Yu shrugged nonchalantly, despite his aversion to the pungent delicacy. Nevertheless, having arrived, he decided to indulge Wu Hao. Wu Ge, what brings you here today? A cheerful young girl greeted Qin Yu and the others as they entered the shop. There's nothing much going on today. I brought our boss and his wife to sample your culinary skills. Wu Hao felt a bit bashful, yet his gaze remained fixated on the young girl. I see. Then I shall present my finest skills. I'm Xiao Qi. It will be ready shortly. Xiao Qi introduced herself with familiarity and turned to head to the kitchen. Wu Hao nodded foolishly, his eyes trailing after Xiao Qi until she vanished from sight. Drooling over her, are we? Qin Yu waved his hand in front of Wu Hao, rolling his eyes dramatically. Wu Hao chuckled awkwardly, wiping his mouth. Yet his gaze continued to linger on the kitchen. You know, this place seems quite popular. Shen Shiwan observed the nearly full establishment, nudging Qin Yu's arm. What is so appealing about this? It smells awful, Qin Yu whispered into Shen Shiwan's ear, wary of being overheard. After all, those who visited here were likely fans of the flavor. I Haven Tea had this dish often, but since it's so well received here, it must be better than those served elsewhere. Shen Shiwan stuck out her tongue at Qin Yu and began browsing her phone. Though she was particularly fond of snail noodles, she was open to the occasional taste. I apologize for the wait, esteemed guests. Shortly thereafter, Xiaoqi returned with 3 bowls of steaming snail noodles before them. As the pungent aroma wafted toward him, Qin Yu frowned slightly. When a bowl was placed in front of him, he braced himself against the somewhat sharp odor. Please enjoy. I have to attend to other matters. Xiaoqi set the last bowl before Wu Hao, flashing a bright smile before departing. Young master, young mistress, her snail noodles are quite fragrant, Wu Hao said, still watching Xiaoqi leave, and then he began to eat heartily. Not bad. It's much tastier than what you get outside. No wonder so many people come here. It makes sense. Shen Shiwan nodded enthusiastically after trying a couple of bites. Glancing at Qin Yu, who still held his chopsticks, she continued to eat with a smile. Qin Yu stared blankly at the bowl of snail noodles, uncertain how to proceed. The aroma, though not overwhelmingly offensive, still carried a hint of unpleasantness. I'm not hungry. You can finish this bowl, Wu Hao. I'll step outside for a smoke. Take your time eating. After much deliberation, Qin Yu finally set down his chopsticks, uttering a couple of phrases before walking toward the door. But I can't eat all of this. I'll help you out. Hurry and eat, Shen Shiwan replied cheerfully, eager to assist Wu Hao. Observing Qin Yu exit the establishment, she quietly noted in her mind his distaste for foul-smelling food. Lighting a cigarette, Qin Yu stood at the entrance, watching the bustling pedestrians and vehicles pass by. This can be regarded as a modest commercial street, where one can find an ample supply of food and clothing. Just as Qin Yu extinguished his cigarette and prepared to return to the store, a figure caught his attention. Sun Jingyin, clad in sanitation worker attire, was being reprimanded by 2 young individuals. Before them, a trash bin lay quietly on the ground, its contents scattered, seemingly soiling one of the girl's garments. I'm truly sorry. It was unintentional. What good is your apology? My newly purchased shoes and pants are now stained. The girl scolded Sun Jingyin angrily, her expression filled with distress over her soiled clothing. Perhaps I could reimburse you some amount. I sincerely apologize. Sun Jingyin repeatedly bowed in apology, her eyes reflecting exhaustion. Reimburse? Do you even know how much that costs? You can't even afford it with your monthly salary. The boy arrogantly pointed at Sun Jingyin, dripping with scorn. I can compensate. Just as Sun Jingyin gritted her teeth and stood her ground, a voice emerged from behind her. How much is it? I will pay. Chapter 56. Sun Jingyin's work initially feeling isolated and helpless. Sun Jingyin turned around in bewilderment at the sound from behind. Upon seeing Qin Yu standing there, her expression became somewhat dazed. Who are you? Mind your own business. The boy clearly appeared flustered at Qin Yu's arrival, while the girl beside him also adopted an uneasy demeanor, avoiding Qin Yu's gaze. Miss Sun, what is the situation? Although Qin Yu noticed the awkwardness in the expressions of the two, he first directed his inquiry towards Sun Jingyin. To him, it was evident that she was unjustly accused. I had just finished cleaning here when the trash bin fell over for some unknown reason. Then they claimed that I had soiled their clothes. Sun Jingyin's gaze flickered as she looked at Qin Yu, seemingly hesitant to disclose the truth about her work. Is that so? Qin Yu raised his eyes to the 2 young individuals, his gaze piercingly stern. Yes, while she was cleaning, she knocked over the trash bin. Look, my girlfriend's newly bought shoes and pants are all dirty. The boy took a deep breath, feigning confidence, while his so-called girlfriend timidly tugged at his sleeve. I did not ask you, is it true? Qin Yu disregarded the boy and fixed his gaze upon the timid girl. I accidentally bumped into the trash bin, which is how my clothes got dirty. The girl timidly confessed the truth in response to Qin Yu's inquiry. Upon hearing her words, Sun Jingyin felt a weight lift from her heart. As long as she was not required to compensate, she would be content. After all, her monthly earnings were only 2,000 to 3,000 yuan. So, you were just shouting for a sanitation worker to pay? Were you attempting to extort? Qin Yu narrowed his eyes at the boy, appalled that someone so young would engage in such slanderous behavior. What? Extort? Don't slander me, the boy retorted, still adamant. She is the one responsible for cleaning. If the trash bin fell, shouldn't she be accountable for it? Though the boy had lost some bravado, he continued to argue stubbornly. However, the tone of his voice had lost its previous arrogance. Are you teaching me how to do things? Realizing that it was the first time someone had taken such a pedagogical approach with her, the boy seemed poised to say more. But a glance towards the direction behind Qin You made him involuntarily step back 2 paces. Qin Yu, perhaps we should let this go. I will compensate them. Sun Jingyin, wishing to avoid trouble, hastily grasped Qin Yu's arm. In her view, it was better to avoid unnecessary conflict. If she were to be reported, this month's efforts would have been in vain. Kid, don't accuse me of bullying you. Here, 1,000 yuan. I can pay for her clothes. But you must apologize to this lady. Qin Yu extracted 1,000 yuan in cash from his pocket, waving it before the 2 young individuals. Upon seeing the crisp bills, the boys' and girls' eyes brightened considerably. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Without a moment's hesitation, the boy glanced back at Qin Yu and promptly issued his apology. Just as Qin Yu turned in confusion, the boy swiftly snatched the cash from his hand, pulling the girl along as they fled. Annie, let it go. Noticing Sun Jingyin's intent to pursue, Qin Yu quickly intervened. Qin Yu, what just happened? At that moment, Shen Shiwan, accompanied by Wu Hao, approached them. Good day, Annie. It's nice to see you again. Upon spotting Sun Jingyin, Shen Shiwan was momentarily taken aback. Nevertheless, she greeted her politely. Sun Jingyin awkwardly nodded, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she adjusted her hair. 2 young people were giving Aunt Sun a hard time, but I've already dealt with them. Qin Yu whispered an explanation into Shen Shiwan's ear. I'm relieved to hear that. I just stepped out of the shop looking for you and was wondering what you all were up to. Shen Shiwan smiled brightly at Qin Yu, gently linking her arm with his. Observing their affectionate gesture, Sun Jingyin raised her eyebrows slightly. Qin Yu, thank you. Sun Jingyin sighed, bending down to gather the litter scattered on the ground. Regardless of her reluctance to let Qin Yu witness this scene, it was her job, and had to be done. Wu Hao, why are you standing there in a daze? Help lift the trash can. Qin Yu kicked the bewildered Wu Hao into action and assisted Sun Jingyin in raising the trash can. Seeing this, Wu Hao promptly stepped forward to lend a hand, helping Sun Jingyin clean up the mess. Thank you. I can manage the rest myself. Sun Jingyin politely stopped Wu Hao and offered them a faint smile. Qin Yu observed Sun Jingyin's slender frame and let out a weary sigh. He recalled how 5 years ago, she had been dressed in splendid attire. Now, however, she donned sanitation workers' clothing, engaging in the most arduous and unglamorous work. Let us go home and change our clothes. Qin Yu took Shen Shiwan's hand and turned towards the parking area. Once they were in the car, Qin Yu suddenly spoke up. Wu Hao, find a way to get that Annie a job at Qin Group. Young master, what do you want her to do at Qin Group? Perhaps let her continue cleaning. The environment there is much better, sheltered from wind and rain. Qin Yu glanced back at Sun Jingyin, who was still tidying up, and gestured for Wu Hao to drive away. Wu Hao nodded thoughtfully and then swiftly drove away. It was not until the Rolls-Royce disappeared from view that Sun Jingyin slowly raised her head. Qin Yu, who on earth are you? She murmured to herself, clutching the broom as she gazed at the rear of the luxurious vehicle. Are we dining here tonight? Looking at the opulent Beijing Grand Hotel before her, Shen Shiwan felt as though she were in a dream. The Beijing Grand Hotel, despite its rather cliché name, stood as the most extravagant 5-star establishment in the city. Those fortunate enough to dine here were invariably either wealthy or noble. Of course, why else would we be here? Qin Yu, ever the gentleman, extended his arm, and once Shen Shiwan linked hers with his, he led her through the grand entrance of the hotel. As she beheld the lavish interior, Shen Shiwan's eyes widened, overwhelmed by the splendor. She had imagined dining here countless times, yet today her dreams had materialized. Young master, young mistress, our private room is on the 2nd floor. Wu Hao announced respectfully after exchanging pleasantries with the hotel manager. Have they arrived? Yes, but they brought someone along, Wu Hao whispered to Qin Yu, casting a glance at Shen Shiwan. After hearing Wu Hao's words, Qin Yu instinctively looked at Shen Shiwan. What is the matter? Is my makeup smudged? Shen Shiwan inquired, puzzled by their scrutinizing gazes. No, let us head upstairs, Qin Yu replied, ruffling Shen Shiwan's hair, as they followed Wu Hao to the 2nd floor. Observing the elegantly dressed men and women bustling about, Shen Shiwan scratched her head in confusion. What could possibly be so important at home that we must dine here? Chapter 57. Repaying Shen Xinghan's debt. Shiwan, I mentioned earlier that we are here due to your family matters. Regardless of whom you encounter or what you hear, maintain your composure, Qin Yu advised impatiently, trailing behind Wu Hao. After all, the arrival of that individual was unexpected in his plans. Oh, can't you just tell me directly? Why all this secrecy? Fine, I understand. Shen Shiwan replied with an eye roll, though her curiosity only intensified. Wu Hao halted, glanced at the room number, and pushed the door open. Wu Hao, have you lost all sense of time making me wait? An impatient voice echoed from within the room. I apologize. There was a minor incident, and I had to change my outfit, Qin Yu said, taking Shen Shiwan's hand and striding into the private room. Inside, four men of varying ages turned their attention toward the entrance. The foremost, a middle-aged man with slick-back hair and a cigar, bore a face of excess. A young man, no older than 18 or 19, was flanked by two menacing thugs. Xinghan, what are you doing here? Who are you? Let my brother go. Upon seeing Shen Shiwan, Shen Shiwan completely forgot the angry words she had previously spoken. Qin Yu discreetly pulled her back, casting her a reassuring glance. So you're the prince. I've long heard of your esteemed reputation. Qin Yu cast a glance at the self-proclaimed prince, Li Fengxiang, casually pulling out a chair for the visibly anxious Shen Shiwan to sit down. Only after Wu Hao had drawn out a chair for himself did Qin Yu slowly take a seat. Wu Hao, who is this? Li Fengxiang frowned. A look of confusion directed at Wu Hao, who stood behind Qin Yu. Wu Hao was the driver for the Qin family. Why did he display such deference towards this individual? Sister, save me. Shen Xinghan choked upon seeing Shen Shiwan, barely managing to utter those three words. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Qin Yu, and this is my girlfriend, Shen Shiwan. The person you hold is her younger brother. Qin Yu smiled amiably at Li Fengxiang, choosing not to elaborate further. Qin Yu? Li Fengxiang furrowed his brow, the surname Qin eliciting surprise. Brother Prince, this is our family's young master, just returned to the country, Wu Hao explained in a low voice, casting a knowing glance at Li Fengxiang. Upon hearing this, Li Fengxiang was taken aback, instinctively rising to scrutinize Qin Yu closely. It must be said, he bore a striking resemblance to the old Master Qin. Shen Xinghan, who had been unable to articulate a word, fell silent upon hearing the term young master, observing the astonished expression on Li Fengxiang's face. Shen Xinghan felt a glimmer of hope. Brother Prince, please release him. I will handle this matter, Qin Yu stated calmly, gesturing towards Shen Xinghan. Release him quickly. Li Fengxiang swallowed hard and hastily gestured to his subordinates. Sister, I'm scared. In the instant he was freed, Shen Xinghan lunged towards Shen Shiwan. She immediately stood up, enveloping him in her embrace, inspecting for any new injuries. Brother Prince, your promptness is commendable. Shall we dine while we converse? Qin Yu offered with a slight smile, locking eyes with Li Fengxiang. Very well. We shall heed young Master Qin's wishes, Li Fengxiang replied, his face adorned with a smile as he signaled to his subordinates. Qin Yu, what exactly is happening? After soothing Shen Xinghan, Shen Shiwan turned her curious gaze towards Qin Yu. To truly understand the situation, it would be best to inquire with your dear brother, Qin Yu remarked, redirecting Shen Shiwan's attention to Shen Xinghan. Feeling the weight of Shen Shiwan's scrutinizing gaze, Shen Xinghan stuck out his tongue and recounted the entire sequence of events. Shen Xinghan, you wretch, I toil day and night to support you, and yet you venture out to borrow money at exorbitant interest rates. Shen Shiwan erupted in fury after hearing her brother's account. Miss, we're not loan sharks. We are a legitimate lending company. One of Li Fengxiang's subordinates interjected. I wasn't addressing you. Silence. Shen Shiwan retorted sharply, cutting off Li Fengxiang's attempt to speak. Li Fengxiang instinctively covered his mouth, bewildered as he glanced at his subordinates. Did she just tell me to be quiet? It seems she did. Upon hearing his subordinate's response, Li Fengxiang's temper flared. However, as he caught sight of Qin Yu's frosty gaze, he forced a smile and returned to his seat. At that moment, he mentally cursed Wu Hao and his ancestors for not giving him a heads-up about such a formidable personage. Sister, I realize my mistakes, but the 50,000 is ballooned to 150,000. I dare not speak of it to the family. Shen Xinghan was utterly despondent, having just escaped from the clutches of those ruthless marauders, only to find himself ensnared by the formidable mistress of extinction. 150,000. Shen Shiwan's previously volatile emotions instantly crystallized into clarity. Where was she to procure such an exorbitant sum? Well, we are here to dine, not to engage in a lesson. She stated, You are Shen Shiwan, correct? You may leave now. Qin Yu pulled Shen Shiwan back to her seat, casting a nonchalant gaze at Shen Shiwan. His intervention was solely due to Shen Shiwan. Thus, his presence had become inconsequential. Can you assist me in resolving this matter? Shen Shiwan looked at Qin Yu with a mixture of astonishment and hope, as if he had encountered a savior. That was a staggering 150,000 after all. Shiwan, your brother, you decide how to handle this, Qin Yu remarked. Your Highness, lending him 50,000, which then accrues interest to become 150,000, seems rather inappropriate. He tossed Shen Shiwan's dilemma back to Shen Shiwan, straightening himself to address Li Fengxiang. Mr. Li, what do you deem to be a reasonable amount? Li Fengxiang's eyes darted, a grin plastered across his face as he regarded Qin Yu. The son of the Qin family. If he could be made to owe a favor, would that not be a stroke of luck? How about this? I shan't put your Highness in a difficult position. 10,000, principal and interest included. What say you? Qin Yu raised his fist, shaking it before Li Fengxiang. After all, Li Fengxiang was a man of stature and deserved respect. No problem. 10,000 it is. The honor of young Master Qin is indeed worth that. Yet I'm curious. From whom will this money originate? Li Fengxiang agreed readily. However, he was well aware that Shen Shiwan's family likely could not muster such funds. My sister is my girlfriend. Can you fathom from whom this money will come? Qin Yu leaned slightly, draping an arm around Shen Shiwan's shoulders with a faint smile. The 10,000 was merely a gesture to appease Li Fengxiang. As for whether he would accept this money, that remained a separate matter. Does young Master Qin imply that you shall repay for him? Li Fengxiang inquira tentatively, gauging Qin Yu's labias damiano. Saving 50,000 to grant Qin Yu a favor was of little concern. However, should Qin Yu be the one to provide the funds, he would have to deliberate on whether such an amount was warranted. Under the simultaneous scrutiny of Shen Shiwan and Shen Shiwan, Qin Yu nodded silently. No, I cannot agree. Shen Shiwan interjected. Sister, why do you object? Our family is out of funds. As Shen Shiwan began to speak, Shen Shiwan swiftly interrupted her. Qin Yu is my boyfriend, not our family's ATM. Furthermore, he has already assisted me with that 500,000. Shen Shiwan's statement caused both Shen Shiwan and even Li Fengxiang to momentarily brighten with surprise. Chapter 58. The blocked path of the Rolls-Royce since being assaulted yesterday. Shen Shiwan had not dared to return home. He was entirely unaware of the events that transpired within his household. Upon hearing Shen Shiwan mention that Qin Yu had repaid the 500,000 bridal price, his excitement surged. With such a golden son-in-law, not only was their home secured, but the family's future expenses appeared to be assured as well. Li Fengxiang finally comprehended that Qin Yu's reason for engaging Wu how to summon him was not at all due to Shen Shiwan, but rather for Shen Shiwan's sister. The willingness to casually produce 500,000 to settle debts underscored her significance in Qin Yu's heart. Young Master Qin, if you insist, I shall forego this money. Since you have just returned to the country, consider it a token of my warm welcome, Li Fengxiang declared after much contemplation. Spending 100,000 to win Qin Yu's favor seemed a worthy investment. Shen Shiwan gazed at Qin Yu in astonishment. Who exactly was this Qin Yu? With just a few casual words, he had managed to make the crown prince relinquish the money? This was not appropriate. The money should indeed be given. Qin Yu gestured to Wu Hao, indicating him to prepare the payment. Young master, since the crown prince has spoken, let it be waived. Let us consider this evening's dinner as my treat. Wu Hao, well aware of Li Fengxiang's character, sought to foster a good relationship between Qin Yu and himself. After all, individuals like Li Fengxiang could prove useful in the future. Precisely what my brother Wu says makes sense. Young Master Qin, please do not stand on ceremony. Li Fengxiang said with a broad smile, secretly giving Wu Hao a thumbs up. Just then, the door to the private room swung open, and the server began to present an array of delectable dishes. Young Master Qin, it seems we have formed an acquaintance through this encounter. I raise this glass to you, hoping for your continued support in the future. After ensuring each glass was filled, Li Fengxiang stood, holding his cup aloft. Qin Yu, this man appears quite formidable. Can we trust his words? Shen Shiwan gently tugged at Qin Yu's sleeve, her concern palpable. After all, words alone could not guarantee safety. What if trouble were to arise later for Shen Shiwan? Rest assured, before the Qin family, he would not dare, Qin Yu reassured, ruffling Shen Shiwan's hair as he too rose with his glass. In that case, I shall graciously accept. I also hope for your guidance in the future, Crown Prince. Qin Yu clinked his glass with Li Fengxiang's, and they both drank heartily. Shen Shiwan sat silently nearby, eating while discreetly snapping photos with his phone. Dining alongside the Crown Prince would certainly provide him with ample bragging rights for a year. Watching Qin Yu and Li Fengxiang engage in jovial conversation, Shen Shiwan sighed helplessly. Were it not for Qin Yu, she would likely remain oblivious to Shen Shiwan's debts to loan sharks. With each act of assistance, Qin Yu deepened the sense of indebtedness she felt towards him. However, Shen Shiwan could only wonder what her life might have been like without Qin Yu's aid. Crown Prince, allow me to cover this meal. Please do not feel obliged. As the night grew late, she decided to take her leave. You all take your time. There's no rush. After a few rounds of drinks, Qin Yu glanced at the time, standing to bid farewell to Li Fengxiang. Young Master Qin, as you have just returned to the country and are quite busy, I shall not impose further. Li Fengxiang cast a meaningful glance at Shen Shiwan before turning to Qin Yu. He sensed that Qin Yu had resolved a significant issue for the Shen family tonight and anticipated that this woman would surely reward him well. Qin Yu nodded slightly, taking Shen Shiwan by the hand as they exited the private room. Observing this, Shen Shiwan offered Li Fengxiang an awkward smile before hastily following them out, anxious that he might be seized by the Crown Prince's men if he lingered too long. Crown Prince, I shall accept this favor on behalf of the young master tonight. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to reach out. Wu Hao bid farewell to Li Fengxiang with great courtesy, gently closing the door behind him. Boss, who is this person? You even relinquished the principal. One of his subordinates finally voiced the question that had been troubling him all night. He is the eldest son of the Qin family, who has been in seclusion for 5 years, and unexpectedly, he has returned, Li Fengxiang remarked, gazing at the spot where Qin Yu had just sat, draining his cup of wine in one gulp. The eldest son of the Qin family? Which Qin family? The subordinate was utterly baffled, looking at Li Fengxiang with confusion. Have you lost your mind? In the capital, which Qin family could command my respect? Li Fengxiang delivered a sharp knock to his subordinate's head, silently lighting a cigarette. Young master, where shall we go first? Wu Hao parked the car at the hotel entrance and respectfully opened the rear door. Let us first take him home, Qin Yu said, glancing at the astonished Shen Shiwan and shaking his head helplessly. Let him take a taxi home. He has grown up enough not to get lost, Shen Shiwan interjected bluntly. With Shen Shiwan's matter settled, she adopted a disinterested demeanor once more. No, I want my brother-in-law to drive me. Shen Shiwan, taking advantage of their distraction, opened the front passenger door and climbed in. Why would he not ride in a luxury car? That would be sheer foolishness. However, one must admit that this new brother-in-law of his was indeed wealthy. With a limited edition Audi 8, a multi-million Lamborghini, and this black and gold-lined Rolls-Royce, clearly, fate had not abandoned the Shen family. Just take him back. You need not get out, Qin Yu said, affectionately ruffling Shen Shiwan's hair as he guided her into the car. Shen Shiwan nodded silently, feeling powerless to refute Qin Yu's words. She had exchanged 3,000 yuan for a boyfriend worth over 100 billion. He had settled 50,000 yuan in betrothal gifts for her and 15,000 yuan in debts for her brother. What right did she have to complain? All she could do now was to be wholeheartedly obedient. Contemplating these thoughts, Shen Shiwan's eyes flickered slightly as she nestled into Qin Yu's embrace. Seated in the front passenger seat, Shen Shiwan curiously surveyed the car's interior and caught a glimpse of the rear seat. Witnessing such a warm scene, his eyes darted mischievously as he pulled out his phone and sent a message. 20 minutes later, the Rolls-Royce pulled up outside Shen Shiwan's home. Before the car had even come to a complete stop, Han Yuefen and Shen Hui approached briskly. The two of them, akin to avaricious individuals, circled the Rolls-Royce, scrutinizing it closely. Shen Shiwan, did you tell them? Shen Shiwan frowned, directing a questioning gaze at her brother, who was preparing to disembark. Of course, sister. They must see this, It's a super luxury car worth tens of millions. Shen Shiwan made a face and jumped out of the car. I told you to let him return on his own. You insisted on bringing him back. Observing the Shun family gathering around the car in a flurry of chatter, Shen Shiwan felt her head spinning. It's fine. We can simply ignore them, she said. Wu Hao, drive away. Qin Yu pinched Shen Shiwan's cheek and instructed Wu Hao to leave. Just as the vehicle began to move, Han Yuefan and the others directly blocked their path. Witnessing this scene, Shen Shiwan's heart sank. Oh no, what mischief are these three plotting now? Chapter 59. The overly concerned Mother Qin. Since you are here, why not join us for a moment? Although Han Yuefan could not see the individuals inside the car, Shen Shiwan had already informed her. Her sister and her future esteemed brother-in-law were seated in this luxurious vehicle. Young master, they're obstructing the way. I cannot proceed, Wu Hao said. A pained expression on his face as he looked at Han Yuefan, who was eagerly leaning toward the car window. I will step out. You stay put. Shen Shiwan held back the intent of Qin Yu to exit the car and open the door to step out. What do you intend to do? Shen Shiwan exclaimed, her voice reverberating throughout the building. Seeing the resentment in Shen Shiwan's eyes, Han Yuefan forced a smile. My dear, we merely wish for the new son-in-law to join us for a cup of tea. Shen Hui gazed at the black and gold adorned Rolls-Royce, his eyes gleaming with desire. Apologies, but he is my boyfriend and certainly not your son-in-law. Have you forgotten how you treated him last time? Shen Shiwan erupted. The 50,000 in betrothal gifts, along with the 150,000 in high-interest loans Shen Shiwan owes, Qin Yu has already helped you repay. What more do you want? Shen Shiwan's fury reached a boiling point, fueled by her disdain for their behavior and contempt for their snobbishness. Isn't that 50,000 also meant for you? Besides, regarding Shen Shiwan's debts, before Han Yuefan could retort, she suddenly realized. Shen Shiwan had just mentioned that Shen Shiwan owed 150,000 in high-interest loans. You little rascal, what exactly have you been up to out there? Before Han Yuefan could unleash her anger, Shen Hui forcefully shoved his precious son aside. However, it was evident that he did not exert much strength. It was merely an act. Enough. Spare us your pathetic theatrics. I suggest you step aside. The insurance on this car is sufficient to cover any damages. Shen Shiwan coldly observed their performance, delivering a sharp retort before climbing back into the vehicle. Wu Hao drive? But, young madam, what if they obstruct us again? Then run them over. Shen Shiwan gritted her teeth, tears uncontrollably streaming from the corners of her eyes. Wu Hao drive? Qin Yu calmly spoke, holding Shen Shiwan tightly in his embrace. It seems it would be best to limit their encounters in the future. The trio was rather cautious about their lives. As the Rolls-Royce roared to life, they instinctively took 2 steps back. Son, is what your sister said true? Yes. With just a few words, Brother Taizi absolved my debts. Hearing Han Yuefan's question, Shen Shiwan answered almost to himself. What kind of person is he that Brother Taizi would show him such respect? Shen Hui looked at the taillights of the car, disappearing around the corner. Confusion etched on his face as he gazed at his beloved son. Although he lacked capability, he was aware of the formidable reputation of Brother Taizi, a ruthless figure indeed. I don't know. I just heard Brother Taizi refer to him as Young Master Qin. Young Master Qin? The Qin group? Han Yuefan murmured, her eyes suddenly sparkling with realization. Old Shun, our family is about to prosper. Listen closely. Treat your sister better from now on. Whether the Shun family can bring honor to our ancestors depends on your sister. Observing Han Yuefan's sudden excitement, Shen Hui found himself somewhat perplexed. Only Shen Shiwan stood there, nodding silently, seemingly in agreement with his mother's words. You little rascal, if you dare cause any trouble outside again, I will surely break your legs. Han Yuefan warned Shen Shiwan, cheerfully walking upstairs with her hands behind her back. Qin Yu, shall we stay at a hotel tonight? As they neared the Qin family estate, Shen Shiwan pleaded once more with Qin Yu. What? You don't want to stay in my house? Qin Yu ruffled her hair, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. I'm not feeling well. I'm afraid of what uncle and aunt might say when we return. It's all right. It's time to rest anyway. Fine. Did you look for a place today? Shen Shiwan clung tightly to Qin Yu, completely unconcerned about Wu Hao's occasional glances. No, but I had my mom check. If all goes well, we should be able to move in tomorrow. Let us go upstairs and rest. Seeing Wu Hao stop the car, Qin Yu took Shen Shiwan's hand and got out. Watching the two walk into the villa, laughing and chatting, Wu Hao cast an envious glance. Xiaoqi, are you asleep? If not, shall I keep you company for a while? Wu Hao sent 2 messages to Xiaoqi, happily driving toward the garage. Why are you back so late? Have you eaten? Just as Qin Yu and Shen Shiwan entered the living room, they heard Su Ryue's voice. Auntie, you're still awake? Shen Shiwan quickly released Qin Yu's hand, standing properly in place. Mom, could you please not do that? You'll scare someone to death. Qin Yu was clearly startled, repeatedly patting his chest. However, when he glanced around, he did not see his father. I was planning to sleep, but I saw your car return. So I waited here for a bit. Following your instructions, I purchased a 160 square meter apartment near the Qin estate. As Su Ryue spoke, she produced a key card and tossed it to Qin Yu. Hearing this, Shen Shiwan stared blankly at Su Ryue for a moment before hastily diverting her gaze. A 160 square meter apartment, yet Su Ryue referred to it as a small place. The only large apartment complex near the Qin group is Qianni Mansion. If her memory served her right, the property prices there were the highest in the capital. A 160 square meter large flat would likely cost several million. Oh, we could just move in with our bags, right? Qin Yu glanced at the key card, nonchalantly slipping it into his pocket. Yes, Qianni Mansion is fully furnished. I arranged for some essentials to be delivered this afternoon. Su Ryue affectionately patted Qin Yu, then turned her gaze towards the somewhat unsettled Shen Shiwan. Little Shen, you'll have to endure just one more night here. No, Auntie, please don't tease me. Shen Shiwan hurriedly explained, her mind still in a state of shock. Her guess had been correct. It truly was Qianni Mansion. Mom, you should hurry and get some sleep. Older people need a rest. Go to bed early. Qin Yu noticed that Shen Shiwan's expression was somewhat unnatural, mistakenly attributing it to Su Ryue's presence. He urged his mother to rest quickly, assuring her that he would manage on his own. Su Ryue shot a glare at Qin Yu and turned to Shen Shiwan, saying, Little Shen, Auntie and Uncle are off to bed now. You young folks can feel free to do as you please. Upon hearing Su Ryue's words, Shen Shiwan's ears flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her head shyly. Mom, please go to sleep and stop worrying. Ingyu Said helplessly, nudging Su Ryue upstairs. I told you not to come back to stay. And look, Annie has misunderstood. Once Su Ryue left, Shen Shiwan playfully complained as she hit Qin Yu lightly. But Mom is right. With no one to disturb us, we need not be so restrained. With that, Qin Yu swept Shen Shiwan into his arms, eliciting a soft gasp from her as he carried her toward the bedroom. Qin Yu, we mustn't move tonight. I fear I won't be able to get up tomorrow. Chapter 60. Qin Yu, don't be too low-key. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains, casting a warm glow upon Shen Shiwan's face. She furrowed her delicate brows and nestled closer into Qin Yu's embrace. What time is it? She asked languidly, her voice sweet as honey. Not yet 9. If you're tired, just sleep a little longer. Qin Yu replied, gazing at her as if she were a priceless work of art. What? Almost 9. Shen Shiwan exclaimed, jolting awake, but was quickly pulled back into his tight embrace. No rush. I took the morning off with my sister, so it's perfectly fine to stay in. But I just assumed the role of general manager. With such an attitude, people will talk. Shen Shiwan still felt uneasy and struggled to escape Qin Yu's hold. Don't move. Let me hold you a bit longer. His tender voice instantly calmed her. Their eyes met, and in that moment, time seemed to stand still. Stop staring at me like that, she said playfully. All right, we must get up for work. She gently pecked his lips and attempted to remove his firm arm. Yet, as she sat up, a wave of weakness washed over her. Noticing the smile at the corner of Qin Yu's mouth, she shyly nudged him. I told you once is enough. You just had to. The words hovered on her lips, but recalling their indulgent night together made her cheeks flush. All right, once a day from now on. How shameless. If you're not tired, I certainly am. Shen Shiwan shot him a teasing glare, gathering her strength to head toward the bathroom. Watching her retreating figure, Qin Yu slowly sat up and quietly lit a cigarette. He informed Chu Yilin that he was taking a day off. He merely wished for Shen Shiwan to enjoy a little more rest. However, her ambition seemed to surpass his expectations. Qin Yu, shall we have a drink together tonight? A message from Shi Jun illuminated his phone screen. Are you insane? Thinking about drinking so early in the day? Qin Yu shook his head in exasperation, his fingers dancing swiftly across the screen. I just wanted to ensure you wouldn't be too busy. Let us set it in stone, and I'll send you the location this afternoon. Remember, don't be too low-key. Chuckling at Shi Jun's flood of messages, Qin Yu pondered what it truly meant to be high-key. Why are you still in bed? Hurry and get up. Accompany me to work. Shen Shiwan, adorned with light makeup and dressed in her monotonous professional attire, incessantly urged Qin Yu to rise. I pondered whether I should purchase some new clothes for you. What? It's nothing. Just hurry up and get ready. I will be quick. Qin Yu smiled faintly, rolled out of bed, and made his way to the bathroom. Shen Shiwan tidied her hair, glancing at Qin Yu's broad back, shaking her head in bewilderment. Mom, starting today, we want to be coming back to live here. But rest assured, we will visit you often. After hastily consuming a few bites of breakfast with Shen Shiwan, Qin Yu called out to his mother, who was watching television in the living room. Understood. I will also come to see you. Su Riyue responded unexpectedly without excessive nagging, merely tossing out a couple of simple sentences. Yet, those seemingly innocuous words left Shen Shiwan feeling rather unsettled. So, their approval of living away was merely a pretext for wanting grandchildren? Qin Yu awkwardly smiled, pulling Shen Shiwan out of the villa. Qin Yu, aren't we letting Wu Hao drive us? Shen Shiwan asked, a touch of confusion creeping into her voice as she watched Qin Yu head towards the garage. No, it's better for him to appear less often from now on. We need our own space, don't we? Qin Yu pinched Shen Shiwan's cheek playfully and strode towards the Lamborghini he had won. Hey, we're going to work, and you're taking that car? Shen Shiwan quickly intercepted Qin Yu, feeling that it was far too ostentatious. If anyone from the company saw them, it would surely become the talk of the town. Tonight, Shi Jun has invited us to dinner. I cannot let him lose face. Besides, it's my car. Why should I care what they think? Qin Yu opened the passenger door, firmly pressing the reluctant Shen Shiwan into the seat. With the roar of the engine, the Lamborghini sped out of the Qin family estate. Madam, are you truly at ease with the young master living on his own? Wu Hao approached Su Riyue, following her gaze out the window. He's managed to stay abroad for 5 years. What is there to worry about? However, I heard that many at the meeting yesterday harbor biases against Xiaoshan. They are likely to face considerable obstacles in the near future. Su Riyue withdrew her gaze and returned to the sofa. She was not concerned about Qin Yu. Rather, it was Shen Shiwan who troubled her, a young lady of modest background, excelling as a general manager at such a tender age. Was that a blessing or a curse? With Elin around, there should be no issues, right? Wu Hao believed Su Riyue was being overly anxious. The Qin Group was the family-s enterprise. Who would dare to cause trouble within the company? Desire and greed can utterly ruin a person. Xiao Hao, please keep a close watch on Qin Yu. Ensure he remains safe. Su Riyue sipped her tea lightly, her gaze returning to the television. Wu Hao silently nodded, though he could not quite grasp the depth of Su Riyue's concerns. Nevertheless, he understood that his primary duty was to safeguard Qin Yu's well-being. Everyone, stand at attention. Master Qin is in the company, so let us all muster our utmost spirit. Huang Yao, the head of security, commanded with an air of superiority. As the face of the company and its guardian of safety, he frequently descended to oversee operations. Minister Huang, I hear the position of general manager has been seized by a young lady. Do you think this girl can withstand the tactics of the other ministers? Yang Jian, the security captain, stood beside Huang Yao with a cheeky grin, clearly a sycophant. Mind your own business and focus on your duties, Huang Yao retorted tersely, turning to exit the underground garage. Just then, a Lamborghini roared into view, capturing his attention. Huang Yao's eyes lit up, and he hurried forward. Anyone capable of driving such a high-end supercar was either a major client or a wealthy suitor of Vice President Xu. Regardless of their identity, they deserved his utmost respect. Minister Huang, please ensure this vehicle's license plate is logged into the system. With a broad smile plastered on his face, Qin Yu slowly lowered the car window. Despite appearing idle by Shen Shiwan's side, he had been diligently absorbing all the information about the high-ranking officials of the Qin Group. Is this your vehicle, Vice President Shen? Huang Yao disregarded Qin Yu's inquiry, staring in astonishment at Shen Shiwan, who sat in the passenger seat. How could a girl who took the bus to work every day possibly own such a supercar? Chapter 61. The whispers behind Qin Yu rolled his eyes. Did this fellow truly consider himself an assistant? Nevertheless, witnessing his astonished expression was quite gratifying. Regardless of any gossip, the goal was to elevate Shen Shiwan's status within the company. What? Minister Huang, do you believe I am unworthy? Shen Shiwan donned her icy beauty mask once more, her gaze coldly fixed on Huang Yao. This head of security had harbored ulterior motives towards her in the past. Had she not maintained an aloof demeanor at the company, she would likely have been the subject of his jests. Vice President Shen, you jest. I simply have not seen you drive before. That was then. This is now. Open the door. Shen Shiwan, uninterested in engaging further with such a person, coldly tossed out her command. Huang Yao quickly nodded and gestured for the security booth to open the gate. Minister Huang, do not forget to log this license plate into the system. As the barrier lifted, Qin Yu smirked and swiftly drove into the underground parking lot. Boss, this car must be worth tens of millions, right? Could Vice Minister Shen have been playing the part of a humble pig to eat the tiger? Yang Jian approached, waving at the back of the Lamborghini. You talk too much. Hurry and go on patrol. Huang Yao kicked him lightly while subtly nodding. This Shen Shiwan must be a hidden heiress or had suddenly come into wealth. Clearly, this had nothing to do with sudden riches. The young man driving had stirred rumors with Shen Shiwan upon his arrival. Could he have known her true identity and purposely taken on the role of an assistant? Huang Yao murmured to himself as he slowly made his way deeper into the underground parking area. Regardless of the circumstances, he must first input the license plate of that Lamborghini into the system. I advised against driving that car. Look, now it has incited envy. As Qin Yu parked the vehicle, Shen Shiwan unfastened her seatbelt and spoke with a hint of exasperation. Why do you concern yourself with them? I desire nothing more than to provoke their jealousy and vex these old foxes. Qin Yu shut the car door and casually wrapped his arms around Shen Shiwan. The rapidly promoted general manager, along with a supercar worth tens of millions, was bound to infuriate those scheming ministers for several days. I've already told you to maintain a distance within the company. Be obedient. Do not forget that these regulations were established by your Qin family. Shen Shiwan removed Qin Yu's arm from her shoulders, pecked him on the cheek, and strode towards the elevator in her high heels. Observing the stark contrast in Shen Shiwan's expression, Qin Yu's lips curled into a smile. Although he understood that her icy demeanor was merely a shield, he found it intriguingly refreshing. Good day, General Manager, the employees greeted as the elevator reached the first floor. Strangely, not a single person dared to step inside the elevator. Qin Yu, disinterested, pressed the closed door button. Qin Yu, are they afraid of me? Shen Shiwan looked at him with bewilderment as the doors shut. Not at all. Perhaps they are simply not in a hurry. Qin Yu replied nonchalantly, though doubts brewed in his mind. From the glances exchanged among the employees, he could discern their evident trepidation. It had only been a day since Shen Shiwan officially assumed the role of general manager. Was their fear truly warranted? Whatever. I shall focus on completing my tasks first. Shen Shiwan cast aside her wandering thoughts and took a deep breath. This role of general manager is utterly dehumanizing. Indeed, just tend to your own responsibilities and disregard them. Qin Yu concurred, discreetly sending a message to Wu Hao. As they exited the elevator, every employee regarded them with a combination of respect and fear. General manager, please carry on. I need to use the restroom. Upon reaching the office door, Qin Yu nudged Shen Shiwan, concocting an excuse to leave. He intended to investigate the situation and uncover what was truly occurring. The break room was undoubtedly the prime location for such inquiries. Have you heard? The newly appointed general manager, Shen, is quite devious. I've heard that as well. She allegedly seduced the vice president of Yonli Company for the position of general manager. And that's not all. She is rumored to be particularly stingy and harbors grudges. Anyone who offends her can expect to be shown the door immediately. As Qin Yu approached the break room, he overheard the animated discussions within. With clarity, he grasped the content of their gossip, and his fists clenched in anger. There was no need for speculation. Someone within the group was intent on tarnishing Shen Shiwan's reputation. Why was I not informed? Where are you all getting this information? Qin Yu entered the break room under the pretense of pouring water and casually interjected. It's coming from the finance department. They're the most well-informed in the entire group, one of the employees replied without even glancing his way. Why is the finance department so well-informed? Minister, he is truly remarkable. There is nothing within the company that eludes his knowledge, an employee remarked curiously, glancing at the newcomer Qin Yu, who was bowing his head to fill his cup with water. You must be new here, right? How did I not know about this? Indeed, I am new and quite unaware of such matters, Qin Yu replied, slowly lifting his gaze to meet the employee's eyes. You seem somewhat unfamiliar, yet oddly recognizable. Have you all seen this person? Upon hearing the employee's inquiry, several others turned to look at Qin Yu. Aren't you the one embroiled in rumors with General Manager Shen? Yes, that would be me. Qin Yu responded with a cheerful smile, his eyes glimmering. The employees exchanged glances and almost simultaneously picked up their water cups and exited the break room. The gossips circulating from the finance department, Qin Yu murmured to himself, glancing at the time before striding towards the finance department's floor. Since the news had originated from there, it was essential for him to confront this He Huan. Minister He, I've completed the tasks you assigned, Deputy Finance Minister Zhang Kaishu said, standing before He Huan with great eagerness. Well done. Once I ascend to the position of General Manager, the ministerial role will be yours, He Huan replied with a smile, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the desk. However, Minister He, can such slander truly undermine her position? Zhang Kaishu scratched his head, perplexed by He Huan's confidence. You wouldn't understand, He Huan began. The Qin family places the utmost importance on character. If old Master Qin were to discover the true nature of Shen Shiwan, do you think she would have any standing within the Qin family? He Huan lit a cigarette, patting Zhang Kaishu on the shoulder. Remember, some individuals are destined to serve as mere fodder. Listening to He Huan's words, Zhang Kaishu felt somewhat bewildered. Minister He, a young man wishes to see you. Just as Zhang Kaishu was lost in thought, the office phone rang. I'm busy. I will not see anyone. He Huan replied with annoyance, likely suspecting it was yet another project seeking funds. A moment later, the phone rang again. Minister He says his name is Qin Yu and that you must meet with him. Qin Yu? Upon hearing this name, He Huan paused. Minister, isn't this Qin Yu merely Shen Shiwan's little follower? If he has come to see you now, could it be to confront you? Zhang Kaishu expressed his concern, especially since the rumors had only just spread within the company that morning. What authority does a mere assistant have to confront anyone? He Huan waved his hand dismissively, though doubt began to creep into his mind. He had no prior acquaintance with Qin Yu. What could possibly compel him to seek an audience at this moment? Could it indeed be, as Zhang Kaishu suggested, a confrontation? Recalling how one of the deputy ministers had questioned Qin Yu during a meeting only to be dismissed by Chu Yilin, He Huan found himself conflicted. Minister, shall we let him in or not? Zhang Kaishu inquired cautiously, observing the furrow in He Huan's brow. Allow him entry, He Huan said, pressing the button on the phone with a calm demeanor. He had yet to fully grasp Qin Yu's intricacies, hence he dared not offend him lightly. After all, it was unprecedented for an intern to directly assume the role of an administrative assistant within the Qin Corporation. Minister He, I hope I'm not interrupting your work, he said. Shortly thereafter, the office doors swung open, revealing a smiling Qin Yu. Assistant Qin, what brings you to my humble office? Minister He gestured for Zhang Kaishu to pour water, donning a cheerful facade as he regarded Qin Yu. Indeed, there seems to be an unusual wind that has guided me here, Qin Yu replied, comfortably taking a seat on the sofa opposite. He lit a cigarette with a casual air. Minister He narrowed his eyes. Based on his years of experience, he suspected Qin Yu was seeking trouble. What do you mean by that peculiar wind, Assistant Qin? Zhang Kaishu poured a glass of water and placed it before Qin Yu, his tone laced with derision. He held Qin Yu in contempt, viewing him as merely a pretty face living off women. Ah, you must be Deputy Zhang, with quite the acerbic tongue, Qin Yu observed, scrutinizing Zhang Kaishu. How could such a person exist within the Qin Corporation? What do you mean? Here, to stir trouble? Zhang Kaishu retorted bluntly, failing to consider the implications. He believed the reason for the dismissal of the former deputy minister was merely due to a transgression against instructions from Chu Yilin, completely overlooking the fact that those instructions were instigated by Qin Yu. Indeed, you are correct. I have come to instigate, Qin Yu replied nonchalantly, a slight smile gracing his lips. Assistant Qin, please speak plainly. We are all adults here. No need for veiled insinuations. Seeing that Qin Yu was forthright, Minister He felt no need to maintain pretenses. Qin Yu remained silent, quietly smoking, seemingly awaiting something. Minister He, Deputy Zhang, astonishing news. At that moment, Han Sui entered without knocking. Did you know? Shen Shiwan, the newly appointed general manager, actually arrived at work in a Lamborghini. Her assistant is indeed a pretty boy. Driving her around, Han Sui animatedly recounted the tale, only to sense a shift in the atmosphere. She glanced at Minister He, who was subtly signaling her. Following his gaze, she spotted Qin Yu on the sofa, grinning at her. Hello, Supervisor Han, I'm the pretty boy you mentioned. Qin Yu raised an eyebrow, his gaze appraising Han Sui. If his memory served him right, she was a junior supervisor in the finance department. Yet here she was, neglecting her duties to gossip in the minister's office? The unannounced intrusion hinted at an intriguing relationship. Minister He, I suddenly recalled an urgent matter and shall take my leave. Han Sui awkwardly smiled, preparing to exit. Supervisor Han, do not rush off. Let us converse further, Qin Yu interjected, unwilling to let her depart. After all, he had just instructed Wu how to circulate the news about Shen Shiwan arriving in a Lamborghini within the company. It appeared that the finance department was indeed well informed. Assistant Qin, is there something further you wish to discuss? Han Sui halted, glancing at Qin Yu with a sheepish expression. In terms of hierarchy, Qin Yu currently holds a higher position than himself. How did Supervisor Han come by this information? Faced with Qin Yu's inquiry, Han Sui found herself at a loss for words. She cast a pleading glance at He Huan, seeking his assistance. Assistant Qin, you didn't come here just for this trivial matter, did you? Supervisor Han, this is none of your concern. Get back to work. He Huan rose from his seat, discreetly moving beside Han Sui and giving her a gentle push. Han Sui, feeling a sense of relief, nodded slightly at Qin Yu before turning on her heels and leaving in her high heels. Of course not. Observing the subtle exchange between the two, Qin Yu stood up as well. When I arrived at the company today, I overheard some idle gossip. I detest those who speak ill behind others' backs. So I specifically came to inquire with Minister He. Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, Zhang Kaishu's heart sank sharply. Indeed, this pretty boy had come to provoke trouble. Assistant Qin, are you questioning me? He Huan narrowed his eyes, wondering what gave him such audacity. Just an administrative assistant. What right did he have to interrogate him? Not questioning, but affirming. Who in the entire Qin Corporation is unaware that the slander against Shen Shiwan originated from the finance department? Lin Zhe stepped forward, locking eyes with He Huan with an icy glare. Anyone who bullies my woman must apologize. You have no evidence. How can you assert it was me? I never claimed it was definitively you. Perhaps it was one of your subordinates who spoke out of turn. Qin Yu smiled lightly, casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Kaishu. What do you mean by that, Qin? Are you suspecting me? Realizing Qin Yu's gaze upon him, Zhang Kaishu suddenly felt flustered and anxious. Spreading rumors and maliciously slandering others is strictly prohibited by the company. It seems Deputy Minister Zhang is getting anxious. Did I say it was you? Perhaps it was that gossipy Supervisor Han from earlier. Though Qin Yu's words seemed casual, each was a piercing needle. Assistant Qin, if you believe this matter involves someone from our department, then present your evidence. Otherwise, do not blame me for turning against you. He Huan's patience had completely worn thin, and his expression darkened. He was uncertain of Qin Yu's backing, but such brazen provocation would jeopardize his reputation as the Minister of Finance. Clearly, such sycophants have equally troublesome masters. He Huan, I am here to remind you not to overstep your bounds. You would do well to make those rumors vanish. Otherwise, I shall not show you mercy next time. Qin Yu remained unperturbed, coldly locking eyes with He Huan. His intention was to root out the malignant tumors within the corporation. Anyone who crossed his path would be unfortunate. Qin Yu, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? He Huan was utterly enraged, his eyes blazing with fury. Is that so? Then let us put it to the test. Chapter 63. Li Jia. The provocateur Zhang Kaishu instinctively swallowed hard. Observing the two in their furious standoff, he began to feel uneasy. If this were to leak out, they would all likely face consequences. He Huan, you are the Minister of Finance. If I were to report your embezzlement of funds to Vice President Chu, what do you suppose the consequences would be? A faint smile graced Qin Yu's lips as he adjusted He Huan's collar. Upon hearing these words, He Huan's gaze suddenly became unsettled. As the head of the finance department, he was acutely aware of the gravity behind Qin Yu's statement. Yet, he dared not gamble. Should Chu Yilin pursue the matter, it would amount to self-inflicted misery. Minister He, my words. It's best to clarify this matter swiftly. Qin Yu observed the subtle shifts in He Huan's expression, a sly grin forming on his face. With a pat on He Huan's shoulder, he stretched languidly and strode out of the office. Minister He, can we trust his words? Once Qin Yu departed, Zhang Kaishu cautiously regarded He Huan. Regardless of the truth in Qin Yu's claims, one must remain vigilant against treachery. We must find a way to retract the rumors circulating. If he truly decides to report us, we shall both face dire repercussions. He Huan's countenance fluctuated between dark and light, his fists clenched tightly. In the entire Qin Corporation, no one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. Who exactly is this Qin Yu? Qin Yu meandered through the company, his position as the assistant to the general manager granting him the freedom to roam. After confronting He Huan, his spirits lifted considerably. After all, he had avenged Shen Shiwan in a sense. Qin assistant, what brings you here? Just as Qin Yu prepared to take the elevator back to the general manager's floor, he encountered Li Jia. Oh, merely familiarizing myself with the company environment, he replied with a slight smile. As he stepped into the elevator and reached for the button for his floor, he noticed that Li Jia was headed to the same level. Qin assistant, the office seems rife with rumors today. How can you remain so carefree? Li Jia observed Qin Yu's profile, her heart inexplicably racing. What schemes does this enigmatic heir of the Qin family have in mind? Why is such a wealthy and handsome man not her own? Li Minister, where are you headed? Oh, I have a document to procure General Manager Shen's signature. Li Jia deliberately emphasized the title General Manager Shen. Qin Yu cast her a sidelong glance, choosing silence. He held no favorable impression of her and was disinclined to engage. As the elevator reached the designated floor, Qin Yu stepped out first, striding purposefully toward the general manager's office. Li Jia watched his retreating figure, biting her lip lightly. Clutching the document in her hand, she followed him in her high heels. Where have you been? Why did you take so long to return? Upon hearing the office door swing open, Shen Shiwan did not lift her gaze. In all of Qin Corporation, it seemed only Qin Yu was oblivious to the custom of knocking. I was merely wandering about, familiarizing myself with the surroundings. General Manager Shen, the minister has something to discuss with you. As Qin Yu approached Shen Shiwan's side, he regarded Li Jia at the door with a cheerful smile. Though this woman was sharp-tongued and cunning, at least she understood propriety. Just as Shen Shiwan's curious gaze rose, Li Jia knocked on the already ajar door. General Manager, there is a document here for your review. If there are no issues, kindly affix your signature. Li Jia, clutching a file, swayed her slender waist as she approached the desk. Every movement, along with her alluring gaze, seemed to suggest something to Qin Yu. Just leave it. I will review it when time permits. However, President Shen, this document is quite urgent. Please take a look, Li Jia insisted, directly placing the file in front of Shen Shiwan. As she bent over, she seemed to intentionally accentuate her curves. Qin Yu observed Li Jia's subtle actions with a hint of resignation flickering in his eyes. It must be said that both Li Jia and Shen Shiwan had their unique charms, each possessing an enviable figure. This was clearly a performance for her own benefit, starkly contrasting with her demeanor during their previous encounter. Shijun, you scoundrel, just wait till tonight. Qin Yu silently cursed Shijun, realizing that Li Jia's attitude must have been leaked by him. Director Li, do I need your guidance to perform my duties? Shen Shiwan coldly regarded Li Jia after putting down her pen. She was fully aware of the implications of Li Jia's earlier gestures. There were only the three of them in the office, and it was hardly intended for her. I apologize, President Shen. That was not my intention. It's just that this document is rather pressing. Clearly displeased by Shen Shiwan's sharp retort, Li Jia's mood darkened, yet she dared not act out. Given Shen Shiwan's current status, I will take a look. Director Li won't mind, will you? Qin Yu interjected, hoping to avoid a clash between the two women as he picked up the file. Of course not. Assistant Qin, please proceed, Li Jia replied, her demeanor softening considerably. Shen Shiwan fixed a piercing gaze upon the seemingly affected Li Jia, her eyes reflecting a lethal intensity that could have pierced through flesh. Feeling Shen Shiwan's scrutiny, Li Jia defiantly met her gaze, occasionally glancing at Qin Yu, who was intently reviewing the document, a smirk playing at the corners of her lips. Didactoli, this document is riddled with flaws. You should revise it, Qin Yu tactfully interrupted as the tension escalated between the two women. This document is nothing short of a disaster. Even an intern wouldn't produce such shoddy work. It was evident that Li Jia had intentionally crafted a situation to embarrass Shen Shiwan. Is that so, Assistant Qin? Let me see where the issues lie, Li Jia declared, striding confidently to his side, her body brushing against him. Let me take a look. Shen Shiwan quickly rose and pulled Qin Yu to her side. Just as Li Jia prepared to lean against him, she found herself destabilized, nearly toppling to the ground. Flustered, she adjusted her hair and shot a resentful glare at Shen Shiwan. Shen Shiwan dismissed her with a cold snort, dragging Qin Yu to the sofa where she began to scrutinize the document. Director Li, you can tell whoever prepared this document to pack their bags and leave. Within 2 minutes, Shen Shiwan tossed the file in front of Li Jia. Such a poorly constructed document wouldn't even suffice to deceive a college student. Shen Shiwan, though you are now the general manager, you ought not to be so arrogant. If there are any issues with this document, point them out. Li Jia's temper flared instantly. Diligently serving the Qin family, this was the first time she had been humiliated by having her documents discarded. Although this particular file was intentionally taken to expose Shen Shiwan's shortcomings, Qin Yu reclined on the sofa, quietly observing Li Jia's performance. He intended to be a mere bystander, curious to see what antics these two renowned beauties of the Qin group could conjure. Li Jia, do not forget, I am your superior now. If this file is seen by Vice President Chu, you might find yourself dismissed. Shen Shiwan remarked with a smirk, playfully looking at Li Jia. Did she truly believe she could still bully her like in the past when she was merely a naive girl? Chapter 64. Did you storm into the finance department to demand accountability? Upon hearing Vice President Chu's name, Li Jia shot a resentful glare at Shen Shiwan. Indeed, if this worthless document were to land in Chu Yilin's hands, not only would her position be at stake, but her year-end bonus would also vanish. All right, you're impressive. You are the general manager now. Li Jia bent down to retrieve the document, preparing to leave. Director Li, leaving just like that? Qin Yu suddenly interjected. He had initially wished to remain uninvolved, but witnessing Shen Shiwan allow Li Jia to depart stirred a sense of indignation within him. Apologies, Director Shen, it was my recklessness. Li Jia, looking at the smiling Qin Yu, gritted her teeth and bowed in apology. Remember, such worthless documents must never appear before me again. Shen Shiwan waved her hand dismissively, turning to gaze out the window. I understand, Director Shen. Li Jia glared at Shen Shiwan with resentment before reluctantly exiting the office. Upon hearing the door close, Shen Shiwan, who had maintained a serious demeanor, suddenly burst into laughter. Isn't this quite fulfilling? Of course it is. They used to bully me. Shen Shiwan appeared exceedingly joyful, even sitting directly on Qin Yu's lap. Hey, who told me to maintain distance in the office? She couldn't help but notice that Li Jia's earlier gaze was undeniably provocative. Ignoring Qin Yu's words, she wrapped her arms around his neck. I do not perceive her as a temptation, but I am aware that you are currently enticing me. Qin Yu embraced Shen Shiwan, preparing to kiss her. Just then, the office door swung open abruptly. Shiwan Qin, Chu Yilin entered, fortuitously catching the two in a moment poised for a kiss. Hey, this is the office. Qin, have you lost your mind? Though her voice was not loud, it startled Shen Shiwan, causing her to break free from Qin Yu's grasp and hurriedly adjust her attire. Sis, do you not know to knock? The esteemed vice president displayed no semblance of decorum. Meanwhile, Qin Yu sat unfazed on the sofa, amusedly watching Chu Yilin block the doorway. Yet, he found it peculiar that this elder sister chose to linger at the entrance rather than enter. Yilin, why are you blocking the door? Aren't Qin and little Shen inside? Just as Qin Yu pondered this, Qin Xiao's voice resonated from outside the door. Upon hearing that sound, Shen Shiwan was instantly flustered, glancing around anxiously in search of a place to conceal herself. Qin Yu sighed. Indeed, Chu Yilin was still the caring sister he had always known. They were indeed present. Chu Yilin cast a sharp glance at Qin Yu, pushing the door open to allow entry. Uncle Qin, greetings. Shen Shiwan, resembling a headless fly, stood awkwardly to the side as Qin Xiaohe entered the office. Xiao Shun, I heard that some individuals made things difficult for you during yesterday's meeting. I happen to have a matter to attend to at the company, so I came to check on you. Qin Xiaohe entered with a warm smile. However, upon noticing Qin Yu lounging on the sofa with his legs crossed, his brow furrowed slightly. Father, you too. Haven't you taught my sister that she should knock before entering someone else's office? Qin Yu looked at him with an odd expression as Qin Xiao's gaze fell upon him. Shen Shiwan, having mustered the courage to take the initiative, felt their interference ruin her moment. You little rascal, only subordinates knock. Are we subordinates? Besides, Xiao Shun is the general manager. Shouldn't you be standing while she sits? Qin Xiaohe rolled his eyes in exasperation. His precious son ought to at least maintain a semblance of decorum. Uncle Qin, it's perfectly fine. I was just feeling a bit fatigued from sitting, so I stood up to stretch. Shen Shiwan hurriedly clarified. Though she held the title of general manager, Qin Yu was the true president of the company. If the president sat, should the general manager not stand? Are you protecting him? How is it? Has anyone been adversarial towards you? Qin Xiaohe inquired, showing genuine concern as he approached Shen Shiwan. Well, it's nothing serious, just a rumor circulating from the finance department. As Shen Shiwan hesitated to articulate her thoughts, Qin Yu lazily stretched, his tone nonchalant. The finance department? What rumor? There are whispers suggesting that Shiwan is cunning and ruthless, willing to resort to any means for the position of general manager, Lin Zhe explained, noticing the frown on his father's face. Qin Xiao paused, then turned to Chu Yilin. Auntie, I will investigate this immediately, Chu Yilin promptly declared. Although Qin Xiaohe was approachable, she understood that he was unwaveringly strict when it came to matters concerning the company, except, of course, when it involved his beloved son. I haven't actively managed the company in a long time. Perhaps some have forgotten my existence. Xiao Shun, rest assured, no matter what occurs, I will support you. And you, Qin Yu, lend a hand to Xiao Shun. She shouldn't bear all the burdens alone. Qin Xiaohe nodded slightly, redirecting his gaze back to Shen Shiwan, with a hint of reproach aimed at his beloved son. I have indeed helped. Just a moment ago, I went to the finance department and gave Yihuan a proper scolding. What? Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, Shen Shiwan's eyes widened in astonishment. So, he had spent so long outside confronting the finance department? Qin Yu, this is not advisable. After all, no one in the company is aware of your true identity. Making enemies so easily could lead to ostracism. Shen Shiwan looked at Qin Yu with concern. After all, Yihuan was notoriously petty and with control over the company's finances. No one would be foolish enough to provoke him. What is there to be concerned about? I am eager to see how he intends to confront me. Individuals who gossip behind others' backs ought to be expelled from the company. Qin Yu shrugged indifferently, feeling no sense of impropriety. Yihuan, a long-standing member of the company, was once promoted to the position of finance minister by my own hand. Qin Xiaohe sighed, casting a gaze at Qin Yu that bore a hint of complexity. Enough, father. Since you intend to pass the company to me, you need not worry about it anymore. There are certain currents within the company that you are unaware of. My actions are for the betterment of the company. Observing his father's familiar rhetoric, Qin Yu quickly sought to interject. Although he was stern and impartial, he occasionally clung to the past. Fine, I won't interfere. You may manage as you see fit. You all continue with your tasks. I have other matters to attend to. Qin Xiaohe smiled faintly, nodded at Shen Shiwan, and departed the office. Qin Yu, do not go anywhere. I will find you shortly. Chu Yilin warned, pointing at Qin Yu. He shrugged nonchalantly and waved politely. Qin Yu, could you consult me in the future? Once they had left, Shen Shiwan approached Qin Yu with a hint of grievance. What is there to discuss? It is about you confronting Minister He. He is a veteran of the company. Shen Shiwan shot Qin Yu a disapproving glance, perceiving him as a natural performer. Why should I care about his status when he bullies my girlfriend? Chapter 65. The nightmare lingers on that is not what I meant. Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, Shen Shiwan found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. Although the rumors made her quite uncomfortable, she did not wish to create enemies so soon after her appointment. After all, dealing with Li Jia was already enough of a headache, and now there was Huan to contend with as well. I understand your intentions, but you must recognize that you are the general manager now. Qin Yu rose and approached Shen Shiwan, gently caressing her cheek. Shen Shiwan gazed up at him, somewhat bewildered, seemingly still in the mindset of a deputy minister. As the general manager, you must embody that role. Just as you confronted Li Jia earlier, it is only by asserting yourself that you will earn others' respect. Qin Yu tenderly embraced Shen Shiwan, pressing a kiss to her forehead, feeling a pang of sympathy. This woman appeared strong, yet her heart was quite fragile. Qin Yu, will you always protect me? Shen Shiwan inquired dreamily, basking in the warmth of his affection. This sense of security was something she cherished deeply. Of course, you are the woman I, Qin Yu, have chosen. He smiled slightly, lifted her chin, and leaned in for a gentle kiss. Qin Yu, who allowed you to storm into the finance department and reprimand people. Chu Yilin burst in once more, pausing in the doorway at the sight of the affectionate pair. Sister, could you please knock next time? Qin Yu rolled his eyes as Shen Shiwan immediately buried her face in his chest. Was it truly so difficult to develop the habit of knocking? Chu Yilin's expression shifted through shades of green and white. After taking a deep breath, she quickly closed the door. Haven't you two had enough intimacy at home? Chu Yilin crossed her arms and gazed at the two individuals still entwined with each other, exhaling a resigned breath. No, dear sister, she began. Shen Shiwan extricated herself from Qin Yu's embrace, lowering her head in a state of confusion. All right, let us address the matter at hand. With a disdainful gesture, Chu Yilin raised her middle finger at Qin Yu before settling onto the sofa. As for the internal rumors within the company, I have resolved to remain indifferent this time. Shiwan, you are now the general manager. Your authority surpasses theirs. You are entirely capable of asserting your dominance within permissible boundaries. Chu Yilin dit go Shen Shiwan. Her expression a blend of reminder and instruction. In her eyes, if Shen Shiwan faltered at Qin's firm, Qin Yu would inevitably face ostracism as well. I understand, Yilin. I am merely still acclimating to the position of general manager. However, rest assured, I shall adapt swiftly. Concerned that Chu Yilin might question her capabilities, Shen Shiwan extended 4 fingers. She knew she must adapt quickly to her role to better assist Lin Zhe. Take your time. There is no rush. By the way, tomorrow morning, the owner of Tangshu Entertainment, Wang Gong, will come to the company to sign the contract. I will have someone bring over the contract shortly for you to review thoroughly. After stating this, Chu Yilin rose, adjusting her attire in preparation to leave. Sister, once the contract is signed tomorrow, when shall we head to Beijing? Qin Yu interjected, swiftly blocking the doorway. Given Qin's influence, once the contract was signed, it would be a done deal. The trip to Beijing was merely for appearances. His true desire was to enjoy some leisure time with Shen Shiwan. After signing the contract tomorrow, you all need to prepare for the trip to Beijing. We should be able to depart by the day after tomorrow at the latest, as this matter has already been delayed for some time. And you, young Master Qin, refrain from causing me any trouble until you are ready to formally take over the group. Chu Yilin smiled slightly, pulling Qin Yu aside and striding out of the office. Qin Yu, watching Chu Yilin's departing figure, raised his middle finger in a playful manner and yawned as he closed the door. Shiwan, otherwise, you should just let young Master Qin play video games without bothering me while I work. As he attempted to engage Shen Shiwan in conversation, she abruptly interrupted him. Observing Shen Shiwan immersed in her work, Qin Yu helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Bored, he sat on the sofa, staring at the blank wall opposite him, lost in thought. Indeed, I could install a large screen here for gaming. Suddenly, Qin Yu snapped his fingers, excitedly retrieving his phone. Noticing the disdainful glare from Shen Shiwan, he sheepishly smiled and opened Wu Hao's WeChat. This afternoon, buy the best gaming console in the country, the one with the enormous screen. Young master, where do you intend to install it? Obviously, in the office of the general manager of Qin Group. Qin Yu snapped a photo of the opposite wall, circled it, and sent it directly to Wu Hao. Satisfied, he stole a glance at Shen Shiwan, who was diligently working, and closed his eyes with a smile. Qin Yu, why did you deceive me? You know I detest deceit above all. Your family, the Qin family, is beyond my reach. As Qin Yu succumbed to a deep slumber, his brow gradually furrowed. Memories of Wang Yuhan's expression upon discovering his true identity incessantly emerged in his mind. The tear-laden words she had uttered reverberated within his thoughts. His body, defying his command, seemed to plummet into an abyss of endless darkness. Qin Yu, are you all right? Suddenly, a gentle yet urgent voice pierced through the gloom, akin to blinding sunlight, drawing Qin Yu from the depths of despair. He jolted awake, gasping for breath. Upon seeing Shen Shiwan, who leaned anxiously over him, he instinctively wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. What troubles you, Qin Yu? Nothing, just a nightmarish dream, he replied, waving his hand dismissively as he adjusted his posture. You ought to rest earlier in the evenings and refrain from overexerting yourself. Shen Shiwan's voice dwindled, ultimately swallowed by silence. A faint smile graced Qin Yu's lips as he rubbed his temples and shook his head. Have you finished your work? Yes. I just reviewed the contract that Sister Yilin sent someone to deliver. Shen Shiwan responded earnestly while gently wiping the remaining sweat from his forehead. Shall we be off then? Qin Yu stretched lazily and, in a fluid motion, pulled Shen Shiwan into his embrace. Enveloped in her fragrant essence, he found himself momentarily entranced. Where to? Surprisingly, Shen Shiwan offered no resistance, her heart softened by the sight of Qin Yu's distress. Since the work is done, how about we visit our new home? But it's still working hours, and we haven't had lunch yet. She glanced at the time, looking somewhat conflicted. Despite her position as general manager, she couldn't simply leave at will. Even Chu Yilin adhered to normal working hours. Forget lunch. Save your appetite for a grand feast later with Shi Jun, Qin Yu declared. No matter the hour, I decide when we leave. He took Shen Shiwan by the hand and strode towards the door. The entire corporation belonged to him. He would depart at his discretion. Shen Shiwan obediently followed Qin Yu. Her curiosity piqued about what their new abode would be like. Chapter 66. This is our home, Miss. Shen, off work again? Li Jia, mind your own affairs. The moment they arrived at the underground parking lot, they fortuitously encountered Li Jia. Indeed, Miss Shen, it appears you have adeptly quelled the rumors in mere hours, Li Jia remarked coldly, her gaze lingering on Qin Yu. Focus on your responsibilities and refrain from meddling in matters that do not concern you. Qin Yu enveloped Shen Shiwan in his arms and strode confidently towards his Lamborghini. As Qin Yu opened the passenger door with gentlemanly grace, allowing Shen Shiwan to enter, Li Jia's fists clenched tightly. Earlier that morning, having heard rumors of Shen Shiwan arriving at work in a supercar, she had made a special trip to the underground parking lot. As expected, she discovered the Lamborghini driven by Qin Yu that day. Once, she had held in disdain those who were perpetually bullied, yet now, they traversed the streets in luxurious cars worth millions. The mere thought of it made Li Jia's heart ache with resentment. How she longed to be the one whom Qin Yu embraced, to occupy the passenger seat beside him. Minister Li, what are you doing? You're drooling all over the place. A voice suddenly emerged from behind, startling Li Jia. It was Wan Qianqian, who had appeared out of nowhere. Mind your own business and focus on your duties, Li Jia exclaimed, her hand instinctively moving to her chest as she shot a fierce glare at Wan Qianqian. Wan Qianqian scratched her head, observing Li Jia's retreating figure, murmuring to herself, how peculiar. She seems off today. With a roar, a Lamborghini came to a halt at the entrance of Tianyi Mansion. As she beheld the grand entrance of the upscale community, Shen Shiwan couldn't help but marvel at its opulence. Indeed, it is the most expensive community. Good day, sir. Are you a resident of this community? A vigilant security guard approached, leaning down a tap on the car window. Apologies, my secretary purchased the property for me, but I haven't had the chance to register the license plate yet. However, I do possess an access card, Qin Yu replied, retrieving the access card that Su Riyue had given him the previous night. Seated in the passenger seat, Shen Shiwan rolled her eyes upon hearing Qin Yu refer to his mother as his secretary. Sir, you may enter through the right side garage entrance and proceed straight ahead. Upon seeing the access card in Qin Yu's hand, the security guard's demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect. The card was exclusive to the penthouse of Tianyi Mansion, symbolizing unparalleled prestige. Thank you. As for the license plate, I will register it shortly. Please feel free to come and go as you please. The guard saluted and jogged ahead to lead Qin Yu to the entrance of the underground garage. Qin Yu nodded slightly to the guard and pressed the accelerator, propelling the car into the garage. Is this what it means to live a life of affluence? Observing the guard's eager and respectful attitude, Shen Shiwan couldn't help but smile ruefully. The life she once yearned for was now tantalizingly close. We've arrived. Let's disembark. While Shen Shiwan was lost in her thoughts, Qin Yu had already parked the car and opened the door for her. Quickly collecting her thoughts, she stepped out to follow Qin Yu's lead. It was her first visit to such an upscale community, and she feared losing her way if she didn't stay close to him. After all, the garage of Tianyi Mansion was adorned with intricately tiled walls. As the elevator doors opened, Qin Yu grasped Shen Shiwan's hand, guiding her out. Upon seeing the floor design with 1 unit per level, Shen Shiwan gasped in awe. Qin Yu, why are you standing there in a daze? After surveying the entrance, which was at least 30 square meters, she noticed Qin Yu standing there like a fool. Shiwan, did my mom tell us the password last night? Qin Yu turned back, pointing at the keypad on the door with a perplexed expression. I don't think so, right? Shen Shiwan was equally bewildered. How could they enter without the password? The two stood there, staring at each other in silence, akin to statues. Qin Yu, should we try your birthday? If that doesn't work, we can call your mom. Shen Shiwan suggested tentatively after a moment of silence. All right, but if my birthday is incorrect, I shall not let her off easily. Filled with indignation, Qin Yu turned and entered his birthday. Shen Shiwan rolled her eyes. Even if the password was incorrect, what could it possibly change? Though she felt somewhat displeased, she discreetly noted down Qin Yu's birthday. With a crisp sound, the password lock clicked open. Let us behold our new abode. Qin Yu opened the door and gallantly invited Shen Shiwan to enter. Taking a deep breath, Shen Shiwan endeavored to appear less anxious and ecstatic. After all, this was a spacious home of 160 square meters. The moment she stepped through the threshold, she felt as if she were in a dream. The opulent yet generous decor, the luxurious furnishings, and the floor-to-ceiling windows that offered breathtaking views captivated her entirely. Everything here, even the smallest corner, was something she had once longed for. Qin Yu, this place is magnificent. Ultimately, Shen Shiwan could not contain her excitement and exclaimed while clenching her hands. As long as you love it, this will be our home, Qin Yu replied, seemingly unfazed by the grandeur, perhaps accustomed to even more lavish abodes. I love it. I truly do. Shen Shiwan grasped Qin Yu's hand tightly, exploring the space like a child. The design featuring 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms, an open kitchen, a dining area, and a vast living room thrilled her. Silly girl, you will have even more in the future. This is merely the tip of the iceberg, Qin Yu said, pulling her into his embrace and affectionately brushing her nose. This house was more than sufficient for their current needs, and discussions of the future could wait. Thank you. Qin Yu. Shen Shiwan gazed at him with heartfelt gratitude. Meeting Qin Yu perhaps exhausted all her luck, yet brought her boundless happiness. Silly girl, you are my woman. There is no need for such formality. Qin Yu, could you refrain from being so mundane, referring to me as woman? Upon hearing him call her woman again, Shen Shiwan pouted. How could someone so romantic turn mundane at such a critical moment? Then what should I call you? Qin Yu held her tightly, playfully teasing her with his gaze. Girlfriend. Surely that sounds much sweeter than woman. Under his gaze, Shen Shiwan found herself momentarily entranced. His passionate eyes made her feel a delightful shiver. All right, my girlfriend. What shall we do next? Qin Yu mischievously lifted her chin, his eyes brimming with tenderness. Should we perhaps buy some necessities? Shen Shiwan's breath quickened as she pushed Qin Yu away, preparing to leave. Last night, my mother mentioned she had already bought everything. Qin Yu, with a commanding demeanor, pulled her back and kissed her softly on the lips. As she felt Qin Yu's fervor, Shen Shiwan gradually succumbed to the moment, wrapping her arms around his neck. Just as they were enveloped in their affection, an untimely phone ring disrupted the atmosphere. Qin Yu, your phone is ringing. Taking advantage of this moment, Shen Shiwan escaped from Qin Yu's embrace and shyly approached the mirror to adjust her attire. Qin Yu cursed the timing of the call under his breath, retrieving his mobile device only to be further incensed upon seeing Shi Jun's name flash across the screen. Why must you choose this moment to call? As soon as the call connected, Qin Yu launched into a tirade. What I done wrong now? Speak quickly, stop dragging it out. Hearing Shi Jun's insufferable voice, Qin Yu rolled his eyes in exasperation. It's nothing serious, just letting you know to be at the White Whale Bar by 6. I've reserved the entire place for tonight. Going to a bar without even having dinner? Have you lost your mind? Don't worry, just bring your wife along, and I promise you'll be well fed and watered. Shi Jun chuckled mischievously and abruptly ended the call. Crazy, reserving the whole place. Does your father's money suffice for such extravagance? Qin Yu grumbled to himself as he stared at the disconnected call. Who called? Shi Jun, telling me to be at the White Whale Bar at 6. As Shen Shiwan approached, Qin Yu, still unsatisfied, pulled her back into his embrace. The White Whale Bar? Shen Shiwan blinked in surprise. It was the most popular bar, immensely favored by the youth. She pondered what had possessed him to skip dinner and head straight to a bar, and on top of that, to reserve it entirely. Reserve it entirely? She murmured, echoing Qin Yu's words. Indeed, the lives of the affluent were distinctly different, casually reserving entire venues. I suppose I should change into something more suitable. Shen Shiwan glanced down at her professional attire, raising an eyebrow. One can't possibly go to a bar dressed so formally. Go check our bedroom. Perhaps there is something suitable for you. How could there be? Don't be so quick to judge. Just take a look. Qin Yu smiled mysteriously, gently guiding Shen Shiwan toward the master bedroom. See, I knew my mother was thorough in her preparations. Qin Yu opened the wardrobe, proudly displaying a collection of women's clothing to Shen Shiwan. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief, gazing at the rows of exquisite garments before her. Although she was unaware of their cost, the beauty of the attire was undeniable. To her astonishment, Su Riyue had thoughtfully arranged their wardrobe. Quickly choose an outfit you like. I'll wait for you outside. Qin Yu placed a soft kiss on Shen Shiwan's forehead and exited the master bedroom. Shen Shiwan, like a joyful child, ran her fingers over the vibrant clothing, finding herself dancing unself-consciously within the wardrobe. What girl wouldn't dream of having her own dressing room? Why was that rascal so extravagant tonight at the White Whale Bar? Qin Yu sat on the living room sofa. Engrossed in images, he was browsing on his phone, muttering to himself, is it his birthday? Or perhaps his wedding anniversary? No, he isn't even married. Such gentleness is not meant for a lifetime together. Qin Yu racked his brain, speculating endlessly about Shi Jun's intentions for the evening. Yet soon enough, he decided to abandon the endeavor. Whatever it is, I'll find out when I get there. Releasing his thoughts, Qin Yu tossed his phone aside, stretched lazily, and strolled toward the balcony. This truly was a prime location. From here, one could almost survey the entire community. The vast spacing between the buildings does not detract in the slightest from the distant view. Qin Yu, do you find it beautiful? Just as Qin Yu was inhaling the fresh air, the gentle voice of Shen Shiwan resonated from behind. Turning around, he beheld Shen Shiwan clad in a form-fitting white dress, accentuated by a beige trench coat, which momentarily took his breath away. She exuded the allure of a star hindered by the confines of professional attire. Her ensemble was capable of captivating the entire entertainment industry. Beautiful. A perfect score of 100, he declared. Shiwan, you are nothing short of a mannequin. Everything you wear looks exquisite. Qin Yu could not help but shower praises upon her, his gaze nearly glued to her figure. Such sweet words. Don't you need a change of outfit? Shen Shiwan quipped with a radiant smile as she approached him, adjusting his clothing. Not necessary. Your beauty naturally accentuates my excellence. How utterly nauseating. Shen Shiwan rolled her eyes playfully before gently embracing Qin Yu. Shall we set off? Certainly. Let us see what mischief Shi Jun has concocted for tonight. Inhaling deeply the lingering fragrance of Shen Shiwan, the two strolled hand in hand towards the entrance. At 6 o'clock, the entrance of the White Whale Bar was abuzz with activity. Over 20 parking spaces were filled with luxury cars, each worth millions. Countless handsome men and beautiful women, clad in vibrant attire, streamed through the bar's doors. Amidst the roar of an engine, a striking Lamborghini swiftly emerged into view. Isn't that Goubet's car? Are you blind? Goubet was driving an Aston Martin just moments ago. This car is also his. He merely lost a wager to the young master of the Qin family a few days ago. So, it is indeed the young master of the Qin family arriving in the vehicle. The men and women halted, captivated by the engine's growl, and began to speculate. They had all heard of the extraordinary battle that had taken place recently. With Qin Yu now arriving in the car he had won, wouldn't he that infuriate Gu Bei? As the Lamborghini came to a stop and the engine silenced, Qin Yu was the first to alight, opening the door for Shen Shiwan. My heavens! Do you know that woman? She is stunning. How have I never seen her before? The moment Shen Shiwan stepped out, gasps of astonishment erupted from the onlookers. Qin Yu, what kind of gathering is this? Why are there so many extravagantly dressed individuals? Shen Shiwan inquired, growing anxious as she grasped Lindsay's hand. Observing the influx of affluent guests at the bar, having seen the multitude of luxury vehicles earlier, she felt a sense of bewilderment. Now, surrounded by the wealthy and noble, her curiosity deepened. I'm uncertain. I haven't returned in 5 years, and many faces are unfamiliar to me. If you're uncomfortable, we can leave, Qin Yu suggested, sensing her unease and preparing to depart. Wait, Jun is your brother. We shouldn't let him lose face. Shen Shiwan halted him, gracefully linking her arm with his. Let us go, young Master Qin. Show me the world. With a charming smile, Shen Shiwan followed Qin Yu into the White Whale Bar. Young Master Qin, we meet again. Gu Bei greeted sarcastically as they entered the establishment. As he conversed with others, he overheard someone mention that Qin Yu had arrived in a Lamborghini. The thought of losing to him in that very vehicle ignited an inexplicable fire within him. What a pleasure to see you again, my defeated opponent, Qin Yu said, a smirk playing on his lips as he regarded Gu Bei. Chapter 68. Gu Bei, this is my girlfriend. Upon hearing the phrase defeated opponent, Gu Bei's expression darkened instantly. The memory of publicly presenting the Lamborghini resurfaced vividly in his mind. He never anticipated that the typically proud and aloof young master of the Qin family would grace such an occasion. Gu Bei's tone dripped with sarcasm. Jun is my good brother, so it is only natural for me to be here. However, Gu Bei, it seems your relationship with Jun is not particularly strong. What brings you to this gathering? Qin Yu narrowed his eyes, wondering if Jun had somehow piqued this fellow's interest. In the circles of Beijing, it was common knowledge that Gu Bei placed profit above all else. Wherever he appeared, there was bound to be something of significance to him. Indeed, my rapport with Jun is not the best. Yet, coincidentally, my girlfriend shares a good relationship with Wenwan. Tonight is Wenwan's birthday party. Surely, young Master Qin is aware of this? Gu Bei wrapped his arms around a sensually dressed woman beside him, seemingly flaunting her to Qin Yu. Casting a glance at the low-cut dress of the woman in Gu Bei's embrace, Qin Yu couldn't help but shake his head in bemusement. How curious that Jun had neglected to inform him about Wenwan's birthday. Judging by Qin Yu's expression, he likely had no prior knowledge. Look at the guests attending the birthday party. None of them arrived empty-handed. I suspect that young Master Qin has not prepared a gift. Gu Bei chuckled mockingly. And even the woman in his arms displayed a hint of derision. Who would have thought that young Master Gu would be more loquacious than a woman? Whether or not I brought a gift is hardly your concern. Perhaps you should take a long look in the mirror and reflect on your own acerbic countenance. Before Qin Yu could respond, Shen Shiwan, who had remained silent until now, interjected. She could no longer tolerate a grown man prattling on like a woman, especially when every word was a slander against Qin Yu. Who dares speak to me in such a manner? Gu Bei exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, raising his hand as though to strike Shen Shiwan. Gu Bei, this is my girlfriend. If you dare lay a finger on her, do you believe I won't ensure the Gu family is utterly expelled from Beijing? Qin Yu's gaze turned icy as he grasped Gu Bei's descending hand firmly. He was taken aback by Shen Shiwan's audacity to confront Gu Bei. Observing her unwavering expression and defiant demeanor warmed Qin Yu's heart. She was indeed a charming little darling. Your words are rather bold, aren't they? Gu Bei glared at Qin Yu, feeling the sting in his wrist. Though the Gu family paled in comparison to the Qin family, he believed they lacked the capability to expel the Gu family from the capital. Whether my words are bold or not, you shall find out for yourself. Qin Yu forcefully released Gu Bei's hand and strode forward, embracing Shen Shiwan as they moved deeper into the venue. As Qin Yu's silhouette faded into the distance, Gu Bei rubbed his wrist, his gaze gradually revealing a hint of ruthlessness. The gentle melodies and soft lighting transformed what should have been a raucous bar into a haven of tranquility. Countless men and women, glasses in hand, clustered together in small groups, engaged in lively conversation. Qin Yu, why does this place resemble a banquet hall? Shen Shiwan exclaimed in surprise, glancing at Qin Yu. She had anticipated the bar to be dimly lit and filled with incessant noise, but upon entering, her perception of bars was completely reshaped. It must be Shi Jun's doing. Only he could conceive of hosting a birthday party in a bar. And you are my girlfriend. It is I who should protect you, not the other way around. Qin Yu turned to face Shen Shiwan, gently caressing her cheek, his eyes brimming with affection. Shen Shiwan felt his deep devotion. She could sense it in her heart. Hey, you're my boyfriend too. How can I stand by while others malign you? Shen Shiwan pouted in discontent, looking at Qin Yu with a playful charm. This man had sacrificed so much for her. How could she bear to see him suffer at the hands of others? Do you two have to be this affectionate? At that moment, Shi Jun's teasing voice rang out beside them. Wenwan, happy birthday. You look stunning today. Shen Shiwan turned her head, her gaze drifting past Shi Jun to the enchanting Wenwan, her eyes lighting up. Breaking free from Qin Yu's side, Shen Shiwan boldly embraced Wenwan. Thank you. You look beautiful today as well. Wenwan smiled sweetly, though internally she pondered when their relationship had grown so close. If her memory served her rightly, they had only met a handful of times, hadn't they? Qin Yu, your girlfriend, is becoming increasingly generous. Shi Jun nudged Qin Yu, winking at him. Despite Shen Shiwan's earlier indifference, Qin Yu's presence brought him immense joy. It was known that Qin Yu had never been fond of such boisterous environments. Don't call her my girlfriend so casually. From now on, refer to her as sister-in-law. Understood? And you, why didn't you inform me about Wenwan's birthday? Qin Yu playfully delivered a light smack to Shi Jun's head. Shen Shiwan had mentioned her disdain for such remarks. I was afraid that if I told you, you wouldn't come. Who doesn't know that the illustrious young Master Qin never frequents crowded places? These are all the scions of affluent families from the capital. It's a good opportunity for you to familiarize yourself with them after returning home. Shi Jun grinned mischievously, gesturing towards the men and women around them. During Qin Yu's 5 years abroad, many new talents had emerged, and he wanted to seize this chance for Qin Yu to meet these wealthy heirs. I appreciate your thoughtfulness, but it's unnecessary. Wenwan, happy birthday. I arrived in a rush and didn't prepare a gift. I'll make it up to you tomorrow. Qin Yu, with a look of mild disdain, pushed Shi Jun aside and smiled warmly at Wenwan. It is already an honor for young Master Qin to attend my birthday party. You and Shi Jun are good friends. There is no need for gifts. Wenwan replied with a radiant smile, her words betraying her true feelings. She was genuinely thrilled that Qin Yu had come. Thus, she could boast to her sisters that the top figure in the capital was not someone easily invited. Young Master Qin, Miss Shun, please make yourselves comfortable. We shall attend to the others first. Wenwan said with a beaming smile as she linked her arm with Shi Jun and stepped aside. Let's find a quieter place, she suggested. Out of the corner of her eye, Yu Guang noticed Gu Bei entering, prompting Qin Yu to grasp Shen Shiwan's hand and lead her toward a secluded corner. Qin Yu, are all of these individuals from wealthy families? Shen Shiwan inquired curiously as she settled into her seat. The demeanor and attire of these people were certainly not akin to those of the ordinary. You could say that, along with a few from political families, Shi Jun's father is quite a notable figure in the capital. It is not surprising that he can host such guests, Qin Yu replied with a subtle smile, gently patting Shen Shiwan's head. He refrained from revealing too much, concerned about tarnishing Shen Shiwan's pure heart. Most of these individuals were here primarily for personal gain, much like Gu Bei, who was relentless in his pursuits. Spotting Gu Bei seated beside him, occasionally glancing in his direction, Qin Yu's expression gradually darkened. Chapter 69. A Lamborghini as a birthday gift. Qin Yu, I am feeling a bit peckish. I haven't eaten since noon, Shen Shiwan said, her face resting in her hands as she gazed at him with a pitiful look. She was oblivious to Gu Bei's presence, focusing solely on Qin Yu. Did not Jun promise us a sumptuous feast? Yet where's the food? Reminded by Shen Shiwan, Qin Yu scanned the surroundings. Aside from alcohol, there was nothing but more alcohol. The absence of food was glaring. Be patient. If there is nothing here, I shall take you for a meal at Hadaleo. He reassured her, caressing her cheek while interlocking his fingers with hers. I am delighted that everyone could attend my birthday celebration. Wenwan's voice resonated through the bar at that moment. All present paused their activities, directing their attention to the stage. Today, we shall indulge in Western cuisine. Steak and drinks are plentiful. Enjoy yourselves to the fullest, and let there be no return until inebriated. Wenwan exclaimed, microphone in hand, her excitement palpable as she even hooked her arm around Jun's. Happy birthday, Wenwan. With a chorus of well wishes and gifts being presented on stage, Gu Bei, who had been observing Qin Yu intently, finally rose to his feet. As he approached the stage, every gaze in the room converged upon him. Who in attendance was unaware of Gu Bei? Wenwan, as your dear friends with Fei Fei, it is only fitting that I present you with a birthday gift, Gu Bei said, gazing fondly at Fei Fei as he accepted a beautifully crafted gift box from her. This is crystal love. While I wish you a happy birthday, I also hope you and Jun grow old together, he declared. Upon opening the box, a stunning necklace emerged, captivating the audience's attention. My heavens, crystal love is a bespoke piece, worth hundreds of thousands, exclaimed one of the discerning, wealthy young ladies nearby. As her words resonated, everyone began to scrutinize the necklace in Gu Bei's hands. Many affluent young women were enchanted by crystal love, gazing at Gu Bei with infatuation. Each individual indulged in the reverie of Gu Bei, personally adorning her with the exquisite crystal of love. Young Master Gu, this is far too precious, she exclaimed. Even though Fei Fei and I share a close bond, I cannot accept such an extravagant gift. The moment she beheld the crystal of love, Wenwan's eyes sparkled with delight. Although her heart longed for the necklace, she understood the necessity of feigning reluctance. To simply accept it outright would seem rather vulgar. Money mattered little in this instance, as it was merely a token of affection. Gu Bei exchanged a knowing glance with Jun, offering a gentle smile. Wenwan, since young Master Gu is so insistent, let us not disappoint his kind intentions. Jun returned a serene smile as he carefully placed the crystal of love around Wenwan's neck. It is truly stunning. Young Master Gu possesses remarkable taste. Upon witnessing Wenwan's enhanced beauty as she adorned the necklace, Jun could not help but commend her. By the way, I believe many of you are unaware that we have another esteemed guest among us today. Gu Bei smiled faintly as he took the microphone from Wenwan's hand, turning to address the audience. All present are rising stars in the capital. You must surely be familiar with the Qin family? At Gu Bei's words, the crowd turned their attention, intrigued. The Qin family held a formidable reputation in the capital. There was no way they could be ignorant of it. Yet, why did Gu Bei bring up the Qin family without cause? Qin Yu, is he preparing to slander you again? Observing the seemingly harmless Gu Bei on stage, Shen Shiwan's fists clenched in agitation. Ever since Gu Bei's last mocking remarks following their competition, she had never encountered someone so petty. Ignore him. Let us see what tricks he has up his sleeve. Qin Yu gently squeezed Shen Shiwan's hand, offering her a reassuring smile. He was well aware of Gu Bei's intentions. Dealing with such individuals required playing along with their theatrics. I'm certain everyone is curious as to why I mentioned the Qin family. It is because the esteemed young Master Qin Yu is among us. The moment Gu Bei's words fell, everyone exchanged bewildered glances, searching for Qin Yu's presence. Those acquainted with him were the first to direct their gaze towards a nondescript corner. As the collective attention fixed upon Qin Yu and Shen Shiwan, Gu Bei continued, I have heard that young Master Qin shares a brotherly bond with young Master Shi. I wonder what gift he shall present Wenwan. Gu Bei, you have truly crossed the line. Upon hearing this, Jun finally grasped the situation, casting a sharp look at Gu Bei. My apologies. I'm merely curious about what gift Qin Yu might bring. Gu Bei shot an apologetic glance towards Jun while casting a knowing look at the dashing figure shrouded in the corner. So, he is the heir of the Qin family? How unexpectedly handsome. My goodness, I feel my standards have elevated yet again. As exclamations of surprise arose from the surrounding young ladies, Qin Yu took Shen Shiwan's hand and slowly rose. He had anticipated Gu Bei's intent to embarrass him through the birthday gift. However, he was well prepared. Qin Yu, we have brought nothing. Is he not blatantly setting you up for humiliation? Shen Shiwan whispered urgently in his ear as she grasped his hand tightly. Rest assured, the one to embarrass themselves shall not be me. Qin Yu gently brushed his fingers along Shen Shiwan's nose, leading her confidently towards the stage. The wealthy young men surrounding them instinctively stepped back, clearing a path for Qin Yu and Shen Shiwan. Under the envious, jealous, and admiring gazes of the crowd, Qin Yu ascended the stage with deliberate grace. Wenwan, happy birthday. To be honest, given our close relationship, I have yet to decide on a suitable gift for you. Qin Yu looked at Wenwan, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Yank Master Chun, Yu Yist. Your presence at my birthday party is already the finest gift I could receive. Wenwan's heart swelled with pleasure at his words, as she proudly surveyed the crowd, graciously declining Qin Yu's generous offer. Jun is my dear brother, and, as his girlfriend, I must not be remiss. How about this? Qin Yu continued. Rather than something commonplace, allow this Lamborghini to serve as your birthday present. With a glance at the smug Gu Bei, he produced the keys to the extravagant vehicle. As the keys dangled before her, Wenwan's jaw dropped in disbelief. Could her eyes and ears truly be deceiving her? This was a luxury car worth tens of millions. The surrounding affluent youths were equally taken aback. Though the Qin family was the wealthiest in the capital, this display of extravagance was beyond measure. Shen Shiwan was equally astonished. She never expected Qin Yu to bestow such a lavish gift upon Wenwan. However, considering that the car did not originally belong to Qin Yu, parting with it seemed inconsequential. Only Gu Bei's expression shifted from glee to an ominous scowl. Qin Yu was truly mad, gifting away his own possessions as a birthday present. Qin Yu, you must be out of your mind. Reclaim at once. Jun intervened urgently, recognizing the car's immense value. Even a second-hand version would command a significant price. A gentleman's word is his bond. Once given, it cannot be taken back. Accept it. Qin Yu tossed the keys to Jun and turned to Gu Bei with a smile. Young Master Gu, do you find this gift to be sincere enough? Gu Bei, seething with rage, could only grit his teeth, unable to utter a single word. He had intended to revel in Qin Yu's embarrassment, only to find himself the subject of ridicule instead. Amidst the admiring glances cast in her direction, a wave of pride surged within Wenwan. The vanity she had never experienced before now enveloped her completely. Young Master Qin, thank you. This is truly far too extravagant. Though the keys were not in her possession, Wenwan gazed at Qin Yu with profound gratitude. It's nothing. Jun is my brother. It's merely a trifle. By the way, I just recalled some matters to attend to, so must take my leave. With a gentle smile for Wenwan, Qin Yu grasped Shen Shiwan's hand and descended the stage. I will see Qin Yu off. You entertain the guests, Jun advised, pocketing the keys before hastily following after him. As Gu Bei watched Qin Yu's retreating figure, he felt as though his face had been trampled beneath Qin Yu's heel. Well then, everyone, that was merely a minor interlude. Now, let us indulge in feasting and revelry. Wenwan reclaimed the microphone, exuberantly shouting a few phrases, linking arms with Fei and laughing as they descended the stage. Noticing everyone starting to toast each other, Gu Bei cast an irate glance in the direction of Qin Yu's departure and returned to his seat. Ah, Qin Yu, here are the keys for you. Jun caught up with Qin Yu, thrusting the car keys into his hand. Jun, you are well aware of my temperament. Once given, it is no longer my concern who drives it. Qin Yu promptly returned the keys to Jun, taking hold of Shen Shiwan and departing. But no but. Hurry back to attend to the guests. Qin Yu did not look back, waving his hand as he strode away, observing the keys in his hand. Jun let out a resigned sigh. He was acutely aware of Qin Yu's character. Once he made up his mind, not even 10 oxen could sway him. Where shall we go now? Standing by the roadside and watching the ebb and flow of vehicles, Shen Shiwan clung tightly to Qin Yu's arm. I promised to take you to Hadaleo, did I not? Qin Yu affectionately pinched Shen Shiwan's cheek, glancing around. However, we have no car now. Shall we take a taxi? Let's take the bus instead. Qin Yu pointed towards the bus stop across the street, tugging at the still bewildered Shen Shiwan as they began to cross the road. Hey, there's a sidewalk over there. Too slow. The bus is about to arrive. Why are you so negligent of traffic rules? Those who adhere to rules would not find such an understanding girlfriend. Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, Shen Shiwan revealed a shy smile. Being with Qin Yu brought her an unparalleled sense of security, even as they crossed the street. As the bus approached, Qin Yu suddenly scratched his head in confusion. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Shen Shiwan, noticing his demeanor, quickly checked on him. No, it's just Shiwan. How do we pay for the bus? Qin Yu awkwardly turned around, casting an embarrassed glance at Shen Shiwan. She paused for a moment, then burst into a muffled laugh. All right, my dear young master Qin, today I shall treat you to a bus ride. Shen Shiwan playfully rubbed her hand against Qin Yu's face, leading him onto the bus as the doors opened. I apologize, I've never taken a bus before. Watching Shen Shiwan swipe her card and guide him to a seat in the back row, Qin Yu felt somewhat bashful. It's all right. In the future, if you don't know, I can teach you. Shen Shiwan nestled comfortably against Qin Yu, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Qin Yu caressed her silky hair, yearning to freeze this moment in time. This warmth, this happiness, perhaps was what he had longed for deep within his heart. Compared to those luxury cars, I prefer this simple life. Shen Shiwan idly played with Qin Yu's fingers, as if whispering to herself. She had never envisioned marrying into a wealthy family. Qin Yu's appearance was indeed a fortuitous surprise. She dared not hope that Qin Yu would wed her. She merely wished for every moment spent with him to be filled with joy. Qin Yu did not respond to Shen Shiwan's inquiry. Instead, he quietly gazed out of the car window, observing the fleeting scenery. What constitutes a mundane existence, after all? Qin Yu, where shall we disembark? Disembark? I have no idea. Upon hearing this, Shen Shiwan straightened abruptly, astonished as she looked at Qin Yu. Brother, you don't know where to get off? You brought me on a bus ride? Shen Shiwan looked at Qin Yu helplessly. He was unaware of which stop to take. As the bus approached the station, Shen Shiwan took his hand and they exited together. Please ensure you know the destination next time before we embark on a journey. All right? She playfully pinched Qin Yu's nose and began to survey their surroundings. Qin Yu shrugged, feeling somewhat resigned. He truly had no knowledge of where the bus would lead them. He merely wished to accompany Shen Shiwan on a bus ride, to experience her everyday life. There was a wonton shop nearby that appeared quite inviting. Qin Yu, shall we dine there? While Qin Yu was fixated on Shen Shiwan, she pointed towards a small shop not far away. It did not seem large, yet the foot traffic was decent. No problem, as long as you like it. Qin Yu averted his gaze, intertwining his fingers with Shen Shiwan's, leading her briskly towards the shop. Boss, 2 bowls of wontons, 10 meat skewers, and 4 fish balls. Please. Shen Shiwan glanced at the menu and waved to the busy owner nearby. Certainly, just a moment, it will be ready shortly. The owner smiled as he took the menu and headed into the kitchen. The place was not overly crowded, and the ambience was pleasant. Shen Shiwan looked around at the other diners and smiled sweetly at Qin Yu. It's quite nice here without the chaotic noise. Qin Yu nodded silently, his gaze wandering. Only after being with Shen Shiwan did he realize that these small eateries could indeed be delightful venues. Before traveling abroad, he had never frequented places like this. Qin Yu, perhaps we should cook at home together in the future. Why bring this up all of a sudden? Qin Yu looked at Shen Shiwan, puzzled. I just feel that cooking together at home would be a truly blissful experience. Shen Shiwan gazed at Qin Yu shyly, her eyes filled with affection. No problem. As long as I am with you, I am content with anything. Qin Yu gently squeezed Shen Shiwan's cheek, revealing a faint smile. Excuse me, may I interrupt? Are you Qin Yu? Hearing the voice, both Qin Yu and Shen Shiwan looked up simultaneously to the source of the sound. I'm sorry, and you are? As a beautifully dressed woman approached, Qin Yu felt a bit bewildered. The woman appeared somewhat familiar, yet he could not recall where he had seen her. Shen Shiwan, feeling anxious, tightened her grip on Qin Yu's hand, seemingly asserting her claim. I am Jiang Ran, a close friend of Wang Shiwan. After so many years, you may have forgotten me. Jiang Ran smiled slightly before turning to look at Shen Shiwan. When she recognized Shen Shiwan's features, she stood frozen in place. Rubbing her eyes forcefully, she gazed in disbelief at Shen Shiwan. Who are you? Hello, my name is Shen Shiwan, and I am Qin Yu's girlfriend. Shen Shiwan gracefully extended her hand, a smile illuminating her face as she looked at Jiang Ran. It appeared that yet another person had mistaken her for Wang Yuhan. Oh, hello. It is a pleasure to meet you, Jiang Ran replied, her hand reaching out in a brief handshake, though her eyes occasionally scrutinized Shen Shiwan. I apologize for not recognizing you. Is there something you need from me? Upon hearing the name Wang Yuhan, Qin Yu finally recalled who Jiang Ran was, the closest friend of Wang Yuhan, her confidant. If memory served him right, Jiang Ran had established a fashion boutique. No, I merely thought you looked somewhat familiar and sought to inquire, Jiang Ran replied. I heard you left the capital 5 years ago. When did you return? Jiang Ran withdrew her gaze and smiled slightly at Qin Yu. Oh, I just returned recently. Do you still own the clothing store? Qin Yu was reluctant to engage with Jiang Ran, as she was Wang Yuhan's close friend. He feared that Jiang Ran might bring up past matters, potentially upsetting Shen Shiwan. Well, I have just enough skill to barely sustain myself, Jiang Ran remarked, a hint of bitterness lacing her tone, as if standing up for Wang Yuhan. Coughing awkwardly, Qin Yu cleared his throat. He knew that Jiang Ran would not simply be here to exchange pleasantries. Jiang Ran, some matters are best left in the past. Constantly revisiting them only deepens the guilt for those who remain. Don't you agree? Shen Shiwan said, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she regarded Jiang Ran. As a woman herself, she could sense Jiang Ran's current emotions. The tragic demise of her dear friend would undoubtedly be attributed to Qin Yu in the eyes of many. Yet, as Qin Yu was now her boyfriend, it was imperative for her to safeguard his feelings. I apologize for my outburst, Jiang Ran said, offering a slight smile of apology as she observed Shen Shiwan's familiar features. Not at all. We are all adults here, capable of mutual understanding. Shen Shiwan replied with a serene smile, tightening her grip on Qin Yu's hand. She understood that Qin Yu was avoiding Jiang Ran to prevent her from becoming upset. However, she had come to terms with the past. The resemblance no longer held significance. What mattered was that Qin Yu held a place for her in his heart, and she had his companionship by her side. May I add you on WeChat? Jiang Ran asked. I assure you, I mean no harm. I simply feel that we share similar temperaments and would like to be friends. Sensing the sudden intensity of Qin Yu's gaze, Jiang Ran quickly clarified her intentions. Indeed, as the close friend of his ex-girlfriend, her actions could easily be misinterpreted. Of course, I enjoy making new friends, Shen Shiwan responded, confidently retrieving her phone. Qin Yu watched in astonishment as the two exchanged WeChat information, perplexed at Shen Shiwan's calm demeanor in the face of his ex-girlfriend's friend. Well, I shall not disturb you further. Let us chat again sometime, Jiang Ran said, a polite smile gracing her lips as she departed upon the arrival of 2 steaming bowls of wontons. Boss, are the meat skewers and the pufferfish ready? Almost there. Upon hearing her boss's response, Shen Shiwan's lips curled into a subtle smile. What are you dawdling for? Wontons are best enjoyed piping hot. Noticing Qin Yu's unwavering gaze upon her, she waved her hand before his eyes. How do you manage to make friends so effortlessly? After taking a bite of her wonton, Qin Yu could no longer suppress his curiosity. Isn't it said that women are petty? Yet, with Shen Shiwan, those maxims seem to dissipate. Do you not realize that Jiang Ran is a friend worth cherishing? Shen Shiwan patiently elaborated, glancing back at Jiang Ran's location. Seeing Jiang Ran smile and nod at her, Shen Shiwan reciprocated politely. Is this truly how you feel? Qin Yu, still uncertain after Shen Shiwan's explanation, pondered if she was playing coy, trying to glean information about their past from Jiang Ran. Of course, otherwise, what would I think? All right then, my boyfriend, stop overthinking and eat while it's hot. Shen Shiwan pouted playfully, coaxing Qin Yu. He nodded silently, affectionately rubbing her cheek before bowing his head to resume eating the wontons. The flavor of their wontons was indeed delightful. After wiping his mouth, Qin Yu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Shen Shiwan, feeling quite full, let out a series of hiccups as she gazed at the lone meat skewer remaining, contemplating her next move. She was too stuffed to eat more, yet she despised the thought of wasting food. Qin Yu, shall I feed you? No, I'm full and don't want any more. But I'm offering to feed you. You refuse? Then should I give it to someone else? Observing the scheming expression on Shen Shiwan's face, Qin Yu resignedly opened his mouth, even if it meant overindulging. He couldn't bear to let Shen Shiwan's tenderness be bestowed upon another man. Now that's what I call a good boyfriend. Shen Shiwan mischievously laughed, shoving the last meat skewer into Qin Yu's mouth one by one. All right, mission accomplished, clean plate. She clapped her hands in delight at the sight of the empty dish. I never expected you to be so frugal. Watching Shen Shiwan's childlike joy, Qin Yu couldn't help but chuckle wryly. It's merely a skewer. Is it necessary to force it down? Hey, this isn't frugality, it's virtue. Shen Shiwan retorted playfully, linking arms with Qin Yu as she called for the boss. That'll be a total of 98. The boss approached them with a cheerful demeanor, holding out the payment code towards Qin Yu. Oh, I'll take care of it. And that table also counts as ours. Just as Qin Yu prepared to retrieve his phone for payment, Shen Shiwan quietly pointed at Jiang Ran's table. Do you know them? Old friends, it's just a meal. Shen Shiwan smiled brightly at the boss, nudging the still-dazed Qin Yu. Yes, the table should also be included. Qin Yu shrugged nonchalantly. A few hundred yuan was inconsequential as long as Shen Shiwan was happy. Chapter 72. Jiang Ran's resolution, how about we take the bus back home? Standing by the roadside, observing the passing vehicles and pedestrians, Qin Yu suddenly suggested. Excuse me, do you know which bus to take and where to get off? Shen Shiwan looked at Qin Yu helplessly, pulling out her phone to call a taxi. At that moment, a white Audi with flashing headlights slowly came to a halt before them. Qin Yu, is this the car you ordered? Shen Shiwan was taken aback. Just moments ago, Qin Yu had insisted on taking the bus, and now a car had arrived so swiftly. It's not my call, Qin Yu began to explain, but the window of the white Audi rolled down. Upon seeing the person inside, both Qin Yu and Shen Shiwan exchanged astonished glances. To express my gratitude for the meal, may I offer you a ride home? Jiang Ran leaned against the car door, smiling at them. Just as she was about to settle the bill, she was informed that someone had already taken care of it. Following the direction pointed out by the owner, Jiang Ran noticed the two flirtatious figures by the roadside. With a quick thought, she bid farewell to her friend and drove over to them. No need, we could take a taxi ourselves. It's all right, I won't be able to sleep at home anyway. After several insistences from Jiang Ran, Qin Yu and Shen Shiwan reluctantly got into the car. Buckle up. Where do you live? Jiang Ran reminded them as she slowly drove off. Please take us to Tianyi Mansion. Is that on your way? Seeing that Qin Yu had no intention of speaking, Shen Shiwan had to reluctantly interject. Tianyi Mansion? What's wrong? If it's not on the way, we can know. It's on the way. Very much so, Jiang Ran replied with a calm smile, glancing at the rearview mirror as she headed toward Tianyi Mansion. The ride was silent, and despite Shen Shiwan's attempts to ease the awkwardness, it ultimately dissolved into a sigh. As a woman, she sensed that Jiang Ran was making a considerable effort to manage her own emotions. Just drop us off at the entrance. Thank you. As they approached the entrance of Tianyi Mansion, Qin Yu finally spoke coldly. Which building do you reside in? Huh? What do you mean? Qin Yu was clearly taken aback by Jiang Ran's question. I live in this community as well. Let us head underground. Jiang Ran, adept at self-regulation, smiled slightly at the rearview mirror and turned the steering wheel toward the underground parking lot. You live in this community? What coincidence. Then please just go straight down. Shen Shiwan smiled at Jiang Ran, somewhat awkwardly directing her on the way. After all, she had only been here once before. This building is the pinnacle, with 1 unit per floor, a spacious layout. Do you live here? Jiang Ran parked the car at the entrance of the unit, looking at them with surprise. Although she resided in this community, it was merely in the smaller units of the earlier buildings. This particular building in Tianyi Mansion was the most expensive and largest. Aren't all the units like this in the community? Shen Shiwan looked at Jiang Ran in confusion, as she had only heard that Tianyi Mansion offered spacious layouts. This building is the only one with such large units. The others are around 120 square meters. You must have just moved in and are not yet familiar with the place. All right, I won't keep you from resting. Let us meet again another day. Jiang Ran smiled sweetly as she watched Qin Yu and Shen Shiwan exit the vehicle. However, when she recalled Qin Yu's identity, she suddenly felt that her previous words had been rather foolish. The eldest son of the Qin family residing in such a place is indeed a rarity. Thank you, and do return home to rest early. Shen Shiwan politely raised her hand in farewell and linked arms with Qin Yu as they stepped into the elevator. Watching their retreating figures, Jiang Ran felt a sudden wave of melancholy wash over her. Earlier, at the wild wonton shop, she had closely observed Shen Shiwan. Every gesture and smile of Shen Shiwan reminded her of the late Wang Yuhan. Perhaps those who depart are destined to be forgotten. Maybe Qin Yu has projected his feelings for Yuhan onto this woman. So why can't I let go and become friend with her? Jiang Ran gazed at the slowly ascending elevator indicator, a faint smile gracing her lips. Qin Yu, there is truly no need for you to be so indifferent towards Jiang Ran. Upon returning home, Shen Shiwan kindly helped Qin Yu remove his coat, casting a reproachful glance at him. It's not that I am cold to her, but rather that my warmth is reserved solely for you. Qin Yu playfully pinched Shen Shiwan's nose before turning towards the bathroom. Upon hearing Qin Yu's domineering yet tender words, Shen Shiwan froze for a moment. In the next second, her cheeks flushed and a comfortable smile lingered as she reclined on the sofa. Looking at the home that would belong to her and Qin Yu in the future, a blissful smile could no longer be concealed. Being with Qin Yu allowed her to forget the chaotic matters, to relax freely without the burdens of restraint and fatigue. Shiwan, would you like some fruit? No, I should be going to bed soon. Hearing Shen Shiwan's response, Qin Yu glanced around and retrieved 2 bottles of beer before shutting the refrigerator door. What are you doing? Drinking before bed? Shen Shiwan gaped at the 2 bottles of beer placed before her as Qin Yu settled down. Drinking not only promotes blood circulation, but also aids in quickly entering a state of sleep. Qin Yu smiled slightly, opening a can and handing it to Shen Shiwan. Shen Shiwan, somewhat dazed, accepted the beer, confusion evident in her eyes. Isn't it said that drinking is bad for your health? How is it that for Qin Yu, drinking is beneficial? Hey, you're not scheming anything against me, are you? Silly girl, this house belongs to just the 2 of us. If I wanted to, how could you escape? Qin Yu shot Shen Shiwan an amused glance before taking a sip of his beer. True, I can't escape either. Why would I want to? If I didn't want to, could you force me? Shen Shiwan finally grasped the situation and playfully punched Qin Yu's chest in dissatisfaction. Seeing the adorable expression on Shen Shiwan's face, Qin Yu gently embraced her. This feeling was truly delightful, with no outsiders to intrude. Just the 2 of them quietly together. Qin Yu, I have a question for you, and you must answer me truthfully. Once the beer was downed, Shen Shiwan lifted her gaze to Qin Yu's face. Go ahead, I will definitely be honest with you. Qin Yu caressed Shen Shiwan's cheek, his smile unwavering. Between Wang Yuhan and me, who holds greater importance in your heart? Shen Shiwan's question caught Qin Yu off guard. However, he quickly steadied Shen Shiwan and earnestly looked in her eyes. Silly girl, in my heart now, there is only you. Upon hearing Qin Yu's earnest response, Shen Shiwan's gaze grew distant and dreamy. Perhaps she had been overly suspicious and sensitive. Observing her enchanting eyes and those alluring red lips, Qin Yu inhaled deeply. Hey, what are you planning? Noticing Qin Yu's unease, Shen Shiwan instinctively recoiled. Don't you want to leave traces of love in our new home? What? Before Shen Shiwan could react, Qin Yu pressed his lips against hers. Chapter 73. If I had known, I would have taken taxi. The following morning, sunlight lazily filtered into the room. Shen Shiwan gazed at the still sleeping Qin Yu, her fingers gently gliding over his firm chest. Despite the fact that this man had rekindled her desires unexpectedly the previous night, Shen Shiwan understood that it was a yearning she willingly embraced. She had fallen deeply in love with him, to the extent that it could be said she adored him profoundly. At this moment, she could not envision life without Qin Yu. He had become everything to her. Are you awake? Observing the slight furrow in Qin Yu's brow, Shen Shiwan smiled radiantly. Why are you up so early? Qin Yu glanced at her and pulled her closer. Isn't today the day you signed the contract with Tungsher Entertainment? I want to look my best. After all, this is my first major contract. Shen Shiwan pecked him on the cheek and prepared to rise. You might as well skip the effort. Why? You are already stunning without any adornment. If you enhance your beauty further, I fear others may develop affections for you. Shen Shiwan's heart brimmed with joy at Qin Yu's explanation. It wasn't merely the notion of others admiring her that delighted her, but rather his assertion that she was beautiful even without makeup. Silly, my heart belongs only to you. I'll go freshen up, so you be a good boy and get up soon. Shen Shiwan bestowed a quick kiss on Qin Yu's lips, her laughter echoing as she made her way to the bathroom. Qin Yu, reaching for a cigarette, reflected on Shen Shiwan's cooperation from the night before, a faint smile gracing his lips. Without her needing to voice it, he could sense the depth of her affection for him. As he gazed out at the glaring sunlight, he felt a twinge of confusion. Should he continue to support her as an assistant or boldly protect her by his side? After taking a few puffs of smoke, Qin Yu dismissed the thoughts swirling in his mind. The strong-willed Shen Shiwan would undoubtedly not want others to think she was with him for monetary gain. With that thought, he extinguished the cigarette, stretched lazily, and rolled out of bed. A simple touch-up would suffice. No need for anything too extravagant. As he watched Shen Shiwan preparing at the vanity, he gently embraced her from behind. Qin Yu, you seem rather strange today. Are you worried about something? Shen Shiwan asked, peering at him through the mirror. The boss of Tungsher is notoriously a playboy, so you need not make yourself too glamorous. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Yu voiced his concern. Are you afraid someone might steal you away? Silly, I've already said my heart belongs only to you. Now hurry and freshen up. Shen Shiwan gently nestled against Qin Yu, continuing to adorn herself. Qin Yu shrugged and turned towards the restroom. Qin Yu, remember to call for a car. Our vehicle was given away by you last night. Shen Shiwan, dressed, called out to Qin Yu, who was already bored and waiting on the sofa. Got it, hurry up. Qin Yu glanced at the time and shook his head in resignation. Women can indeed be troublesome. It had already been an hour and a half since he got out of bed, and she was still not ready. Let us go, we'll be late. Shen Shiwan hurriedly donned her coat and rushed outside. I told you not to put on makeup, but you wouldn't listen. How is it? Don't you like how beautiful I look? Shen Shiwan playfully pulled Qin Yu closer, beaming at him. I do. I adore every moment of you. Qin Yu gently pinched Shen Shiwan's nose and took her hand as they exited their home. Hey, how do we get to the underground garage? Shen Shiwan, having finished applying her lipstick, looked somewhat perplexed at the elevator's glowing floor indicator. I had Wu Hao send a car over. We can't keep taking cabs, can we? True. Taking cabs can be quite costly. Shen Shiwan nodded foolishly at Qin Yu's words. Can we take that Audi? She asked, eyeing the Bentley parked before them and rolling her eyes slightly. Although she was not well-versed in cars, she recognized this level of luxury. If she guessed correctly, this vehicle would cost several million. The Audi was damaged by Shi Jun and is rather old now. This one is quite good. It's much more understated compared to a Lamborghini, Qin Yu said, ushering Shen Shiwan into the passenger seat. Indeed, it is far more understated compared to that car. Shen Shiwan sighed in resignation, realizing her dilemma of having a billionaire boyfriend. Had she known, she might have preferred to take a cab. Vice President Chu, shall we begin? In the conference room of the Qin group, Wang Gong lounged back, occasionally glancing at Chu Yilin. Though he was lecherous, he dared not openly gaze at her. Tungxi Entertainment is not yet qualified to challenge the Qin group. Don't worry, Mr. Wan. This time, the focus is not on me, but on our general manager. Chu Yilin smiled, her gaze not once meeting Wang Gong's. General manager? If I recall correctly, the position of the Qin Group's general manager has been vacant for quite some time, hasn't it? Wang Gong was taken aback. Why had anyone qualified filled that long empty role? That as classified information, Chu Yilin replied coldly, casting a glance at Wang Gong. If you choose not to share, then why such a frosty demeanor? Just as Wang Gong was puzzled, the door to the conference room swung open. Shen Shiwan's figure appeared first, and Wang Gong, who had initially frowned, perked up at the sight of her. When did the Qin group have such a beauty? Wang Gong instinctively wiped his mouth. Although she could not compare to Chu Yilin, she certainly belonged to the realm of beauty. However, when he noticed Qin Yu following closely behind her, his eyes widened in shock. Qin Yu? No way, am I seeing things? When did you return? Wang Gong gazed incredulously at Qin Yu, unable to restrain himself from rising to his feet. Mr. Wan, it is good to see you. I've just returned not long ago. Noticing the absence of others in the conference room, Qin Yu beamed at Wang Gong. However, Wang Gang's occasional glances toward Shen Shiwan elicited a sense of distaste from Qin Yu. Young Master Qin, let me introduce. Just as Wang Gong was about to reveal Qin Yu's identity, Chu Yilin interjected with a gentle cough. This is Ms. Shen Shiwan, the general manager of our Qin group. She will be overseeing the entertainment projects in Beijing moving forward. Wang Gong was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. Did this imply that Chu Yilin was withdrawing from the project? Would he no longer have the opportunity to collaborate with her in Beijing? Wang Gong cast a resigned look at Chu Yilin. It seemed she had taken her precautions against him to such an extent. Nevertheless, upon seeing Shen Shiwan, his expression brightened considerably. If Chu Yilin was stepping back, at least there was a stunning beauty to engage with. Greetings, Mr. Wan. The entertainment project in Beijing will now be managed by me and my assistant, Qin Yu, Shen Shiwan said politely, extending her hand with a smile directed at Wang Gong. Indeed, Miss Shen is truly beautiful, Wang Gong replied, just as he was about to shake Shen Shiwan's hand when a larger hand preemptively clasped his. Chapter 74. Wang Gang's extreme frustration. Qin Yu positioned himself protectively behind Shen Shiwan, cheerfully grasping Wang Gang's hand. His woman was not someone who could be sullied by such scum. Assistant Qin, I am shaking hands with Ms. Shen out of courtesy. There is no need for such behavior, Wang Gong said, withdrawing his hand awkwardly, his expression filled with discontent as he regarded Qin Yu. Although he was puzzled as to why the esteemed young master of the Qin family would be serving as an assistant, he dismissed the thought. His primary objective was the entertainment project in Beijing. With the investment from the Qin group, his project would undoubtedly yield substantial profits. My apologies if it were someone else. I might not react this way. However, with you, I must remain vigilant. Qin Yu smiled, as if discussing a matter of little significance. Wang Gang's expression darkened instantaneously. This Qin Yu was clearly intent on embarrassing him. Chu Yilin stifled a laugh. Perhaps only Qin Yu could handle someone like Wang Gong. Shen Shiwan looked at them in confusion, unable to comprehend the tension. A polite handshake seemed to have turned into a battlefield. Let us discuss the contract. It is getting late, Wang Gong coughed lightly, casting a glance at Qin Yu before directing his attention to his secretary. Deputy General Chu, Ms. Shen, here are the contracts and planning proposals for the Beijing entertainment project. The secretary respectfully presented 2 copies to Chu Yilin and Shen Shiwan. Chu Yilin had perused these documents several times before, casually flipping through a few pages before setting them aside. Meanwhile, Shen Shiwan diligently examined them. Qin Yu, may I have a word with you? Wang Gong said, noticing that Qin Yu was staring at him intently. Deputy General Chu, we shall step outside for a moment. Qin Yu nodded slightly, seeking Chu Yilin's permission. Chu Yilin waved her hand dismissively, eager to have Wang Gang out of her sight. Young Master Qin, what are you up to? After disappearing for so long, you returned to work as an assistant in your own company? The moment they stepped out of the conference room, Wang Gang could not restrain his curiosity. Everyone in the capital knew how Qin Yu had mysteriously vanished 5 years ago without a trace. Do I need your permission to intern at my own company? Qin Yu retorted disdainfully, recalling the scene from years ago when Wang Gang had pleaded with him in tears. Of course not. The only one in the entire capital who dares to challenge you is that brat Gu Bei. By the way, I heard Gu Bei lost a Lamborghini a couple of days ago. Was it your doing? Wang Gang inquired, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Although he had heard rumors that Qin Yu was responsible for Gu Bei's disgrace, he remained skeptical, given that he had not received any news of Qin Yu returning to the capital until now. Yes, but I gave that car away, Qin Yu replied nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders as if it were of no consequence. Bro, that car was worth tens of millions. You could just give it away like that? But then again, you probably aren't short on cash. Wang Gang's shock gave way to resignation. The Qin family certainly did not care about a mere few tens of millions. Enough chit-chat. What brings you here? Qin Yu remarked, rolling his eyes at Wang Gang's astonishment. Surely, this fellow did not summon him merely for idle conversation. Actually, I just want to know why you suddenly returned, Wang Gang said, his gaze evasive, unsure of how to broach the subject. Don't beat around the bush. I warn you, keep your hands off my sister. Also, Shen Shiwan is my girlfriend. If you have any ulterior motives, don't blame me for taking drastic measures. Qin Yu issued a direct warning, not wishing to waste any more breath on him. Wang Gang's eyes flickered towards Shen Shiwan, filled with a mischievous glint, and he realized that this fellow was up to no good. "What? Your girlfriend?" he exclaimed, momentarily taken aback as he watched Qin Yu enter the conference room. No wonder he had reacted so strongly when Wang Gang extended his hand. It made sense why the esteemed young master of the Qin family would deign to work as a mere assistant, with one being his sister and the other his girlfriend. Wang Gang pondered how he could navigate this situation. Feeling disheartened, he lamented that his trip to the northern city was destined to be a solitary affair. "Manager Wang, why do you look so glum after stepping out?" Chu Yilin teased, noting Wang Gang's despondent demeanor. She understood all too well that Qin Yu must have issued a warning to Wang Gang outside. Otherwise, given Wang Gang's flirtatious nature, he would not appear so downtrodden. "Nothing. Just suddenly remembered a wild cat that passed away back home," Wang Gang muttered, returning to his seat with a sullen expression. Chu Yilin stifled a laugh, realizing that one could indeed tame another. If her memory served her right, Wang Gang had been most terrified of encountering Qin Yu before he established Tungsha Entertainment. "Manager Wang, I have reviewed the contract and the proposal. They are quite favorable for the Qin family, and I have no objections," Shen Shiwan stated calmly, closing the documents and regarding Wang Gang with composure. She could sense that Wang Gang was acquainted with Qin Yu, and on some level, he appeared to harbor a degree of apprehension towards him. After all, the Qin family is a prominent force in the capital, which is entirely understandable. Since there are no issues, let us proceed with signing the contract. Once the contract is finalized, we shall embark on our journey the day after tomorrow. Noticing that Chu Yilin rarely cast a proper glance in his direction, Wang Gang promptly retracted his thoughts. The secretary rose respectfully, presenting 2 pens to Wang Gang and Shen Shiwan. It is hoped that this collaboration will allow General Manager Wan to provide ample guidance. Shen Shiwan placed her pen down and politely extended her hand to Wang Gang. "It is not a matter of guidance. Rather, we hope that the Qin family will extend their assistance." Wang Gang greeted her with a smile, yet his hand lingered in the air for a moment. After Qin Yu had cautioned him, should he grasp the hand or not? The passing of the family cat must have greatly saddened General Manager Wan. Perhaps it would be best for him to return and rest in preparation for the itinerary the day after tomorrow. Qin Yu took hold of Wang Gang's uncertain hand, smiling warmly at him. "Indeed, I am quite saddened and require some rest. Deputy General Manager Chu, General Manager Shen, we shall reconvene the day after tomorrow." Wang Gang, with an awkward smile, quickly withdrew his hand and exited the conference room with large strides. Witnessing Wang Gang's hasty departure, Chu Yilin could no longer contain her laughter. "This Wang Gang has finally made a fool of himself in front of me. Qin Yu, why didn't you allow me to shake hands with General Manager Wan? It was a matter of courtesy. I wouldn't want to appear disrespectful." Observing Chu Yilin's inexplicable laughter, Shen Shiwan cast a mildly reproachful glance at Qin Yu. There is no need for courtesy with him. The more he is struck down, the more diligently he will work. Qin Yu earnestly explained to Shen Shiwan. "It would be inappropriate to disclose that Wang Gang is a playboy, and I worry she might be taken advantage of." "How peculiar! Why are you all so strange?" Shen Shiwan muttered to herself, shrugging her shoulders at the siblings in exasperation. "Well then, the contract is signed. Shall we go for a meal?" Chu Yilin wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, readjusting her demeanor. "Sister, it is not yet noon. Where are we dining?" Qin Yu looked at Chu Yilin in confusion, as there was still an hour until mealtime. "You're so verbose. Just come with me." Chu Yilin rolled her eyes and, pulling the equally bewildered Shen Shiwan, strode out of the conference room. Chapter 75, An Awkward Blind Date Scene. "Sister, in the future, please refrain from walking out of the company together with us." As Qin Yu stepped out of the elevator, he took a deep breath of relief. From the rooftop to the underground parking lot, he encountered several employees. Their gazes, filled with both reverence and disdain, left him feeling somewhat uncomfortable. "Shiwan is now the general manager. You are merely the assistant to the general manager. What is wrong with walking together? Qin Yu, do not forget your position. You are to take over the company in the future. If you do not," without waiting for Chu Yilin to finish her admonishment, Qin Yu raised his hand to cover her mouth. This incessant nagging is clearly inherited from his mother. "All right, sister, I understand what you wish to convey. Let's hasten to our meal." To avoid further nagging from Chu Yilin, Qin Yu quickly sought a reason. Fine, then you drive. I do not wish to drive today. Chu Yilin shrugged nonchalantly, seemingly forgetting what she had intended to say moments before. Why not drive your own car? My car is more fuel efficient, and I still need to support my girlfriend. Qin Yu's face was filled with disdain. His sister truly played her role to perfection. You little brat. Is it really such a hardship to be a driver for once? Chu Yilin said, directly pinching Qin Yu's ear and pulling him forward. Observing the playful banter between the two, Shen Shiwan couldn't help but smile with envy. How she longed to possess such a sibling bond. But with a bitter smile and a shake of her head, she quickened her pace to catch up with them. Sister, just so you know, you're treating us for lunch today. Qin Yu was the first to speak as he noticed the sign of the Capital Grand Hotel. Shiwan, have you been strict with him lately? Huh, not at all. Shen Shiwan was taken aback by Chu Yilin's puzzled gaze. Then why is this brat so stingy? I don't know. Shen Shiwan replied with a faint smile, trying to ease her embarrassment. How could she possibly control Qin Yu? Their spending habits were worlds apart. Sister, it's not that I'm stingy. It's just that you suddenly invited us to dine with you at such an upscale place. When things seem unusual, there's bound to be something amiss. I genuinely can't fathom your good intentions. Qin Yu parked the car, looking innocently at Chu Yilin. From what he knew of her, she must have some ulterior motive for this invitation. Cough. I can't believe after 5 years, you still know me so well. Don't worry, I won't make you pay. Chu Yilin awkwardly cleared her throat and directly exited the car. Shen Shiwan discreetly patted the back of Qin Yu's head before following suit. Women are truly a perplexing species. Qin Yu murmured to himself as he stepped out of the car, rubbing the back of his head. Good day, how many of you? We are here to meet someone. Thank you. Chu Yilin replied curtly to the server's polite inquiry, scanning the surroundings. When her gaze settled on a table by the window, she couldn't help but take a deep breath. Sister, who else is coming? Qin Yu, noticing Chu Yilin's odd demeanor, asked curiously. Shen Shiwan also looked around, puzzled about what Chu Yilin was searching for. You'll find out shortly. Chu Yilin adjusted her demeanor and strode confidently toward the window's side table. Qin Yu and Shen Shiwan exchanged glances, shrugged helplessly, and hurried to catch up. Sorry to keep you waiting. Chu Yilin approached the dining table and sat down with a less-than-friendly tone. You must be Mr. Hao Jianren. It's my honor to wait for you. Hao Jianren adjusted his glasses, wearing a sincere smile. No, I owe you an apology as well, for I did not come alone. Chu Yilin offered a polite smile and waved at the bewildered Qin Yu and Shen Shiwan. And these two are? Hao Jianren turned to them, looking somewhat confused. This is my younger brother and sister-in-law. They happened to come to find me, so I brought them along. I trust Mr. Hao won't mind? Chu Yilin smiled slightly and shot Qin Yu a glare. In truth, she had not wanted to come, but had been unable to resist Su Ryue's persistent pleas. Since they are family of Miss Chu, how could I possibly mind? Greetings, I am Hao Jianren, the proprietor of Future Technology Company. Hao Jianren rose politely and extended his hand courteously toward Qin Yu. Is there anything good about that scoundrel? Shen Shiwan, evidently still processing the situation, tugged at Qin Yu's sleeve in a daze. What are you saying? How could there be anything good about a scoundrel? Qin Yu replied softly, calmly shaking Hao Jianren's hand. Hello, I am Qin Yu. A pleasure to meet you. Indeed, a pleasure. However, I must clarify that it is not the scoundrel character, but rather health in Jian and benevolence in run. Hao Jianren replied with a slight smile. Although he overheard the whispers between Qin Yu and Shen Shiwan, he bore no resentment and instead patiently explained. Oh, we understand. Qin Yu awkwardly responded, taking Shen Shiwan's hand and leading her to a nearby dining table. Why are you sitting over there? Come join us. Chu Yilin, noticing that the two had settled at a distance, grew anxious. She did not wish to face the bespectacled man alone, be virtuous or otherwise. We're quite comfortable here, not wishing to interrupt your matchmaking. Qin Yu replied while casting a glance at Chu Yilin, then turned his gaze affectionately towards Shen Shiwan. He had discerned that Chu Yilin was indeed on a blind date and had brought them along as a buffer. Hey, Qin Yu, how did you know they were on a blind date and not discussing business? Shen Shiwan asked in surprise, covering her mouth and leaning over the table to speak quietly. Is it not obvious? Just look at Hao Jianren's bashful demeanor. I can think of no other reasonable explanation. Qin Yu shrugged nonchalantly, beckoning the waiter. Since they could not leave, they might as well dine here. After all, Chu Yilin had promised previously that she would cover the bill. Frustrated, Chu Yilin clenched her fists and rolled her eyes at Qin Yu. This fellow truly did not understand himself well enough. Shall we also order, Miss Chu? The menu is right here. Please choose what you like. How Jianren gently pushed the prepared menu towards Chu Yilin. In a fit of pique, she grabbed the menu and flipped through it haphazardly. Had it not been for Su Yue's insistence that she must finish her meal before departing, she would have outright rejected Hao Jianren's kindness and dragged Qin Yu away from this place of gossip. Qin Yu, is it? Would you consider sharing a table with us? Hao Jianren tentatively proposed, noticing Chu Yilin glancing towards Qin Yu. After all, he was there for a blind date and wished to avoid distractions. Well, very well then. We shan't be rude. Qin Yu initially intended to decline, but upon witnessing Chu Yilin's murderous glare, he reluctantly acquiesced. After all, with a generous benefactor picking up the tab, where they dined mattered little. Shall we engage in conversation? Qin Yu broke the silence, observing the reticent Chu Yilin and bashful Hao Jianren. The dishes had been ordered, and they were all seated together. It would be rather dull to dine in silence. Shen Shiwan subtly extended her hand towards Qin Yu, gently tapping the table to signal him to refrain from speaking too much. Uncertain of how President Chu perceives him, Hao Jianren hesitated for a long moment before uttering a remark that seemed rather inconsequential. Fortunately, President Hao is a luminary in the tech industry, leaving a profound impression. Yet, Chu Yilin's words, whether intended as praise or disparagement, appeared somewhat perfunctory. It is well known that you are a formidable woman in the business realm of the capital. I approached this meeting with tempered expectations, given your exceptional qualities which render me somewhat abashed. Hao Jianren, feeling a touch of embarrassment, cast a glance at Chu Yilin, who could only wonder at his own utterances. In the presence of a woman whose physique, beauty, and career shine so brightly, it is perhaps impossible for any man to remain composed. However, Hao Jianren's comments caught the attention of Qin Yu, who regarded him with newfound respect. This fellow certainly leaves no room for self-embellishment. While others on blind dates tend to exaggerate their own merits, this Hao Jianren, contrarily, diminished his own worth while exalting Chu Yilin to an almost unattainable pedestal. Truly, he lives up to his name, displaying remarkable humility. Ah, the dishes have arrived. Shall we dine first? Qin Yu interjected, sensing that Chu Yilin was about to speak. He was grateful for the timely arrival of the waiter. For had Chu Yilin begun to speak, it would have been a bombshell. At that rate, they might not even finish their meal before Hao Jianren concocted an excuse to depart. Very well, it is getting late. Let us eat. Hao Jianren chuckled foolishly as he served Chu Yilin a large piece of fatty meat. Nearby, Shen Shiwan nearly choked on her food upon witnessing this. How curious that he would serve a dish that most women disdain, neglecting the array of other delicacies. President Chu, I can manage. You need not trouble yourself, Chu Yilin stated, pushing the fatty meat aside and opting for other dishes. Hao Jianren, feeling awkward, lowered his gaze to his meal. Come, my dear, enjoy this. Qin Yu, seemingly with intent, placed a shrimp into Shen Shiwan's plate. Qin Yu, I do not consume fried foods. They will make me gain weight. While she protested verbally, her heart was already aflutter with delight. The endearing term "my dear" from Qin Yu was quite pleasurable. Fear not. We possess good figures and need not worry about weight. Eating shrimp is beneficial for calcium intake, Qin Yu reassured, offering another shrimp, this time directly into Shen Shiwan's mouth. A glance towards the diagonally opposite Chu Yilin revealed a murderous glare. With a mischievous grin, Qin Yu nudged the oblivious Hao Jianren with his elbow. President Hao, women appreciate a bit of flattery. You might consider serving my sister some healthier options. Awakened by Qin Yu's advice, Hao Jianren promptly picked up a piece of greens and placed it on Chu Yilin's plate. Thank you, she replied, mustering a strained smile while glaring at Qin Yu, who seemed to revel in her predicament. She regretted bringing this shameless character along to the blind date. After half an hour of enduring the incessant affection between Qin Yu and Shen Shiwan, Chu Yilin finally set down her chopsticks. President Hao, there are matters to attend to at the company. We must take our leave. Well, Mr. Chu, shall we exchange contact information? As Chu Yilin prepared to leave, Hao Jianren hastily reached for his phone. All right, I'll have you note this down. 863. Listening intently as Chu Yilin recited the number, Hao Jianren diligently jotted it down. Qin Yu suppressed a laugh, quickly bidding farewell to Shen Shiwan before striding towards the hotel entrance. Qin Yu, if I recall correctly, wasn't that the company's front desk landline that Sister Yilin just mentioned? Upon reaching the car, Shen Shiwan halted Qin Yu, gazing at him with innocent curiosity. Indeed, providing the front desk number is already quite generous. It was evident that Hao Jianren was ill-suited for romance. No wonder he resorted to blind dates. Leaning against the car, Qin Yu regarded Shen Shiwan with a knowing smile. What is this? Do you believe you are the only one worthy of love? Shen Shiwan teased, her eyes betraying an unmistakable affection. Of course. Otherwise, why would you be so enamored with me? Oh, get lost. How annoying. Who's enamored with you? Shen Shiwan shot him an incredulous glance, though her lips betrayed a slight smile. Indeed, his assertion was accurate. She was undeniably smitten with him now. What you two up to? Chu Yilin approached from a distance, rolling her eyes at the affectionate pair. It seemed to her that these two were inseparable, never having enough of each other. Sister, what have you been discussing with Hao Jianren for so long? Qin Yu grinned at Chu Yilin, unsure of her current mood. What else? He insisted on my personal number. Only you could think to use the front desk landline to baffle someone. Enough chatter. Hurry and take me back to the office. Chu Yilin playfully punched Qin Yu's arm, noticing the intertwined hands of the couple before getting into the car. Sharing a knowing smile, Qin Yu and Shen Shiwan followed suit. As they glanced back at Hao Jianren, still lingering at the hotel entrance, Qin Yu pressed the accelerator, vanishing from his sight. Qin Yu, were you and Sister Yilin like this before? In what regard do you mean? You know, the way you tease and banter with each other. Upon returning to her office, Shen Shiwan observed Qin Yu sprawled on the sofa, while she neatly settled beside him. Her curiosity about the bond between Qin Yu and Chu Yilin was palpable. Do you truly wish to know? Qin Yu straightened slightly, meeting Shen Shiwan's inquisitive gaze. She nodded eagerly, leaning in as if to catch every word. Sister Yilin came to live with us when I was quite young. Back then, she was timid and reserved, even afraid to speak up. With my parents often busy, I would entertain her to lift her spirits. Over time, she emerged from that gloomy disposition. Since then, we have grown closer than siblings, finding joy in our playful bickering each day. Qin Yu's gaze drifted out the window as he reminisced, his expression reflecting the nostalgia of their early encounters. But why did Sister Yilin come to stay with your family? Shen Shiwan suddenly felt a wave of sympathy for Chu Yilin, who had been fostered at the Qin household at such a tender age. I'm not entirely sure. I never inquired. Shiwan, I find myself weary. I shall rest for a moment. Qin Yu stretched languidly, reclining upon the sofa, and closed his eyes to rejuvenate his spirit. Qin Yu, are you concealing something from Sister Yilin? Shen Shiwan mused quietly as she observed the profile of Qin Yu. Chapter 77. Confronting He Huan. Do you think me easily intimidated? Sister, what is your name? I am Chu Yilin, 7 years of age. And you? The young Chu Yilin revealed a timid gaze as the boy approached her. This home was vast, grander than anything she had ever witnessed on television. I am Qin Yu, and I am 5. The innocent Qin Yu, with a cheerful smile, curiously regarded Chu Yilin. His parents were seldom home, and the one who accompanied him the most was the nanny. The sudden appearance of a girl of similar age sparked his curiosity. Sister Yilin, why are you here? I have no parents. I was adopted. Chu Yilin's small hands fidgeted together in uncertainty. Then you shall be my sister, and I shall have someone to play with. Qin Yu's wide, innocent eyes pried apart Chu Yilin's hands. Let us make a promise. From now on, you will be my sister, and we shall play together, shall we? A promise? Confused, Chu Yilin extended a finger to intertwine with Qin Yu's outstretched one. President Shen, do you truly permit your assistant to nap on the sofa during work hours? Just as Qin Yu was dreaming of the moment he first met Chu Yilin, an incongruous voice shattered his slumber. Furrowing his brow, Qin Yu gradually opened his eyes, focusing on He Huan, who was pointing a finger at him. Minister He, do you think your oversight is a bit excessive? My assistant is under my discretion. What business is it of yours? You entered my office without knocking, as if it were your own marketplace. Shen Shiwan retorted fiercely in response to He Huan's abrupt inquiry. Setting aside whether Qin Yu was indeed asleep during work hours, entering a superior's office without a knock was inexcusable. I did knock. You simply did not hear. He Huan shamelessly protested, showing no regard for Shen Shiwan. In his eyes, she was merely a novice in the workforce, unworthy of her managerial position. He Huan, am I granting you too much leeway? Just as Shen Shiwan prepared to retaliate, Qin Yu stretched and sat upright. You. Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, He Huan's eyes widened in fury, his finger trembling slightly. He had never anticipated that his concession from the previous day would embolden Qin Yu to such an extent. What do you mean by you? Are you unaware this is the general manager's office? Speak if you have business. Otherwise, be gone. Who do you think you are, strutting about here? Qin Yu approached the desk, his gaze sharp as he fixed it upon He Huan. Shen Shiwan could not suppress a smile, musing that indeed, one thing can subdue another. It's nothing of great importance. President Xu asked me to discuss with President Shun the funding for a trip to Beijing the day after tomorrow. Confronted by Qin Yu's piercing gaze, He Huan felt an inexplicable reluctance to offend him. Could it be that he was genuinely intimidated by this brash youth? He shook his head. It was utterly inconceivable. How could he be frightened by such a young upstart? What is the typical expense for two individuals on a business trip for a month? Shen Shiwan rose to restrain Qin Yu, casting a cold glare at He Huan. Ever since her appointment, this old scoundrel had been a constant source of trouble. If she continued to tolerate his antics, wouldn't her position as general manager be rendered meaningless? The daily travel expense per person is approximately 300 yuan. Are you trying to fool me? He Huan exclaimed, only to be met with Shen Shiwan's furious retort. What a joke. A typical employee's daily travel allowance hovers around 300 yuan. Does the general manager and administrative assistant's allowance also amount to merely 300 yuan? That is company policy, and I am powerless to change it. He Huan shrugged, feigning indifference. Company policy, is it? Fine. Then allow me to inform you that a deputy director's daily travel expense reaches up to 500 yuan. Now you tell me that the general manager and administrative assistant's allowance is less than 300? I believe it is high time for your finance department to conduct a thorough audit. Shen Shiwan's vehement outburst left Qin Yu momentarily taken aback. Was this truly the same girlfriend who had once nestled in his embrace, exuding sweetness and understanding? He Huan stood frozen, astonished. He had never anticipated that the previously obedient Shen Shiwan could possess such a fiery temper. Audit the finance department? Such a thing was utterly out of the question. Shun, perhaps I have misjudged the situation. There is no need for such a fierce reaction. Let us proceed according to the highest standards. After all, the Beijing Entertainment Project is a key initiative for the company and must not be taken lightly. He Huan, a cunning old fox, was well aware of the art of adapting to circumstances. As long as Shen Shiwan abandoned the notion of auditing the finance department, he could easily agree to a travel allowance of 1,000 yuan per person per day for the executives. Minister He, I am unsure of what Vice President Xu has conveyed to you, but do not forget, I am also your superior. Shen Shiwan knew precisely when to rein it in, shifting her tone to issue a warning to He Huan. Understood, understood. I shall arrange that immediately. He Huan offered a sheepish smile and promptly turned to leave. A new official must not let the flames of authority burn themselves. This He Huan, along with the finance department, indeed harbored significant issues. Qin Yu rested his chin on his hand, observing the flustered departure of He Huan, lost in thought. He understood that every company's finance department was bound to have its share of problems. However, He Huan exuded an aura of considerable trouble. The finance department is the lifeblood of the entire company, and as its head, He Huan wielded the greatest power among all the ministers. This old man, relying on his status as a company veteran, was clearly abusing his influence. Shen Shiwan continued to voice her grievances, but upon noticing Qin Yu's unwavering gaze upon her, she abruptly fell silent. Do I have something on my face? Or has my makeup smudged? Shen Shiwan paused, picking up a mirror from her desk to inspect her reflection. No, I merely felt that your fierce rebuttal of He Huan was truly impressive. Huh? What do you mean? Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, Shen Shiwan momentarily found herself at a loss for words. She had always maintained a frosty demeanor at work and perceived no flaw in her conduct. It's all right. I shall be heading to Beijing the day after tomorrow. This journey could extend for a month. Do you not intend to return home for a visit? Qin Yu pondered for a moment before hesitantly speaking. He was aware that Shen Shiwan had severed ties with her family, yet he still felt it necessary for her to pay them a visit, considering the lengthy duration of this trip. No need, in their eyes. I am nothing more than a daughter devoid of value, overshadowed by money. Shen Shiwan's expression darkened when the subject of family arose. Fine, if you choose not to return. I shall prepare a delightful meal for you tonight. Really? Qin Yu, you can cook. Shen Shiwan gazed at him in disbelief, as if she had stumbled upon a newfound land. Of course, I am indeed a thrifty and commendable gentleman. Chapter 78. Gaming console in the office? Just as Shen Shiwan excitedly embraced Qin Yu, a knock sounded at the office door. Come. Shen Shiwan quickly pushed Qin Yu away, adjusted her attire, and resumed her seat at the office chair. Women certainly change their expressions faster than one can turn a page in a book. Qin Yu shook his head in resignation and turned to walk toward the sofa. Apologies, Ms. Shen, for intruding for 10 minutes. Wu Hao leaned in, casting an apologetic glance at Shen Shiwan. Wu Hao, what brings you here? Since confirming her relationship with Qin Yu, her manner of addressing Wu Hao had shifted. Yet, she wondered what he was doing here at this hour. The young master instructed me to procure a gaming console to be installed in this location. But fret not. It is merely for the installation of a projector. This gaming console is quite advanced. Noticing Shen Shiwan's frown, Wu Hao hastily clarified. Qin Yu, did you instruct him to buy a gaming console? Shen Shiwan looked at Qin Yu in astonishment. Only he could conceive of placing a large gaming console in the office. Look, while you work, I find myself quite bored. Surely, I cannot be expected to sleep the entire time. With a gaming console, you work while I engage in online gaming. What harmony that would bring. Qin Yu chuckled awkwardly and swiftly pulled Wu Hao aside. Did I not tell you to come yesterday afternoon to install it? Why did you choose this time? Young master, this type of projector gaming console is not easily obtained, and it requires professional installation. They offer delivery and installation, which saves several thousand. Wu Hao rubbed his head, feeling somewhat at a loss. He had not intended to arrive at this time, but circumstances dictated otherwise. What are you two whispering about? Enough. Now that they are here, let us have them proceed with the installation. Shen Shiwan shook her head in resignation. The money had already been spent, and it would be a waste to let it go to waste. Seeing Shen Shiwan relent, Wu Hao eagerly ushered the installation personnel into the room to begin assessing the setup. Qin Yu, dear, could you come here for a moment? Just as Qin Yu prepared to delve into the instruction manual, Shen Shiwan's gentle voice drifted from the side. Upon hearing her tone, Qin Yu suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Especially that affectionate address sent a chill down his spine. Shiwan, what brings you to me? Qin Yu chuckled awkwardly and approached Shen Shiwan. Let me ask you, didn't your father mention that while I am officially the general manager, you are actually in charge? Yes, he did say something along those lines. Is there a problem? Qin Yu feigned ignorance, gazing at Shen Shiwan with an expression of pure innocence. Is there a problem? You neglect your responsibilities, and yet you allow Wu Hao to purchase such an extravagant gaming console for you. Have you lost your mind? Shen Shiwan looked at Qin Yu helplessly, realizing she had no leverage over him. As his girlfriend, she had no authority to dictate his financial choices, especially since they had yet to discuss marriage. You're the one who's lost your mind. You need to adapt to the responsibilities of a general manager. Otherwise, how will you become the president's wife in the future? Qin Yu's seemingly casual remark left Shen Shiwan a bit flustered. He seemed to have a point, if she remained ignorant. How could she assist him once he officially took over the Qin group? She couldn't possibly be a full-time housewife, could she? The thought sent her mind racing, and she quickly dismissed it. She certainly did not want to be a mere homemaker. That would render her utterly useless. I only bought this gaming console to pass the time and assure you it won't interfere with my work. Qin Yu gently ruffled Shen Shiwan's dazed head and swiftly distanced himself from her potential outburst. Once she regained her senses, he would be the one to suffer. Wait, Does that mean he intends for me to manage the company indefinitely? Observing Qin Yu diligently directing the installation personnel, Shen Shiwan suddenly had an epiphany. Did that not make her the second Chu Yilin? However, the knowledge she acquired would belong to her, ensuring she would not be utterly inept in front of the Qin family. Enlightened, Shen Shiwan smiled softly, turned back to her chair, shot Qin Yu a glance, and immersed herself in her work. Young master, I can't shake the feeling that you're somewhat afraid of the young mistress. Wu Hao whispered conspiratorially to Qin Yu as he noticed Shen Shiwan engrossed in her tasks. Get lost, what do you know? This is called love, and it should be rooted in mutual respect, understand? Qin Yu playfully thumped Wu Hao on the head, too weary to engage further. Wu Hao rubbed his head, staring blankly at Qin Yu. Love is about mutual respect? Contemplating this phrase, images of Shao Qi began to form in his mind. Is the installation complete? Yes. As for the specific operations, just refer to the manual. We are not particularly knowledgeable, the installation team replied, just as Wu Hao was lost in daydreams. The gaming console's projector was finally installed. All right. Thank you for your help. Wu Hao, please see them out. Qin Yu shook hands with the installers and pulled Wu Hao, who was still lost in thought. Startled, Wu Hao quickly gave Qin Yu the finger before hastily escorting the installers out of the office. This kid is becoming increasingly disrespectful. Qin Yu glared in irritation, but ultimately shook his head in resignation. He truly could not muster any anger towards Wu Hao. As she observed Shen Shiwan diligently immersed in her work, Qin Yu eagerly opened the manual to explore the sophisticated gaming console. Time slipped away unnoticed until Shen Shiwan, rubbing her sore neck, glanced up at Qin Yu. This fellow truly, when she beheld him, glasses perched on his nose, wielding the game controller with fervor, she couldn't help but let out a resigned sigh. The adage holds true. Comparisons among individuals can indeed be infuriating. Some may toil endlessly, yet remain destined for mediocrity, while others are born with a golden key in hand. Qin Yu, it's time to clock out. Shen Shiwan rose to stretch her limbs, striding over to him and exclaiming loudly, "Oh, is it finally quitting time?" Qin Yu quickly removed his glasses, rubbing his eyes that were unaccustomed to the brightness. Aren't you afraid of straining your eyes with that kind of play? Not at all. This gaming console not only supports gameplay, but also allows for streaming online games. It boasts numerous features, Qin Yu replied, his eyes sparkling with excitement. After all, a man remains youthful at heart, and a gaming console may well be the most nostalgic of possessions. All right, as long as you're happy. But don't forget, you promised to cook dinner for me tonight. Shen Shiwan poked his abdominal muscles, pouting slightly as if worried he might forget. I've always said gaming is merely a pastime. I haven't forgotten our main task. Let us head out to buy groceries, Qin Yu declared, shutting off the projector and playfully flicking Shen Shiwan's pouting lips. By the way, what dishes will you prepare? I'll cook whatever you desire. Is that so? What if you can't manage? Then you'll have to settle for me instead. Get lost, you rogue. Chapter 79. My girlfriend. I will support you in the future. How about some hairy crabs, braised pork ribs, and stir-fried prawns? I could also whip up a sauerkraut fish. What do you think? As they stepped out of the elevator, Qin Yu spoke while counting on his fingers. Come on, isn't there a single vegetable in that lineup? Want greens? All right, we can swap the fish for some stir-fried garlic shoots with shredded meat. What does that sound? Upon hearing Shen Shiwan's suggestion, Qin Yu earnestly revised the menu. Fine. As long as it's your cooking, I'm happy with anything. Seeing Qin Yu's serious demeanor, a sweet smile illuminated Shen Shiwan's face. Regardless of what Qin Yu prepared, the mere thought of having a boyfriend who would cook for her filled her heart with immense joy. Manager Shen, this is the office. Must you be so intimate? Out of nowhere, Li Jia appeared, arms crossed, casting a jealous glance at Shen Shiwan. Indeed, as the general manager, you should uphold the company's regulations. Wan Qianqian chimed in from behind Li Jia, her words seemingly defending Li Jia's sentiments. Mind your own business and spare yourself the unnecessary concern, Shen Shiwan retorted, grabbing Qin Yu and leading him towards the parking area. That Li Jia is truly relentless. I encounter her wherever I go, and her little sidekick is annoyingly adorable, she murmured. Director, this Qin Yu's family must be quite wealthy. This Bentley probably costs 2 to 3 million, doesn't it? As Qin Yu drove past in her luxurious Bentley, Wan Qianqian couldn't help but cradle her face in admiration, her gaze entranced. Of course, such an opulent vehicle commands attention. No need for elaboration. Wipe that infatuated look off your face. Qin Yu is not your type. Li Jia shot Wan Qianqian an exasperated glance, bemused by the girl's unabashed infatuation. Not my type, but yours, perhaps? I've heard they are set to depart for Beijing the day after tomorrow, she continued, her tone teasing. Director Li, you'll have no chance in a month. Wan Qianqian blinked her big eyes innocently, fully aware of the internal gossip circulating among the employees. Heading to Beijing? A month's time? Is there a new project I'm unaware of? Li Jia paused, staring blankly at the exit. She had orchestrated encounters daily, hoping to leave a lasting impression on Qin Yu. If they were off on a month-long business trip, all her previous efforts would be in vain. It wasn't a new project, but rather the long-stalled Beijing Entertainment Initiative that Vice President Chu had repeatedly postponed. Don't forget, they specifically requested top management to head to Beijing. Wan Qianqian reminded her, illustrating the role of a devoted psychic perfectly. Beijing Entertainment Project? Vongong. Li Jia's eyes sparkled, her mind undoubtedly concocting some mischievous scheme. That Li Jia is truly tiresome. I see her nearly every day, mused Shen Shiwan, pushing her shopping cart while chattering incessantly. It's only natural to run into each other at the same company, isn't it? Is it really? Why do I feel like she's doing it on purpose? Shen Shiwan pouted, clearly displeased. And then there was Wan Qianqian trailing behind her, the epitome of a social climber. Together, they formed a rather perfect pair. Enough of letting them affect our mood. How about we enjoy a drink together tonight? Qin Yu affectionately pinched Shen Shiwan's nose, her eyes sparkling with fondness. That depends on whether your cooking suits my palate, Shen Shiwan teased, playfully linking her arm with Qin Yu's. The two laughed and frolicked through the vegetable section, past the meat aisle and the seafood section, eventually pushing a cart brimming with groceries to the checkout counter. Good day. That LLB 1380. The cashier greeted them with a professional smile after scanning their items. Oh, all right, you scan it, Qin Yu replied, retrieving her phone to find the payment code. Qin Yu, this is too expensive. Perhaps we should skip the hairy crabs and shrimp? Shen Shiwan said, covering the payment code, her expression tinged with concern for Qin Yu. The two had been too caught up in their playful banter to notice the prices. The crabs and shrimp alone amounted to over 800. And this supermarket-esque prices were significantly higher than those outside. We don't indulge every day. An occasional treat is fine. Besides, there's a line of people waiting to pay behind us, Qin Yu said with a smile, gently removing Shen Shiwan's hand and handing the payment code to the cashier. Upon noticing the disdainful glances from those waiting behind her, Shen Shiwan had no choice but to obediently lower her head and step aside, clutching her shopping bag. As someone who prided herself on frugality every month, she dared not set foot inside the supermarket. She was acutely aware that even a casual purchase would amount to a couple of $100s. Come on, my dear girlfriend, from now on. I shall take care of you, Qin Yu said, affectionately ruffling Shen Shiwan's hair as he took the shopping bag from her hands and strode towards the elevator. Hey, I am, after all, a general manager with a decent annual salary. I hardly need you to support me, Shen Shiwan retorted, stamping her foot in annoyance as she hurried to catch up with Qin Yu. However, she couldn't help but acknowledge that even her salary was insufficient to satisfy the lavish tastes of the Qin family. You should just sit on the sofa and watch television. Did I not mention? I shall be cooking for you tonight, Qin Yu said, playfully blocking Shen Shiwan's attempt to assist him in the kitchen and gently pushing her onto the sofa. Can you manage all on your own? Shen Shiwan asked, gazing at Qin Yu, who had donned an apron. She felt as if she were in a dream, living in a grand house, traveling in luxury cars, and having a boyfriend who was equally at home in both the kitchen and the parlor. Was this not the life she had always yearned for? Rest assured. Do you think I spent the last 5 years abroad, solely dining out? Qin Yu replied, lightly tapping her forehead before disappearing into the kitchen, watching him busily prepare meals. A blissful smile spread across Shen Shiwan's face. She turned on the television, hugging her knees as she began to binge-watch a series. Qin Yu, it smells divine. Are you really making all this food for just the two of us? Shen Shiwan called from the kitchen doorway, her phone in hand. savoring the aroma wafting through the air. It doesn't matter if we can't finish it, as long as it pleases your palate, Qin Yu said, cheerfully extracting a steamed hairy crab and glancing at Shen Shiwan with a smile. What a shame it would be for leftover food to lose its flavor. He mused as he arranged the crab on a plate, puzzled. Having an extra person at the table would prevent any waste, Shen Shiwan replied, her eyes sparkling with delight as she waved her phone. Is a friend coming over? Yes, a friend of mine is on her way and will arrive shortly. Shen Shiwan beamed. Who is it? I don't believe I've met any of your friends, Qin Yu said, lifting his gaze, curiosity etched on his face. It's Jiang Ran. Surely. You remember her. She lives in this neighborhood too and will be here soon, Shen Shiwan responded. At the mention of Jiang Ran, Qin Yu abruptly halted his task, a look of astonishment crossing his features. Jiang Ran? You invited her for dinner? He asked, his surprise evident. He had not anticipated that Shen Shiwan would indeed be in contact with Jiang Ran. She texted me earlier, inviting me to a movie. I simply asked if she had eaten, and that's how I ended up inviting her over for dinner, Shen Shiwan said, her face alight with joy. You hardly know her well, yet you would bring her into our home? You are remarkably trusting, Qin Yu remarked, shrugging his shoulders in resignation. Ultimately, as long as Shen Shiwan was happy, nothing else mattered. After all, in his memories from 5 years prior, Jiang Ran had been a rather pleasant girl. This is not kindness, but rather intuition. My dear, you've worked hard. Keep going. Shen Shiwan made a playful face at Qin Yu, striking a gesture of encouragement. She then bounced back to the sofa, resuming her pursuit of her beloved television series. 10 minutes later, the doorbell rang. Shen Shiwan hurried to the entrance, and upon seeing Jiang Ran, her face brightened with a smile as she opened the door. Welcome to my home. Please come in. I apologize for messaging you during mealtime. Jiang Ran, slightly awkward in the face of Shen Shiwan's warm hospitality, stood at the threshold. What are you saying? Aren't we supposed to become good friends? It's just a meal. No worries. Shen Shiwan boldly pulled Jiang Ran inside. As Jiang Ran observed the expansive home, nearly double the size of her own, she couldn't help but feel astonished. When she had purchased her modest abode in the neighborhood, it had drained her finances and required familial assistance to acquire a unit of less than 120 square meters. Moreover, it was situated at the front, close to the road, occasionally disturbed by noise at night. In stark contrast, Qin Yu's residence was akin to a crown jewel among the buildings. Just a moment. It's almost ready. Qin Yu arranged the dishes on the dining table, offering a gentle smile to the reserved Jiang Ran. Witnessing Qin Yu in an apron, embodying the role of a domestic chef, left Jiang Ran momentarily lost in thought. Initially, Wang Yuhan's mother had vehemently opposed their relationship, preventing them from cohabitating. The scene unfolding before her was precisely the life Wang Yuhan had yearned for, an intimate home, cooking together, tidying up. Yet now, the life Wang Yuhan aspired to had been completely supplanted by Shen Shiwan. Contemplating this, Jiang Ran's gaze dulled. Jiang Ran, come sit. We'll wait for Qin Yu a bit longer. I adore this show. You should watch as well. Noticing Jiang Ran lost in thought, Shen Shiwan urged her to join her on the sofa, enthusiastically explaining the ongoing drama. As she observed Shen Shiwan's incessant chatter, Jiang Ran found herself momentarily dazed. For a fleeting moment, she genuinely felt Shen Shiwan was reminiscent of the former Wang Yuhan, sharing the same demeanor, temperament, appearance, and even taste in television shows. What if she treated her as Wang Yuhan and continued their sisterly bond? A bold idea suddenly sparked in Jiang Ran's mind, illuminating her previously dazed expression. All right, shall we dine? How about some red wine? Qin Yu set down his chopsticks and, as if pondering aloud, made his way to the wine cabinet. Upon seeing this, Shen Shiwan quickly turned off the television and pulled Jiang Ran to the dining table. Although she relished watching dramas, the allure of fine cuisine was far more compelling. My dear, you're amazing, Shen Shiwan exclaimed, admiring the array of delicious dishes laid out before them. Jiang Ran nodded in agreement, though uncertain about the flavors. The presentation was undeniably enticing. A bottle of red wine for the three of us. Isn't that sufficient? After Shen Shiwan and Jiang Ran took their seats, Qin Yu placed wine glasses before them. Must we drink? Jiang Ran hesitated to speak, It felt somewhat inappropriate to drink on her first visit to Qin Yu's home. The three of them shared a single bottle of red wine, which was not much. Shen Shiwan graciously took the wine and slowly poured a little for Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran smiled faintly, deciding to embrace the moment. Qin Yu glanced at Jiang Ran and took a seat beside Shen Shiwan. Let's toast to the splendid meal prepared by Qin Yu and to Jiang Ran's inaugural visit, he proclaimed. At Shen Shiwan's enthusiastic encouragement, the three of them gently clinked their glasses and drank heartily. Let's begin to eat and savor my culinary skills, Qin Yu said, refilling their glasses and signaling Jiang Ran to indulge in the meal. He then picked up a large shrimp and, with thoughtful care, peeled it for Shen Shiwan. Observing Qin Yu's actions and the joyful smile on Shen Shiwan's face, Jiang Ran felt a subtle lift at the corners of her mouth. This warmth was indeed heartening. So much so that she found herself yearning for a boyfriend. Qin Yu, you are exceptional. Your cooking is no less delightful than that of a restaurant, Shen Shiwan exclaimed after a few bites. If you all enjoy it, please eat more. My cooking is not something you can savor every day. If I wish to eat it daily, would you be willing to cook for me? Jiang Ran inquired playfully. As long as you desire it, I would gladly prepare it for you, even at midnight, he replied, affectionately rubbing Shen Shiwan's cheek. During his time abroad, he had cooked for himself almost every day, and with practice, his culinary skills had flourished. Jiang Ran, where's your clothing store located? I'd love to visit when you have the time. After a few rounds of wine, Shen Shiwan, slightly flushed, gazed at Jiang Ran with soft eyes. Of course, you're always welcome. Jiang Ran smiled and clinked glasses with Shen Shiwan once more. If I come buy clothes, what kind of discount can you offer? How about a steep discount? You are quite ruthless. Won't that hurt your heart? Not at all, for you are my friend. Throughout the evening, Jiang Ran's gaze, aside from stealing a few glances at Qin Yu, remained focused on Shen Shiwan. You two continue your conversation. I shall step outside for a smoke, Qin Yu said, sensing the spirited exchange between them. Upon reaching the balcony and gazing at the star-studded night sky, he slowly lit a cigarette. Jiang Ran's presence genuinely surprised him. He had not anticipated encountering Wang Yuhan's family and good friend after all this time. He wondered if Wu Hao had arranged for Aunt Sun to work at the group yet. Observing Jiang Ran engaged in lively conversation with Shen Shiwan, Qin Yu suddenly recalled Sun Jingyin, whom he had saved that day. He pondered how she was faring now. Had she agreed to his relationship with Wang Yuhan? Perhaps they would be married with children by now. Wang Yuhan would not have succumbed to a tragic fate. Qin Yu, Jiang Ran is leaving, Shen Shiwan called, waving at him as he was lost in thought. Are you leaving so soon? He asked. Thank you for the delightful meal. I have a business trip tomorrow, so I need to retire early. Jiang Ran's cheeks were slightly flushed from the wine, and her gaze toward Qin Yu seemed to have shed its previous distance. You are too courteous. Whenever you wish to avoid cooking, feel free to come to our home. Shen Shiwan spoke these words. Yet she continued to entwine her arm with Jiang Ran's, as if they were two souls destined to meet, overflowing with unending conversation. Qin Yu, Shiwan is a wonderful girl. You must cherish her, came the advice. Chapter 81. Sun Jingyin, bowing to life faced with Jiang Ran's nonsensical remark, Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Was she warning herself or bestowing a blessing? It's nothing. I must take my leave, she said. Shiwan, feel free to message me if you wish. Gently, Jiang Ran removed Shen Shiwan's hand, gave her phone a slight shake with a smile, and stepped into the elevator. As the doors closed, Shen Shiwan reluctantly let go. We should rest as well. Work awaits us tomorrow. Qin Yu affectionately patted Shen Shiwan's head before turning to return to their abode. For the dining table remained a chaotic sight in need of tidying. Qin Yu, I think I've had too much to drink. Carry me back, Shen Shiwan pouted, playfully extending her arms toward Qin Yu. Observing her flushed cheeks and endearing expression, Qin Yu's lips curled into a smile. Come, my dear little princess. Let me carry you home to sleep. With a princess carry, Qin Yu scooped Shen Shiwan up and strode into the house. Thank you, Qin Yu, she uttered as Qin Yu gently placed her on the bed, momentarily pausing. You are my girlfriend. Everything I do for you is worthwhile. Qin Yu playfully pinched her cheek before standing to tidy up the remnants of the night. In the next moment, Shen Shiwan yanked Qin Yu down onto the bed, and before he could react, Her soft, supple lips silenced him. Feeling the depth of her affection, Qin Yu gradually surrendered to the moment. The following morning, Qin Yu tidied up the remnants of the previous night and prepared a delicious breakfast. How did you wake up so early? Shen Shiwan rubbed her eyes as she emerged from the bedroom, yawning incessantly at the sight of Qin Yu bustling about in the kitchen. Wake up, freshen up, and eat. I suspect your workload today will be considerable, Qin Yu encouraged, removing her apron and approaching Shen Shiwan to gently caress her face. Why is it my workload and not yours? Shen Shiwan yawned and nestled into Qin Yu's embrace, feigning a pout. Because you are the general manager now. You must demonstrate results to those around you, don't you think? The tenderness in Qin Yu's voice instilled a profound sense of security in Shen Shiwan. All right, I am the general manager. It is my duty. Shen Shiwan affectionately nuzzled against Qin Yu before turning to enter the bathroom. This little girl is becoming increasingly clingy, Qin Yu thought, recalling Shen Shiwan's boldness from the night before, which brought a smile to his lips. Shiwan, you go ahead. I need to visit the logistics department. As they entered the company premises, Qin Yu suddenly spoke up. What do you need to do in the logistics department? Shen Shiwan appeared momentarily startled, unsure of Qin Yu's intentions. Do you remember Aunt's son? I asked Wu how to arrange for her to start working at the company, so I need to follow up on that. Qin Yu steeled himself to voice this matter, believing that Shen Shiwan might harbor some reservations regarding Sun Jingyin. Oh, off you go then. When you return, please remember to bring me a cup of coffee. Shen Shiwan smiled charmingly, winking at Qin Yu before striding towards the elevator. It was only after watching Shen Shiwan enter the lift that Qin Yu made his way to the logistics department. What are you doing? Clumsy as ever. Before he could reach the logistics department, a scolding voice reached his ears. Qin Yu halted, curious about the source of the sound. I'm sorry. It's my first day, and I'm unfamiliar with the rules. Unfamiliar with the rules? Is that an excuse? Faced with the other person's unreasonable attitude, Sun Jingyin bit her lip, unsure how to respond. She was perplexed as to why the Qin group had suddenly hired her as a cleaner. Yet, working in the office building was certainly preferable to braving the elements outside. Moreover, the salary offered by the Qin group was double what she had earned previously. What is wrong? Lost your tongue? Zhang Ning looked at the nearly 50-year-old Sun Jingyin with disdain. She couldn't fathom how the HR department had made such a decision. Hiring someone of such age. It was well known that cleaners of the Qin group could not exceed 40 years old. I apologize, supervisor. I will familiarize myself with the company's regulations as soon as possible. Sun Jingyin took a deep breath, choosing to endure for the sake of the generous salary. There was no other choice. This was the reality. Ever since the loss of her daughter, she had been destined to be mistreated for the remainder of her life. From today onwards, you are responsible for the restrooms on the 1st to 5th floors. Zhang Ning scrutinized her, her tone dripping with condescension. This old woman was fit only for the most arduous and unpleasant tasks. Why aren't you the one responsible for the restrooms on the 1st to 5th floors? At that moment, Qin Yu blocked Zhang Ning's path, his gaze icy as he regarded her. How could a mere logistics supervisor be so oppressive? It seemed the atmosphere within the Qin group had become utterly toxic. Who are you? What authority do you have? Zhang Ning attempted to retort, but upon noticing the identification badge hanging from Qin Yu's neck, she abruptly swallowed her words. The administrative assistant to the general manager, while not on par with the department head, held equal standing with the deputy heads. Assistant Qin, she is new and needs time to acclimate to the company's environment. Zhang Ning exhaled, her gaze fluctuating uncertainly as she looked at Qin Yu. There was an inexplicable sense of dread inspired by his eyes. Meanwhile, Sun Jingyin, who had been receiving reprimands, slowly lifted her gaze upon hearing their conversation. The moment she saw Qin Yu, she froze in place. Why was he here? You think you can reprimand her just because she's new? If one didn't know better, they might think you were cursing. Qin Yu cast a cold glance at Zhang Ning, deeply loathing individuals who bullied the weak. Observing the frozen Sun Jingyin, he couldn't help but sigh. The parasites within the Qin group were far too numerous. How could they possibly attract new talent? Are you new here? Yes, today is my first day reporting. Sun Jingyin responded blankly to Qin Yu's inquiry. She was bewildered as to why he was pretending not to recognize her. I shall take a moment to familiarize you with the company's environment. At this moment, Sun Jingyin can only submit without reservation, for her survival hinges on it, even when faced with someone she once despised. Assistant Qin, isn't this against protocol? If Minister Huang finds out, my salary will be docked. Zhang Ning averted her gaze from Qin Yu. Yet, if her superior were to learn that a newcomer had an administrative assistant guiding her through the premises, it would likely result in further salary deductions. Wang Xinlin, is it? I shall address this matter with him. By the way, starting today, you're responsible for cleaning the restrooms on the 1st through 5th floors. Qin Yu regarded Zhang Ning with a sardonic smile, intending to teach her a lesson about mistreating newcomers. But Assistant Qin, I'm a supervisor. And what of it? Is a supervisor not human? Do they lack hands and feet? Qin Yu swiftly countered Zhang Ning's protest, his gaze shifting to the bewildered Sun Jingyin. You come with me. Chapter 82. Remember, do not provoke Qin Yu lightly. Sun Jingyin stole a glance at the flustered Zhang Ning and timidly followed in Qin Yu's wake. As she observed their departing figures, Zhang Ning clenched her fists, trembling with indignation. Only a few days as an assistant, and she's already acting so high and mighty? I shall first confront Minister Wang and see how you handle this. Zhang Ning bit her lip, seething as she made her way to the logistics department. Initially, she did not recognize Qin Yu until she saw his employee badge, reminding her that he was merely a recent intern who had been exceptionally promoted to administrative assistant by Vice President Chu. Rumor had it that he shared an ambiguous relationship with the newly appointed general manager, Shen Shiwan, a veritable pretty boy. Thank you, Qin Yu. Upon reaching a corner, Sun Jingyin, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke. Any Sun, I apologize. The company does not permit nepotism. Hence, I refrain from addressing you directly. Qin Yu halted, turning to face Sun Jingyin with a hint of exasperation. The Qin Corporation explicitly prohibits familial ties from entering the company. Yet, he understood that such connections were inevitable within the organization. Just like now, with Sun Jingyin. It's all right. Judging by your demeanor, it seems you are not merely an intern at Qin Corporation. I suspect your aunt's entry into Qin Corporation was arranged by you. Sun Jingyin smiled calmly, gazing earnestly at Qin Yu. Although she currently found herself living under someone else's roof due to life's exigencies, it did not mean she was oblivious to the truth. It was my impulsive decision, and I hope Auntie Sun will not hold it against me. Qin Yu found it somewhat difficult to articulate, as it was indeed a moment of rashness. However, he merely sought to assist Sun Jingyin to atone for his actions 5 years prior. Not at all. Auntie is grateful to you. You cannot fathom how many dream of working at Qin Corporation. Sun Jingyin beamed at Qin Yu. However, having just started, you have already offended the supervisor. Your future days may not be easy. The next moment, Sun Jingyin recalled Zhang Ning's earlier demeanor and could not help but sigh. Allow me to handle this matter. You should focus on your work. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not accompany you any longer. Qin Yu casually fabricated an excuse and turned to leave. He preferred not to linger with Sun Jingyin, as it would evoke some haunting memories. Nevertheless, he must first address the troubles concerning Sun Jingyin, for his own interests were also entwined in this predicament. Observing Qin Yu's retreating figure, Sun Jingyin's lips curled faintly upwards. Had she not been so unreasonable in the past, perhaps the outcome would have been different. However, whether in lamentation or regret, the past could not be altered. Shaking off the distractions from her mind, she inhaled deeply, focusing on the bustling employees around her, and began to familiarize herself with her duties. Minister Wang, isn't it infuriating? That intern who fortuitously became the administrative assistant is so arrogantly self-important. In the office of the logistics department, Zhang Ning incessantly recounted Qin Yu's despicable behavior. Wang Xinlin sat in his office chair, quietly observing her impassioned performance. Minister Wang, do say something. For the sake of a newly appointed cleaner, he actually commanded me to clean the restrooms from the 1st to the 5th floor. I am, after all, a supervisor. How dare he issue such orders to me? Seeing Wang Xinlin's continued silence, Zhang Ning felt a sudden loss of confidence. She knew her superior too well. His silence often signified a brewing storm. Do you know why I remained silent during the general manager's appointment meeting? Only when he noticed Zhang Ning's expression shifting from anxious to sullen did Wang Xinlin finally speak. Do you truly believe that our Qin group would casually appoint an intern as an administrative assistant? No, it would not. Although Zhang Ning was unclear about Wang Xinlin's intent, she nodded in agreement. The position of general manager has remained vacant for 5 long years. Would old Master Qin and Vice President Chu haphazardly allow a deputy director to take charge? Wang Xinlin sighed, casting a meaningful glance at Zhang Ning. Remember, nothing in this world occurs by mere coincidence. Zhang Ning, bewildered by his words, silently committed them to memory. Yet she still failed to grasp the connection to the newly hired cleaner. Do your utmost to avoid offending this new cleaner and refrain from assigning her overly strenuous tasks. Minister Wang, why? She was personally recruited by Wu Hao. Observing Zhang Ning's face filled with confusion, Wang Xinlin felt exasperated. Having articulated his point so clearly, she still had not comprehended. Wu Hao? Which Wu Hao? In the entirety of the Qin group, which other Wu Hao could there be? As Wang Xinlin's words sank in, Zhang Ning nodded in a daze. In the next moment, she awakened from her reverie, staring at Wang Xinlin in astonishment. Do not look at me like that. I have merely heard Minister Feng from the planning department mention it. This Qin Yu is a distant cousin of Wu Hao. You must know that Wu Hao is the exclusive chauffeur for the Qin family. Wang Xinlin exhaled in resignation, opting to divulge all he knew. After all, he was quite fond of this little supervisor. He could not simply stand idly by while such a strikingly beautiful woman was relegated to cleaning restrooms. Minister Wang, what should I do now? Zhang Ning had finally grasped the underlying message after Wang Xinlin's lengthy discourse. He was cautioning her against provoking Qin Yu. You should return now. I shall ponder over this further. Do not linger here weeping. Hasten along. Noticing Zhang Ning's eyes welling up with tears, Wang Xinlin swiftly intervened. Just as he opened the office door, he found Qin Yu standing at the entrance with a smile. Minister Wang, I hope my unexpected visit does not disturb you. Observing the astonished expression on Wang Xinlin's face, along with Zhang Ning's evident frustration in the office, Qin Yu offered a slight smile and gazed directly into Wang Xinlin's eyes. Assistant Qin, you are too courteous. Please come in and take a seat. Wang Xinlin, ever the seasoned player, quickly masked his surprise with a cheerful demeanor and welcomed Qin Yu inside. Xiao Zhang, why are you still standing there? Hurry, pour a cup of tea for Assistant Qin. Wang Xinlin cast a knowing glance at the bewildered Zhang Ning before shooting another look at Qin Yu. Zhang Ning instinctively swallowed hard and lowered her head as she exited the office. Assistant Qin, I wonder what brings you here. Is there something you require? Wang Xinlin seated himself opposite Qin Yu, his face adorned with a broad smile. It is nothing of great consequence. I merely came to inform Minister Wang of a matter. It appears there are some pests in the logistics department that require your timely attention. Lindsay narrowed his eyes, silently awaiting Wang Xinlin's response. Assistant Qin, please speak plainly. There is no need for such circumlocution. Wang Xinlin seemed to have already deduced the purpose of Qin Yu's visit. Chapter 83. Han Yuefen is admitted to the hospital since Minister Wang is so forthcoming. I shall be forthright as well. The reputation of the Qin family in the capital has always been commendable. If news were to spread that veteran employees are bullying newcomers, it would reflect poorly on both the company and the individuals involved. Your supervisor, Zhang Ning, abuses her authority and preys on the weak. I trust you will address this matter. Qin Yu locked eyes with Wang Xinlin, slowly igniting a cigarette. His purpose for coming was to warn Wang Xinlin against making things difficult for Sun Jingyin, while also seeking retribution for Zhang Ning's conduct. If such behavior were allowed to persist, the company would inevitably suffer at the hands of these parasites. This matter was just reported to me by Supervisor Zhang. I acknowledge that she can be somewhat stringent with newcomers, but she would never bully them. Wang Xinlin fervently defended Zhang Ning, as she was still his subordinate. One cannot simply accept every word that is said. Minister Wang, I am neither a fool nor blind. The choice of action is yours, Qin Yu replied, a subtle smirk playing on his lips, fully aware that Wang Xinlin would respond in this manner. He had overheard their conversation at the door in its entirety. As for how Wang Xinlin would proceed, that was entirely his concern. Assistant Qin, if I am not mistaken, you should be a level below me, correct? Qin Yu's tone clearly unsettled Wang Xinlin. That is inconsequential until we meet again. Qin Yu raised his gaze, fixating quietly on Wang Xinlin before turning to open the office door. He glanced back at Zhang Ning, who stood at the entrance, holding a teacup with a bewildered expression. Qin Yu shot her a teasing smile and strode away. Minister Wang, what does he truly mean? Zhang Ning hastily closed the door, feeling bewildered as she gazed at Wang Xinlin. Do not concern yourself with him. Simply remember not to make things too difficult for that newcomer in the future. As Wang Xinlin spoke, he stepped closer to Zhang Ning, playfully brushing a strand of her hair. I am free, as long as Minister Wang extends an invitation. I am available. Lowering her head, Zhang Ning felt a flush of shyness under Wang Xinlin's insatiable gaze. Qin Yu quietly opened the door to the general manager's office, observing Shen Shiwan diligently at work within. A small smile graced his lips as he softly closed the door and approached her desk. Qin Yu, what are you up to? Shen Shiwan inquired without looking up. Realizing he had been discovered, Qin Yu shrugged nonchalantly and strode to stand behind her. Couldn't you pretend not to see me and allow me to surprise you? Come on, with a living person entering. Wouldn't it be quite dangerous if I had missed it? Shen Shiwan raised her eyes and met Qin Yu's soulful gaze, offering a gentle smile. Why does Qin Yu oscillate between maturity and childishness in her presence? When mature, he is so domineering, keeping others at a distance. Yet in his childlike moments, he evokes a sense of tenderness. Indeed, one must possess adequate awareness of safety. What are you so engrossed in? Qin Yu ruffled her hair and leaned closer to examine the documents in her hands. Of course, it's the planning proposal for the North City Entertainment Project. I want to familiarize myself beforehand to avoid being caught off guard during our visit. Shen Shiwan smiled radiantly, gently grasping Qin Yu's large hand, relishing the profound sense of security it provided. There's no need. We are merely going through the motions. To put it plainly, it's just a trip. Tungsher Entertainment will arrange everything as they manage their artists. Qin Yu closed the file and guided Shen Shiwan to the sofa, tenderly pressing her down. Do not overexert yourself at work. I would be heartbroken if you tire yourself out. Did I not mention that I will take care of you? Qin Yu gazed into Shen Shiwan's eyes, akin to a mentor instructing an innocent child. In his eyes, she was meant to be cherished and nurtured, not treated as a mere cog in the machinery of labor. That won't do. If you take over the Qin family business in the future, how can I assist you if I know nothing? Besides, acquiring more knowledge will benefit me as well. Shen Shiwan playfully stuck out her tongue and pulled Qin Yu down onto the sofa. If only they were not in the office. How she longed to snuggle in Qin Yu's embrace. Just as Qin Yu prepared to envelop Shen Shiwan in his arms, his phone rang abruptly. Who is it? He wondered, watching helplessly as Shen Shiwan stood to answer her phone. I don't know. It's an unfamiliar number. Shen Shiwan shook her head, casually swiping the screen. Hello, may I ask? Sister, it's bad. Mama's been hit by a car. You need to come quickly. The moment the call connected, an urgent voice interrupted before Shen Shiwan could respond. Is that Shen Xinghan's voice? Xinghan, what are you saying? Mother was struck by a vehicle and is now being rushed to the hospital. In a state of disbelief, Shen Shiwan stood frozen in place, her phone slipping from her grasp and hitting the ground with a soft thud. Which hospital? Qin Yu picked up the phone and activated the speaker. After all, they were face to face, and the voice from the microphone was easily discernible. Central Hospital, hurry. Shen Xinghan hastily ended the call. Observing the dazed Shen Shiwan, Qin Yu gently enveloped her in his arms. Do not worry. It may be just a minor incident. Let us go and check. Everything will be fine. He murmured soothingly, pulling her along with purposeful strides. Despite Shen Shiwan's estrangement from her family, the bond of blood remained. How could she not care when Han Yuefen was in trouble? Qin Yu, she'll be all right. She? Shen Shiwan's voice trembled as she watched him fasten his seatbelt. She will be fine. Do not fret. Qin Yu pinched her cheek lightly, then pressed the accelerator, speeding towards Central Hospital. Upon their arrival, Qin Yu parked the car and hurriedly led Shen Shiwan into the emergency building. Sister, we are here. As they entered, they heard Shen Xinghan's voice booming. Following the sound, Qin Yu guided Shen Shiwan over with urgency. How is Mother? Why was she hit by a car? Seeing only Shen Xinghan, Shen Shiwan anxiously clutched his arms. Father took Mother for an examination. I do not know what happened. Sister, please be gentle. You're hurting my arm, Shen Xinghan remarked, his face contorted in discomfort. At that moment, Shen Hui emerged from a nearby examination room, supporting Han Yuefen. Mother, are you all right? Where did you get hit? Shen Shiwan rushed forward, her concern palpable as she scrutinized Han Yuefen. I am fine, Shiwan. It brings me great joy that you could come. It was evident that Han Yuefen had sustained significant injuries. While she could walk, her tone was exceedingly weak. Let's not dwell on that. What exactly transpired? Why were you struck? A flicker of compassion crossed Shen Shiwan's eyes as she pressed for answers. I am sorry. It was my fault. This lady suddenly dashed out, and I could not stop in time, a voice interjected. Turning towards the sound, Qin Yu and Shen Shiwan both looked at a slender, attractive woman holding a payment slip, who stood apologetically behind them. I have already paid, and we will not overlook any necessary examinations. I will take full responsibility. Upon noticing the gaze of Qin Yu and Shen Shiwan, Tianqing quickly clarified. Shiwan, it is not her fault. I truly was not paying attention and walked out suddenly. Han Yuefen unexpectedly defended Tianqing. The examination results were soon revealed. No bones were fractured, but rest at home was essential. Shen Hui looked at his daughter with a hint of remorse. Despite their past, Shen Xinghan's call had prompted her immediate arrival. Hearing the results, Shen Shiwan exhaled in relief. It matters not. I am prepared to bear the costs of lost work and emotional distress. Upon hearing Tianqing speak again, Qin Yu reassessed her. Was this woman excessively kind-hearted or simply a bit foolish? Before they could utter anything, she had already taken it upon herself to offer compensation. No need for that. Since everything is fine, you may return to your duties, Shen Shiwan responded, seemingly touched by Tianqing's initiative, offering her a faint smile. Han Yuefen, feeling well enough and not requiring any compensation for lost work or emotional distress, pondered the appropriateness of this arrangement. In that case, I shall leave my contact information. Should any issues arise, feel free to reach out to me, Tianqing suggested. A moment of surprise crossed her face, but she quickly produced a business card from her bag and handed it to Su Qianqi. Qin Yu, you take this, Shen Shiwan said, unable to withstand Tianqing's exuberance. Passing it directly to him. Reluctantly, Qin Yu accepted the card, glancing at it out of the corner of his eye. General Manager of Tungsher Entertainment, Tianqing? The details on the card left Qin Yu momentarily stunned, casting a look of astonishment at Tianqing. A company belonging to Wangong could indeed have such a benevolent general manager. I apologize, but I must attend to some matters at the company and leave now. However, I assure you I am not neglectful. You may contact me at any time should you need assistance, Tianqing assured Qin Yu politely, bowing slightly before hastily departing from the emergency building. Observing her hurried retreat, Qin Yu couldn't help but steal a few more glances. Qin Yu, go and drive. Take my mother home. Shen Shiwan tugged at his arm, her eyes reflecting a plea. I shall drive. You all wait for me at the entrance, Qin Yu replied, affectionately ruffling Shen Shiwan's hair before nodding to Shen Hui and the others, turning to head towards the exit. Excuse me, is this your car? Upon reaching the parking area, Qin Yu was greeted by Tianqing standing anxiously beside her vehicle. Yes, I may have forgotten to display the parking permit. My apologies, he said with an apologetic smile as he moved his car from its original spot. Thank you. If any issues arise, please do not hesitate to contact me, Tianqing called as she hastily drove away from the hospital. That woman truly is something, Qin Yu thought with a resigned smile, even though he had obstructed her vehicle. She had been the one to express gratitude. As he noticed Shen Shiwan's family exiting the emergency building, he quickly drove over to them. Brother-in-law, just how many cars do you have? Shen Xinghan's eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing the Bentley. A limited edition Audi 8, a Lamborghini worth nearly 10 million, a Rolls-Royce adorned with black and gold, not to mention the Bentley before him, which surely started at 3 million. This was not merely the wealth of a millionaire. It rivaled that of a billionaire. Son, is this car very expensive? Han Yuefen, though weak, was suddenly invigorated by the sight of Qin Yu stepping out of the Bentley. Mom, be a bit gentler with my sister from now on. This car is worth several million, and with the 3 others we've seen, just these 4 vehicles alone are worth tens of millions. Shen Xinghan nodded repeatedly, never having imagined he would have such an impressive brother-in-law. At his words, Han Yuefan and Shen Hui exchanged glances, both revealing a hint of delight. Stop dawdling. Hurry and get in the car. Observing the avaricious expressions of the three individuals, Shen Shiwan rolled her eyes in exasperation. It was evident that they were domineering. Why and they made their demands more openly earlier. Uncle Aunt, just squeeze in the back. We shall arrive shortly, she remarked. As they boarded the vehicle, Qin Yu politely initiated conversation, directing the car towards the Shun residence. Mother, I have some money here. Please use it to purchase some supplements. As they approached the community, Shen Shiwan extracted 2,000 yuan in cash from her bag and handed it to Han Yuefan. No, I cannot accept your money. You should keep it for yourself. I only intended to buy a house for your brother and did not consider your feelings. But that will not happen again, Han Yuefan expressed, her words laden with sentiment. Listening to her mother's overly emotional rhetoric, Shen Shiwan felt a wave of nausea. She had already witnessed their greedy gazes. So, the theatrics had begun anew? I am not in need of money. I have just been promoted to general manager with a significant salary increase. You should keep this money and refrain from calling me unnecessarily in the future. You may exit the vehicle now. Once Qin Yu parked, Shen Shiwan gazed at them with indifference, as though conversing with strangers. Sister, but you weren't like this just a moment ago, Shan Xinghan said, gazing at Shen Shiwan in confusion. Was this still the sister who had been so anxious moments prior? We have matters to attend to. Please go inside by yourselves. Shen Shiwan forcefully shoved the money into Han Yuefan's embrace and turned away, refusing to look back. Mr. Qin, Uncle Aunt, Shiwan and I will be on a business trip tomorrow, and we need to prepare our belongings. You should head inside first. Qin Yu's tone softened slightly. Regardless of their prior treatment of Shen Shiwan, they were ultimately her parents. The urgency with which Shen Shiwan rushed to the hospital clearly indicated their significance in her heart. Business trip? How long will it last? Han Yuefan inquired. All right, let us head inside, Shen Hui interjected, opening the car door and exhaling deeply as he stepped out. Shall we go? Qin Yu gently wiped the tear stains from Shen Shiwan's eyes, marveling at her stubbornness. Let us go. I don't wish to linger here any longer. Shen Shiwan's throat tightened as her gaze fixed forward. Qin Yu shrugged, displaying no hesitation as he drove away. Watching the Bentley disappear, Shen Xinghan suddenly felt an eerie sense of familiarity with the scene. Dad, Mom, I must tell you, Qin Yu is definitely a superb son-in-law. Anyone who can spend several million on a car must be extraordinarily wealthy. He returned his gaze to his parents, his tone grave and sincere. So, have we inadvertently offended our future son-in-law? Shen Hui lamented, slapping his thigh in frustration, realizing they had dug their own graves. By the way, why did you allow him to leave so easily at the hospital? Shen Hui suddenly inquired of Han Yuefan, his curiosity piqued. Of course, in front of our daughter and her future husband, would I lose my dignity? Chapter 85. A chance encounter at the cinema. A persistent haunting, what would you like to eat? I can prepare something for you at home. Qin Yu ventured tentatively, glancing at the silently brooding Shen Shiwan. Qin Yu, I apologize. I should not have brought you here. Shen Shiwan turned to gaze at Qin Yu, her eyes filled with remorse. Silly girl, why do you say sorry to me? Regardless of what you do, I will always stand behind you in silent support. Qin Yu smiled gently, clasping Shen Shiwan's hand. Since we are heading to Beijing tomorrow, why don't we catch a movie? Shen Shiwan looked at Qin Yu's profile and suddenly spoke up. It seemed that since they had become a couple, they had yet to enjoy a film together as lovers. No problem, as long as you like it. I will accompany you. Qin Yu affectionately ruffled Shen Shiwan's hair and turned the car towards the cinema. After parking the car, Qin Yu turned off the engine and unbuckled his seatbelt, but did not rush to exit. Which film do you think we should watch? Shen Shiwan continued to scroll through her phone, selecting a movie. Qin Yu, what genre do you enjoy? It appeared she was struggling to decide, and eventually, she forlornly posed the question to Qin Yu. She wished to watch a romantic film, but feared it might not be to Qin Yu's taste. A horror movie would keep her awake at night, disrupting their plans for the following day. Let us go with this one. There is still time, and after the show, we could buy some necessities for Beijing. Qin Yu casually scanned the options and pointed to a romantic film. Just as I thought, I was about to choose this as well. Shen Shiwan glanced at her phone screen and instantly brightened. Romantic films were her favorite, and she was pleasantly surprised that Qin Yu shared her preference. With 10 minutes until the showtime, let us grab some snacks. After purchasing the tickets, Shen Shiwan eagerly opened the car door. Witnessing her joyful demeanor, Qin Yu stepped out as well, taking her hand as they walked towards the cinema. As long as she was happy, any effort he made was worthwhile. 1 large popcorn, please, and 2 bottles of water. After collecting the tickets, Shen Shiwan led Qin Yu to the concession stand. I would like a portion of popcorn and a bottle of water. Hearing a somewhat familiar voice nearby, Shen Shiwan instinctively turned her head. Upon recognizing Li Jia's familiar profile, she instinctively turned away. Shen, what a coincidence. Do you also enjoy this film? Li Jia, shut up, immediately called out upon spotting the turning Shen Shiwan. Doesn't team manager Li have social obligations after work? How do you find the leisure to watch a movie? Shen Shiwan knew she could not evade the encounter and reluctantly turned around, smiling warmly at Li Jia. However, internally, she was cursing Li Jia's entire lineage. What terrible luck to run into her everywhere. I have been waiting for this film to premiere for quite some time. RSNT found the opportunity to watch it. Today, I happen to be free, so I am here to indulge myself. Manager Shun, are you on a date with Assistant Qin? Li Jia observed the silent Qin Yu, who was engrossed in his phone, her tone tinged with jealousy. This fellow had glanced at her once, but had not looked her way again. Li Jia believed her appearance was as commendable as Shen Shiwan's. Every man she had encountered had at least paused to admire her for a few seconds. Yet, Qin Yu was an exception, not sparing her a single glance, let alone lingering on her. I wonder if I need to inform you about my date with my boyfriend? It is truly lamentable for Minister Li, who is all alone and forlorn. Shen Shiwan directly linked her arm with Qin Yu's, casting a boastful glance towards Li Jia. She was determined to infuriate Li Jia, so she would stop parading in front of her. Li Jia wished to retort, but suddenly felt that Shen Shiwan had a point. Watching a romantic film alone was indeed somewhat disheartening. Let us go. The ticket inspection has begun. Noticing the ticket inspector starting their rounds, Qin Yu gently spoke, leading Shen Shiwan by the hand. Li Jia observed their affectionate demeanor, her expression shifting from one of discontent to another. She never imagined that after finally finding time to watch a film, she would be bombarded with such overt displays of affection before the movie even started. Row 7. Seats 6 and 7, right here. Qin Yu took Shen Shiwan's hand and settled into the middle of the theater. Qin Yu, isn't this position absolutely splendid? Shen Shiwan exclaimed, clutching her popcorn and eagerly gazing at him. The location was indeed quite favorable, yet the theater was rather crowded. As he surveyed the nearly full auditorium, Qin Yu furrowed his brow. He truly disliked such bustling environments, as they made him feel quite uneasy. This film is incredibly popular. I've heard it has grossed over $1 billion. Shen Shiwan remained oblivious to Qin Yu's discomfort, her excitement fixated on the large screen. Excuse me. I'm sorry to pass through. This is my seat. Upon hearing the voice, Qin Yu instinctively looked up to find Li Jia. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she pointed to the only remaining empty seat beside him. All right, Qin Yu nodded silently, picking up the water from his seat and placing it in his lap. Qin Yu, I must tell you about this movie. Shen Shiwan turned to share her thoughts, but was interrupted by the recently seated Li Jia. Hey, why are you sitting there? Shen Shiwan's voice rose a few decibels, drawing the attention of everyone around. I bought this seat. It's purely a coincidence. Li Jia pulled out her phone to show Shen Shiwan her ticket confirmation. No, you cannot sit there. Qin Yu, let us change seats. As Shen Shiwan stood up, the lights in the auditorium abruptly dimmed, and the film began to play simultaneously. All right, it's fine. Trust me. Qin Yu gently urged Shen Shiwan back in her seat, casting her a reassuring glance, signaling her to focus on the film. Shen Shiwan shot a sulky glance at Li Jia before ultimately redirecting her attention to the screen. Li Jia pretended to take a sip of water, but her peripheral vision frequently darted to Qin Yu's profile. Being so close to him was a dream she had longed for. Despite her numerous attempts to draw near him at work, she had failed, yet here she was, accidentally nestled beside him for a movie. Could it be that fate, recognizing her plight, was granting her an opportunity? As the film unfolded, Shen Shiwan found herself emotionally entwined with the characters, oscillating between joy and sorrow, shedding tears as though she were the protagonist of the story. Qin Yu found it utterly impossible to concentrate, massaging his temples in an attempt to appear less passive. Meanwhile, sitting beside him, Li Jia had completely lost her desire to watch the film. Her thoughts were entirely consumed by Qin Yu, stealing glances at him from time to time, even contemplating surreptitiously capturing his profile with her camera. Just as Li Jia sensed that Qin Yu was engrossed in the movie and prepared to snap a photo, his voice resonated with indifference. "Director Li, please focus on the film and put your phone away." Instantly, Li Jia's face flushed crimson, awkwardly placing her phone on her lap. Unsure if Qin Yu was indeed looking at her, she endeavored to adjust her demeanor. Being caught while attempting to take candid shots was undeniably embarrassing. She cast a sidelong glance at Qin Yu, only to find his gaze fixed on a large screen. Could this man truly possess a third eye? Shaking off her whimsical thoughts, Li Jia took a deep breath, finally diverting her attention back to the movie. She could no longer afford to focus on Qin Yu, otherwise, she would surely make a blunder. Qin Yu withdrew his gaze, casting a cold glance at Li Jia. It was prudent to maintain a distance from such a scheming woman. Should she capture a photograph of them together, it would be impossible to extricate himself from the ensuing scandal. One could not deny that Shen Shiwan's performance was profoundly immersive. Qin Yu felt as though his hand was being painfully gripped by her. Observing Shen Shiwan's ever-changing expressions, he ultimately directed his attention to her face, determined to etch her emotions into the depths of his memory. Unbeknownst to them, the lights in the screening room flickered back to life. Shen Shiwan inhaled deeply, raising her hand to wipe away the remnants of tears at the corners of her eyes. "Why are you looking at me like that?" When she caught Qin Yu's unwavering gaze, her eyes brimmed with confusion. His tender expression elicited a subtle thrill within her. "It's nothing. Just feels like the lead actress pales in comparison to you." Qin Yu offered a slight smile, gently embracing her head and leaning in for a kiss. "Don't be silly. There are so many people watching." Shen Shiwan quickly wriggled free, instinctively glancing around. Though she relished the moment, they were still in a cinema. "Ahem, we can't exit that way," she noted, noticing the crowd blocking the passage. Li Jia had no intention of interrupting their affectionate display. Yet the nearby corridor was teeming with people. She had consumed enough cinematic romance, only to turn around and be confronted with more. "Qin Yu, shall we go for hot pot later?" Shen Shiwan gazed sweetly at Qin Yu's face, recalling how this very visage had emboldened her to offer her heart for the first time. "All right, as long as you are happy," Qin Yu replied, playfully pinching her cheek before rising and leading her out. Completely disregarded, Li Jia watched the couple's retreating figures in bewilderment, stomping her foot in frustration. This pair was truly tormenting her. Observing couples leaving the screening room, Li Jia could only sigh in discontent. "Qin Yu, did Li Jia engage in any underhanded antics while we were watching the movie?" Upon returning to the car, Shen Shiwan's gaze flickered as she fixed her eyes on Qin Yu. She was all too familiar with Li Jia. A woman so enamored with vanity would undoubtedly seek to capitalize on the presence of a handsome man. Fortunately, it was merely her intention to capture a photograph with her phone, nothing more. Qin Yu, however, did not conceal his actions and promptly started the vehicle. "Photograph? What kind of photograph? A selfie? Or are you capturing me?" In response to Shen Shiwan's probing inquiries, Qin Yu merely smiled and drove away. "I can't take it anymore. I'm exhausted." At 8:30 in the evening, Shen Shiwan returned home, dragging her weary body and collapsing onto the sofa. She adored this soft sofa. It enveloped her like a comforting embrace. It provided an indescribable solace to her fatigued form. "Come on, I have everything in hand. And you still dare to complain of tiredness?" Qin Yu closed the door with his foot, observing the fatigued Shen Shiwan, then helplessly set down the numerous bags he carried in the living room. "Of course, shopping is truly exhausting. Don't worry about tidying up. I'll handle the details shortly." Shen Shiwan promptly intercepted Qin Yu, extending her arms to him. She certainly would not allow Qin Yu to undertake such trivial tasks. It was far better handled by her own hands. Qin Yu smiled gently, placing down the tote and softly enveloping Shen Shiwan in his embrace. Qin Yu, having you around is such a blessing. Shen Shiwan nestled her face against his chest, her voice tinged with tenderness. Compared to the plush sofa, she cherished the solidity of Qin Yu's chest even more. It provided an irreplaceable sense of security. All right, let us hasten to tidy up. We must depart early tomorrow morning. Qin Yu affectionately ruffled her hair and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. Let us hold on a little longer. What? Now you wish to linger a bit longer, only to sleep apart tonight? No, that's out of the question. At Qin Yu's words, Shen Shiwan instinctively sprang up, making a playful face at him before enthusiastically sorting through her belongings for the next day. Watching Shen Shiwan in her busyness, Qin Yu stretched lazily, a smile gracing his lips. He eagerly anticipated the journey to Beijing, akin to a honeymoon. All right, I'm all set. About half an hour later, Shen Shiwan appeared in the living room clad in her pajamas. Hearing the sound, Qin Yu opened his slightly drowsy eyes and looked up at her. Your packing speed is quite impressive, he remarked, glancing at the time with admiration. Not only had she finished packing, but she was also freshened up and dressed in her pajamas. Her efficiency was truly remarkable. Thank you for the compliment, President Qin. Carry me to bed. Shen Shiwan grinned at Qin Yu, extending her arms once more. Do you realize you're tempting me? Qin Yu stood up and strode towards Shen Shiwan, his gaze intense and fervent. What are you talking about? It's just a perfectly normal outfit. Shen Shiwan was momentarily taken aback, glancing down at her pajamas, feeling no fault in her appearance. To me, you tempt me every moment. With a playful smile, Qin Yu lifted Shen Shiwan in a princess carry. Please put me down. I can return to my room myself. Upon catching sight of the subtle smile gracing Qin Yu's lips, Shen Shiwan immediately sensed impending trouble. She had an early start the following day and could not allow him to meddle with her plans. I apologize, Mrs. Qin. I'm late. Qin Yu replied with a mischievous grin as he swept Shen Shiwan into his arms, closing the bedroom door with a flourish. The next morning, the alarm clock rang punctually. Qin Yu, carry me to wash up. Shen Shiwan turned off the alarm, attempting to rise for her morning routine, only to find her legs utterly weak. Casting a resentful glance at the still, slumbering Qin Yu, she felt a surge of frustration. It was commonly said not to be disturbed when needing to rise early. Yet this heartless fellow simply would not listen. There was still time. Perhaps a little more sleep wouldn't hurt. Qin Yu lifted his hand, pulling Shen Shiwan closer into his embrace, a gentle smile gracing his features. I still need to do my makeup. Hurry up, she urged. Without makeup, you're already stunning, he replied, causing Shen Shiwan to feel a momentary sense of euphoria. What woman does not relish hearing compliments from her beloved? Gazing at Qin Yu's handsome visage, she chose not to protest further, instead quietly admiring him and savoring a soft kiss upon his lips. Time slipped by unnoticed until Shen Shiwan was jolted awake. Instinctively checking the time, her heart sank. Qin Yu, we have just 1 hour until gathering time. Hurry up and get up. In the face of Shen Shiwan's persistent coaxing, Qin Yu ultimately yielded, joining her in the morning routine. Qin Yu, I warn you, if there are matters in the morning, there shall be no antics at night. The admonition hovered on her lips, but she refrained from uttering it, merely shooting him a glare. This fellow was an absolute dynamo, seemingly immune to fatigue, regardless of how much she tried to rouse him. Fine, then I shall make it my mission to tease you every morning when you're free. Qin Yu chuckled, a devilish grin forming on his lips. Go away, you rogue. Don't even think about it, Shen Shiwan retorted, her cheeks flushed as she made a cutting gesture with her fingers. Would you dare? Leave. Quickly wash up, she exclaimed, playfully shoving him aside, flustered by his antics. 10 minutes later, both were dressed and ready, carrying their belongings as they stepped out of the house. It felt as though they had barely settled in before departing for a month-long business trip. Glancing back at the door, Shen Shiwan felt a twinge of reluctance. She had yet to fully acclimate to this new abode and was now to be away for such an extended period. Perhaps it won't take a full month. Besides, Beijing is not too far from here, and we can return at any time. Qin Yu reassured her, affectionately ruffling her hair as he guided her into the elevator. Upon arriving at the Qin Corporation, the bus to Beijing awaited them, already filled with eager passengers. I say, young Master Qin, Could you not be so punctual? Over a dozen people are waiting for you. Wang Gong complained as he approached them, noticing Qin Yu and Shen Shiwan disembarking. Firstly, do not address me as young Master Qin in front of others. Secondly, as the investors, it is only fitting that you wait. Qin Yu dismissed Wang Gang's glum expression, striding past him toward the bus. Well, I cannot simply call you by your name, can I? I shall refer to you as Assistant Qin, Wang Gong retorted, confused by the sudden formality. Assistant Qin? Qin Yu waved his hand dismissively in response. Are you addicted to role-playing? Wang Gong rolled his eyes in exasperation. Yet he found himself utterly powerless against the young Master Qin. Qin Yu, Shiwan, could you come here for a moment? Just as Qin Yu was arranging his luggage and preparing to board the car with Shen Shiwan, the voice of Chu Yilin echoed from the side. Sister, what are your instructions? Qin Yu approached Chu Yilin with a playful grin, his tone teasing. Do not be frivolous. I am here to remind you both to exercise caution during your trip to Beijing. Furthermore, you will be representing us as investors, so do be mindful of your image. Chu Yilin playfully rapped Qin Yu on the head, then turned her attention to Shen Shiwan. In her eyes, Shen Shiwan exhibited far more composure than Qin Yu. Sister, rest assured, we will not let you down. Shen Shiwan habitually linked her arm with Qin Yu's, her smile radiant. Chu Yilin cast a sidelong glance at the closely entwined pair, suddenly feeling a twinge of regret. She questioned whether her decision to send Qin Yu and Shen Shiwan to Beijing was indeed the right one. All right, let us hurry and board the vehicle. We should not waste anyone's time. With a wave of her hand, Chu Yilin turned and entered the company. Qin Yu, why do I get the feeling that your sister seems a bit off? Observing Chu Yilin's retreating figure, Shen Shiwan looked at Qin Yu with curiosity. She sensed an oddity in Chu Yilin's tone. Nothing to worry about. She is simply envious and resentful. At her age, still single, it is only natural for her to feel uncomfortable in our presence. Qin Yu shrugged, leading Shen Shiwan back to the bus. Wang Gong watched the two return at a leisurely pace, his eyes nearly rolling to the heavens. The pair appeared less inclined towards work and more as if they were embarking on a honeymoon. Achoo! Just as Chu Yilin stepped into the elevator, she suddenly sneezed. Rubbing her nose, she muttered to herself, Damn Qin Yu, he must be bad-mouthing me behind my back. Qin Yu boarded the bus, surveyed the surroundings, and then pulled Shen Shiwan to the last row. There were 5 men and 6 women on the bus, including Wang Gang, making a total of 14 individuals. Apologies for my tardiness. Just as Qin Yu presumed no one else would arrive, a figure rushed onto the bus in a flurry. What are you doing? Why are you late? Wang Gong frowned at the breathless Tianqing. Apologies, Wang Zong. The car broke down on the road, and I had to take a taxi. Tianqing hurriedly explained, seemingly anxious not to provoke Wang Gang's ire. After the previous incident, she was keen to avoid any further mishaps. Wang Zong, even if we are late again, it would be better than this. Wang Gong waved his hand in resignation, pondering how he ever allowed her to become the general manager. However, to be fair, Tianqing, despite her occasional clumsiness, exhibited commendable work capabilities. Sorry, Wang Zong. I will be more careful next time. Tianqing offered a sheepish smile as she walked straight onto the bus, under Wang Gang's impatient wave. Oh, it's you. What a coincidence. You are from the Qin group. While searching for a seat, Tianqing unexpectedly spotted Qin Yu and Shen Shiwan whispering to one another. She was thrilled to sit beside them, her curiosity piqued. What a coincidence. You are with Tingsher Entertainment. As Shen Shiwan lifted her gaze and caught sight of Tianqing, she was instantly taken aback. I believe I handed you my business card. She remarked, by the way, how is your mother? Is everything all right now? It was then that Tianqing recalled presenting her card yesterday. Could it be that they hadn't even glanced at it? Qin Yu, you took the card, didn't you? Yes. I am aware that Miss Tian is from Tangsher, but I did not expect to find her accompanying us to Beijing. Qin Yu explained, somewhat reluctantly, as Shen Shiwan looked at him with curiosity. He hadn't anticipated that the general manager would also accompany Wang Gong to Beijing. Greetings. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Tianqing, the general manager of Tangsher Entertainment. Hello, I am Shen Shiwan, the general manager of the Qin group. Sensing Tianqing's warmth, Shen Shiwan graciously shook her hand. So, you're the newly appointed general manager. It is a pleasure to meet you. You flatter me, Manager Tian. It is truly my pleasure to make your acquaintance, replied Tian Qing, and the two women, as if they were long-lost friends, quickly engaged in animated conversation. Soon, the bus doors closed, and the vehicle began to move steadily forward. Women are indeed peculiar beings, effortlessly bonding in such a short time, Qin Yu thought, shaking his head in resignation as he observed the two general managers enjoying their lively exchange. He felt rather superfluous, like an unnecessary third wheel. And who might this be? Suddenly, Tian Qing shifted her attention to Qin Yu. Oh, he is my assistant, responsible for collaborating with me on this project, Shen Shiwan explained with a bright smile, lightly nudging Qin Yu's arm. Hello, I am Qin Yu. I look forward to your guidance. Qin Yu returned to the present, politely greeting Tian Qing. At that moment, he sensed a gaze fixed intently upon them. When he instinctively turned to look, he caught sight of a woman in sunglasses abruptly turning her head away. Chapter 88. A star must always project an aura of grandeur. Observing the woman's retreating figure, Qin Yu furrowed his brow. Manager Tian, may I inquire about the individuals aboard this vehicle? He glanced at Wang Gong, who sat in front with his eyes closed, then redirected his focus to Tian Qing. He intended to ask directly about the woman in sunglasses, yet felt it might be somewhat indiscreet. Aside from us and General Manager Wan, the others are contracted artists of the company. They are all newcomers in the industry, except for that one. Tian Qing indicated the woman in sunglasses and whispered, She is our star performer, Ke Fei Fei. She is now considered a first-tier artist and in high demand. Upon hearing Tian Qing's introduction, both Qin Yu and Shen Shiwan turned their gazes toward Ke Fei Fei. Qin Yu frowned, as her profile struck him as vaguely familiar. Meanwhile, Shen Shiwan's face lit up with astonishment, her eyes sparkling. Oh my goodness, she is Ke Fei Fei. Qin Yu, did you know? The lead actress in the movie we watched yesterday was her. Shen Shiwan exclaimed, gripping Qin Yu's hand, her expression brimming with uncontainable joy. Oh, so that is her. Qin Yu replied with a calm smile, realizing she was the actress from the film he had seen just the previous day. No wonder she seemed familiar. Manager Shen, we will be spending a month together, so there will be ample time to get to know one another. Tian Qing lightly cleared her throat, subtly urging Shen Shiwan to exercise a modicum of restraint. Her exclamation had already captured the attention of everyone present. However, Tian Qing noticed that the new artist exhibited a glimmer of curiosity towards the strikingly handsome couple. In half an hour, we shall arrive at our destination. Allow me to introduce everyone for the sake of future communication regarding our work, Wang Gong announced, rising from his seat, surveying the room before continuing. This is Shen Shiwan, the general manager of the Qin Group, and beside her is her administrative assistant, Qin Yu. Wang Gong's introduction of Qin Yu was somewhat hesitant, as if he felt an awkwardness in the presentation. Perhaps if their positions were reversed, it would have felt more appropriate. The female artists transitioned from anticipation to disappointment, having assumed Qin Yu was a high-ranking executive. Conversely, the male artists, upon learning of Shen Shiwan's status, shifted from eagerness to reverence. The title of general manager of the Qin Group was far beyond the reach of these emerging talents. Only Ke Fei Fei remained undisturbed, engrossed in her phone. As for Teng Shi, I see you've been engaged in lively conversation with Manager Tian. I presume you are acquainted. I must introduce the most significant individual, our company's leading star and the backbone of this entertainment project, Ke Fei Fei. Wang Gong indicated toward her, his gaze revealing a hint of admiration, albeit tainted by an undercurrent of greed. Despite Wang Gong's enthusiastic introduction, Ke Fei Fei continued to fiddle with her phone, exuding an air of disdain for mingling with the others. Now, if the rest of you could introduce yourselves, Wang Gong remarked, seemingly attempting to alleviate his own awkwardness before returning to his seat. I am Sui Xiao Xiao. Feel free to call me Xiao Xiao. The young woman seated at the front initiated the introductions, encouraging the other new artists to follow suit. As they stood to introduce themselves, it became apparent to Qin Yu and Shen Shiwan that many were meeting for the first time. Such is the allure of a superstar. Even the boss must cater to her, Shen Shiwan murmured to Qin Yu. Naturally, those of high stature must carry themselves accordingly, Qin Yu replied, affectionately ruffling Shen Shiwan's hair, eliciting a smile from her. Shen Shiwan then glanced at Ku Feifei, pondering the enigmatic nature of the woman. Tianqing observed their intimate gestures, a flicker of curiosity igniting within her. Yesterday at the hospital, she had seen them together. Now, having learned of their hierarchical relationship upon entering the car, she hadn't given it much thought. Yet, their demeanor contradicted her initial assumptions. Tianqing felt a twinge of absurdity as she recalled her infatuation with Qin Yu's charm during her journey back to the company. Nevertheless, he was indeed quite dashing. Her gaze lingered on Qin Yu, yet she sensed that his eyes were solely for Shen Shiwan. "All right, we have arrived." As the bus entered a grand estate, Wang Gong spoke once more. Qin Yu gazed out of the window, realizing it was a private countryside retreat. However, the ambience resembled a location more suited for vacation shoots. Observing the curious faces of the crowd, Wang Gong clapped his hands beside the bus and declared loudly, "Everyone, after a long journey, take some time to rest and familiarize yourselves with the surroundings. Tomorrow, we will discuss matters related to the program. Your rooms have been arranged. Do find them yourselves." As Wang Gang's words settled, the group, dragging their luggage, moved in the direction he indicated. "One room each?" Qin Yu remarked in confusion, glancing at the names affixed to the doors. He suddenly regretted not paying closer attention to the contract. He had assumed they would be staying in a hotel. Yet, considering Wang Gang's disposition, individual rooms were to be expected. "Did you think we were in the capital? Besides, I doubt anyone is aware of our relationship," Shen Shiwan said disdainfully as she looked at her door, casting a scornful glance at Qin Yu. Their rooms were adjacent, likely due to their superior-subordinate dynamic. "These rooms are specially prepared for us. Wan's room is at the end, while mine is directly opposite." At that moment, Tianqing appeared, pulling her suitcase. "If I recall correctly, this project is a grassroots selection entertainment program, right? Why does it feel as though it's a talent selection contest?" Qin Yu questioned, glancing across the hallway at the new artists, puzzled as he turned to Tianqing. "Assistant Qin, you must not have reviewed the contract thoroughly. This project uses grassroots selection as a gimmick. They will also be participating," Tianqing replied with a cheerful smile. Qin Yu was taken aback, realizing it was a case of false pretenses. "All right, I'm exhausted. I'll pass the contract to you later for a thorough read." Shen Shiwan yawned, flashed a bright smile at Qin Yu, and entered her room. "Assistant Qin, I shall also retire for the day," Tianqing chuckled softly, turning to open her door and wheeling her suitcase inside. Watching the two close their doors simultaneously, Qin Yu sighed in resignation. The entertainment industry truly harbors its share of filth and chaos. As he prepared to unlock his own door, he was suddenly intrigued by a nearby, closed room. The sound of light footsteps compelled him to pause. Ku Feifei appeared in his line of sight, her high heels clicking on the floor. Just as Qin Yu offered a polite smile and ready to enter his room, Ku Feifei spoke up. "Do you remember me?" Chapter 89. The Chinese woman rescued 4 years ago. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu looked at Ku Feifei, who was wearing sunglasses, in bewilderment. He had never had any encounters with celebrities, neither in the past nor the present. Ku Feifei's cherry lips curled into a slight smile as she slowly removed her sunglasses. As they slipped away from her face, Qin Yu felt a rush of warmth flood his cheeks. Hadn't he merely seen her film in the cinema just yesterday? Could she possibly think that he knew her? "It appears you have forgotten, so allow me to remind you. 4 years ago, there was an explosion in the subway of Washington, D.C. Seeing the expression on Qin Yu's face, Ku Feifei could not help but roll her eyes. As anticipated, this fellow had indeed forgotten about her. 4 years ago, Qin Yu furrowed his brow, striving to recall the events that transpired in Washington. The words subway explosion echoed in his mind, and he seemed to be transported back to that fateful day. He had just finished his classes and, not having driven, opted to take the subway instead. As he stepped into the station, an explosion occurred. The subway was shattered into countless pieces, and even some walls were blown apart. The scene within the subway was nothing short of horrific. Massive debris had trapped several passengers on the platform, rendering them immobile. Upon witnessing this, Qin Yu hurriedly rushed forward to rescue the nearest female victim from beneath the wreckage. The woman's features and eyes seemed to overlap with those of Ku Feifei in his mind. "Are you the girl I saved?" Qin Yu asked uncertainly, his brow slightly raised. He had rescued more than 10 people that day, but he remembered her because she was the only compatriot among them. Thank you for remembering me. Over the years, I have never ceased my search for you. However, I feel fortunate to have found you here, Kufei said, her radiant smile a stark contrast to her demeanor on the bus. Finding me? It was merely a matter of chance, a simple act of kindness. Not something you need to hold so dearly in your heart. Qin Yu shrugged with a slight smile, preparing to enter the room. The foremost figure in American racing, having clinched the title of champion for 3 consecutive years, now deigned to be an assistant. Perhaps there were ulterior motives behind this? Kufei's voice rang out once more, causing Qin Yu to halt abruptly. Indeed, he had won the title for 3 years running, but he had done so under an alias. During each race, he had even worn a mask. Are you surprised that I recognized you? Yes, you wore a mask, but those eyes are deeply etched in my memory. From the moment I first saw those eyes on television, I was convinced they belonged to you. Likewise, you are also the racing champion who vanished from the capital 5 years ago. The young master of the Qin family, Qin Yu. Am I correct? Kufei gazed at Qin Yu with a complex expression, as if time had reverted to the past. Had it not been for Qin Yu's timely rescue, she would have missed the most crucial interview of her life. After succeeding in that interview, she vowed to find the person who had saved her, and thus began her search that lasted for years. Who exactly are you? Qin Yu asked warily, his gaze fixed on Kufei. He felt as though he were being scrutinized, laid bare before her. Hierbo no intentions. Ever since I saw your eyes on television, I began to delve into various materials about racing. The thrilling race in the capital 5 years ago is well documented, Kufei hurriedly clarified, not wishing to be mistaken for a woman of ill repute. Qin Yu scrutinized Kufei's eyes, seemingly assessing whether she was deceiving him. At that moment, the door to the adjacent room suddenly swung open, revealing Shen Shiwan, who stretched languidly and entered the line of sight of the two. Qin Yu, why are you still standing out here? Upon noticing Qin Yu, who was frozen at the doorway, and the visibly anxious Kufei, Shen Shiwan's brow gradually knitted in concern. It's nothing. I just had a brief chat with Miss Ko. What's wrong? Is there something on your mind? Qin Yu gazed at Shen Shiwan with a natural demeanor, feeling no sense of awkwardness whatsoever. Do you know her? Shen Shiwan inquired curiously, glancing at Kufei. After all, she was a renowned celebrity in the country, and Shen had observed her haughty disposition in the car earlier. It was hard to believe she would easily converse with Qin Yu. Hello, Miss Shen. My name is Kufei. I hope I haven't disturbed your rest. Before Qin Yu could respond, Kufei interjected with an explanation. With a slight smile, she stepped in her own room, leaving Shen Shiwan even more perplexed. Shiwan, were you looking for me? Yes, indeed. I was looking for you. In response to Qin Yu's question, Shen Shiwan pushed her way into his room. As Qin Yu closed the door behind them, a glimmer of light flashed through the peephole of the opposite door. Tianqing, feeling like a thief caught in the act, pressed her back against the door, panting heavily. She had not anticipated witnessing such a shocking scene. Kufei had, for years prior, been saved by Qin Yu in the capital of the United States. Even more astonishing was the revelation that Qin Yu was the young master of the prestigious Qin family in the capital. Moreover, from the body language exchange between Shen Shiwan and Qin Yu, she could ascertain that they were in a romantic relationship. A torrent of information flooded Tianqing's mind, leaving her momentarily speechless. Tell me, what is your relationship with her? Upon entering the room, Shen Shiwan forcefully pushed Qin Yu onto the bed. A woman's intuition is rarely mistaken, especially when it comes to matters of the heart. If you do this, I won't be able to control myself. Qin Yu cast a glance at the snow-white skin peeking from Shen Shiwan's collar, his throat tightening. This seemed to be the first time in his life that a woman had so assertively pinned him down. However, from this vantage point, Shen Shiwan took on a distinctly captivating allure. Get off! Don't act like a rogue. Are you going to tell me or not? If you don't, I won't pay you any attention anymore. Seeing the lustful glimmer in Qin Yu's eyes and the drool at the corner of his mouth, Shen Shiwan quickly stood up, pouting in feigned anger as she sat beside him. Fine, I'll tell you. Being angry can cause breakouts. Qin Yu rose, a smile creeping onto his lips as he observed Shen Shiwan S. mock annoyance. For years ago, I saved a Chinese woman in the United States, and it just so happened to be Fei. I didn't recognize her. She recognized me first. Moreover, she also discovered my identity as the young master of the Qin family. Qin Yu shrugged helplessly, recounting their earlier conversation to Shen Shiwan in detail. Since he had promised not to deceive her, he felt compelled to share everything. How could she remember something from 4 years ago so clearly? How would I know? Perhaps you should ask her, Qin Yu suggested, pointing towards the adjacent room as he noticed Shen Shiwan's puzzled expression. All right, I believe you. However, can you truly uncover details about your racing endeavors from 5 years ago? Observing Qin Yu's earnest demeanor, Shen Shiwan playfully took hold of his hand. Qin Yu retrieved his phone, tapping away on the screen for a moment before presenting it to Shen Shiwan. Had it not been for your reminder, I would have been entirely oblivious. To his astonishment, the race from 5 years prior was indeed accessible online. Chapter 90. The uninvited Fei, gazing intently at the words that appeared on the webpage, Tianqing scrutinized each syllable. This article, once featured prominently in the entertainment section, still retained a measure of popularity due to the recent reemergence of the legendary racer Qin Yu, who had vanished for 5 years, only to reclaim his title with formidable prowess. As Tianqing perused a photograph of Qin Yu from 5 years ago, when he first earned the title of racing champion, she searched for the American racing champion. Unsurprisingly, every image of the 3-time champion bore a mask, with only his clear, confident eyes visible beneath it. After a thorough comparison, Tianqing found that, as Fei had remarked, the resemblance of those eyes to Qin Yu's was uncanny. Assistant Qin, what could your motivations possibly be? Tianqing pondered, momentarily entranced by the 2 photographs displayed on her computer. A burgeoning curiosity about Qin Yu began to take root within her. At that moment, a crisp knock echoed at the door. Shaking herself from her reverie, Tianqing approached the entrance and opened it. Mr. Wan, is there something you need? She inquired, puzzled to see Wan Gong standing at the threshold. Nothing much, just wanted to check if you were comfortable here. Wan Gong replied with a cheerful smile as he stepped into the room, surveying his surroundings. It's quite pleasant here. Tianqing regarded Wan Gong with caution, aware of her employer's less-than-stellar reputation, having been embroiled in numerous scandals with female celebrities in the past. Well, as long as you like it, she replied. Tianqing, I merely came to inform you about Assistant Qin. Wan Gong began, but his words faltered as he caught sight of the photograph of Qin Yu on the laptop screen. Are you investigating him? He inquired, his gaze shifting curiously towards Tianqing. Could it be that this normally gentle and kind-hearted general manager was experiencing the stirrings of affection? And no, I stumbled upon it by accident, Tianqing stammered, hastily closing her laptop, cursing herself for neglecting to close the page. If I recall correctly, that photograph is from the time Qin Yu became the racing champion 5 years ago, Wan Gong remarked. Tianqing, harboring feelings for someone is a commendable thing, but one must maintain perspective. I suspect you have discerned that the relationship between Mr. Shen and Qin Yu is rather extraordinary. Wan Gong scrutinized Tianqing closely, and to his surprise, he found her quite alluring when she blushed. Mr. Wan, please refrain from jesting. My standards for a boyfriend are exceedingly high. I would never fall for someone so casually, Tianqing replied with an awkward smile, striding to the window in her high heels, which she deemed the safest spot in the room. Oh, pray tell, what are your criteria for a boyfriend? Wan Gong asked, suddenly intrigued. Mr. Wan, after such a long journey, you should really rest, Tianqing urged. Tianqing rolled her eyes and turned, pushing Wan Gong to the door. Mr. Wan, perhaps you should direct your affections elsewhere. With that, she flung the door open, shoved him out, and promptly shut it behind him. If it weren't for the lack of better opportunities, would I be working under a lecturer? The thought of Wan Gang's gaze from earlier made her feel a wave of nausea. In contrast, Qin Yu's clear and confident eyes were far more appealing. Gazing at the closed door, Wan Gong looked down at himself, shaking his head in resignation. Is it really that obvious? He let out a bitter smile, glancing at the rooms of Qin Yu and Shen Shiwan before his gaze settled on Fei's door. After a long moment of contemplation, he sighed softly and returned to his own room. Qin Yu, do you think this entertainment project might be just a fade? Shen Shiwan nestled in Qin Yu's arms, staring out at the scenery and murmuring to herself. There's not much truth in the entertainment industry. There's no need to dwell on it. Just focus on being your best self and disregard the rest. Qin Yu gently kissed Shen Shiwan's forehead, also gazing out the window. In that moment, both felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility. There were no interruptions, and they didn't have to think about work. By the way, do you think Fei will recognize you and pursue you, or even offer herself? Shen Shiwan suddenly had a flash of inspiration, looking up at Qin Yu with curiosity. Your imagination knows no bounds. I'm a person of thought and principles, not a mere puppet to be manipulated. Qin Yu chuckled, playfully tapping the bridge of her nose. He genuinely admired Fei's persistence. After all, she had sought him out for 4 years, even uncovering his true identity. What a formidable woman she was. It's not that my imagination is so vivid. Isn't that how it plays out on television? Look, you're her savior, and she has pursued you for 4 years. Surely, it can't just be to say thank you. Shen Shiwan sat up straight, her eyes sparkling as she focused intently on Qin Yu. According to the typical storyline, Fei would soon disregard whether Qin Yu had a girlfriend and embark on a fervent pursuit. You've watched too many romance dramas, indulging in them too deeply. Rest assured, even if 1,000 women were to chase me, my heart would only belong to you. Qin Yu stroked Shen Shiwan's hair, his gaze filled with tenderness. You're so self-absorbed. 1,000 women? Dream on. As long as I'm here, no one will take you away from me. Shen Shiwan pouted and leaped into Qin Yu's embrace. She had lost everything else. She could not afford to lose Qin Yu as well. Just as the two were lost in their affection for one another, there was a gentle knock at the door. Who could it be at this hour? I'll check, Shen Shiwan said, glancing at the time. It was not yet 5 o'clock, nor was it mealtime. But as she prepared to rise, Qin Yu pressed her back down. This is my room. Do you think it's appropriate for you to answer the door? Qin Yu gently patted Shen Shiwan's head, signaling her to be quiet before making his way to the door. I've heard there's a delightful CAF around here. Would you care to join me? As soon as the door opened, Fei eagerly invited Qin Yu. I'm not particularly fond of coffee. Perhaps another time, Qin Yu replied, casting a glance at Fei's distinctive attire, subtly declining her offer. What a jest. Were they that familiar? Then let us have tea. Surely there's a tea room here. Fei pressed on, even stepping in front of the door to block his exit. Really, I can't. I've been in a car all day and need to rest for a bit. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yu attempted to close the door. But Fei raised her hand to stop him, boldly entering his room. Allow me to sit for a while. That's not too much to ask, is it? Qin Yu felt a sudden surge of anxiety, not wishing to engage in any intimate contact with Fei, and thus reluctantly permitted her entry. At that very moment, a figure silently concealed itself behind the curtains. Chapter 91. Hiding behind the curtains, making me feel like. How could Qin Yu miss Shen Shiwan's little antics? He rolled his eyes in exasperation and hurried to the window. This place is quite nice, though the room is rather small. It doesn't compare to a hotel room. Fei, oblivious to Qin Yu's discomfort, surveyed the nearly identical room and casually settled onto the single sofa. This space is meant for recording programs. Having such a private room is already quite commendable. It's impossible to compare it to a hotel. You're overthinking it. Qin Yu played along with Fei's remarks, doing his utmost to shield the curtain's position. Meanwhile, Shen Shiwan, hidden behind the curtains, playfully poked Qin Yu's back from time to time. Qin Yu, as the heir of the Qin family, how can you be content acting as an administrative assistant in your own company? After surveying her surroundings, Fei finally fixed her gaze upon Qin Yu. She had searched for him for 4 years and was now thrilled to have found him. She felt fortunate for having heeded Wan Gang's advice to participate in this grassroots talent show, which had already been predetermined. It's merely an experience of life. There is no need for elaborate explanations. Qin Yu was averse to this sensation, as well as to Fei's penetrating gaze. It felt as though he were transparent before her, devoid of any secrets. Indeed, for someone like you, raised with a silver spoon, experiencing ordinary life occasionally might be seen as showing empathy towards subordinates. What exactly do you wish to convey? What are your intentions? Qin Yu's brow furrowed at Fei's words. This woman not only wore a cold expression, but also spoke in a frigid tone. I don't wish to do anything, but I have something to say. Ku Feifei exhaled softly, rising to approach Qin Yu. I wish to repay your life-saving grace. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu felt an immense wave of relief. From Ku Feifei's earlier tone, he had feared she intended something more sinister. Thankfully, it was merely a matter of gratitude. It was nothing. I've said it was a simple act. No need to dwell on it, Qin Yu quickly clarified, wishing fervently for Ku Feifei to vacate his room post-haste. If she lingered any longer, she would likely feel the sting of Shen Shiwan's grasp on her back. Feifei, what brings you here? Just as Ku Feifei was about to say something further, Wan Gong stood at the doorway, a frown etched upon his brow. Upon seeing Wan Gong, Qin Yu felt as though he had encountered a savior. He was immensely relieved that he had wisely refrained from closing the door moments ago. It's nothing. Just having a chat with Assistant Qin, he said. Mr. Wan, do you have any instructions for me? Ku Feifei stepped back subtly, her expression neutral as she regarded Wan Gong. Nothing urgent. In a bit, summon General Manager Shen and General Manager Tian. We shall dine together. I'll notify General Manager Tian. As for General Manager Shen, I believe it would be best if you informed him yourself, young Master Qin. Wan Gong cleared his throat lightly and turned to knock on Tian Qing's door. Ku Feifei shrugged indifferently. After all, while she was out and about, it was prudent to heed her boss's words. I shall see you shortly. She stepped forward to Qin Yu, whispering something in his ear. Qin Yu chuckled awkwardly, instinctively leaning back. Ku Feifei laughed, seemingly amused by his bashfulness. With a light step, she closed Qin Yu's door just as Tian Qing opened hers. General Manager Tian, the boss has invited us to dinner. Do remember to dress beautifully. Without waiting for Wan Gong to respond, she flashed a smile at the bewildered Tian Qing and returned to her room. Mr. Wan, is what Ku Feifei said true? Cough, indeed it is. Get ready for our gathering shortly. Observing Tian Qing's puzzled expression, Wan Gong cleared his throat and offered a brief reminder before departing. Internally, he had already sent his regards to Ku Feifei. She certainly had a knack for speaking at inappropriate times. Watching Wan Gong's retreating figure, Tian Qing scratched her head, her gaze drifting to Qin Yu's door. You really have the audacity to pinch me, Qin Yu remarked, clutching his back as he gazed at Shen Shiwan before him. Pain etched on his face. Moments ago, when Ku Feifei had spoken to him, Shen Shiwan had pinched him from behind the curtains. The sensation was quite excruciating. What of it? A celebrity is pursuing you, and a few pinches are hardly scandalous. I was hiding behind the curtains, as if I were a mistress. Shen Shiwan pouted, casting a reproachful glance at Qin Yu. A woman's intuition alerted her that Ku Feifei was not to be trifled with. Are you feeling jealous? Upon seeing Shen Shiwan's expression, Qin Yu suddenly chuckled. It dawned on him how endearing she looked when envious. Hey, how can you still laugh? Clearly, Ku Feifei intends to offer herself in gratitude for your life-saving favor. Shen Shiwan playfully hit Qin Yu, her voice laden with grievance. Ku Feifei was a renowned star. While she was merely an ordinary person, there was no comparison. The thought of Ku Feifei pursuing him relentlessly, leading to Qin Yu's infatuation with someone else, made Shen Shiwan feel incredibly stifled. Silly girl, my heart belongs solely to you. It cannot accommodate another. Qin Yu caressed Shen Shiwan's cheek, gently pulling her into his embrace. You had better speak from the heart. Otherwise, I shall not let you off lightly. Pressed closely against Qin Yu's chest, Shen Shiwan feigned anger, issuing a playful warning. Yet within her heart, a sense of unease began to arise. She was particularly fearful of Qin Yu abruptly departing from her side. All right, you should return to your room and tidy up a bit. I will call for you shortly. Qin Yu gently kissed Shen Shiwan's forehead, guiding her towards the door. Then please do come to fetch me. I shall make a quick arrangement. As she opened the door, Shen Shiwan reluctantly clutched Qin Yu's hand, unwilling to let go. Very well, go ahead. I shall see you soon. Qin Yu playfully pinched her cheek, ushering her to the door of the adjacent room. Shen Shiwan rose onto her toes and pecked a kiss on Qin Yu's cheek before turning back into her room, touching her still warm cheek. Qin Yu's lips curled into a faint smile. This little girl, who would have thought she could be so clingy in love? Master Qin, may I have a word with you privately? Just as Qin Yu was about to return to his room, Tianqing called out to him as she opened the door. Were you eavesdropping? Hearing the change in how Tianqing addressed him, Qin Yu halted, turning to face her. If he was not mistaken, she had likely overheard the conversation he had with Kufei. I apologize, I did not intend to. However, rest assured, I shall not divulge anything to anyone. Tianqing quickly raised her hand in a vow, anxious that Qin Yu might misinterpret her intentions. I hope you can keep your lips sealed. Qin Yu cast a deep glance at Tianqing before turning and entering his room, promptly shutting the door. He had just been entangled with Kufei and had no desire to complicate matters further with this Tianqing outside of work. Are all children of wealthy and powerful families so haughty? Do you think I wish to converse with you? Tianqing muttered in dissatisfaction, casting a glance at the firmly closed door of Qin Yu's room before begrudgingly returning to her own. Chapter 92. What competition in the entertainment industry lacks underhanded dealings, everyone. It is said that this is the finest restaurant in Beijing. As for the taste, we shall only know after we have tried it. Wang Gong looked up at the restaurant sign with a sense of resignation. Compared to the establishments in the capital, this restaurant scale was indeed rather modest. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Nonetheless, we must extend our gratitude to Manager Wan. After all, that hour's drive must have been quite taxing for you. Qin Yu mocked Wang Gong, questioning why this fellow, having driven for an hour, chose to bring them here. Such a significant figure should at least have taken them to a star-rated hotel. Young Master Qin, could you refrain from ridiculing me? This is my first time in Beijing. As everyone turned to look at him, Wang Gong forced a smile and approached Qin Yu, pleading softly. All right, let us hurry inside. Qin Yu shot him a scornful glance, signaling him to lead the way. Wang Gong adjusted his attire and stepped into the restaurant. Tianqing and Kufei were engaged in conversation, following closely behind Wang Gong. Qin Yu, I suddenly feel that if I were to stay here for a month, I would go utterly mad. Shen Shiwan stepped in front of Qin Yu, her expression one of helplessness. Throughout the journey, she had not encountered anything entertaining. Fear not, you have me by your side. With me around, you shall not be bored. Qin Yu playfully pinched Shen Shiwan's cheek, guiding her into the restaurant. 10 minutes later, as they gazed at the home-style dishes brought to their table by the waiter, Wang Gong and Kufei furrowed their brows in discontent. However, Shen Shiwan and Tianqing felt no such unease, as their palates were not accustomed to the exquisite delicacies that Wang Gong indulged in daily. Why are we all just sitting here? Let's eat. I am absolutely famished, and it looks quite appetizing, Qin Yu exclaimed, picking up his chopsticks with a carefree demeanor. By the way, Wang Gong, could you enlighten us about our specific tasks for this month? He continued. Indeed, Mr. Wan, the contract didn't specify what we would be doing, and I am quite curious, Shen Shiwan added, eagerly glancing at Wang Gong. Tianqing, observing the scene, wasted no time in devouring her meal, not waiting for Wang Gong to make a move. Not bad, she exclaimed, her hunger making the meal seem like a gourmet delight. Starting tomorrow, the contestants who have registered will gradually arrive at the filming base. The artists accompanying us have been pre-selected by the company, and ultimately, the winner will be chosen from among them. Our role is that of judges, albeit limited to just 4. As Wang Gong savored his meal, he elaborated on the project. This initiative is primarily aimed at generating significant influence for both companies, facilitating our future foray into the entertainment industry. Wang Gong, is this merely a show? Must you take it so seriously? Not only is the contract vague, but it also spans an entire month. Is this a performance or a selection process? Qin Yu instinctively placed a piece of fish on Shen Shiwan's plate, voicing his complaints to Wang Gong. In his view, such theatrics could easily be wrapped up in a fortnight. Well, given that this is a qualifying competition, a degree of rigor is necessary. If it concludes in 10 days or 2 weeks, it would be quite unfair to the contestants who have paid their entry fees, Wang Gong replied awkwardly, glancing at Qin Yu, who continued to serve Shen Shiwan, smiling silently. He dared not offend Qin Yu, and simply acquiesced to his remarks. However, Qin Yu's actions caught the attention of Tianqing and Kufei. His adeptness in serving was unmistakably indicative of a close relationship. Tianqing was unfazed, but Kufei furrowed her brow in concern, sensing that Qin Yu's connection with Shen Shiwan was indeed quite special. Assistant Qin, I can serve myself. Shen Shiwan, noticing Ku Feifei's piercing gaze, coughed lightly to halt Qin Yu's gestures. For a moment, she forgot about the implications of this display, realizing it openly suggested a romantic relationship with Qin Yu. Oh, I feared that you might be hesitant to serve yourself, Miss Shun, Qin Yu retorted, finally withdrawing his chopsticks upon sensing the warning in her tone, and nonchalantly turned his attention to the others. Tomorrow, I will gather everyone for a meeting to briefly outline the rules of this talent show. However, one crucial point remains. The details of this selection process must remain confidential. Otherwise, it could result in considerable negative repercussions for both Tangshe Entertainment and the Qin Group, Wang Gong cautioned, setting down his chopsticks, still feeling somewhat uneasy. Nonetheless, the fare at this restaurant was rather mediocre. He resolved to do thorough research before venturing out again. In the entertainment industry, what competition lacks its share of hidden agendas? It has become quite the norm, Qin Yu remarked, finally laying down his chopsticks after a satisfying meal. Although the flavors do not quite compare to those of a five-star hotel, they remain fairly pleasant. Tianqing and Ku Feifei exchanged a glance, as if silently questioning the nonchalant demeanor of the eldest son of the Qin family. Shen Shiwan stifled a laugh. At times, Qin Yu could be exasperatingly oblivious. Ahem. Let us all retire early tonight. We shall select a better venue for a gathering another day, Wang Gong said awkwardly before rising to settle the bill. Why don't we go out for some fun tonight? Ku Feifei proposed quietly once Wang Gong had distanced himself. What could possibly be entertaining in this place? Tianqing replied with a resigned gesture. She much preferred the comfort of home. Wang Gong may be foolish, but must you be as well? Can't you search on your phone? Ku Feifei scoffed, pulling out her device to scour for options. Qin Yu, do you wish to return or explore a bit? Shen Shiwan leaned slightly toward Qin Yu, her curiosity piqued. For someone who had never ventured beyond the capital, she yearned to see more. However, she needed to consider Qin Yu's preference. She had no desire to wander aimlessly alone. I am indifferent. Your happiness is what matters, Qin Yu replied, showing a willingness to accompany her anywhere. Oh, it's only a 20-minute drive to the city center. There's a plaza that looks quite appealing. Ku Feifei exclaimed excitedly, turning her phone screen toward the trio. And there are bars and snack streets. I wondered why Wang Gong brought us here. He clearly didn't want us to have any fun, Tianqing remarked, her eyes lighting up as she glanced at the screen. It was indeed the bustling heart of the city. Your Wang Gong is quite stingy. How about I take you all out for some entertainment? Qin Yu suggested with a glint in his eye, noticing the car keys on the table and subtly signaling to Shen Shiwan and the others. The three women exchanged knowing looks and nodded in unison. Qin Yu seized the car keys and opened the door, gesturing for the three of them to follow. What about Wang Gong? Shen Shiwan asked with a hint of concern as they stealthily returned to the vehicle. What does it matter? We could take a taxi or have someone pick us up. Right now, our goal is to experience the nightlife of the northern city. Chapter 93. Young man. I advise you not to meddle unnecessarily. Let me make this clear. Before the filming commences, no wandering about, Wang Gong said as he pushed open the door to the private room. Upon seeing the empty space, he abruptly swallowed his words. Where is everyone? They wouldn't be waiting in the car, would they? He scratched his head, noticing that the car keys had also vanished, and muttered as he exited the room. Had his brief chat with the cashier caused them to lose patience? However, when Wang Gong arrived at the parking lot, he was taken aback. He raised his hand in confusion, realizing he had parked right here. Excuse me, may I inquire where my friends went? Wang Gong hurried back to the restaurant, anxiously questioning the front desk attendant. They left in a car about 10 minutes ago. The smile on the waiter's face made Wang Gang feel as though he were the subject of mockery. How could those four individuals leave him behind? Driving off in their own car? Wang Gang was certain they were all meeting for the first time. Tianqing was his general manager, and Ku Feifei was an artist from his company. The only person who could have abandoned him in such a manner was undoubtedly Mr. Qin. Where have you taken them? Young Master Qin? Wang Gang immediately dialed Qin Yu's number, for he was the only one capable of such callousness. I've taken them to the city center to enjoy the nightlife of Beijing, Qin Yu replied. If you're tired, Manager Wang, feel free to take a taxi back to the filming base. We will return on our own. Before Wang Gang could respond, Qin Yu abruptly hung up. Staring at the illuminated screen of his phone, Wang Gang looked up in confusion. How could Qin Yu be so reckless? And to think Tianqing and Ku Feifei were following along with him. I knew nothing good would come from having Qin Yu around. Wang Gang clenched his fists in frustration, ultimately letting them fall helplessly. All he could do now was hope that Qin Yu would not run into any trouble with the three women and ponder how he would return to the filming base. Yes, right here, Ku Feifei exclaimed excitedly as she pointed to the brightly lit square bustling with traffic. This was her first time out without a manager, assistant, or bodyguard. The liberation of this experience was exhilarating. Ku Feifei, as the general manager of Tongshi Entertainment, I must remind you to wear a mask before we get out of the car. If you are recognized, it could lead to significant trouble for us, Tianqing warned, her seriousness eliciting an eye roll from Ku Feifei. Surely, such common sense was already known to her. All right, once we get out, do not stray. We must stick together. Understood? Qin Yu commanded coldly as he parked the car. The seriousness of his demeanor prompted Ku Feifei and Tianqing to nod instinctively. Was this the domineering nature of the Qin family's eldest son? Watching them be subdued by a single statement from Qin Yu, Shen Shiwan couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Regardless of their intentions towards Qin Yu, she genuinely enjoyed their company. With Tianqing and Ku Feifei leading the way, Qin Yu and Shen Shiwan followed leisurely behind. As they gazed at the nightscape of Beijing, the three women suddenly found themselves captivated. Perhaps they had grown weary of the familiar sights of the capital. Encountering a different night scene was undeniably refreshing. Qin Yu, can we go sing a few songs? Ku Feifei pleaded, pointing toward a nearby venue. Qin Yu glanced over and shrugged nonchalantly. Despite her mask, it was evident from her eyes that she was sincere in her request. Let's go. Young Master Qin has agreed. Ku Feifei exclaimed, excitedly pulling Tianqing along as they dashed toward the venue. Qin Yu, why do I feel like Tianqing also knows about your true identity? Shen Shiwan inquired, her curiosity piqued as she watched the two women joyfully retreating ahead of them. It must have been the conversation between me and Ku Feifei at the door that was overheard by President Tian. However, it matters little. This may simplify certain matters. Qin Yu smiled lightly, taking Shen Shiwan's hand as they proceeded. Observing Qin Yu's back, Shen Shiwan was suddenly engulfed by an inexplicable sense of crisis. A man as remarkable as he seemed destined to attract the admiration of many women. What are you doing? As Qin Yu and Shen Shiwan stepped inside, they heard Tianqing's startled cry. Qin Yu swiftly turned, feeling alarmed. Before him stood three intoxicated men, encircling Tianqing with a gaze that was disturbingly greedy. Where's Ku Feifei? Shen Shiwan grew anxious, scanning the surroundings for any sign of her friend. Shiwan, call the police and wait here for Ku Feifei. Qin Yu instructed hastily, rushing towards Tianqing. They had brought these girls out. It was imperative that none of them came to harm. Shen Shiwan promptly retrieved her phone to dial for help. However, upon the call being answered, she realized she had no idea of their location. In her desperation, she could only provide the operator with their names. Hey, what are you doing? Just as one drunken man attempted to make an inappropriate advance, Qin Yu forcefully pushed him away, shielding Tianqing with his own body. Initially startled, Tianqing's tears finally flowed when she recognized him. Where's Ku Feifei? She stammered, explaining that her friend had gone to the restroom before they arrived. She was genuinely frightened by the drunken man before her. Kid, I advise you not to meddle in our affairs. This lady was our first sighting. There ought to be a sense of order. The drunken men's expressions soured upon seeing Qin Yu. Apologies, but she's my friend. You've had enough to drink. It would be wise to head home and sleep it off, Qin Yu said, gently guiding Tianqing to the side. Although he was confident in his ability to overpower them, he was wary of unnecessary trouble in Beijing. You claim she's your friend? Well, I say she's mine. The drunken man, unyielding, reached for Tianqing behind Qin Yu. Remove your filthy hands. At some point, Ku Feifei had dashed over and swatted the man's hand away. I've already called the police. You would do well to leave, Shen Shiwan added, approaching and feigning a loud warning. Upon seeing Ku Feifei and Shen Shiwan, the drunken man appeared momentarily sobered. Brothers, today is our lucky day, one for each of us. They laughed heartily, completely disregarding Shen Shiwan's warning. Step aside. Allow me to handle this. Qin Yu shook his head silently, truly concerned that trouble was brewing. Qin Yu, I've already called the police. Do not act recklessly. Shen Shiwan cautioned, recalling the last time Qin Yu intervened for Shen Shiwan. Her concern was not for Qin Yu's safety, but rather the potential repercussions should he harm them and be liable for damages. What if they refused compensation and sought retribution? Upon reflecting on this, Shen Shiwan felt a twinge of apprehension. No worries. Let's resolve this swiftly so we can enjoy a change of scenery. She instructed the three of them to wait at the entrance. Qin Yu offered a comforting word to Shen Shiwan and cautioned the still-shaken Tianqing and Fei. Kid, be wise and leave quickly. Otherwise, before the inebriated man could finish his sentence, Qin Yu delivered a swift punch to his jaw. He had no desire to waste breath on these drunken individuals. Get him! The drunken man, momentarily dazed, shook his head and charged forward. The trio of intoxicated men staggered about, throwing punches and kicks with a ferocity that belied their instability. Qin Yu regarded them with indifference, occasionally delivering a kick or a punch. Faced with three drunken foes, he felt no need to exert his full strength. The onlookers multiplied, and even the security personnel who rushed to the scene became mere spectators. It was evident that Qin Yu was toying with these men. As long as they did not strike first, he would solely employ evasive maneuvers. However, should they make a move, he would undoubtedly retaliate with force. Is Assistant Qin a trained fighter? Fei, initially worried, turned her curious gaze toward Shen Shiwan, watching the comical scene unfold. This time, she refrained from addressing him as young Master Qin. I'm not entirely certain, but I do know he possesses formidable skills, Shen Shiwan remarked nonchalantly, though inwardly she felt a sweetness akin to honey. The overwhelming sense of security provided by Qin Yu's assertive demeanor was comforting. Tianqing, having finally recovered from the earlier shock, found her gaze fixated on Qin Yu. At that moment, he resembled the Prince Charming of her dreams, radiating brilliance. Are you done playing? Qin Yu inquired with a mocking smile, observing the three drunken men who could barely stand. In front of the gathered crowd, he unleashed three rapid punches, sending them crashing to the ground. Overy! Someone in the crowd shouted, and soon, applause erupted from the bystanders. Who called the police? Just as Qin Yu prepared to leave, a commanding voice pierced through the air at the entrance. The crowd parted swiftly, revealing three stern-faced police officers within Qin Yu's line of sight. It was me. I called. Shen Shiwan raised her hand and approached them hastily. These three are intoxicated and harass my friends. When my boyfriend intervened, they became aggressive. She pointed at the incapacitated drunken man on the ground, speaking with righteous authority. The lead officer furrowed his brow, seemingly skeptical of Shen Shiwan's account. Indeed, officer, you can verify through the surveillance footage. They initiated the harassment, and it was only after that my friend intervened. Tianqing stepped forward, her pitiful expression lending her words weight. However, what surprised her most was Shen Shiwan publicly acknowledging her relationship with Qin Yu. It was evident that they were indeed romantically involved. Fei, standing behind, remained silent, observing the unfolding drama, yet Shen Shiwan's declaration stirred her emotions. Thus, Qin Yu's apparent indifference towards her must be due to his already established relationship. Yes, we can all attest that they acted in self-defense. Indeed, it was the three of them who first provoked the girl. Among the crowd, someone shouted in defense of Qin Yu. He shrugged, indifferent to the outcome. At worst, he would have Wu Hao contact the legal department to address the matter. You should check the surveillance footage. The middle-aged officer instructed a young policeman behind him before slowly approaching Qin Yu. Casting a glance at the three intoxicated men sprawled on the ground, his brow furrowed. Did you single-handedly take down all three of them? Officer, had they not been inebriated, I would likely be the one lying there, Qin Yu replied, raising his hands in a gesture of resignation to the officer's skepticism. He spoke the truth. Had the three not been under the influence, he would undoubtedly have been at a disadvantage. Officer, I am the proprietor of this establishment. What transpired here? At that moment, a man clad in a tailored suit appeared before them. Someone reported a brawl occurring here. From the scene, It appears he is the one who assaulted these three men. It was evident that the middle-aged officer was acquainted with the man in the suit, as his tone softened considerably. Officer, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. He is my friend and has never been one to instigate trouble. As for these individuals, I do recall them. They frequently drink to excess and harass young women. The man in the suit spoke with utmost sincerity. Qin Yu was perplexed. He did not know this man at all, so why was he coming to his aid? The trio of Shen Shiwan who had approached Qin Yu were equally bewildered, wondering if perhaps he had friends in Beijing. Indeed, it was these three who initially harassed that young lady, and only then did he intervene. The young policeman leaned in to whisper to the middle-aged officer. In that case, take them away. Make sure to document everything, and keep your phone on for the next 24 hours. The middle-aged officer instructed before calling for backup to prepare for the transport of the three drunken men. After 3 minutes of questioning, Qin Yu finally completed his statement. Watching the three inebriated men being taken away, he quietly approached the man in the suit. Thank you for what you did earlier. No need for thanks. It was merely a trifling matter, the man replied. I am Zhao Su, the owner of this establishment. Tonight's expenses are on me. Zhao Su produced a business card and cheerfully handed it to Qin Yu. I appreciate the gesture, but I shall cover my own expenses. I wouldn't want to impose on you, Mr. Zhao, Qin Yu said, glancing at the card before politely declining. How could he accept help from a stranger who had come to their aid? Very well. Judging by your accents, you're not from Beijing. Should you need anything while in the city, feel free to contact me. Zhao Su nodded and, after dropping a few parting words, departed. As they watched Zhao Su's retreating figure, Shen Shiwan furrowed her brow in confusion. It was clear that Qin Yu did not recognize Zhao Su. So why had he suddenly chosen to assist them? I swear I did not know him. Tian Qing quickly asserted as both Shen Shiwan and Ku Feifei turned their gazes toward her, puzzled. She too was baffled as to why he would help them without reason. All right, enough with the wild speculation. The incident has already passed, hasn't it? As Qin Yu observed the puzzled gazes of the three individuals, he playfully delivered a light tap to each of their heads. However, when it came to Shen Shiwan, he opted for a gentle caress instead. Hey, Qin Yu, you're biased, exclaimed one of them. All right, let us go sing and vent our earlier frustrations. Noticing Ku Feifei's hands on her hips, Qin Yu promptly turned and headed towards the front desk. It was only when the four of them entered the private room that Zhao Su slowly emerged from the shadows. Chapter 95. Qin Yu, have you lost your mind? Zhao Su, well done. A figure slipped past Zhao Su. He pondered over the door to Qin Yu's room. Sister Jia, you wouldn't be taken with that man, would you? Zhao Su lit a cigarette and, glancing at Li Jia beside him, shook his head in resignation. If it weren't for her, he would hardly concern himself with such matters. Do you know who he is? By assisting him this time, there will certainly be benefits for you in the future, Li Jia said, playfully ruffling Zhao Su's hair with a smile gracing her lips. Zhao Su hastily adjusted his hair. He had always been aware of her penchant for toying with it. He is my boss, and if all goes well, he could very well be your brother-in-law, she continued, attempting to clarify Zhao Su's confused expression. Brother-in-law? Sister Jia, but he has a girlfriend. Zhao Su disregarded the earlier statement upon hearing Li Jia refer to Qin Yu as her future brother-in-law. If his memory served correctly, Shen Shiwan had just publicly called him her boyfriend in front of so many people. I know, his girlfriend happens to be our group's general manager, Li Jia replied, returning to the private room to down her drink in one go. She had specifically taken a vacation upon learning that Qin Yu and Shen Shiwan were coming to Beijing, but little did she expect to encounter them so soon. Truly, the heavens had aligned. Wait, did you just say that man is your boss? Then he must be the young master of the Qin family in the capital. Zhao Su's realization struck him as he recalled Li Jia's earlier words. Indeed, the young master of the Qin family, yet he willingly plays the role of a mere assistant behind a woman. Witnessing Zhao Su's astonishment, Li Jia chuckled self-deprecatingly. In terms of family background, physique, and appearance, she considered herself no less than Shen Shiwan. Sister, you wouldn't be contemplating snatching love and marrying into wealth, would you? Zhao Su endeavored to steady his emotions. This revelation was overwhelmingly shocking to him. The person he had just assisted was, in fact, the young master of the Qin family. What would that mean for him in the future? As this thought crossed his mind, a faint smile crept upon Zhao Su's lips. Was snatching love? In this world, it is only the one who perseveres until the end that emerges as the true victor. All right, I've finally managed to take a break. Accompany me for a song. Li Jia drank down another glass and slowly picked up the microphone. She refused to believe that Qin Yu's heart belonged solely to Shen Shiwan. Good evening, sir. Here are the drinks and the fruit platter from our boss, two waitstaff announced as they entered the room, bearing 12 bottles of beer and a grand fruit platter just as Qin Yu and his friends were singing loudly. This is unnecessary. Please take it back. My apologies, sir, but this is our boss's instruction. The waiter smiled politely at Qin Yu before turning and leaving the private room. Qin Yu, are you certain you do not recognize this boss? Once the door to the room closed, Shen Shiwan and the others simultaneously turned their gazes towards Qin Yu. The drinks and fruit platters, even if ordered by themselves, would cost several hundred. Although it is not a significant sum, it represents someone's goodwill. Who knows if one of you three has an admirer? It could very well be a case of borrowing flowers to present to the Buddha. Qin Yu assessed them, ultimately resting his gaze on Ku Fei. Shen Shiwan was definitely out of the question. She had never left the capital. Given Tian Qing's character, she likely remained either at home or in the office. Only Ku Fei, being a public figure, might have come for her. Why do you all look at me? There are plenty of admirers for me. Well, if it's free, one should take advantage of it. Ku Fei chuckled awkwardly and began to indulge in the fruit. Qin Yu and Shen Shiwan exchanged a glance and smiled slightly, continuing their duet. Their relationship was already public, so there was no need for secrecy. Only Tian Qing, watching the two sing passionately, felt a flicker of jealousy. After about an hour, Ku Fei, bored, fiddled with her phone. Seeing Qin Yu and Shen Shiwan put down the microphone, she quickly suggested, "It's getting late. Shall we leave?" Yes, we shouldn't stay too late, mister. One will be upset." Tian Qing eagerly chimed in, nodding repeatedly. She and Ku Fei had sung only a few songs, spending the night listening to Qin Yu and Shen Shiwan's love ballads. This barrage of affection had given them goosebumps. "All right then, let us go and rest early." Qin Yu smiled gently, taking Shen Shiwan's hand as they walked out. Tian Qing and Ku Fei exchanged a glance, sharing a wry smile and a shake of their heads. If they ever went out with Qin Yu and Shen Shiwan again, they would feel like mere pets. It was truly a pity not to visit the snack street. Ku Fei looked at Qin Yu, who held the steering wheel, and murmured her complaints. "We will be in North City for a month. There will be plenty of opportunities." Tian Qing yawned and, after uttering this, leaned back and began to doze off. Shen Shiwan, sitting in the passenger seat, also seemed to succumb to drowsiness, gradually drifting into sleep. "Qin Yu, please drive slowly. They are all asleep." "Yes, you should rest a bit too. I will wake you when we arrive." Qin Yu glanced at the rearview mirror and said kindly. He had not consumed alcohol, as the journey to the filming base was quite lengthy. He felt uneasy about letting them drive, suspecting they were not only tired but also affected by alcohol. "All right," Ku Fei softly replied, pretending to rest her eyes. The car glided gently under the night sky, moonlight streaming through the window and illuminating Qin Yu's face. Ku Fei slowly opened her eyes, gazing at Qin Yu's profile, momentarily lost in thought. It was this very face that had snatched her back from the clutches of death. To this day, she still recalls the words spoken by Qin Yu. "Do not fear, for I am here." Although she understood that this phrase was meant to console her, it nonetheless planted a seed within her heart. This visage would grace her dreams almost every night, until she uncovered Qin Yu's true identity. "Qin Yu, have we arrived?" At some point, Shen Shiwan opened her sleepy eyes and spoke softly. Sensing her gaze, Ku Fei quickly averted her eyes. Though she had sought Qin Yu for 4 years, and had indeed contemplated offering herself entirely, given the current circumstances, she had no intention of jeopardizing the bond between Qin Yu and Shen Shiwan. After all, to like someone is to be indulgent, while to love someone is to exercise restraint. "We're almost there. However, it seems we have encountered a slight predicament," Qin Yu said, casting a glance at the control panel, his expression somewhat awkward. "What sort of predicament?" Shen Shiwan inquired, looking up at Qin Yu, her face a canvas of confusion. "It appears the vehicle is out of fuel." "What? Qin Yu, have you lost your mind? Don't you know to refuel?" Ko Feifei exclaimed, her anxiety palpable. Chapter 96. Qin Yu, has your mouth been blessed? Ko Feifei quickly rose to check Qin Yu's phone. There were still 5 kilometers to their destination. Indeed, they were close. The fuel gauge seems faulty. We clearly had half a tank when we set off. Qin Yu mirrored her exasperation, for logically, half a tank should suffice. So you plan for us to walk back? Ko Feifei retorted, speechless. It was late at night, with no village in sight and no shops nearby. How is that feasible? If they were to call Wan Gong at this hour, he would likely berate them mercilessly. Let us see how far we can go, if necessary. We'll call Wan Gong. Qin Yu replied nonchalantly, unfazed by the idea of troubling Wan Gong. All right, it is what it is. Let's proceed forward. If it comes to that, we will have President Wan come to our rescue. Shen Shiwan reassured Ko Feifei, acknowledging the unpredictable temperament of a star. Ko Feifei sighed in resignation. Perhaps this was indeed the best course of action at that moment. What is happening? Tianqing seemed to awaken from the commotion, rubbing her eyes and sitting up straight. The car is out of fuel. We might need to walk back, Shen Shiwan said, her tone tinged with resignation as she contemplated the prospect of walking back in the dead of night, which was indeed disheartening. What? We have to walk back. Tianqing's eyes widened in alarm as she instinctively glanced at her high-heeled shoes. Wearing heels and traversing a dark path was akin to courting disaster. Can you all stop being so pessimistic? The car is still moving. Isn't it? Perhaps we will reach the filming base's entrance, Qin Yu began. But before he could finish, the vehicle jolted twice before coming to a complete halt. Qin Yu quickly peered into the side mirrors and, seeing no vehicles behind them, breathed a sigh of relief. Running out of fuel was not the worst scenario. What was truly alarming was the presence of other vehicles that might not be able to stop in time. Qin Yu, has your mouth been blessed? Ko Feifei glanced out the window, her expression one of utter disbelief. The vehicle had undoubtedly run out of fuel, and the visibility in both directions was less than 5 meters where they had broken down. You think I want this? Qin Yu chuckled bitterly, unfastened his seatbelt, and stepped out of the car. After inspecting the surroundings, he returned to the driver's seat and took out his phone. Hey, what are you doing? Tianqing exclaimed, hastily trying to stop him upon seeing Qin Yu preparing to make a call. Of course, I'm calling Wan Gong to come and rescue us. We can't let Mr. Wan know. Otherwise, he'll scold me to death. Tianqing shook her head vigorously, fearing that if Wan Gong found out, it would be the end for her. What? You don't want Wan Gong to come? Do you really intend to walk back? Qin Yu preemptively retorted as he noticed Ko Feifei about to speak. Are you really going to pass up free assistance just to walk back? I definitely won't walk back, Tianqing quickly replied, her spirits sinking at the mere thought of it. She vowed that this was the most embarrassing situation she had encountered in her 20 years of life. Then let's stop the chatter and wait for rescue. Qin Yu shot her a glare and promptly dialed Wan Gang's number. Exactly. We can only wait for Mr. Wan to come and save us. Shen Shiwan nodded quietly, offering comfort to Tianqing and Ko Feifei. Damn it! How dare Wan Gong not answer my call? Qin Yu repeatedly attempted to reach him, yet the line remained unanswered. Perhaps he was asleep. Let me try again. Shen Shiwan grasped Qin Yu's hand, soothing his agitation. If he doesn't pick up this time, I swear I will deal with him when I get back. Qin Yu hung up in frustration, only to redial. Young Master Qin, are you back? Just as he was about to hang up again, the call connected at last. Wan Gang's languid voice came through the receiver. Where have you been? Why didn't you answer my calls? Qin Yu demanded, clearly irritated that Wan Gong had only now decided to respond. I was taking a shower. What's the matter? Nothing, just hurry up and get dressed and bring the 2 girls over. Don't forget to drive. Huh? Where to? Just keep straight after leaving the base. And you'll see. Qin Yu refrained from directly revealing their location, hanging up after relaying the essential details. Ko Feifei and Tianqing exchanged curious glances at Qin Yu. It was their first time witnessing someone speak to Wan Gong in such a commanding tone. Not only them, but even Shen Shiwan looked at Qin Yu in confusion. Being closest to him, she had naturally heard the conversation. It was evident from their exchange that Wan Gong dared not defy Qin Yu's words. Hey, why are you all looking at me like that? Do I have something on my face? Qin Yu noticed the trio's scrutinizing gazes and felt a bit embarrassed. However, he didn't believe there was anything inappropriate about his demeanor towards Wan Gong. 20 minutes later, a vehicle approached rapidly from the distance, its lights flashing incessantly. Qin Yu immediately grew alert, gripping Shen Shiwan's hand tightly, his gaze fixed on the approaching car. Only when he saw Wang Gong leap out did he finally exhale with relief. "What on earth are you doing out here at this hour?" Wang Gong glared at the car with its hazard lights on, his temper flaring instantly. In the stillness of the night, one might wonder if the reason for summoning oneself was due to a broken-down vehicle. "Hush, could you lower your voice?" Qin Yu gestured for silence to Wang Gong as he exited the car, stealing a glance at the three weary women slumbering within. "Young Master Qin, what is the meaning of this? Abandoning me at the restaurant and taking them out for revelry, only to have me come to your rescue at such a late hour?" Wang Gong instinctively covered his mouth, his tone brimming with dissatisfaction and resignation. Yet what could he do? After all, it was Qin Yu in question. Let us refrain from discussing trivialities. What sort of wretched vehicle is this? The fuel gauge is broken. We had half a tank when we left. And how far could we have possibly traveled to run out of gas? Qin Yu placed the entire blame squarely on Wang Gong, as it was he who had driven the car from the base. Wang Gong, bewildered, pointed to himself. Was it all his fault? "Wait, you went there? Is your reflex arc always this prolonged?" Observing Wang Gang's astonished expression, Qin Yu could not help but roll his eyes. This is not the time for such discussions. "Either refuel the car or take us back," Qin Yu declared, unwilling to squander time on this matter, and thus he got straight to the point. "Let us refuel. That vehicle must have a fuel line. We can't just abandon it here. Besides, they're all asleep. We shouldn't disturb them." Wang Gong, too, understood that despite his frustration, their primary concern was to ensure the women returned safely to the base. As they busied themselves with refueling the vehicle, Qin Yu pulled Wang Gong aside, regarding him with curiosity. "You are well aware of where the better hotels are, yet you chose to lead us to such a meager establishment. What is your true intention? Young Master Qin, do you harbor a misunderstanding?" Wang Gong quickly waved his hands in explanation, though a hint of evasion flickered across his face. "Misunderstanding? This isn't your first time in Beijing, is it? You likely found that restaurant on your own. Wang Gong, I do not know what schemes you are plotting, but I warn you, do not entertain any thoughts regarding Shen Shiwan." Qin Yu had no interest in Wang Gang's motives, but he was determined to safeguard Shen Shiwan. After all, he could not be by her side every moment, and dangers lurked in the shadows. "Young Master Qin, how do you perceive me? A friend's wife is sacred. That is my principle." "Very well, you have your principles. Then tell me, why are you acting this way?" Qin Yu spread his hands. He believed only half of what Wang Gong said. Noticing Qin Yu's serious demeanor, Wang Gong glanced at the sleeping Ku Feifei in the car, sighing in resignation. "Young Master Qin, Ku Feifei is now a major celebrity. She cannot be carelessly exposed to the public. Indeed, this is not my first visit to Beijing. I chose that restaurant to avoid any misunderstandings." Listening to Wang Gang's explanation, Qin Yu began to grasp a fragment of understanding. "Do you have feelings for Ku Feifei?" "Ah, what?" Wang Gong was momentarily taken aback by Qin Yu's sudden inquiry. "Never mind, I didn't expect a scoundrel to possess genuine feelings," Qin Yu remarked, patting Wang Gong on the shoulder before inspecting the fuel situation. From a moment Ku Feifei entered his line of sight, Qin Yu had noticed something peculiar in Wang Gang's gaze towards her. Such sincerity, admiration, and even a hint of protectiveness in one's gaze cannot be deceiving, especially in a dining establishment where one may claim the food is unpalatable. Yet their eyes linger on Ku Feifei. Thus, when a cat encounters his true love, is it not possible for him to mend his ways? With the oil cap secured, Qin Yu remarked, "I shall take them back." He then entered the vehicle. As the engine roared to life, Wang Gong stood in a daze, momentarily overwhelmed by Qin Yu's earlier outburst. Reflecting upon it now, was he not conspicuously leading him on? Cunning scoundrel! Qin Yu, you are inherently a rogue. Wang Gong spat in disdain and climbed into the car. "Ladies, it is time to rise and return to your respective abodes." Qin Yu called loudly as he parked in the designated spot at the base. Noticing no response, he approached Shen Shiwan first. "Shiwan, wake up. We have arrived at the base." I'm so sleepy. Could you carry me back?" Shen Shiwan furrowed her brow, stretching her arms toward Qin Yu. requesting a cuddle. All right, but wait a moment. I must rouse the others first. Qin Yu playfully brushed her nose and smiled gently before stepping out of the car. Fei, President Tian. It's time to awaken. He opened a back door and shook both ladies awake. Qin Yu, will you carry me back? Fei opened her arms, mimicking Shen Shiwan's earlier gesture. By the time Wang Gong rushed to her aid, she had already awakened. Her pretense of slumber was merely a ruse to steal glances at Qin Yu without reservation. If you don't wake up, I'll call Wang Gong over to carry you. Forget it, I can walk myself. Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, Fei opened her eyes and shot him a resentful glare. As for you, President Tian, I am perfectly capable of taking care of myself. No need to trouble Assistant Qin. Before Qin Yu could respond, Tian Qing sat up and exited the vehicle, watching the two women link arms as they walked inside. A slight smile tugged at Qin Yu's lips. It appeared that Wang Gang's reputation within the company was not particularly favorable. Even should he repent, it seemed unlikely that Fei would welcome his affections. Come, I shall carry you back. Qin Yu opened the passenger door and gently pulled Shen Shiwan closer. Qin Yu, if a more accomplished woman were to pursue you, would you forsake me? Embracing his neck and feeling the warmth of his body, Shen Shiwan gazed at his profile, her eyes shimmering with uncertainty. As a woman, she sensed the admiration that both Tian Qing and Fei harbored for Qin Yu, particularly Fei, whose determined gaze instilled within her a sense of urgency. Silly girl, no one can replace your place in my heart. Stop overthinking. You are my everything. Noticing the slight pout on Shen Shiwan's face, Qin Yu affectionately winked at her. The heart that had been encased in ice for 5 years melted the moment he realized Shen Shiwan was destined to be the one with whom he would share his life. Thank you, Qin Yu. Shen Shiwan's lips parted slightly, her gaze becoming somewhat dreamy. Whether it was the influence of alcohol or the depth of her feelings, she could not discern. At this moment, a flicker of restlessness stirred within her, an impulsive desire to possess Qin Yu. After all,